Chapter 71. Just when the two were arguing, a dark shadow came down. Fong Xian stood on a high place, looking down at them. Fong Xian recognized one of them, the one that Grandpa Li had just shot and injured. The oppressive feeling was too strong, and the two felt their scalps tingling, and cold sweat broke out on their backs. The two pretended to be calm, and stepped back with a playful smile. "Hey, just passing by, we leave now." Then they left. "Did I let you go?" A cold voice rang in the ears of the two. The two of them felt a shudder in their hearts, and thought to themselves, "It's over." But they still had a hope. "It's really a misunderstanding. We are really just passing by." Grandpa Li, who came over later, also recognized this person. He didn't expect this person to follow him. At this moment, Grandpa Li's brain buzzed and his face looked a little ugly. Because of his soft heart, he almost caused a disaster. He didn't dare to think about what would happen if the two people tracked them to their residence. He made up his mind. He quietly took out the pistol from his pocket and raised it high. His heart was beating nervously in his chest. When the two saw that Grandpa Li was about to shoot, they immediately knelt down and begged for mercy. Don't kill me. I won't dare to do it again. If you let me go this time, I will kowtow to you." Bang! The gunshot. The man was hit in the forehead, and blood flowed down his forehead. The latter widened his eyes, and his body fell in the snow, twitching constantly. After a few times, he stopped moving. Grandpa Li was panting heavily. This was his first time killing someone. His hands were shaking and his heart seemed to be jumping out of his chest. The man standing next to him looked at his companion falling to the ground, turned pale and ran away. Bang! The gunshot rang out again, hitting the man's back. A cloud of blood exploded from his back. The man staggered, not caring about the pain. After stabilizing himself in a panic, he gritted his teeth and ran away again. Bang! The gunshot rang out again, hitting the man's thigh. The man stumbled and fell in the snow, holding his thighs and screaming, Don't kill me. Please, I don't want to die. Please let me go. I won't dare to do it again." The man's tears and snot flowed, and they were instantly frozen and hung on his face. Xiao Kai was holding the pistol, and he was also nervous. This was his first time shooting, and his shooting skills were not very accurate. He wanted to shoot in the back, but his hands were shaking, and it was difficult to hit. He restrained his shaking hands, gritted his teeth, and pulled the trigger again. Bang! The gunshot fell. The man was shot in the head. After suffering 2 inaccurate shots, he finally fell to the ground. Blood slowly flowed out, staining the nearby snow. Fong Xian saw the 2 people fall to the ground and said lightly, "Gone." The dog ran back from somewhere, followed Fong Xian's feet, and got into the car step by step. The 2 sat back in the car woodenly, and the sound of the gunshot just now was still echoing in their minds. The snowmobile slowly stopped at the door of the 2 elders' house, and the 2 people in the car were still a little dazed. Fong Xian turned his head and looked at the 2 of them. "We're home." Oh good. Grandpa Li blinked, looked outside the car again, opened the door and walked out. Xiao Kai also quickly came back to his senses, opened the door, and got out of the car. Grandma Li and Old Man Wang saw that they looked a little unhappy, and they all said, "What happened?" "It's okay, Grandma Li, we're fine, don't worry." Xiao Kai raised his head and replied softly. Grandpa Li forced a smile. "It's okay." Grandma Li confirmed that the 2 people were not injured, suppressed her doubts, and did not ask any more questions. She stretched out her hands and began to unload the car. Soon she was shocked by the abundance of supplies. Unexpectedly, 9 more sheep were found. With so many supplies, they did not worry about going hungry for the time being. Several people were full of energy and busy unloading supplies. When there were only 4 left, several people stopped tacitly. "These 4 are Xinxin's, and the rest are our 2 families." Grandpa Li said, "Xinxin, you can just take them back." "Okay." Fong Xian packed up the tarp and threw it on the sled, then drove away. Old Wang got 2 sheep this time, and Grandpa Li got 3. Old Wang took a large woven bag, opened it, and spread it flat on the snow, lifted the 2 sheep onto the bag, and dragged them home by 1 horn each. "Let's go, grandson, we have meat today." Xiao Kai was no longer as lively as before, and just nodded, "Okay, Grandpa." Old Wang touched his grandson's head and said distressfully, "Thank you for your hard work. I cook meat for you every day in the future." The voices of the grandfather and his wife gradually faded away. The 2 elders also dug a snow pit for their share and buried it with snow. After finishing their work, the 2 elders packed up their tools and went into the house. Grandma Lee brought all the hot food in the pot to the table. Grandpa Lee mechanically washed his hands and sat at the dining table. He was still a little uneasy. Today I picked up a lamb at home. You can try this dish of fried lamb. It's delicious. Grandma Lee pushed the plate of lamb towards Grandpa Lee. Okay, put it there. I can reach it. Grandpa Lee picked up a chopstick and tasted it. Delicious. Old man, what happened between you and Xiao Kai? Nothing, don't worry. Then why do you look unhappy? Did you two have a fight? No, why would I have a fight with a child? Xiao Kai is very well behaved. Then what happened? Grandma Lee still asked worriedly. Grandpa Lee thought for a while, and finally told Grandma Lee briefly about being followed by someone when he came back today. Grandma Lee nodded. That's quite scary. If he follows us, we will also be in danger. You did the right thing. Don't feel too much pressure. You don't want to do that. Grandma Lee held Grandpa Lee's hand tightly and comforted him softly. It's okay. Don't worry. It takes time. It will be fine in 2 days. Grandma Lee got up and poured a glass of warm water for Grandpa Lee. Drink some water to calm your nerves. Grandpa Lee took the glass and drank most of it. Huh? He let out a long breath and felt a little better. He put down the glass, met Grandma Lee's concerned eyes, and smiled. Hurry up and sit down to eat. Don't be busy. I'm much better. Okay. Granny Lee saw that Grandpa Lee's face looked better, so she was relieved. Grandpa Lee was very scared. When he thought that his wife might be in danger at home, his heart was alarmed. He took out his pistol and gently placed it on the dining table. I leave the pistol to you. You can carry it with you for self-defense. Granny Lee's heart tightened when she saw the pistol. If you give it to me, I won't dare to use it. You have to use it even if you don't dare to use it. I teach you how to use it later. Okay. The night deepened. The world slept peacefully. Another day ended. Chapter 72. A cold morning. Fong Xian was awakened by the alarm clock. She closed her eyes and reached out to turn off the alarm clock. She stretched in the quilt, wanting to sleep a little longer. She climbed out of the quilt with difficulty and yawned loudly. She wanted to lie down after a few more days and let them go out to find supplies by themselves. Fong Xian put on her clothes. She went to the fields and added coal to the boiler first thing every morning. The key to the house had been given to Grandma Lee. Every day, Grandma Lee would come to help add coal to the boiler and help clean up the house. Fong Xian brushed his teeth, washed his face, and tidied himself. 1 person and 1 dog ate. 1 person and 1 dog dressed. 1 person and 1 dog went out. The wind was a bit strong today, and the clothes rustled. Driving the snowmobile, he picked up Grandpa Lee and Xiao Kai again. The two looked normal, and it seemed that they were not too affected by yesterday's events. The snowmobile drove against the strong wind and headed towards the place where the supplies were. The cold wind blew the thick snow layer, rolled up the snow on the ground, and scattered it in the air, making Grandpa Lee and Xiao Kai unstable. Fong Xian shouted in the cold wind, "Let's load the 6 cows from yesterday onto the truck first. I take them back first." Grandpa Lee also responded loudly, "Okay? Is it okay for you two to stay here?" Fong Xian asked. "It's okay, don't worry." The 3 of them dragged and hauled the 6 cows onto the truck, and it took a lot of effort to load them onto the truck. It was really heavy. Things that were frozen hard seemed to be particularly heavy. Especially when loading the truck to a high place, Grandpa Lee and Xiao Kai stood below and used their bodies to lift them up, while Fong Xian stood on top and dragged and loaded the truck. After finally loading the car, Grandpa Lee and Xiao Kai sat down on the ground, panting. Thick white fog rose from their thick masks. Fong Xian looked at the 2 people sitting on the snow to rest. "You two need to train your physique." Grandpa Lee was embarrassed and reached out to touch the frost on his face. "I'm old. I really can't refuse to accept it." Fong Xian waved her hand and sat in the car. "You two take a rest. I'm leaving." So Fong Xian took the dog and pulled the 6 cows back again. The dog must be with her. She was not at ease with anyone else. After leaving the ranch area and making sure there was no one around, Fong Xian got out of the car and put the sled into the space. He drove back with an empty car. When he was almost at the villa area, he took out the sled and hung it behind the car. Oh, it's a bit troublesome. When they arrived at the second old house, Grandma Lee ran out in a hurry with an apron on. The dog jumped out of the car and ran around wagging its tail. "Xin, this is another trip back." "Well, yesterday's trip couldn't be pulled back," Grandma Lee said as she followed Fong Xian to untie the rope at the back. The rope was untied, and the rain cloth was lifted. "Wow, it's actually a cow," Grandma Lee exclaimed. Yes, it's a cow this time. Fong Xian and Grandma Li dragged the frozen big yellow cow off the sled with great effort. She didn't see Old Man Wang, nor did she care, and continued with her work. Grandma Li seemed to know what Fong Xian was thinking, and said, Old Man Wang is probably at home cleaning the mutton. I wonder if there will be another trip during the day. Aw, it's okay, don't call him, there's not much work anyway. The key is that even if Old Man Wang came, it seemed like he couldn't do anything. Just leave it there, and divide it up when we get back tonight. Okay, Oklahoma. A cow is very heavy, and each cow weighs more than 600 kilograms. Grandma Li can't pull it at all, so Fong Xian just pushes the cows to the ground. Fortunately, there are only a few of them. She can't handle dozens of them. I'm leaving, Grandma. Hey, be careful on the road. Fong Xian waved her hand, asked Gozi to get in the car, and she also sat in the driver's seat. Start the car, and set off again. It was already past 11 o'clock in the morning when they arrived at the ranch. Fong Xian stopped the car near Grandpa Li. Xiao Kai saw Fong Xian coming back and waved happily. It's my sister who's back. Fong Xian saw the 3 cows on the snow. The harvest is pretty good. Grandpa Li stood up straight, straightened his back, and said with a smile, yes, I didn't expect there would be more. The 3 of them worked until after 3 p.m. and finally dug out the big snowpack. But the harvest in the afternoon was not good. Only 1 yellow cow was dug out. A total of 4 cows were harvested today. But it's okay. It's impossible to be lucky every time. As long as there is a harvest and income, it's good. It took 2 more days to dig 2 more snowpacks. 8 donkeys and 9 fat pigs were harvested. In the end, only 2 large snowpacks were left to be dug. If they persisted for another 2 days, they would be almost done. But as expected, an accident still happened. That day, the 3 of them were still digging snowpacks, looking for supplies inside. A few black spots appeared in the distance of the snow, slowly approaching. Fong Xian stopped the tools in his hand and looked into the distance. As the black shadows gradually approached, they found that there were 6 figures. 4 of them were strong young men, and the other 2 were middle-aged men in their 40s. Behind them, everyone was dragging a big sled and holding a big iron rod. They looked like they were not easy to mess with, and were very fierce. Grandpa Li and Xiao Kai also noticed the figures in the distance. They stopped what they were doing and looked at them vigilantly. Xiao Kai quietly put his hand into his pocket, ready to take out his gun at any time. Fong Xian stood steadily and observed the few people calmly. When the few people approached, they saw more than a dozen big white geese in the snow, and their eyes were about to fall out, and their greed was not concealed. One of the men in a military coat said, Wow, we have a good harvest. You can do your work without stopping. Grandpa Li and Xiao Kai were stunned and did not react for a while, but they knew in their hearts that the other party was not here for good. A short man behind them sneered. They didn't understand. Then he bent down and laughed. Why is it so funny? The others also laughed. Ha ha ha, you must be scared. The short man stopped laughing, picked up the big iron stick, and pounded it hard in the snow, saying fiercely, Why are you still standing there? Dig quickly, and bring the things you dig over here. This is to use the 3 people as free labor. The 6 people didn't take the 3 people seriously at all, as if the lives of the 3 people were in their hands. At this moment, the man in the military coat suddenly felt a strong wind coming. He turned his head and saw his companion smashing towards him, accompanied by his companion's screams. With a bang, the man in the military coat had no time to dodge and was hit hard by his companions. Pressed under him, the snow splashed. Fong Xian retracted his legs neatly. She is a tough person who doesn't talk much, and she won't talk too much if she can get physical. Dad. Uncle. Fong Xian raised his eyebrows. It turns out they are still a family. The others rushed forward to check on the man in the military coat. The man in the military coat was furious and pushed the man who was pressing on him away. He yelled, Get your weapons. Kill her for me. Chapter 73. The man in the military coat was helped up by the crowd. He stood up in a rage, jumping and roaring, What are you still doing here? Hold her down, strip her clothes off, and bury her in the snow. Uncle, don't be angry. We will go and avenge you now. Strip them all off, kill them all. The man in the military coat roared with red eyes. At this moment, suddenly a person fell to the ground with a thud. Everyone turned their heads and saw a big yellow dog biting its companion's neck, shaking its head left and right frantically to bite. Seeing someone coming, he ran away quickly again, and he couldn't catch anything. The man's neck was bleeding, and the blood soaked the clothes on his neck. He covered his neck, trying to stop the gushing blood, and lay in the snow, wailing in pain, rolling around. Fong Xian had already seen the dog sneaking behind the few people. The dog was sneaking with its little butt sticking up. But Fong Xian ignored it. What she didn't expect was that it was so good at sneak attacks. There was no barking from beginning to end. Caught by surprise, biting when the enemy was not prepared. I was really shocked by the dog's series of actions. Both sneak attacks were successful. Although it was shabby, it worked. As expected of her cub, it was awesome. Catch the dog and kill it. Don't let it run away, kill it, and eat its meat. Several people picked up big iron sticks and chased the dog aggressively. Bang! At this moment, Fong Xian fired a loud shot into the sky. Don't move. All 6 people were shocked by the sudden gunshots, completely petrified. They didn't expect such a weak team to have real weapons. Even if they were stubborn, they couldn't beat ZD. They were completely confused and didn't dare to talk nonsense. A few people wanted to take advantage of the situation, and even got her car for free. Ha, Fong Xian sneered, and the abacus beads fell on her face. But it was true. The 3 of them were soft persimmons that were easy to bully, old and young. Grandpa, where's your gun? Fong Xian said in a deep voice. When Xiao Kai heard Fong Xian firing a gun, he immediately took out his gun and pointed it at several people. The 6 people looked at a child in disbelief that he had also taken out a gun and pointed it at their heads. The oppressive feeling came over them, and they became more obedient and dared not move. Grandpa Li quickly said, Hey Xin, I leave my gun to your Grandma Li. Fong Xian threw the gun in his hand directly over. Grandpa Li caught it, checked the safety, pushed the safety open with his thumb, and immediately raised his hand and pointed it at several people. Hey, Xin, what should we do with these people? Fong Xian smiled evilly. They wanted to get something for free, so she would get something for free too. 6 strong laborers would be wasted. Let them dig the snow pile. Ah! Grandpa Li and Xiao Kai were stunned. They thought to themselves that Fong Xian was indeed Fong Xian. From the last counter-robbery in the suburbs to the counter-robbery this time, she was like a bandit. Anyone who provoked her would have a bad ending. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and dig. Fong Xian shouted at the few people. The few people were startled by the shouting. They walked slowly to the snow pile, and reluctantly dug the snow. Fong Xian was very happy. He didn't have to work for himself, and he got something. It was so good. The roles suddenly changed, and they felt a little unreal. They used to be the ones who acted arrogantly, but they didn't expect that they would fall into the hands of others today. None of the 6 people expected this result. In terms of numbers, they had more people than them, and in terms of combat power, they were also stronger than the 3 of them, but they didn't expect that these 3 inconspicuous people would have guns in their hands. They felt that they must have not checked the almanac before going out today. This time, it's not certain whether we can go back or not. The 6 strong laborers worked fast, and they dug a snow dump in just over 3 hours. 2 big snow dumps were dug in less than 6 hours. Each snow dump was dug clean. It was just past 4 p.m., and it was just getting dark. It looked like we could go back earlier today. Only 35 geese were dug out, and the other snow dump was empty, with only some horse manure inside. Maybe they didn't get into the circle, or maybe they all ran out. Several people diligently helped to load the car, spread the tarpaulin, and finally tightened it with ropes. After finishing their work, the men obediently stepped aside, looking down at their feet. They did a great job. She was very satisfied. So she gave them a peanut to taste. She was a vengeful person, and she still remembered that the gang wanted to not only kill her, but also strip her naked. She looked at Grandpa Li and Xiao Kai. Grandpa Li and Xiao Kai understood, and although they were reluctant, they still raised their guns. When the men saw the 2 men raising their guns, they panicked. Who wouldn't be afraid when they really had to die? So the men immediately knelt down and begged for mercy. No, you can't kill us. We have old people and young children to take care of. If we die, how will our families live? The voices begging for mercy kept ringing, making her head hurt. Fong Xian said in a deep voice, Go. Fight them. The man in the military coat had a fierce look in his eyes, and shouted, Kill one of them. There are so many of us, are we afraid of them? The man in the military coat suddenly jumped up and rushed straight to the weakest Xiao Kai. The others heard it, and quickly jumped up. They were going to die anyway, so it was worth it to take someone with them before they died. Maybe they could survive if they fought. Xiao Kai's heart was beating like a drum. She tried her best to control her nervous hands. Her eyes were wide open. After all, he was a child. When he encountered such a thing, he was also panicked. Bang bang. 2 shots fell, and Grandpa Li and Xiao Kai fired at the same time. The 2 people closest to them fell to the ground with blood on their foreheads. At close range, even a novice Xiao Bai could hit the vital points and kill people. The 2 did not hesitate and turned the muzzle of the gun again, aiming at the other people who rushed over. Bang bang bang. The sound of gunfire echoed in the empty snow. The 2 men pulled the trigger frantically, not knowing how many shots they had fired, until the sound of an empty gun came out, and the 2 men stopped. All of them fell in the snow, some were hit in the vitals and killed. Some were just injured, wailing and rolling in the snow. The 2 men fired all the bullets in their hands, staring at the people in the snow with their eyes wide open, panting heavily. The impact of this scene was too great, and perhaps it would take some time for the 2 men to recover. Grandpa Li threw away the gun in his hand, bent over and vomited heavily. Ugh! Ugh! Grandpa Li's eyes were filled with tears, and he kept vomiting while bending over. His eyes were blank, and the scene of several people being shot and killed kept echoing in his mind. His mind was blank, and the cold wind kept enveloping his body. He sat down in the cold snow, his ears were buzzing, and he could not hear any sound from the outside world. Xiao Kai turned around stiffly and looked at Fong Xian. He wanted to force a smile, but his face was stiff now, and he had completely lost the ability to control his expression. The appearance was uglier than crying. Fong Xian walked forward and shot the 2 people who were not dead yet with an expressionless face. She turned around and sat directly next to the old man. She didn't say anything, but just patted the old man's shoulder gently. Xiao Kai also came over and sat next to Fong Xian. The 3 of them didn't talk or speak. They just sat quietly in the snow. Let the wind sob and hit them. Chapter 74. After a while, Fong Xian stood up. Let's go home. The 2 of them stood up and shook off the snow on their bodies. Wait, where's her dog? She didn't know where the dog ran to after the sneak attack. She just focused on these people and didn't care about the dog at all. Tunton, Fong Xian looked around and shouted. After a while, the dog ran out from a snow pile, ran to Fong Xian, and nudged Fong Xian's calf with his mouth. Fong Xian touched its head. Let's go home. We returned home with a full load and arrived home very smoothly. In general, although the supplies found from the ranch were not as much as expected, they were also quite rich and could be eaten for a long time. 18 fat sheep, 10 big yellow cattle, 8 donkeys, 9 big fat pigs, and 35 big white geese. After distributing the supplies, Fong Xian couldn't wait to take the dog home. I was really exhausted these days. I felt alive again when I walked into the warm little house. I quickly changed my clothes and took off the dog's clothes, and cleaned up the dog and the man. Get food for the dog is really hungry today. As soon as the food is taken out, the dog can't wait to gobble it up. Fong Xian first added some coal to the stove, threw a few firewood into the Kong, and then took off her shoes and got on the Kong. Pulled over the Kong table and took out the food. Fong Xian simply ate something to fill her stomach, pulled the quilt over and fell asleep directly. She was too sleepy, tired and in urgent need of sleep. No need to go out to collect supplies, finally no need to get up early in the morning, just sleep until she wakes up naturally. Xiao Kai and Grandpa Li fell ill this time. They couldn't bear the psychological pressure, and had a high fever in bed. Fong Xian went to see the old man, who looked a little weak. Grandma Li was very nervous, and kept taking care of him. Grandpa Li smiled and said, "It's normal to have a headache and fever at your age. Don't worry." The old man's face was as pale as paper, and Fong Xian felt very distressed when he saw it. He brought him some antipyretic drugs, anti-inflammatory drugs, and 2 boxes of cold medicine. After all, it was her fault. The dose of medicine was too strong. The first time she killed someone, she was under great psychological pressure. Killing one's own kind is not easy. Fong Xian turned around and looked at Xiao Kai again. It was her first time to visit Old Man Wang's house. The house was very clean, and everything was neatly arranged. Old Man Wang was always very enthusiastic and smiling when he saw Fong Xian. Xiao Kai saw Fong Xian and tried to sit up with his arm. Fong Xian stepped forward and patted his shoulder. "Lie down. I just came to see you." "I'm fine, sister. I just have a little fever. I'll be fine in 2 days." "It's good that you're fine. Anyway, the work is done. You should take good care of yourself." Fong Xian put 2 boxes of antipyretic and anti-inflammatory drugs at the end of the bed. "I got you 2 boxes of medicine. Remember to take them." "Thank you, sister." Old Man Wang poured Fong Xian a glass of warm water. Thank you, girl. We will never forget your kindness in this life. His eyes were red. He knew that medicines were precious and scarce now. Last night, Xiao Kai had a fever, and he kept applying a cold towel to his forehead and wiping his body to cool down. This time with the medicine, he will get better. He turned around and took out 2 large bags of beef jerky and handed them to Fong Xian. Miss, thank you for taking out the precious medicine. You can take these jerky back and eat them. Fong Xian looked at the nervous look on Old Man Wang's face and accepted them without any hesitation. After sitting for a while, he left. The 2 families have installed the small generators that were found last time. The problem of electricity use has been basically solved. The lights and other small power devices at home can still be powered. The walkie-talkies that were found last time were divided into one for each family. After charging the intercom, you can talk directly without running back and forth. But except for Fong Xian, the 2 families rarely use the generator except to charge the intercom, and they are reluctant to use diesel. Fong Xian gave them 2 battery boxes and harvested 2 barrels of soybean oil and 20 kilograms of rice. The battery box can be fully charged to charge the intercom for a long time, which is more economical than developing a motor to charge the intercom separately. Fong Xian resumes physical exercise in the morning and enters the space in the afternoon to tend to the dynamic space. Harvest crops, plant fields and so on. We have had a considerable harvest during this period, and we store all of it in the storage space to eat slowly. Every 10 days or so, we sprinkle some snow on the black soil in the dynamic space to nourish the soil. We also store a lot of snow in the space to water the land. After lying down for 2 days, Grandpa Li and Xiao Kai finally recovered. The 2 drove Fong Xian's snowmobile to a nearby village, took down a few big black pots from the stoves of empty houses, and brought back 2 for Fong Xian. The 2 families were collecting meat every day. Grandma Li originally wanted to collect the meat and chop it into pieces, and put it all in the snow to freeze and preserve it. There was a lot of meat, and it could not be eaten in a year or 2. If it was not properly preserved, their meat would not last too long. If the low temperature passed, the meat would go bad. Fong Xian suggested making some of the meat into jerky, bacon, and smoked meat. These 3 methods would keep the meat longer and not spoil easily, but they would be more troublesome. Although it has been stored for too long, it is better than not eating it. The house of the second elder and the house of Old Man Wang is full of the smell of meat every day. Old Man Wang and Grandpa Li go to the orchard to chop wood whenever they have time. In short, the 2 families are never idle for a day, always finding something to do to feel at ease. It is really tiring and happy. Fong Xian lies on the Kong, eating nuts and watching TV series, leisurely. At this time, the sound of the intercom microphone sounded. Grandma Li's voice came from inside. Xin. Tunton, bring me the intercom. Fong Xian was lying on the warm Kong, and didn't want to move at all. She directed the dog. The dog, who was playing with a ball, threw away the ball in his mouth, ran to the dining table, jumped onto a chair, picked up the intercom, ran over again, jumped onto the Kong, and threw the intercom into Fong Xian's arms with a thump. Then he looked at the pistachios in her hand with his eyes, as black as grapes. Okay, I give it to you. Fong Xian put a handful of pistachios in front of the dog. The dog lay on the Kong with his hands in his pockets, and ate the pistachios. Yes, Fong Xian replied after pressing the intercom. Come to my house for lunch tomorrow. No, you guys eat. Come on, tomorrow is Chinese New Year. It's lively and crowded. Chinese New Year? Such a strange word. Chinese New Year is a day for family reunion. No matter where you are, you will try your best to rush home, decorate with lights and colors, laugh and talk, and eat New Year's Eve dinner together as a family, enjoying the rare reunion in warm time. She never even paid attention to which day the Chinese New Year was, because she didn't like the Chinese New Year, and even resisted it. When the Chinese New Year came, she envied others for having a home to return to. And she had no home. Xin, come tomorrow. Grandma Li's expected voice came again. Okay, I go tomorrow. Chapter 75. Time quickly came to the second day. It was windy today, very strong, and it was snowing lightly. Fong Xian was still exercising in the morning. Although it was the new year, he did not slack off. He was just so excited. After the exercise, Fong Xian went into the space to wash off the sweat on his body, and changed into home clothes after coming out. Grandma Li's voice came from the intercom. Xin. Fong Xian picked up the intercom from the dining table. Here. Come over for lunch later. Lunch on the New Year's Day, as the name suggests, is the lunch on New Year's Eve, an important moment for family reunion. Generally, after lunch, there will be many activities in the afternoon, such as setting off firecrackers, fireworks, visiting friends, playing with friends, or pasting couplets and window decorations. Although there are no activities now, the Chinese New Year has been deeply engraved in the genes of the H people, and it is a habit on the day of the Chinese New Year. Okay. Since we are going to celebrate the Chinese New Year, of course we have to have a good one. New Year, new atmosphere, first change into new clothes to change the mood. Fong Xian wore a brighter outfit, a light pink long down jacket, and still wore hangi as a base layer inside, and a thick white cashmere sweater outside. She had a thick white scarf around her neck. She still wore thermostatic pants as a base, and then a pair of jeans over a pound of cotton pants, and then white snow boots. Everyone had to wrap themselves up like a bear to keep warm, but she didn't have to. She had thermostatic clothes. Thermostatic hats, thermostatic gloves, thermostatic masks, and even socks were made of thermostatic fabric. Fong Xian also brought a new piece of clothing for the 4 people, all thick cashmere sweaters. All were red, and they all had to be festive during the new year. Xiao Kai and Grandma Li's are a little pink, and the color is very beautiful. The 2 old men's are dark red, the color is resistant to dirt and wear. Fong Xian picked very expensive cashmere sweaters, which are also very warm to wear. They are all clothes from the port. Fong Xian put some of the good quality ones together separately, so that he can find them from here when he wants to wear them, which is also convenient. After going out, he took out 2 dishes that had been prepared long ago from the snow pile, as well as a 2L bottle of orange juice. They must not be short of meat and vegetables now. Fong Xian avoided what they had, 1 steamed prawn and 1 stir-fried vegetables, both of which were stockpiled before the end of the world. 2 large portions, enough, just take them, and heat them up and you can eat them. Fong Xian called the dog, "Let's go, Tunton. Let's go to Grandma's house for the new year." Woof. When they arrived at the second elder's house, the air was filled with the aroma of food and the lively laughter of 4 people. There was also white steam blowing in the face. The second elder had built a stove in the kitchen, which was usually used to cook livestock meat. Today there were many dishes, so the 2 large iron pots came in handy. The second elder was reluctant to light the stove in the living room. The heat generated by cooking and the cold air collided, which would produce a lot of steam. Xiao Kai was very happy to see Fong Xian, "Sister, Happy New Year." "Happy New Year. Grandpa Li, Xin is here." Looking down, he saw the dog's eyes full of doting. "Little Tunton is here too." Woof. "Wait a moment, the meal will be ready soon." "Yeah, no hurry." "Grandpa, I get 2 dishes." Fong Xian walked into the kitchen and put the 2 dishes she brought on the stove. Grandma Li opened them and took a look. It turned out to be prawns and stir-fried vegetables, both of which we don't have. "Thank you, Xin, you're thoughtful." "It's okay, you can make 2 less, so you don't have to work too hard." "You take 2, and Old Man Wang also takes 2 dishes, 1 spare rib and 1 pig's trotter, and then make 4 more for us to make 8 dishes." "Okay, I help." "No, go in and take a rest, we don't need you, the 3 of us are enough." Fong Xian was not hypocritical. In fact, she didn't like cooking. She felt that cooking was too troublesome. That's why she went to the restaurant to stock up so much food. In this life, she lives the way she wants, and lives the way she feels comfortable. "By the way, I got you a new dress. Try it on when you have time to see if you like it." Fong Xian raised the clothes in her hand. "We like them. We like whatever you give us." "Sister, do you have any for me?" Xiao Kai raised his hand like a primary school student and asked. "Yes." Fong Xian raised the bag in her hand. "Everyone has one." "Here, this is yours." Fong Xian took out Xiao Kai's and handed it to him. Xiao Kai took the clothes and turned around happily. "Great, thank you, sister." He went into the house and put the clothes for several people on the sofa, put the orange juice on the dining table, and took off his down jacket and hung it on the hanger at the door. Then he sat lazily by the stove. The dog didn't go out to join in the fun, just lying at Fong Xian's feet. About half an hour later, the food was served. There were 8 dishes in total, Fong Xian's prawns and stir-fried vegetables, Wang Lao's spare ribs and pig's trotters, and 4 dishes, including a chicken stewed with mushrooms, a braised fish, a beef brisket stewed with potatoes, and a salad. It was quite rich. Even before the end of the world, these dishes were very rich. In the end of the world, they were really delicacies from heaven and sea. How many people can't even eat enough now, and how many people dream of delicious food? "Grandpa Li, Xin, can Tunton eat rice?" "Sure." So Grandpa Li took out a big steel basin, filled Tunton with a bowl of rice, and put some chicken pieces and ribs in it, filling the basin. Tunton, come and eat. Grandpolly called Guzzy in a gentle voice. Guzzy looked up and glanced at his master. Go. Grandpolly also liked Guzzy very much, and he didn't feel bad about giving him meat and rice. When Guzzy came over to eat, Grandpolly took the opportunity to rub his yellow head. Grandpolly prepared the dog's food, washed his hands, and called everyone, hurry up and sit down, let's eat. The 5 people sat around the dining table. To Fong Xian's left was Grandmolly, and to his right was Xiao Kai. Xiao Kai diligently filled everyone's glasses with orange juice. Before eating, Grandpolly took the lead in raising his orange juice. Happy New Year. I wish you all good food and drink in the future, peace and prosperity, cheers. Several people raised their glasses and bumped them together, saying in unison, Happy New Year. The chicken and mushroom stew made by Grandmolly was delicious. Fong Xian was very happy to eat it. She and Xiao Kai were only responsible for eating, and the 3 old people chatted while eating. Grandmolly moved the chicken stewed with mushrooms directly to Fong Xian, so that Fong Xian could pick up the food more easily. I never thought that our life would get better and better. Grandpolly sighed as he looked at the food on the table. Yes, I never dared to think about it before. I had to hand in the fish I caught. Old Man Wong was quite touched. I never dared to think that I could have such a good life. It would be great if I could exchange for other supplies. What supplies do you want to exchange? Exchange for some salt, sugar, and vegetables. I have some vegetable seeds here. I found them on the floor of the house, when I went to the countryside with Xiao Kai to find a pot last time. Really, that's great. We can have fresh vegetables to eat in the future. Old Man Wong said excitedly. Yeah, that's right. Although the packages have been opened, there are still a lot of them. I give you some. You can plant a few pots in the house. Grandpolly continued, it's also good luck to pick up a few packages. It should be that others threw away the vegetable seeds because they saw that they were not edible. Okay, I take some back and exchange them with you for supplies. What to exchange? Xiao Kai and I found this when we went out to look for supplies. No need to exchange. Xiao Kai also has a share. Chapter 76. After finishing her meal, Fong Xian sat for a while, and then took the dog back to her home. She took off her shoes, and went to the Kong, turned over twice, found a comfortable position, and slowly fell asleep. The dog lay back in his bed, and closed his eyes for a nap. After Fong Xian woke up, she looked at the time and saw that it was already past 2 o'clock. She had slept for more than an hour. So she got up, and went downstairs to add coal to the stove. When the dog heard Fong Xian move, it didn't sleep anymore. It stretched, yawned, and looked at Fong Xian with its eyes open. She was not a person who liked the crowds very much. Even in the past, she would sit there bored. It was better to stay at home. She planned to go there later. She didn't know whether to stay up all night tonight. It was said that the god of wealth would come to the house on the day of staying up all night. The family would stay up all night and wait for the god of wealth to come, expressing their desire for wealth. But she didn't plan to stay up all night today. She didn't want to stay up late. It was the end of the world. Who cares if the god of wealth came or not? Fong Xian climbed onto the Kong again. She didn't want to watch TV anymore. She planned to take out a book to read, but she didn't know what to read. She would just read whatever she took out. Fong Xian took out a book and looked at it. It was a novel. The domineering CEO falls in love with the brainless me. What the hell, is the brain of the domineering CEO still okay? Throw it aside and save it for the boiler. Take out another book. The female academic bully falls in love with the yellow-haired man. The academic bully should study hard and stop loving all day. Put away the love-minded mind. Studying is more important than the yellow-haired man. Start the boiler, start the boiler. Another book, Goodbye, A Dream of Redemption. Suddenly, a line popped up in my mind, you just lost a leg, but she lost her love. Love is more important than life? No, 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 nothing is more important than living well. Love is the icing on the cake. Treasure it if you meet it. Don't force it if you don't meet it. Of course she doesn't want to get married and have children. It's the end of the world. How can I have the heart to love? Postpartum care for sows. His sows don't seem to need care. There is magical grass. Just eat it. But it is indeed a good book. Keep it. Wild Vegetables Illustrated Book. Good book, keep it. Fong Xian didn't like any book. Pick books for an afternoon, and put the useless books aside separately. They can't be thrown away. They are also very valuable for starting a fire. Fong Xian went to the second old man's house while Grandmolly was talking on the intercom. When Fong Xian entered the house, it was still steaming. There was white mist all around, and he felt like he was about to join the ranks of the immortals. Grandma, do you still need to keep watch at night? No, we just have dumplings together later. Nowadays, all festivals are simple, and there are not so many rules. Well, okay, what kind of filling? Beef and green onions. Okay. I didn't dare to eat the green onions before, but I have chive seeds, so I can have new onions in the future. Grandma, green onions can be eaten. Leave a small part of the green onion root and plant it again to grow new green onions. Grandmolly slapped her thigh, as if she had missed a billion. Yes, I hadn't thought of it until you said it. Old Man Wong smiled. We are old, and our brains are not as active as those of young people. We will know it later. Grandpolly continued. Tomorrow, my brother and I will start making wooden troughs to plant vegetables. The sooner we plant, the sooner we can eat. Okay, let's do it tomorrow and make a bigger trough. It doesn't need to be too big, just 1 meter square will do, and make a few. You two families can grow vegetables together in one room, light one stove, so you can save firewood for one stove, and grow more vegetables. Grandpolly thought for a while, but the sun can't reach the whole room? You can use supplementary light. I have supplementary light. Grandma Lee's idea is to plant a few pots in the room where she lives, but it is definitely not enough to eat, and it takes up space. She thinks Fong Xion's method is feasible, but using lights will waste diesel, which is a bit reluctant. Fong Xion understood Grandma Lee's idea. In fact, it doesn't take much electricity to drive a few lights with a battery box, which is more fuel efficient than using a generator directly. And we only need to supplement the light for a few hours during the day, not at night. After thinking about it, Xion was right, so they decided to do as Fong Xion said. The three of them chatted while making dumplings. Of course, Fong Xion was in charge of chatting. Grandpa Lee rolled the dumpling skins, Old Man Wong and Grandma Lee made the dumplings, and Xiao Kai helped. Fong Xion was not needed at all, and they didn't need Fong Xion either. Fong Xion was not polite. Her job was to wait for the food. Time passed quickly as they chatted. The steaming dumplings were served on the table, and the leftovers from lunch were also heated up and served. The hearts of the people were as hot as the dumplings. They sat together, talking and laughing as they finished the New Year's Eve dinner. Even the dog at his feet had dumplings to eat, and he also wanted to celebrate the new year. After the meal, they cleaned up the table neatly. They all put on the red sweaters Fong Xion gave them. It looked very festive. Several people's faces were filled with happy smiles, wearing them and feeling warm in their hearts. Xiao Kai happily ran to Fong Xion and turned around. Sister, look, does it look good? Fong Xion looked at Xiao Kai, who had changed into a red sweater, and suddenly became much more energetic. It looks good. Grandma Lee took out a bag from the cabinet, and took out the things inside one by one. Grandma doesn't have anything valuable to give you, so I made 2 small cushions, and a hand-knitted scarf. Please don't despise it. Fong Xion took it and looked at it. There were 2 small square pads made of cotton, which were menstrual pads. The scarf was also woven very thickly, and it seemed that a lot of wool was used. Thank you, Grandma. I can use them all, and I like them very much. I'm glad you can use them. Old Man Wong rubbed his hands nervously. Well, Xin, I don't have anything valuable to give you, so I made a box for you. I hope you don't dislike it. After hearing this, Xiao Kai ran out and brought in a box. Although it was not polished or waxed, it was polished very smoothly without any burrs. There were actually patterns carved on it, with phoenixes soaring on the left and right sides, and a small daisy pattern carved on the lower right corner. There was not even a nail, and it was a mortise and tenon structure. I didn't expect that Old Man Wong had good craftsmanship and was quite skilled. Fong Xion took it and looked at it. The box was square and had 3 layers. Old Man Wong stepped forward, pressed one corner of the top with one hand, and rotated it to the left. The box opened like a blooming flower. It turned out to be a rotating jewelry box. This thing couldn't be made in a day or 2. It was very labor-intensive, and it took a lot of effort. Although she didn't need it, she still accepted it and said politely, "Thank you, I like it very much." Old Man Wong's nervous hands relaxed at once. As long as you like it. Chapter 77. After the New Year's Eve dinner, Grandma Lee took out some melon seeds, and the 3 old people chatted while eating melon seeds. Fong Xion watched Xiao Kai playing with Go Zi from the side. He also got familiar with Go Zi, hugged Go Zi and kissed him, and loved him very much. Feeding melon seeds to Go Zi. Even though Xiao Kai was busy, Go Zi couldn't eat fast enough, and he didn't eat many seeds himself. Go Zi disliked Xiao Kai for being too slow, and he ate all the melon seeds in Xiao Kai's hand directly into his mouth. Xiao Kai hurriedly went up to pry Go Zi's mouth open. This has skin. You can't eat the skin. Wait for me to peel it for you. Goozy directly pulled his hand away. Crack, crack, crack. Then he saw Goozy start to spit out melon seed shells from his mouth. Shock-eye paused, tearing Goozy's mouth. He was shocked that Goozy could spit out shells by himself. He suddenly reached out and tore Goozy's face again. Tell me, do you have someone hidden inside? Suddenly he made a gesture with both hands. Hey, why don't you show your true colors, you evil beast? Fong Xian's mouth twitched. Why is this kid so dramatic? Goozy stopped eating melon seeds, rolled his eyes at him, turned his head away, and ignored him. The night deepened. Fong Xian led the dog away. This year was unusually quiet, without deafening firecrackers, colorful fireworks, or bustling crowds. It was just a simple meal. Not bad. After returning home, Fong Xian suddenly felt like drinking some wine. She had never drunk much before, but she was in a good mood during the new year, so she had a sip. She picked out a bottle of plum wine from the storage space. This wine has a low alcohol content, so she should be able to handle it. She sat cross-legged at the Kong table, found a glass, and poured in plum wine. How could you drink without food? After using her consciousness to select in the storage space, she took out a white foam box and took out a large bag from it. Pickled pepper chicken feet. I bought this from an old lady at the night market before the end of the world. I never thought of eating it. I ate too much and completely forgot about it. I put some on a plate and put the rest back. Let's eat. I stuffed a whole chicken foot into my mouth. Yeah, it's delicious. The old lady's cooking skills are really good. I should have asked her to make more. Everyone has their own way of making it. She can't make it taste this good. Another sip of plum wine. It's sweet and sour. It tastes good. I drank a whole bottle of plum wine and ate a plate of chicken feet. Hiccup, satisfied. In the end times, it is such a luxury to have a warm new year, which is something many people desire but cannot achieve. After the New Year's Eve, the new year is over, and several people quickly enter a busy life. These days, the two elders' homes and the old man Wang's home are busy, and the two families have to process livestock meat every day. At the same time, they are busy making large wooden troughs for growing vegetables. Even the children have to move, act like adults, and help share the housework. Old man Wang knows some carpentry, which can be seen from the rotating box he made for Fong Xian. His carpentry is very good. Fong Xian took the rotating box to the living room. The original color of the wood is very beautiful, and there is no need to change the color. She took out a bottle of wood wax oil and applied a layer of it to the shelf, which can prevent corrosion and insects, and increase the service life. Put it in the living room to dissipate the smell, and let it sit for a few hours until the coating dries. I also sent them 2 bottles. After the 2 old men discussed it, the vegetable trough was changed to 1 meter x 80 centimeters in size, and 50 centimeters in depth. If it is too big and filled with soil, it will be very difficult to move it back and forth, and it will be easy to deform if it is too heavy. Of course, you have to do it carefully once, and you can't just use it once and then forget about it. The bottom of the trough is made very thick. Anyway, there is plenty of wood, so you can make it as strong as possible. Then use an electric drill to drill drainage holes, and finally apply wood wax oil to the entire trough. The 4 corners and the middle position of the bottom of the trough are used as support points. 2 bricks are placed to raise the trough, which can also drain water well. It took 3 days to finally make all the wooden troughs needed for a house. The other room on the first floor was used by the 2 elders to store sundries, so the vegetable growing room was placed on the second floor. There were 3 rows of wooden troughs, for in each row, a total of 12, 6 in each house, leaving 2 aisles for people to walk through, which was also convenient for maintenance. There was also a stove to ensure the temperature in the house, which did not need to be too hot, just enough. Long tube fill lights were hung on the walls. Fong Xian was free, so he led the 2 old men out to dig the soil. He first dug away the thick snow on top and looked at the soil below. This soil is quite hard. It's a bit hard to shovel. Fong Xian shoveled in, but didn't dig up much. It's frozen. How's the soil? It's frozen, so I can't tell. I dig out a shovel later. Fong Xian dug out a small amount of soil with great effort. The 2 old men came over. Grandpa Li shook his head. It's a bit yellow, not black soil. Old man Wang also shook his head. It doesn't seem good. Fong Xian put down the shovel, then dig in another place. After changing 3 places, he finally found a place with decent black soil. He filled a total of 8 bags and pulled them back with a snowmobile. But a new problem came. Without fertilizer, if the fertility is not enough, the crops will not grow well. This is easy to solve. Collect all the unwanted animal organs recently and bury them at the bottom of the soil. They will slowly ferment and decompose into organic fertilizer. Yes, Shinshin still has a way, Old Man Wang flattered him slowly. You could also make water fertilizer and apply some water fertilizer when the crops grow up. Okay. The two old men hurried to collect the unwanted animal organs or scraps or kitchen waste these days, but it was not enough, so they ran out to collect leaves and the like. Because the snow was too thick, they simply dug a hole and crawled into it to collect leaves. They really worked hard to grow vegetables. People like to grow vegetables no matter where they are. If there are no conditions, they will create them. The vegetable growing gene is deeply engraved in their bones. Grandpa Li and Old Man Wang carefully poured the soil they dug back into the wooden trough. The soil was frozen in pieces. The two kept turning the soil in the wooden trough. As they turned it, the soil slowly melted. The melted soil cannot be planted immediately. It must wait until the soil is completely dry. After the soil was completely dry, Grandpa Li brought another bag of lime powder and sprinkled it into the soil. Lime powder can disinfect and kill pests and eggs. Finally, everything is ready. Grandma Li brought the soaked coriander seeds and other seeds, as well as a bunch of green onion roots, all cut neatly. The 12 troughs were planted one after another, and several people still felt unsatisfied. It is true that growing vegetables can also be addictive. Finally, a layer of snow was sprinkled on it. The snow slowly melted and seeped into the soil, moistening the soil. It's done. Several people had expectations and nervousness on their faces. They had never grown vegetables in the house, and they didn't know what would happen, looking forward to a good harvest. Chapter 78. Everyone was processing livestock meat, and the 4 people were busy every day. She also started to prepare to process the zombie meat. After all, it was food, and it would be a pity to leave it there. You know, she couldn't eat it in her previous life. But her appetite had been spoiled, and she really didn't want to eat the meat of the livestock that had been frozen to death. The blood inside had not been drained out, and it would be fishy and unpalatable. She still had a lot of meat in her storage space, and there were so many high-quality livestock in her ranch, so she would not eat the zombie meat. She planned to make some meat jerky for her dog to see if the dog liked it. If the dog didn't like it, she would cut it into pieces and save it. Anyway, it wouldn't be thrown away. Fong Xian took out a large oven and cut the raw meat into slices or strips, and laid them out one by one. There were 5 layers in total, and a box could bake a lot. Grandpa Li and Xiao Kai often went out to look for supplies. Salt, sugar, and other seasonings were in short supply at home, and these things were needed to process the livestock meat. The first 2 times, there was no harvest at all, and Xiao Kai was beaten and came back with a swollen nose and face. It was really miserable. After recovering from their injuries, the 2 went out again. They were short of daily necessities and medicines. Who doesn't have a headache? If you get sick and don't have medicine, it will be fatal. Besides, Old Man Wang has heart disease, and Grandma Li's heart is not very good either, so they must find medicine. And they also want to find some more food to store, because the supplies will be less and less as time goes by. It can be said that they really lack a lot of things, and they must go out to collect them. Fong Xian brought them a map of S City, which allowed them to clearly understand the supply points, where there are things, where things are, and how to go. You can't just blindly search with your eyes closed. Every day, the 2 of them would come back very late. These few times, they came back without any injuries, and they also found some supplies, some seasonings, and some rice. Although it was little, it was still a gain. Fong Xian's pot of fresh dried meat came out of the oven, and gave one to the dog. The dog didn't like it very much. It would eat it if you gave it to it, and it wouldn't want it if you didn't give it to it. Fong Xian sighed and said, "Forget it, let's just cut it into pieces. It's easier to handle, and doesn't need to be processed so much. Throw the cut pieces of meat into a large water tank to soak, so that some blood can be soaked out, and then take them out and drain the water." Then she took out a large plastic sealing machine to seal the meat and mark it so that it could not be mixed with other meat. Then she threw it into the snow shell to freeze it, and then threw the frozen meat into the space. Fong Xian still exercises in the morning every day, and only processes livestock meat in the afternoon. She now carries a weight of 40 kilograms on her body, and she also has a weight bag tied around her waist. She increases the weight again and again, constantly challenging her own limits. After several months of exercise, her physical fitness has improved visibly, and her body has become agile and light. She now has tight muscles all over her body, and her abdominal muscles have also emerged. A real female man. Fong Xian was cleaning beef this afternoon until after 6 p.m. First, he cleaned the big and hard-to-clean livestock, and the small sheep and geese were put last. Fong Xian likes to start with the hard ones, and the easier it will be as he goes on. He took a hot bath in the advanced space villa to wash off the bloody smell on his body. High-intensity training, plus there is endless work to do every day. He fell asleep as soon as he was tired every day, and he didn't have insomnia at all. His sleep quality has also become very good. Fong Xian slept very well today. Grandma Li and Old Man Wang came to the front door of Fong Xian's villa and knocked on the door anxiously. Although she was sleeping soundly, she would be alert immediately if there was any movement. She sat up quickly when she heard the knock on the door. There must be something wrong when knocking on the door at night. She put on her clothes and ran to open the door. Fong Xian opened the door. She saw the two people pacing back and forth anxiously. Grandma Li took a step forward and said in a panic, "Xin, your Grandpa Li and Xiaokai have been out and haven't come back yet." Fong Xian frowned when she heard this. She knew that Grandpa Li and Xiaokai were out today. "Grandma, don't worry, come in and talk, it's cold outside. They always come back at 10 p.m. at the latest. I thought the place they went to this time might be a bit far, and they might come back later, but I've been waiting until almost 4 p.m., and they haven't come back yet. Will something happen, Xin? I'm so scared." Grandma Li's lips were shaking as she spoke, and her hands were shaking badly. Old Man Wang next to her was also anxious, twisting his hands constantly. Did they say where to find supplies? They went to the base to exchange supplies, using pork for rice. They said they could exchange directly this time, but they haven't come back yet. Logically, they should have come back a long time ago. Did they tell you which base they were going to? Grandma Li clenched her fists nervously. I think it's Yang? What was it? At this time, Old Man Wang quickly interrupted. Xiangyang base. Yes, it's Xiangyang. Xiangyang? Her head exploded with a bang. The fat man Wang that Fong's parents wanted to sell her to in her previous life was from Xiangyang base. He was the second in command of Xiangyang base. Xiangyang base is a small base. At first, there were only 2 people leading a few people. Later, it gradually developed into more than 200 people. The leader and the second in command were serious criminals who escaped from prison. They occupied a high-end residential area and ruled the mountain. The 2 leaders were completely cruel people. They burned, killed, robbed, and committed all kinds of evil. They were cruel and tyrannical, and never took human life seriously. In particular, the second in command had a very disgusting hobby, which was to kill people, especially young girls and children. It has been less than a year since the end of the world, so it should not have reached that point, but it is not certain. There are 3 bases in S City. One is the S City base in the city center, which is also the largest base. Another is a small base organized spontaneously by the people. In fact, each country still has a lot of material reserves. In the early stage, as long as you are ruthless and diligent, you can find a lot of materials to support yourself. So everyone gathered together to keep warm. This small base has only dozens of people, and is called the Hope Base. Hope Base is in the new city of the northern suburbs, about 2 hours away from here. Xiangyang Base is far away from here, located in the west of S City, and it takes nearly 5 hours to get from here to Xiangyang Base. She must go there. Okay, I go there, you 2 go back first, I change clothes. Okay, Xin, but you have to pay attention to safety, okay? If something really happens you have to ensure your own safety. If you can't save them, you don't force yourself, you have to come back safely, don't get into trouble. Grandma Li's hands were shaking badly, and she grabbed Fong Xian's arm and warned him. She felt that this time was very dangerous, and she saw that Fong Xian's face was not very good. Chapter 79. Fong Xian took off all the weight on his body and changed into light clothes. Woof woof. The dog walked back and forth at Fong Xian's feet, looking very anxious. Be good, stay at home and look after the house, I be back soon. Woof woof. The dog bit Fong Xian's trouser leg and had no intention of letting go. Fong Xian had no choice but to take the dog with him. Anyway, he would send it to the space when he was inconvenient. When he opened the door, he saw that the 2 people were still at the door and had not left. Xin, be sure to pay attention to safety. Well, go back and wait at home. Fong Xian rode a snowmobile to crush the snow. He drove straight to the Xiangyang base in S City. The dog was shivering on the motorcycle, so Fong Xian raised his hand and put the dog into the space. Go, the younger brother pushed the two of them impatiently. Where are you taking us? Let us go. Grandpa Lee asked with a sullen face. Oh, we have unloaded all the guns. What are you still so proud of? Our boss sees that you are fat, so let us treat you. The younger brother smiled maliciously. Where is Shou Kai? I want to see Shou Kai. Ask him to come see me. I want to ask him in person why he wants to hurt me. Grandpa Lee struggled and shouted. You better save your breath. Shou Kai has done a great deed and is now trying to win the credit in front of our boss. Grandpa Lee's face was gloomy. Shou Kai was a teacher in his school. He didn't expect Shou Kai to deceive him. When he arrived at the designated delivery location, he was hit with a club and shot. In Grandpa Lee's memory, Shou Kai was a recognized good man who was willing to help anyone in trouble. He used to think so. He was friendly and kind, never got angry with anyone. He taught students patiently, never got angry with any student, smiled all day, and teachers got along well with each other. Unexpectedly, such a good man would harm him. It is easy to understand why he was harmed. Seeing that he was well dressed, had meat supplies to exchange, and drove a snowmobile, it is guessed that he must have abundant supplies. In fact, there is no need for a reason to harm someone. You just don't like you look too good, you dress too well, you are too capable, you live too well, etc. Malice does not need a reason. Why are you not stained by dust? Why are you clean and pure and white? Why are you in the storm, but not in the water and fire? Don't sit on the high platform. You will fall down. You are such a good person. You should be as bad as me. The two were taken to a building, followed by 3 strong men. In the corridor, he could clearly hear the screams coming from the door. It echoed throughout the corridor. Grandpa Lee and Shou Kai listened to the screams, and their legs were weak as they were taken to the 6th floor. Go in quickly. The sturdy man behind them impatiently pushed the 2 men in roughly. The 2 men staggered and were pushed. Several men came forward and took off the thick cotton coats of the 2 men without saying anything, revealing the thermal underwear inside. One of the bearded men even took off the thermal underwear that looked pretty good. He was stopped by one of the men. Come on, stop taking it off. Don't freeze them to death. The boss still has some use for them. The bearded man stopped his hand unwillingly. You 2 are lucky. The 2 were shivering from the cold and wanted to sit on the sofa. The bearded man kicked them over and said, Who told you to sit down? Do you deserve it? Then he shouted to his companion, Bring the rope and tie them up. The 2 were tied up tightly like lambs to be slaughtered and thrown into a corner. On the other side, Fong Xian finally arrived near the Xiangyang base at around 10 o'clock in the morning. There was a security booth at the main gate of the base, which was guarded by about 4 people. No one could go in rashly during the day. She didn't know where the people were when she went in, so she couldn't panic. She would definitely make mistakes if she was in a hurry. She couldn't fight head-on. She couldn't fight 4 people alone. She couldn't just go in and alert the enemy. She decided to act at night. So she first patrolled around the base, and found a small corner door on the right. The small corner door was welded shut, which was not a problem for her. She could just climb in. Fong Xian looked around, crossed the street, and came to a tall building opposite. This should be an office building. All the tables inside were gone, leaving only iron chairs. Fong Xian decided to observe the situation of the base opposite here. She led the dog into the office building. The lobby on the first floor of the office building was luxurious and grand, but now it was deserted and empty, so depressed. Climb up along the fire escape. When climbing to the 2nd floor, the dog suddenly grabbed Fong Xian's trouser leg. What's wrong? The dog didn't say a word and still bit Fong Xian's trouser leg, looking up the stairs. Fong Xian immediately understood that this was a secret code between her and the dog. Whenever someone came, he would bite her trouser leg to remind her. Fong Xian squatted down and asked quietly, Is there anyone here? The dog nodded. Fong Xian patted its head and walked up lightly. There were basically signs of people living on the 3rd floor and above. There was a lot of garbage in the entrance hallway. Fong Xian did not go in to check, but went up to the 4th floor. There were still signs of people living here. There was some garbage next to the door. Fong Xian looked along the entrance hall. There was nothing unusual in the staff area, but he saw some black fingerprints around the door handle of the door. The dog also stopped at this time. Fong Xian asked carefully, Is there anyone here? The dog nodded. Fong Xian opened the door carefully. This should be the boss's office. Someone lives here. There is a quilt, pots and pans, and some simple daily necessities. There is also a brazier burning. Although there are few things inside, the house is clean, and the things are neatly arranged. From the corner of her eye, she saw two small figures in the corner. Fong Xian tilted her head to the left and saw a little girl and a little boy, probably only 8 or 9 years old, huddled up and looking at her in fear. "Don't touch my child." Suddenly a roar came from a distance. The whole office area was filled with the man's voice. Fong Xian looked over and saw the man running towards him with broken tables, chairs, and firewood in his hands. Fong Xian didn't dodge or avoid. When the man came close, Fong Xian kicked him down. The man gritted his teeth and stood up quickly. The two children in the house ran out and threw themselves into the man's arms. "Dad. Uncle." The man hugged the two children tightly and kept a certain distance from Fong Xian. "What are you going to do?" the man asked cautiously. The man had a scruffy beard, a dark red face, and a purple face from the cold. He looked to be in his 40s, but his voice sounded like he was in his 30s. "I said I have no ill intentions. Do you believe me?" The man was still very cautious, staring at Fong Xian. "Do you think I would believe him?" "Okay, I'm just passing by, you guys go ahead," Fong Xian said, and walked straight past the two men with the dog. Chapter 80. At this time, the little girl spoke weakly in the man's arms. "Dad, I'm fine." The man didn't listen to what his daughter said, and quickly led the two children into the house, and slammed the door shut, as if this door could block all dangers. Fong Xian ignored them, and led the dog to the 5th floor. There is not much domestic garbage here, so there should not be many people living here. Pushing open a boss's office, there is still no table here, only a few iron chairs. She walked to the large French window, and looked at the base opposite. The view was good, and the entire gate of the opposite base could be seen. She took out the telescope and stared at the situation at the gate of the opposite base. She didn't dare to enter the space, for fear of missing something. The man and the dog hadn't eaten in the morning, and it was not suitable to eat hot food outside, as it would freeze hard in a short time. First, she took out a few pieces of dried meat for the dog to fill its stomach and eat a bite. "Tunton, you stay in the space." "Woof woof." The dog shook his head. "Okay." Fong Xian didn't care about it, took out a piece of bread from the storage space, tore off the packaging and started to eat. While she was chewing the bread, she observed the situation on the opposite side. Figures were moving around in the security room opposite. After Guzzi finished eating the dried meat, he poured her some goat milk powder to warm her stomach. Fong Xian also took out his thermos and drank a sip of brown sugar ginger tea. People were leaving the base opposite. All of them were ordinary residents. There was a clang-clang sound. Fong Xian went out to check and found that it was the man who was kicking a wooden board with his feet. The man looked up at Fong Xian as if he had sensed something. "You are not here to find supplies." Seeing that it was the man on the 4th floor just now, Fong Xian ignored him and walked back. The man scratched his head and continued his work. Fong Xian continued to observe the situation at the opposite base. At this time, several people wanted to enter the base, but they were all driven out because they had no supplies. To enter the base, all supplies must be handed in. But a child was left behind, and it was hard to tell whether it was a boy or a girl from the clothes. The child grabbed the adult's clothes tightly, and didn't want to leave the adult, so the guard at the door directly and rudely pulled the child over. The hunchbacked old man next to him seemed to be begging, and kept bending over. The guard at the door came up and punched and kicked him, kicking the hunchbacked old man to the ground. Some survivors nearby just took a numb look and quickly dispersed, as if they were afraid of being splashed with blood or getting into trouble. The hunchbacked old man struggled to get up, but the guard at the door would never let him do so. He was beaten and kicked again, and the old man finally lay on the cold ground, no longer moving. In the end, the child was still forcibly taken into the base. There were several waves of people who wanted to enter the base to seek shelter, and the survivors had no idea what kind of base it was. This place is claimed to be a base, but to be more precise, it should be a bandit den in the guise of a base. The few people who entered were mostly young and strong, or women and children. Just then, a snowmobile slowly drove out of the base gate. The moment Fong Xian saw the snowmobile, she immediately stood up and adjusted the angle of the telescope. It was her car, and it was full of people, about 5. The car drove out of the base and headed to the right road. Judging from the respectful attitude of the guard at the door, he should be the leader or manager of the base. But why would the boss go out in person? So he must be the base manager. Fong Xian quickly put away the telescope, raised his hand to put the dog into the space, ran down the stairs quickly, supported himself with the handrail of the stairs, stepped directly over 3 or 4 steps, and ran downstairs at a high speed. After the car passes, it will leave traces of skiing. If you follow the traces, you will definitely catch up. Fong Xian did not pass through the main gate of Xiangyang Base, but took out the snowmobile on the other side of the office building and started driving in that direction. The speed of the snowmobile is faster than that of the snowmobile, and it can also close the distance as soon as possible. Fong Xian chased along the snow tracks, and finally saw the snowmobile in front of him after driving for half an hour. An hour later, the snowmobile stopped at the door of a pharmaceutical factory. An important material location like the pharmaceutical factory should have been cleared by the relevant departments long ago. What are they doing here? Is there any material inside? Fong Xian stopped the snowmobile in the distance and put it into the storage space. He did not rush to get close, but observed the situation. The 5 people got off the car and went straight to the inside of the pharmaceutical factory. Fong Xian turned her head and looked around. There were no tall buildings around, and there was no suitable sniping point. She took out a bulletproof helmet from the space and put it on, ready to go in and fight. She quickly approached and looked at her snowmobile. Her beloved car was messed up by these scums, and it was messy and dirty everywhere. She was not the one who would suffer a loss, and she had to get it back tenfold or 100-fold. Fong Xian held a gun in both hands, gently opened the big iron door of the pharmaceutical factory, and walked in. The lobby on the first floor was a mess, with messy dirty footprints, traces of smashing everywhere, and the ground was frozen red. Fong Xian heard the sound of banging echoing in the empty first-floor hall. From the sound, the 5 people were on the left side of the first floor. Leaning against the wall and looking over, there were 7 bodies in the corridor. 4 of them were wearing camouflage uniforms. 3 of them were wearing black cotton clothes, and the ground and walls were stained with blood. It should be that when the G side was integrating supplies, the 2 sides had a fierce battle. It goes without saying why they fought. It must be to snatch supplies. On the other side, Grandpa Li and Xiao Kai were soaked in blood and had knife wounds all over their bodies. Grandpa Li lay on Xiao Kai, using his body to protect him. His breathing was heavy, his face was pale, and his brain began to feel dizzy. After all, he was too old to bear such torture. Xiao Kai was already unconscious. Although he was strong, he was a child after all, and he could not bear the inhuman abuse and fainted. The fat white man stood aside, holding a bloody dagger in his hand. The blood on the tip of the knife was slowly dripping. His chest was like a broken bellows, panting heavily. It was obvious that he had been fighting for a long time, and was a little exhausted. After stabbing for a long time, I didn't expect these 2 people to be so stubborn and not to tell me anything. Fuck, tell me, where do you live? The fat white man was still asking. Puff! Another knife went down, stabbing Grandpa Li's back. Grandpa Li didn't move, gritted his teeth, and only groaned. The fat white man panted heavily, raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead, and cursed, "These 2 idiots, their bones are so stubborn, they won't tell me even after being tortured like this." The bearded man next to him came over and said with a smile, "Second brother, don't be angry with these 2 idiots. Cut the meat slowly with a knife, and torture them slowly. Sooner or later, they will spit. Don't tire yourself out. If it doesn't work, let us do it." The fat white man threw the knife on the ground and sat on the sofa to rest. "Then you handle it next. If you force me to tell you the address, I will reward you." The bearded man nodded and bowed. "Just wait and see." Chapter 81. Fong Xian hid behind the wall, and did not rush forward without thinking. Instead, she waited for the 5 people to appear together, and then caught them all in one fell swoop. She was listening to the movement inside all the time, and finally after a few minutes, the footsteps of the 5 people came. The footsteps of the 2 people in front were brisk, while the footsteps of the 3 people behind were slightly heavy, and they should be carrying things in their hands. "Brother Wu, are we really going to leave Xiangyang Base? If we don't leave, do we have to keep working for those 2 idiots? Be a grandson?" "That's right. We work so hard but still can't get enough to eat. We should have left long ago." "I support Brother Wu." "That's right. We are not welcome in this base at all. We can't even get a bowl of soup every day. We are the ones who work hard. Half of the supplies in the base are taken back by us with great efforts, but we are treated like grandsons every day. Fortunately, Brother Wu is smart, and hid a few boxes of medicine here. Medicine is very valuable now, and it can't be exchanged for any supplies. We will just drive the snowmobile away later." The 5 people were talking excitedly, when suddenly a figure with murderous aura appeared in front of them. When the footsteps of the 5 people approached, Fong Xian took a big step and moved to the corridor, holding the gun with both hands, and decisively pulled the trigger, firing wildly at close range. Bang bang bang. A burst of gunfire. The 5 people were hit by the sudden subd, and there was no cover at all. The subd hit their bodies, and the 2 people in front had their legs broken and completely lost their ability to move. Fong Xian did not hit the vital points directly, but chose to injure them, because she would have to interrogate Grandpa Li and the whereabouts of the 2 people later. Although the man on the right side of the wall was partially protected by the person in front, he was also seriously injured and lay on the ground unable to move. The 2 people behind him were shielded by the people in front, so they were protected from most of the damage and were less injured. Instantly, a scream resounded throughout the first floor hall. The 2 people behind reacted, threw away the supplies in their hands and ran back quickly. Fong Xian took advantage of the victory and pursued them. He did not retreat. He strode forward, past the 3 people on the ground, and chased the 2 people behind him. Bang bang bang. Fong Xian fired again, knocking the 2 men to the ground. At this moment, gunshots rang out again, but it was not Fong Xian who fired the gun. The gunshots came from behind and hit Fong Xian's back. A burst of white smoke burst out from Fong Xian's back, but he was not injured. Fong Xian had made full preparations when she came here, wearing a constant temperature suit close to her body, which also had a certain protective effect. She also put on a bulletproof vest on the outside. So ZD didn't hurt her at all. But the impact of ZD made her back hurt, and she staggered forward a step. She didn't panic, she took a step forward, quickly stabilized her body, turned the gun around and turned around immediately. With a fierce look in her eyes, she pulled the trigger again. Bang, bang, bang. The bullet instantly pierced through the palms of the 3 people. The palms of the 3 people were covered with blood, and they completely lost the ability to resist. All this happened in less than a minute. Fong Xian's radical fighting style defeated the 5 people, and all fell to the ground with serious injuries. Fong Xian didn't even frown, and calmly bent down to search for weapons and drugs on the bodies of several people. There were 3 pistols and 2 magazines in total. 5 people actually have 3 pistols, which shows why their base can rise in just 2 years. Fong Xian looked down at the few people. Several people were bloody, and their cotton-padded clothes and trousers were soaked with blood. The 3 people in front were even more miserable, and they were completely bloody. Several people were trembling. Their bodies had been beaten into sieves, and blood was gushing out, and there were air leaking everywhere. The fear rushed to their heads. In the past, they were domineering and bloodthirsty. They liked to see others begging for mercy and fear. The pleasure of killing others made their adrenaline soar. But now, he has become someone else's prey. It turns out that death is a bad feeling. Fear, unwillingness to die, unwillingness, all kinds of emotions intertwined in their minds, making them extremely afraid. Fong Xian pointed the gun at several people with both hands. I ask, you answer, understand? Several people endured the severe pain in their bodies, spitting blood foam from their mouths, and responded indistinctly, I understand, hero, you ask, we must tell the truth. Where did you get this snowmobile? After the words fell, one of them was seen shaking more violently, lowering his head very low, wishing to put it in his crotch. Fong Xian immediately noticed the man's reaction and pointed his gun at him, you say? The devilish voice sounded above the man's head. The man was sweating all over and shaking violently, hero, I say, don't kill me, okay? You are not qualified to bargain. Yes, we robbed it. Whose did you rob? One, an old man and a young man. You participated too. Fong Xian's tone was steady, without any doubt, which made the man feel like he was struck by lightning. His legs became weak, and he became incontinent, and his pants were soaked in an instant. Speak. Fong Xian's voice came again, making the man tremble like a sieve. I was wrong, hero, I was really wrong. I won't dare to do it again. Where are they? In Xiangyang Base, Building 17, Unit 3, Room 602. Once the specific location is determined, things will be easier. Are both of them here? Both. Are they alive? The man swallowed a mouthful of blood foam and replied with difficulty, alive. Fong Xian got the answer she wanted, and her sharp eyes lit up with murderous intent. She changed to a dagger and stabbed it quickly and decisively. Puff! The dagger stabbed into his stomach, cutting his belly horizontally. The intestines fell out, and blood gushed out instantly. She wanted to see if his heart was rotten. Puff! Fong Xian had no expression on her face, and stabbed again, this time stabbing his lung. Puff! This time it was his kidney. Puff! This time the knife was in his heart. She wanted to see if her heart was black again. Puff! Puff! After several consecutive stabs, the man's body was stabbed into a hornet's nest, and the blood in his body kept gushing out like a flood. Fong Xian was still not satisfied, so he raised his pistol. Bang, 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 bang. After pulling the trigger frantically, the pistol fired empty shots, and the magazine was completely empty, and all the people were shot into sieves. Blood flowed out from the sieve holes, gathered on the ground, and even formed a blood puddle, which was quickly frozen. Fong Xian was covered in blood, and his mask and glasses were all splattered with blood. The blood in front of him was already red, and Fong Xian's eyes also glowed red. He raised his hand to put the 3 boxes of medicine scattered on the ground into the space. He walked into the rooms on both sides of the corridor to check. Each room was in a mess, and everything that could be looted had been looted. Fong Xian turned and left the pharmaceutical factory, walked to the car, and put the car into the space. He rode a snowmobile and left quickly. Chapter 82. Fong Xian rode a snowmobile to the corner gate of Xiangyang Base. This time she did not wait until dark. But she could not wait to climb into Xiangyang Base, and headed straight to the building behind. Fong Xian was very fast, and soon found the last row of buildings, and quickly locked onto Unit 3 of Building 17. The unit door was broken, and there was no need to unlock it. Fong Xian opened the door and walked in. The elevator was definitely not allowed. Fong Xian found the fire escape. It was quiet inside the fire escape. Any movement would echo. Fong Xian listened to the noises around him alertly, walked lightly, stepped over 2 steps, and quickly went up to the 6th floor. He put his ear close to the iron door of 602, listened carefully to the noises in the room. There should be a lot of people inside. Before night, there was a deafening snoring sound. There were probably 3 men and a few women. They were not in the living room, but in the bedroom. Fong Xian guessed that they were the guards. Fong Xian listened carefully again, and caught 2 extremely weak breathing sounds. Fong Xian tightened her grip, quickly pulled out a dagger, quickly cut the door lock, and strode in with a gun in both hands. She looked around the living room, and quickly found 2 people huddled in the corner. But she didn't go over to check the situation immediately, but went straight to a bedroom, and kicked the bedroom door open. The man on the bed woke up, and jumped up instantly. Who? Before the man finished speaking, Fong Xian quickly raised his pistol with both hands and shot over. Bye-bye. 2 silenced gunshots sounded, and a cloud of blood mist instantly burst out of the man's head. At this time, the 2 women on the bed screamed loudly, one wave higher than the other, making her head hurt. The other 2 bedroom doors opened one after another at this time. What's wrong? Before he finished speaking, he heard several more gunshots. The bullet hit his ribs, and he widened his eyes, his face full of confusion, and quickly turned around to run into the house. Bye-bye. Fong Xian held the gun with both hands, shot left and right, and quickly pulled the trigger at the figures in the doors on both sides. 2 muffled groans sounded, but no vital parts were injured. Fong Xian was not sure whether the 2 men had guns, but she still pursued them. One of them dodged and rushed out, and the other moved sideways, and hit the figure in the room in the face. The man in the room's head instantly bleeds, and he fell to the ground with a plop, and the blood spread. At this moment, there was a sharp pain in his shoulder, and a burst of white smoke. Bang, bang, bang. The man in the other room fired 3 shots in a row. Fong Xian rolled and hid behind the sofa to block his body. She held her breath and used the space to quickly replace the 2 guns in her hand. Although she was out of ammunition, she had to make sure that she had enough ammunition to avoid any mistakes at the critical moment. She held her pistol and was ready for battle. There was still one left to deal with. She was anxious and wanted to make a quick decision. But the man was already prepared and could not delay. If she delayed, something might happen. She turned her head to look at the 2 people. They closed their eyes and leaned against the corner of the wall, motionless. Fong Xian's heart skipped a beat. Who are you? The man in the room shouted. Fong Xian ignored him. She slowly moved to the left side of the sofa, stepped on the edge of the sofa to gain leverage, and slid out along the floor with her whole body. Whoosh! The other door was slightly open, and half of her head was exposed through the half-open door. She took the opportunity to aim, and when she reached the best shooting position, she decisively pulled the trigger. Bye-bye-bye. The sound of the gunshot rang out, hitting the head, and a cloud of blood mist burst out. At the same time, the man immediately fired back, hitting Fong Xian's abdomen, and a burst of white smoke burst out. The latter fell to the ground with a thud, his whole body smashed on the floor. Blood gushed out, soaking the floor. She stood up, stepped forward, shot the 3 men one by one, making sure they were dead, and then began to confiscate all the guns and ammunition on them and in the house, to prevent someone from taking advantage of the chaos and shooting them in the back. Among the 3 people, only the last one to fall had a gun and 2 clips. After solving the hidden dangers in the house, Fong Xian quickly ran to the 2 men. The 2 men were covered in wounds and blood, and there was no good place to be seen, especially Grandpa Li, whose thin clothes were soaked with blood. Seeing the miserable state of the 2, her heart skipped a beat. Fong Xian's fingers trembled slightly, and she felt the breath of the 2 people. A weak breath came, but fortunately, they were still breathing. She quickly took out 2 life-saving pills and fed them to the 2 people. She pinched the rinzhong of the 2 people again. Xiao Kai took the pills, and after pinching the rinzhong, he opened his eyes in a daze. Sister. Sister. Xiao Kai said weakly. When Xiao Kai woke up and saw Fong Xian, surprise flashed in his eyes, and then joy. Then, for some reason, the corners of his mouth shrunk, and tears and snot flowed. Like a child who had suffered great injustice, he finally saw his parents come to support him. Fong Xian ignored him, and quickly pinched Grandpa Li's rinzhong. After pinching for a long time, Grandpa Li still didn't wake up. Grandpa Li's face was as pale as paper, and his whole body was burning hot. She quickly ran into the bedroom again, pulled down 2 thick quilts, and ignored the woman on the bed. Fong Xian wrapped the 2 people in quilts and covered them with hot packs. The 2 were seriously injured, and this was not a good place to heal. If they stayed there for too long, they would inevitably be discovered and be trapped. Fong Xian carried Grandpa Li with one hand and Xiao Kai with the other, then stood up and left. She unloaded the weight, and the weight of the 2 was much heavier than her weight, but she gritted her teeth and burst out to the limit of her body to carry the 2. It was just that the 2 were relatively large, and she couldn't free both hands. A woman hurriedly put on her clothes and followed Fong Xian. Fong Xian turned back, his eyes fierce. Don't follow me. The woman snapped her fingers and whispered, I just want to run away. Don't worry, I won't cause you any trouble. Fong Xian didn't stop, and continued to run, while observing the situation around him. Fong Xian ran along the wall of the building. The woman behind him also burst out with amazing speed and followed behind. Soon they arrived at the corner gate. Fong Xian gently put the 2 people on the ground, took out a dagger and quickly cut open the corner gate. After passing through the corner gate, he ran all the way across the street and came to the office building opposite. The woman followed him with great effort, obviously exhausted, panting heavily, but she had already run out of the base, and she finally breathed a sigh of relief. She looked at the direction where Fong Xian ran, rested for a while, and did not follow him, but ran in another direction. Her steps were firm. She wanted to go back for revenge. She was sold here by her boyfriend's family. She wanted them all to die, and take back her house and supplies. What Fong Xian didn't know was that her unintentional act changed a woman's fate. Fong Xian found a room on the 2nd floor, and went to the utility room to find an iron bucket, which should be used for daily cleaning. She took out some smokeless carbon from her backpack, put it in the iron bucket, and poured some alcohol on it. She couldn't take big things from the space, and Xiao Kai was looking at him eagerly. In fact, he didn't need to be so energetic, and it wouldn't be a problem to sleep for a while. He took out a lighter and ignited it. Chapter 83. The charcoal fire in the iron barrel crackled, and the temperature in the room slowly became less cold. Fong Xian began to treat the wounds on the 2 men. When Fong Xian saw the wounds all over Grandpa Li's body, the anger in her heart was like a volcano that could not be suppressed, and was about to erupt. There were knife wounds everywhere, and 2 gunshot wounds under the ribs. These damn beasts should not be allowed to die so easily. Fong Xian clenched her back teeth. Xiao Kai raised his eyelids with difficulty, and spoke weakly. They are beasts. They keep asking us for our address. Grandpa Li lay on top of me to protect me. Xiao Kai couldn't stop crying as he spoke. Fong Xian silently treated Grandpa Li's wound, clenched his teeth, and said nothing. The 2 of them traveled with a snowmobile. Their faces were rosy, they were well dressed, and their supplies looked very rich. Who wouldn't drool at such a big fat sheep? And the 2 of them looked like they were easy to bully, and it was inevitable that they would be targeted by those with ulterior motives, and the 2 of them were too defensive and alert, and they were completely fooled. Without asking why, she could guess the general idea. Fong Xian used tweezers to pick out the 2 sperms, and sweat had already seeped out of her forehead. She was very nervous when treating the wound. She could only bite the bullet and carefully take out the sperm heads, fearing that if she was slow, she would be too late. She used tweezers to pick up iodine and disinfected it inside and outside, then sprinkled hemostatic powder and carefully wrapped the gauze in circles. It took more than half an hour to finally treat Grandpa Li's wounds, and his whole body was wrapped in gauze. Fong Xian carefully wrapped Grandpa Li in a blanket. She quickly took out anti-inflammatory drugs, antipyretics, and antibiotics from her backpack. She crushed the pills with a hard object and fed them to the two of them. She was not a doctor, so how was the condition? What medicine should be used? She had no idea. She did not dare to use medicine indiscriminately. Looking at Grandpa Li's pale face, she was worried because there was no sign of him waking up. The seriously injured Grandpa Li was not suitable for moving, and he could not go back immediately. Fong Xian checked Grandpa Li's breath again, and it was still very weak. She didn't dare to think too much, and hurried to treat Xiao Kai's injuries. Xiao Kai didn't have many wounds, but there were quite a few. There were also many knife wounds on his stomach and back. There were also some wounds on his legs, but they were all superficial injuries, not fatal at all, and they would heal after a rest. Fong Xian handed Xiao Kai a nutrient solution. Drink it. Xiao Kai took it and swallowed it without asking what it was. Fong Xian turned around and gently lifted Grandpa Li's head, and also gave Grandpa Li a bottle. She looked at the two of them lying on the cold floor, which was not conducive to the recovery of their wounds, so she had to go out and get 2 mattresses. She took the backpack down and put it next to Xiao Kai. There's food in it. Eat something to fill your stomach. Fong Xian stood up. I'm going out for a while. Sister, where are you going? I'm going out to find 2 mattresses. There's a gun in the backpack. If anyone dares to approach, you kill him, understand? Xiao Kai nodded heavily. Understood. Fong Xian quickly ran out of the office building, probably in less than 15 minutes, carrying the old double mattress, and rushed back. Fong Xian spread the double mattress on the ground and tore off the dirty plastic film, revealing the clean mattress inside. Fong Xian carried the 2 people up and wrapped them in the quilt. She reached out and touched their foreheads. Xiao Kai's forehead was no longer so hot. But Grandpa Li's high fever showed no signs of subsiding. If the high fever does not subside, it will lead to very serious consequences, which are completely irreversible once they occur. She took the backpack and found a fever-reducing patch from it and stuck it on Grandpa Li's forehead. We must find a doctor. We can't drag it on like this. Oh, there must be a doctor in Xiangyang Base. She clenched her fists. She had to go there. And take revenge. She looked at the two of them, not at all relieved to leave them here. What to do? At this time, Xiao Kai had fallen into a deep sleep. He hadn't rested well for a day and a night, and he had been stabbed so many times that he couldn't bear it. Fong Xian took out 2 sleeping pills, crushed them, and fed them to Xiao Kai, just to let him rest and sleep well. Grandpa Li doesn't need it. After making sure that the 2 people will not wake up, she took them into the space. She placed the 2 people in the space villa. She put blindfolds on the 2 people again. Fong Xian called the dog and told it not to disturb the 2 people. Fong Xian left the space again and waited until dark before sneaking into Xiangyang Base again and wandering around inside Xiangyang Base. She found a villa on the left side of the community. She lowered her body and approached quietly. The villa has 3 floors. It covers an area of about 500 square meters. This villa is the best house in this community, with its own door and yard. It seems that there is no need to ask anyone for the location of the base boss. She thinks she has found it. There are 2 guards at the front and back doors of the villa. The guards are wearing thick military coats and keep walking back and forth at the door and stamping their feet. Fong Xian hid in the corner and took out the tranquilizer gun. Aim at the opponent's neck. Swoosh. 2 shots went down, accurately stabbing the opponent's neck. Before the 2 of them could react, they fell to the cold snow with a plop. Fong Xian stepped forward and dragged the 2 men to a dark corner. Puff, puff. 2 sharp cuts pierced the latter's neck. After looting the 2 men's guns and ammunition, he used the same method to quickly get rid of the 2 guards at the back door. He stood up and jumped, stepped on the wall to gain leverage, jumped onto the high wall of the villa, and flipped in lightly. The villa was brightly lit, and there was music and singing all night long. On the 2nd floor of the villa, a fat man was eating hot pot with 2 men. Several people ate from the hot pot, drank strong liquor, and talked loudly. The 3 beauties were tall and wore tight cheongsams. They smiled and tapped the legs and kneaded the shoulders of the 3 people, serving them carefully. The fat white man hugged the beauty next to him and bit her with his greasy big lips. You are disgusting, the woman said coquettishly, pretending to push the fat white man away, lowered her head shyly, and hid her disgust under her eyelashes. The thin man stared with lustful eyes and said, "Second brother, why is this girl so beautiful? Where did Tao Tung get her? Do you like it? I give it to you when I get tired of playing with it." The fat white man said it casually, as if he was talking about a piece of clothing. "That's great, thank you, second brother, I toast you." The thin man stood up and raised his glass. "I drink it, you can do whatever you want." The thin man holding the glass and smiling like a dog was Zhou Kai, who had harmed Grandpa Li and Xiao Kai. Just as they were talking and laughing, the door was pushed open, and a woman walked in with a cold air all over her body. Chapter 84. Everyone in the room looked at the door. The fat man frowned. "Who are you?" Fong Xian did not answer the fat man's question, but asked, "Are you Fatty Wang?" "Yes, I am. What's the matter?" "Then who is the head of the base?" The man who was sitting next to him, and didn't like to talk much, shouted, "Where did you come from? How dare you talk nonsense in front of me?" Fong Xian stepped forward and took a look at the various hot pot ingredients on the table. "Wow, a table full of meat, it tastes good." Fong Xian saw a plate of very special meat slices, cut very thinly, tender and translucent, a whole plate of bright red, and oozing with blood. Everyone in the room was stunned, not understanding what she was talking about. At this time, the white fat man narrowed his narrow eyes. "Oh, it's a girl." The eyes of the other two people lit up instantly, and their eyes were glued to Fong Xian. "Hee, are you hungry? Want to find someone to play with?" the white fat man said, fiddling with the wine glass in his hand. The thin man couldn't wait to speak. "Come to my place, I will definitely let you have fun, eat. Enjoy it." Fong Xian's eyes curved. "Okay." Bang! A sudden gunshot sounded, and before the latter finished speaking, the thin man was shot in the forehead. The woman screamed loudly, and ran away in panic. Only the woman sitting next to the fat white man had no expression on her face, and there was even a hint of pleasure in her eyes. The fat white man and the leader of the base were stunned on the spot. The thin man who was shot fell to the ground with a plop, and his whole body kept twitching. After a while, he stopped moving. Just as Fong Xian turned the gun head, 2 gunshots suddenly rang out. Bang, bang. A huge force came from Fong Xian's left shoulder, and the bullet hit his chest, and a puff of white smoke came out at the same time. When Fong Xian killed someone, the leader of the base was stunned for a moment, then immediately reacted, took out his pistol, and shot at Fong Xian without saying a word. Fong Xian did not panic, and quickly adjusted the direction of the muzzle and pulled the trigger. Bang! A shot hit the right palm of the leader of the base, exploding a cloud of blood. The leader of the base covered his bleeding palm, and veins on his forehead bulged. He did not scream, but picked up the pistol with his left hand, and wanted to pull the trigger again. Bang! Fong Xian predicted his prediction, and when he fired, another bullet pierced his left palm. This time he finally couldn't bear it anymore, screamed, and at the same time he couldn't hold the pistol at all, and it fell to the ground. Fong Xian walked forward, bent down, and picked it up carelessly. Playing with the pistol with one hand, shoot me with a gun? Fong Xian stopped playing with the pistol and put the muzzle against the latter's forehead. Well, then I play with you next? The leading man had a gloomy face, and he was not afraid even with the gun against his head. You are so brave, coming to my territory to cause trouble? The base leader's eyes were red. Do you know who I am? Even in prison, I have never been afraid of anyone. How can a bitch like you turn the world upside down? After all, the base leader was a serious criminal who escaped from prison, and his psychological quality was much stronger than others. Bang! Fong Xian shot him in the kneecap without saying a word. Ah! The latter screamed like a pig being slaughtered. He fell from the chair to the ground, rolling and howling, and blood rubbed out on the floor. F***K. Bang! Another shot smashed the other leg's knee, completely destroying both legs and making him lose the ability to resist. At this moment, chaotic footsteps sounded in the corridor. From the footsteps, about 6 people rushed up in panic, holding weapons in their hands. What's wrong, boss? The leader shouted with his eyes wide open. At this time, the fat white man screamed, shoot her to death, quickly, quickly. Before the leader could see the situation in the house clearly, his body exploded into a cloud of blood, and he fell down. Bang, bang, bang. Fong Xian held the gun in both hands, and fired at the crowd that had just rushed up. The rapid sound of gunfire cut through the darkness. Fong Xian stood in place, not dodging or avoiding from beginning to end, and took the lead in firing. 4 people fell to the ground at the door in an instant. The other party also fired back in panic. The bullet hit Fong Xian, and a burst of white smoke rose instantly. The bulletproof vest successfully dispersed and unloaded the kinetic energy of the bullet, and did not penetrate it and cause damage. The smell of blood filled the house, and there were still 2 people left at the door. Although the 2 men were holding guns at this time, their legs were weak and they hurriedly dodged. The 4 people who fell to the ground were bleeding, and their bodies twitched a few times before they stopped moving. Fong Xian stepped forward with his long legs, dodged to the door, and pulled the trigger again. Bang, bang, bang. The remaining 2 men also raised their guns in panic and shot at Fong Xian's chest, and white smoke came out of Fong Xian's chest again. The latter's head exploded with a ball of blood mist, and he fell to the ground with a plop. Fong Xian turned around calmly and stood with the gun in both hands. The fat white man was completely confused. He stared at the corpses on the ground with wide eyes. Several people couldn't beat a woman. At this moment, the terrible voice came again. Next, it's your turn. The fat white man's head exploded with a bang, and he couldn't hear any sound from the outside world. He was deaf for a moment. He was soaked with sweat. Instinctively, he began to beg for mercy. No, don't. Bang! The gunshot rang again, and the bullet hit the fat white man's right chest. A cloud of blood mist exploded in his chest, and blood gushed out. The fat white man opened his eyes wide and fell to the ground with a thud. He curled up in pain and screamed. Ah! The fat white man likes to torture others for fun, likes to see others crawling at his feet, begging and begging for mercy, so that they will get great satisfaction in their hearts, like gods, looking at the ants under their feet. This is also a major hobby in their lives. They have food, drink, fun and women, so they have to find something more exciting to add fun to their lives. He constantly captured women of all kinds to enrich his life, and constantly captured children to enrich the food on the table. Such people are worse than beasts. Bang bang. Fong Xian didn't waste any words, and fired 2 more shots. He didn't kill him immediately, but broke his knees, making him unable to move. The latter's body was completely hollowed out by alcohol and sex, and he couldn't bear such torture at all. He fainted after a while. At this time, the head of the base no longer looked as calm as before. He looked at Fong Xian woodenly, his mind blank. He finally believed that she was more ruthless than them. Fong Xian walked towards the head of the base with long legs. His steps were brisk and not too noisy. His heartbeat also followed the rhythm of Fong Xian's steps, and it became slow. His heart seemed to be tightened by someone, and breathing became difficult. Fong Xian walked closer and kicked the man over. The man fell to the ground with a bang, and his head hit the floor. Fong Xian stepped on the man's head and crushed it hard. Find the best doctor in your base. The latter's brain crashed for a moment. If you want to find a doctor, just say it directly. What nonsense. Fong Xian's footsteps increased. At this moment, an abrupt voice sounded. Chapter 85. The woman hiding in the corner took 2 steps forward and spoke nervously. I know a doctor. I can find a doctor for you. She strongly recommended herself. Fong Xian took a look at her. It was the beautiful woman who had just sat next to the fat white man. The woman had a good appearance. Her small face had big facial features. She was even taller than Fong Xian. Her limbs were long, especially her 2 long legs, which were particularly eye-catching. She had deep facial features and looked a bit like Reba. The most noticeable point is that she did not panic or shout from beginning to end, but hid to ensure her own safety and not be affected by the sub-D. I have to say that this woman is a bit courageous. Her eyes are firm, and such a woman would not be too bad before the end of the world. From her various reactions, she is not on the side of the base. Such a woman simply disdains to become someone else's appendage. So she is not worried at all. She will inform the news after running away. The most important thing is that she is not afraid. She will kill one by one. Bring the people here, Fong Xian said calmly. Okay, hearing this, the beautiful woman immediately changed into thick clothes and ran out in a hurry. Following closely, several women in the room also ran out in panic. They were afraid that Fong Xian would catch them and chop them up and eat them. At this time, the leading man under Fong Xian's feet was already covered in blood. He stared with big eyes and lay on the ground obediently. Fong Xian hooked his foot around the latter's neck and kicked the latter's upper body over with a force on his toes. The calf was pressed under the body. Crack! The latter screamed even louder, echoing throughout the villa. The kneecap broke, and the latter was in an extremely twisted posture, with his body and legs folded, his upper body lying on his back, pressing his 2 calves under his body. Bang! Fong Xian kicked the man in the head. The man's whole body rubbed against the floor, and turned 180 degrees. You treat people as non-human beings? You treat people as playthings? Ah! Bang! Fong Xian kicked the man in the head again. The man's body rubbed against the floor again, and his whole body rotated back to its original position. On the floor, arc-shaped blood marks were rubbed out. How was it? Did you have fun this time? The man gritted his teeth and glared, wishing to kill Fong Xian with his eyes. He still said cruel words, and his whole body was just tough. You stinky cousin, you will not die well. I don't know whether I will die well or not, but you will not die well. Fong Xian continued word by word, you will live a life worse than death. Bang! Fong Xian kicked the man in the head again, and the latter finally couldn't bear it and fainted. Fong Xian stood up and began to search the people's things. She found a bunch of keys on the leading man. No matter whether it is useful or not, she put it in her pocket first. Then she walked to the door, squatted down and began to touch the 6 bodies. She found 6 pistols and 6 magazines on the 6 people. The harvest is not bad. After touching the bodies, of course she has to collect interest or something. She doesn't do business at a loss. This was hers, so the things inside should belong to her. She quickly stood up and searched the whole villa. She started from the 2nd floor, then the 1st floor. There were no supplies on the 1st and 2nd floors. But deep in the 1st floor, she found a big iron door, which should be the entrance to the basement. The big iron door was locked. Fong Xian took out the key and tried it one by one. When he tried the 5th key, the door finally opened. The basement was about 300 square meters. There were 8 rooms in total. There were 2 rooms for food supplies such as rice, flour, grain and oil. Salt, sugar, soy sauce, vinegar and other condiments 2 rooms. Clothes and shoes 1 room. Daily necessities 1 room. Medicines 1 room. Fuel 1 room. With a wave of his hand, everything was put into the storage space. After searching the basement, he went straight to the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor should be where the head of the base lives. The housing layout on the 3rd floor is much more upscale than the other 2 floors. He searched through the rooms one by one. There are also a lot of supplies stored here, including cigarettes, alcohol, food, and vegetables. 2 rooms collected. The last room turned out to be an armory, with all kinds of things, long and short, boxes of drugs and 2 boxes of grenades on the ground. This must be collected. The harvest is really rich, and I feel happy. Fong Xian hummed a little tune, turned around and went up to the attic with light steps. This villa has another attic. There are also a lot of supplies piled up in the attic. The things are very scattered, and there are a lot of miscellaneous things, including a lot of gold, antique porcelain, calligraphy and paintings, jade, and a lot of sparkling diamonds. After a quick glance, he waved his hand and emptied everything. He turned and went downstairs, came to the front yard of the villa, and put the snowmobile into the space. No off-road vehicle too broken. And the pile of coal, put it into the space. After cleaning up the front yard of the villa, he quickly ran to the backyard of the villa, where there was a pile of firewood. All of them, not a single one left. Fong Xian clapped his hands, in a very good mood. It would be a waste not to collect the supplies of such a person. He happily returned to the 2nd floor, pulled out a chair, crossed his legs, and quietly waited for the beauty to bring the doctor she needed. After a while, the beauty ran in with a woman. The woman panted, I brought someone. The girl next to the beauty was ordinary looking and a little short. She wore a pair of broken glasses with cracks all over the lenses. She was wearing thin and worn clothes and stood aside with her body hunched. How is your medical skills? I am the attending surgeon. Okay, follow me. The woman lowered her head, not daring to look up at all, a little embarrassed. I. The beauty took her hand. Don't be afraid, I go with you. Don't be afraid, treat it well, and you get a reward after you cure it, Fong Xian said softly. He was completely different from the killer, who had just stained the villa with blood. Fong Xian couldn't have used her for nothing. He would definitely give her some compensation. Fong Xian walked in front with his long legs. Well, what do we do with the 2 people on the ground? The beauty asked. 2 cripples, don't worry about them. Their lives will not be easy in the future. What can a cripple do? Even if he is fierce, what can he do? This time, let them taste the taste of being slaughtered, and enjoy the future. The beauty nodded. Can you wait for me for a while? Fong Xian was a little confused, but nodded. The beauty turned around quickly, ran to the 2 men, took off the big cotton coat of the head of the base, and held it in her arms. Then she raised her slender jade feet, and stepped on the crotch without hesitation. Fong Xian's mouth twitched unconsciously. It was stepped on and exploded, stepped on and exploded. The two people who fainted were awakened by the pain, and their screams were split. It was really tragic. The two people stared with bloodshot eyes and cursed, as if they wanted to eat people. The beauty went up and kicked them twice, knocking them unconscious. The beauty trotted over and whispered, "You can go now." The beauty put the big cotton coat on the doctor. "Although it smells a bit, you can just wear it. It's very cold outside." The doctor quickly wrapped up the clothes and said timidly, "Thank you." The cotton coat was originally long, and the doctor was not tall, so the length was just right to cover the whole person. Chapter 86. Fong Xian led the two men and walked in front. Arriving at the gate of the community, Fong Xian kicked the security booth open. The people in the security booth were sleeping soundly. It was not that they did not hear the gunshots in the villa, but they were not worried at all. Their base boss had guns, so how could anything go wrong? The four people in the house were very annoyed when their sweet dreams were disturbed by the door being kicked open. Who is tired of living? Bang! Fong Xian pulled the trigger to the sky, and the crisp gunshot sounded particularly harsh in the quiet night. The four people sat up with a flutter, and rolled to the bottom of the bed. The scene was particularly chaotic. It was impossible for everyone in the base to have a hot weapon. Only those who were trusted by them could get one. There were 6 in the villa, 3 in the pharmaceutical factory, and 1 in room 602, a total of 10, that's about it. There couldn't be a guard like the one in the security room. Fong Xian said in a cold voice, "Open the door." After the 4 people got used to the darkness, they saw 3 people standing at the door in the moonlight, and the leader held a gun in both hands. The 4 people were timid, and no one dared to move, all hiding under the bed. Fong Xian ran out of patience. Like a bandit, he fired a shot at the bottom of the bed. The bullet instantly pierced into one person's head. The latter fell to the ground with a plop. Blood flowed to the ground. The other 3 people were horrified and screamed, "Hurry up." "No, no, I opened the door for you, don't shoot." A man finally crawled out from under the bed, timidly took out the key from the cabinet, and walked out of the door tremblingly. The small door next to the main door was finally opened. Fong Xian led the 2 people away, and the 3 of them walked quickly across the street and entered the office building opposite. The 2 people behind followed with great effort, panting. They did not have Fong Xian's physique, and they were really exhausted. Going straight to the second floor, Fong Xian passed a few ragged survivors and found an empty room at the back. "Wait for me outside for a while." The 2 were too tired to speak, and they stood on their knees and waved their hands. Fong Xian pushed open the door and strode in, and immediately took out the iron bucket from last time, and the charcoal fire inside was still burning. Add some more cold blocks into the iron bucket. When the temperature in the room was not so cold, the 2 people were moved out of the space. The 2 people were sleeping very soundly, and then they were wrapped tightly with quilts. Fong Xian pushed open the door. "Okay, you 2 come in." The 2 people walked in immediately after hearing the voice. They saw 2 injured people lying on the mattress in the room. The doctor did not wait for Fong Xian to speak, and immediately went forward to check the injuries of the 2 people. After a while, the doctor wiped the sweat on his head and said, "There is no danger to life for the time being. The wounds are well treated, and there is no infection that aggravates the condition." "Then why does he always have a fever?" "After all, the old man is old, and his body is not as strong as that of the young, so it is inevitable that he has a fever." After a pause, she continued, "Did he take any medicine before?" "Life-saving pills." The doctor understood. "That's it, otherwise, the old man would have died long ago." Fong Xian finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Then how should we treat him now?" "They both need to rest and take medicine for treatment. Drugs are in short supply now, and it seems difficult to save them. Even if they went out to find medicine, it would take time, and their physical conditions could not wait." Just as she was lost in thought, Fong Xian's voice came. "What medicine do you need? Tell me." The doctor told Fong Xian several kinds of medicine. She said one, and Fong Xian took one out of the backpack. They were both stunned. This backpack was like a medical kit. There were all kinds of medicine. They were both confused, but no one said much. The doctor picked up the medicine and started the treatment immediately. About 10 minutes later, the drip was also started, and the medicine was taken. The doctor unwrapped the gauze again, treated the wound again, and wrapped it with gauze again. The doctor sat down on the cold floor, stretched out her hand to wipe the sweat from her forehead, and panted slightly. She hadn't eaten for 2 days, and the little strength she had left was gone. The beauty hurried forward to help her companion up, and nervously explained for her friend, "I'm really sorry, my friend hasn't eaten for 2 days, and she's a little tired, Please let her take a break. Fong Xian didn't say anything, took out some ready-to-eat food from his backpack and threw it to the two of them. Eat something to fill your stomach. I pay for the meals for the next few days. The doctor looked at the food in her hand, tears flowing down uncontrollably. She had been doing the hardest and most exhausting work every day in the base, but she had never had a full meal. And now she had only simply treated the wounds of two people, but she had received so much food. She felt like she was dreaming, unbelievable. She wished that this dream could last longer. She grabbed the food with her rough big hands, and was moved to tears. The beauty gently stroked the doctor's back. Eat something quickly to replenish your energy. The doctor nodded with tears in his eyes, unwrapped the package, and ate it in big mouthfuls, laughing foolishly while eating. The doctor picked up a big chicken leg and handed it to the beauty. You eat too. So the two of them sat together, eating and grinning at each other. Fong Xian moved a chair over, sat on it, and looked at the two quietly. In peacetime, it is not easy for women to compete with men and make a name for themselves, let alone in this difficult end times. Not only do they have to go hungry every day, but they also have to suffer bullying from others. It is no exaggeration to say that they were walking on thin ice. With the doctor's care, the two people's conditions finally stabilized, and the high fever also tended to subside. But Grandpa Lee still did not wake up. At night, the two went out to find some chairs, and put them together to make a simple bed, and the two slept on it. Although it was still a little cold, it was already very good, much better than the previous hunger and cold. They had food in their stomachs, and a charcoal fire next to them, and the two felt like they were in heaven. Fong Xian sat on a chair, and put his feet on another chair, closing his eyes, and squinting in a light sleep. I dared not sleep at all. There were many wolves outside, and I was always alert to the movements around me. In the second half of the night, there was a rustling sound outside. Fong Xian opened her eyes instantly. The two girls were lying on the stool, sleeping soundly, and did not hear the noise outside at all. Her eyes flashed coldly, and she sat up quickly. She pricked up her ears, and listened carefully to the movements outside, with a calm expression. I think that woman is very fierce. Can we do it? It's just 3 women. We have 5 men, and we can't beat 3 women. Another man also agreed. There are only 3 women, and the 2 men are dead, so just do it. Then he said, and they are well dressed, they must have food in their hands, and there is charcoal burning in the house. The man drooled as he spoke. By the way, let's have some fun. The man's smile was extremely dirty. The other men also had lustful eyes, licking their cracked lips and eager to try. Now they are asleep. Let's go. The door was pushed open, and 5 people entered one after another. Chapter 87. After the 5 men entered the house. When they looked up, they saw Fong Xian holding her chin with one hand, looking at them leisurely. For some reason, looking at her indifferent eyes, people couldn't help but feel creepy. Fong Xian's indifferent voice came. What's wrong with you? The 5 men were caught in the act, and they no longer pretended. We came here to find something to eat. Yes, you have so much food, take it out quickly, otherwise don't blame us for being rude. The man raised his fist, and said fiercely, Oh, why are you so polite? The voices of several people had already woken up the 2 people sleeping inside. They stood up with a flutter, and saw Fong Xian still sitting there calmly. They were inexplicably at ease, standing aside in a defensive posture without making a sound. The 5 men saw that everyone in the room had woken up, without any panic. Their eyes were glued to the beautiful women's faces. The lustful intent in their eyes had overflowed without any concealment. They were all beautiful women, except for the short woman who was average, but they were not picky at all, as long as they could use her. Haha, what do you think? Of course you should play with us. Everything in your house belongs to us, including you. The man had a dirty smile on his face, and pointed his finger in a circle in the house. Of course, we don't want those 2 dead guys. The man walked forward with his big yellow teeth bared. Little sister, serve as brothers well, and we will definitely make you have a good life. Just when the man was only 1 step away from Fong Xian sat firmly on the chair without moving his butt, and kicked out with his leg. Bang! The man flew backwards instantly, knocking down the 4 men behind him. The scene was chaotic for a while. The 5 men got up in a panic, and the man who was kicked down had red eyes. You stinky bitch, you are shameless, brothers, come on, beat her up. Walala. The 5 men rushed forward with their crotches clamped. Plop, plop, plop. The sound of heavy objects falling to the ground rang out one after another. The 5 men kicked each other like little chickens, kicking them all away, not one left behind, and they must be equally treated. The 5 people who fell to the ground kept groaning. They got up again in a panic, but this time, they didn't dare to say anything. They had to believe that this woman was quite capable, and could not be provoked at all. They felt a chill running down their spines. Sorry, we leave now. Sorry, we didn't mean to offend you. They apologized and pushed their butts out in a panic. Fong Xian stepped forward and kicked each of them out of the door. Play? Is it fun this time? No, no, no more. Treating women as if they were not human beings? Ah, disrespecting women. You bunch of rubbish. Bastards. You all deserve to die. Fong Xian cursed, her feet moving non-stop, kicking vigorously. I won't dare to do it again, lady, spare my life. Fong Xian kicked several people from the entrance to the corridor like a ball. The sound of thumping echoed throughout the second floor of the office. The 5 people rolled down the stairs with bruised noses and swollen faces, wailing for mercy. Fong Xian was still not satisfied. What she hated most was people who treated women as if they were not human beings. There was no value in keeping these beasts. She took out her gun and pulled the trigger decisively. Bye-bye. A burst of gunfire with silencers rang out. The 5 people's eyebrows turned red, and they all fell to the ground unwillingly. The survivors who were awakened saw this scene and broke out in cold sweat. They all retracted their heads, feeling lucky that they were not involved. The next morning came as promised. Fong Xian got up and added some coal to the iron bucket to make the fire burn more vigorously. He got up to check on the 2 people. When his hand touched Xiao Kai's forehead, Xiao Kai opened his eyes in a dazed sister. Awake? Do you feel better? Much better. I slept soundly and comfortably. That's good. Do you want to eat something? Yeah, I'm a little hungry. Fong Xian took out a piece of bread and a bottle of milk from his backpack and handed them to him. Eat something. Xiao Kai took the food and saw 2 strangers standing there looking at him. He immediately became alert and stuffed the food into his arms. It's okay. Those 2 are the doctors I found. Xiao Kai relaxed. Oh! Fong Xian also took out food for the 2 of them. You 2 can eat too. The 2 of them took it excitedly and thanked him. Fong Xian also tore off a piece of bread and ate it slowly. After the doctor finished eating, he consciously started to work and gave the 2 people and 4 drip. Checked the injuries, applied medicine, and fed medicine. The movements were gentle and careful. When Grandpa Li woke up, it was around 3 o'clock in the afternoon. He opened his eyes weakly, and saw Fong Xian's worried eyes at first glance. He didn't expect that he was not dead, he was still alive. He felt that one foot had stepped into the gate of hell, but was pulled back by a strong little hand. He held Fong Xian's hand tightly. Xin. I'm here. I'm not dead? No, you're fine. He forced a weak smile. Thank you for your hard work. Fong Xian said softly, It's okay, as long as you're okay. Are you hungry? Grandpa Li shook his head weakly. Then drink a bottle of nutrient solution. If you don't eat, your body will collapse. That's fine. Fong Xian took out the nutrient solution, tore off the bottle cap with his bare hands, and fed it to Grandpa Li. Fong Xian looked up at the doctor. How is his health now? He is out of danger. He needs to be taken good care of and treated well. Fong Xian nodded. Okay, I understand. At this time, Grandpa Li suddenly raised his hand slowly. Go home, your grandma is at home, waiting. Anxious. Grandma Li and Old Man Wang must be very anxious at home, worried every day, but it is not urgent at the moment. Fong Xian patiently said softly, Grandpa, take good care of your injuries. We will go home when you are almost well. Grandpa Li still said stubbornly, No, go back, go back. Fong Xian had no choice but to look up at the doctor. Can he move now? Given his current physical condition, it is not recommended to move him. There are too many wounds on his body, and moving will stretch the wounds. The 2 gunshot wounds on his abdomen are more serious than the knife wounds. At least he needs to rest for a few days, and wait for the wounds to heal before he can move. Is it not possible to take a car? The doctor thought for a while. It's okay to take a car, but it is still recommended not to be too anxious. It's best to rest for 2 days, until the condition stabilizes. Fong Xian nodded. Okay then. Fong Xian had no choice but to whisper to Grandpa Li, rest for another day today, and go back tomorrow. Grandpa Li finally nodded, and fell asleep again soon. Fong Xian raised his head, and looked at the 2 people. We will leave tomorrow. What reward do you want? The 2 looked at each other. The doctor did not speak, but the beauty took the courage to speak first. Can you give me a pistol? After the beauty finished speaking, she closed her lips tightly, and looked at Fong Xian nervously. fearing that she would be rejected. Fong Xian looked at the beautiful woman in front of him with interest. What's your name? My name is Yukiki. She has a certain tolerance for girls, especially strong-willed girls. Except for the saints, of course. Fong Xian nodded and agreed readily. Okay, I give it to you when I leave tomorrow. Thank you. Yukiki was overjoyed and hurried to thank her. Chapter 88. Time quickly came to the afternoon of the second day. At noon, the doctor treated the wounds of the two again, gave them 4 drips, and took medicine. The doctor told Fong Xian what medicine to take in the next few days, how to treat the wounds, what medicine to apply, and some precautions. Fong Xian remembered them all. Fong Xian looked down at the 2 people who were still sleeping. She didn't agree to leave today, but she could not go back. She bent down, wrapped the 2 people tightly with a quilt, leaving only 2 little heads exposed, and carefully picked up Grandpa Li. Yukiki stepped forward. I hold Xiao Kai. Can you hold him? I can, don't worry, I won't drop him. Okay, thank you for your hard work. The 3 of them hurried through the lobby on the 2nd floor of the office. The survivors here heard the noise of the few people, and hid like mice running, not daring to show their heads. Fong Xian carefully carried Grandpa Li into the car. He turned around and took Xiao Kai from Yukiki's hand, and carried him into the car. I didn't expect that a skinny person could hold a half-grown boy. Grandpa Li was lying in the back seat, hunched over, with his head resting on Xiao Kai's legs. Fong Xian wrapped the blanket around the 2 of them again. After closing the car door to prevent the wind from freezing the people inside, Fong Xian turned around, took out a pistol from his pocket, and handed it to Yukiki. Your reward, the magazine is full. Yukiki took the pistol with both hands, excited. She knew in her heart that with this pistol, she could better protect herself and her friends. This time, she was determined not to be manipulated by anyone. She looked in the direction where the snowmobile left. She would never forget the neat and decisive skills, and the heroic figure holding the gun in both hands. It was deeply imprinted in her mind. It turned out that women could live well. Fong Xian drove very slowly, fearing that the bumps would cause the injuries of the 2 to worsen. Of course, the journey was not very peaceful. There were always some survivors who ran up to her and were an eyesore. But it was all in vain, because when she got up to her, Fong Xian didn't even get out of the car, and directly extended the black muzzle of the gun from the window. Scared away batches of survivors. Finally, at around 7 o'clock in the evening, they rushed back to the villa area. When the snowmobile slowly stopped at the door of the 2 elders' house, the 2 people who were always paying attention to the movements outside the house rushed out almost immediately when they saw the car driving in. Xin, what's wrong? Grandma Li looked panicked, but she didn't dare to ask. No one is fine, don't worry. Hearing that no one was fine, the 2 people's hearts finally fell to the ground. When Fong Xian carried Grandpa Li out of the back seat of the car, Grandma Li finally couldn't control her emotions, and tears burst out. Old Man Wang's hands also trembled slightly, as he carefully carried Xiao Kai out. Xiao Kai had woken up halfway through the journey. When he saw his grandfather again, he was extremely happy. He finally went home, and finally saw his grandfather again. He comforted him. Grandpa, I'm fine. You suffered, let's go home. Old Man Wang's voice trembled slightly. Xin, thank you for saving Xiao Kai's life again. Old Man Wang's eyes were red, and he held Xiao Kai and bowed deeply to Fong Xian. Fong Xian said, hurry up and take Xiao Kai back. It's very cold outside. Okay, I go back first and come to see Brother Li later. Grandma Li wiped away her tears and nodded. Go back quickly, don't rush to come, Xiao Kai also needs care. After saying that, Old Man Wang hugged Xiao Kai and left quickly. Fong Xian carried Grandpa Li into the bedroom, gently put him on the bed, and covered him with a quilt. When Grandma Li saw that Grandpa Li was wrapped in gauze all over his body, she couldn't hold it anymore and cried bitterly with her face covered. Fong Xian gently supported Grandma Li's thin back. It's okay, Grandma, you will be fine after a few days of care, but you will suffer a little. As long as he's fine. Grandma Li looked solemn, her pale face full of worry, her eyes fixed on Grandpa Li, who was still in a coma. Grandpa Li lay there quietly, still in a coma. Fong Xian gently stroked Grandma Li's back. Everything will be fine, Grandpa will be fine too, don't worry too much, and take care of your body. After Fong Xian calmed Grandma Li down, he stayed with her for a while before getting up and leaving. Grandma Li knows some medical skills, and with Grandma Li's care, she returned home with peace of mind. She had not rested well for 2 consecutive nights, and now she urgently needed to catch up on sleep to adjust her physical condition. Before going to bed, she must add charcoal to the boiler. She used a hook to open the stove cover and pressed a large amount of coal into it. Seal the boiler, so that the fire will be smaller and burn slower, and the fire will not be extinguished at night. Sometimes she had to get up in the middle of the night to add charcoal. She also added firewood to the Kong hole and ignited it before she started to clean herself up. After washing herself, she ate a few bites of food and went to sleep. Fong Xian continued to live her life as usual. She continued to exercise in the morning. She couldn't stop. She could take a few days off, but if she didn't do it for a long time, her efforts would be in vain. Her strength would decrease, and her physical fitness, which she had worked so hard to improve, would also decrease. Then she continued to work in the afternoon. She dealt with the unprocessed zombie meat. She just worked hard and it was done. Fong Xian would often check on the injuries of the two. After Grandma Li's careful care, Grandpa Li finally got better and was more energetic. But there were too many wounds on his body, so he needed to rest for a while. Shukai's recovery speed was much faster. After all, he was a child, with fast cell renewal and metabolism, so his wounds healed faster. After lying in bed for 7 or 8 days, he could no longer lie down, so he could get out of bed and walk around. Seeing that the two were getting better, Grandma Li and Old Man Wang felt relieved. But Grandpa Li was old after all, and he had been injured many times, which put a great burden on his body and damaged his vitality, but he finally survived. 1.5 months later, Grandpa Li finally recovered. He could get out of bed and walk around, and finally didn't have to lie in bed all day. According to Grandpa Li, my bones are all broken. The old man couldn't stay still, and he was eager to go out. Rest for a few more days before going out. You just recovered from a serious illness, and your body is still weak. Grandma Li advised disapprovingly. Old Man Wang also advised, yes, brother, your health is important, don't work too hard, it won't matter if you work too hard for a few days. The old man was besieged by two people on both sides, and he had no choice but to control his temper and didn't rush out. After recovering from the illness, the old man led a few people to exercise every day. The 8th set of radio gymnastics was done again. Finally, they rested for another 10 days. The old man couldn't sit still anymore, and took Xiaokai out impatiently. Fong Xian suggested that if they wanted to exchange supplies, they should go to the nearby Hope Base, or the slightly farther S City Base. Chapter 89. Grandpa Li listened to Fong Xian's advice, and often took frozen meat to Hope Base to exchange for needed supplies. Fong Xian could support himself without going out, but the two families could not. If they lived on their savings, they would eventually run out of food and supplies. The two families were in a hurry. In short, they were never idle. Either they were looking for supplies, or on their way to look for supplies. When they went out to look for supplies, most of them came back empty-handed at first, and sometimes they would be injured to some extent. Later, there were more or less gains, and gradually it became quite fruitful. Every time there was a gain, no matter how much, Fong Xian would be given a portion. There was food, clothing, and everything else. According to Grandpa Li, Yukiki and the doctor also moved into the Hope Base to live. The two of them got along well in the Hope Base. The doctor occasionally treated the wounded at the base, which was also a stable income. Yukiki formed his own team, went out every day to do tasks, look for supplies, and had no worries about food and drink. His life had changed dramatically. Since the last time they were seriously injured, they seemed to be activated, and their state of mind has changed dramatically. From a person's words and deeds, it can be seen that he exudes an aura of keeping strangers away. And the iconic snowmobile is covered with bloodstains. It makes people feel uncomfortable. Grandpa Li has no intention of cleaning up, but drives such a bloodstained car around every day. Grandpa Li said, no need to clean up, this will be more deterrent. Fong Xian couldn't help but give Grandpa Li a thumbs up from the bottom of his heart. Good job. During this period, Fong Xian still lived a monotonous, but fulfilling life every day. He exercised in the morning without fail, and entered the dynamic space in the afternoon. He pruned the fruit trees, pruned them, and watered them. Then, he harvested the crops and planted the land. He lived a comfortable life, like an old farmer. Fong Xian looked up at the fruit trees on the ranch. Some fruit trees had already borne fruits, while others had just bloomed. In about 2 months, they should all be edible. The bee colony seemed to have grown a lot, from 1 colony at the beginning to 2 colonies, and there was 1 more hive. Every day they worked hard to collect honey, but they could never finish it. Some naughty bees would fly to Fong Xian's head. They were chased away by the sparrows, and then they landed on it. They tilted their heads and pulled her hair. The pony would also run over, first nudging her, which was its unique way of saying hello, and then follow her around obediently. Fong Xian was eating fresh strawberries, carrying a small basket on her arm, and stepping on the soft grass. She went to pick cherries. Cherries were the first to ripen. The tree was full of fruits, hanging in bunches, weighing down the branches, a bright red patch, very pleasing. The big, juicy cherries were purple and red, and looked tempting. I didn't expect that there would be so many fruits in the first fruiting. I picked a cherry, and put it directly into my mouth. My mouth was full of juice. Give the pony a few. After eating, the pony kicks its back, lifts its front legs off the ground and kicks with its back feet. The dog pokes Fong Xian's calf with its mouth, and its eyes are full of it wanting to eat too. Fong Xian touches its head. Be good, dogs can't eat cherries, they will get sick. The dog is unhappy. Why can't it eat, and why can't it eat? The whole dog is not well. Fong Xian rolls up his sleeves and prepares to work, ignoring the dog's sad eyes. He picks a full basket with his hands, pours it into a large basket, and puts it directly into the storage space. When the large basket is full, 2 cherry trees yielded 3 large baskets of fruit, a good harvest. The figs were also ripe. One had yellow fruit, and the other had red fruit. They were also bunched on the branches. Fong Xian started picking them right away. 1.5 baskets were harvested. I make some dried figs when I have time, which should be good. Fong Xian carried her small basket, and went to the planting area again. The foal was blocked outside the fence again, snorting and kicking his legs, looking unhappy. He wheezed. The pony was very anxious. It wanted to follow, wanted to go in. The dog looked at the horse, then looked at its owner. The dog also snorted. This is a pony mistress, coming to steal its owner, absolutely. Fong Xian couldn't bear it. She was really soft-hearted towards small animals, especially the little pony, which was so cute with its big eyes, looking at you eagerly. Who could stand it? So she opened the fence, let the pony in, and patted its little head with her hand. Don't mess with the crops here. The dog was secretly poking the foal's hind legs with his mouth. Ma Xiaosan, you are a fox who seduces the master. I will poke you to death. Fong Xian came to the left side of the house. There was a small piece of land behind the grape rack. Fong Xian thought it was a pity to leave it empty, so he planted some chives. It was about 1 meter square in size. Even this little bit was enough for one person to eat, and it kept growing. If we don't cut this crop, it will get old, and it will not be delicious when it gets old. He took out a small sickle, and cut the chives in no time. He took out a rope to tie them up, and put them into the storage space together with the small sickle. Fong Xian stood up, and started picking grapes again. It was really a bit busy for her to take care of the dynamic space by herself. The main reason was that it matured too quickly, and aged too quickly. Sometimes she felt lazy, and really didn't want to work. Sometimes she couldn't harvest in time because of something. It would be great if there was a robot to take care of it for her. Fong Xian took out a pair of scissors, and started picking bunches of grapes, and putting them neatly in a large basket. There were 3 types of grapes: red grape, giant grape, and sunshine rose. Red, blue, and green, intertwined and entangled, hanging down in bunches. Fong Xian stood on a stool, and picked the grapes on the rack. The pony nudged Fong Xian's calf, and then looked at the grapes in her hand with his eyelashes fluttering. Well, the glutton in his stomach was growling again. Fong Xian gave it a bunch of red ones. The little guy lowered his head and ate happily. While eating, his hind legs were still kicking. This child seems to have some ADHD. The dog rolled his eyes at it. It was really unbearable to watch. Fong Xian spent more than an hour, and finally picked all the grapes on this grape rack. She stretched her neck, always looking up, which made her neck a little tired. She went to the vegetable garden again and harvested spinach, water spinach, and celery. After planting this crop of vegetables, she did not plan to plant vegetables with a short maturity period. She had enough food in her storage space for the time being. She would plant grains with a longer maturity period and harvest them together later. After harvesting the vegetable garden, she frowned at the rabbits running around in the pasture. The rabbits reproduced too fast. Now there are 70 or 80 of them, all fat and big-eared, and the ground is full of rabbits. It's time to slaughter a batch. There are too many. The rabbits are so cute, they must taste delicious. She caught 10 big rabbits, and put them in cages. She picked up 2 big cages and left the space. Chapter 90. Fong Xian mercilessly pulled one out of the cage, and cut its neck. She took a basin and placed it underneath to collect the rabbit blood. Although she had never eaten rabbit blood, she could eat poultry blood, so she could eat rabbit blood. She would save it for now, and study how to eat it later. After the rabbit blood had drained out, she began to skin it. She used scissors to peel the skin along the belly along the cut just now. A whole piece of rabbit skin was peeled off. She put the rabbit skin in a storage box first, and put it in the storage space later. I won't throw it away, I can make a vest, or clothes, gloves, etc. Although she has everything, she is a thrifty person and keeps the useful ones. The rabbit skin with grass may be better for warmth and cold resistance. I will study it when I have time, but I don't have time now, so I will throw it aside first. Fong Xian slaughtered all the rabbits one by one and peeled them. Put the storage box with rabbit skins into the storage space. Start to process the rabbit meat. Chop off the rabbit's head with a knife, and put the rabbit head in a basin alone. Then cut the rabbit meat into small or large pieces. Wash it with warm water and drain it. Then use a plastic sealing machine to evacuate the air inside, and seal the rabbit meat and rabbit head. Put them in the storage box one by one to save space. Fong Xian felt that it was still early, so he ruthlessly took out 10 rabbits and started slaughtering them. He should make some more finished products so that he can eat them directly when he wants to, without having to cook them now. Fong Xian has been ruthlessly slaughtering cute rabbits for the past 3 afternoons, and finally slaughtered all the rabbits in the ranch. A total of 76 rabbits were killed. Only 5 were kept, 3 males and 2 females. There were black rabbits, white rabbits, gray rabbits, and brown rabbits, and every color was kept. Next, we started to cook rabbit meat. We cooked it directly in a large iron pot, and the quantity was large. There are many ways to eat rabbits, including dry pot rabbit, spicy rabbit head, fresh pot rabbit, bamboo shoot stewed rabbit, beer stewed rabbit, braised rabbit, pickled pepper rabbit, and hot pot rabbit. We cooked some of each, and the taste was diverse. Smelling the aroma that kept wafting from the pot, the man and the dog couldn't help but drool. Every time it comes out of the pot, she and the dog eat 2 pieces. I didn't expect such a cute rabbit to be so delicious. She planned to eat hot pot rabbit in the evening. There were a lot of peppers in it, and the whole pot was red. After a while, the whole house was filled with the aroma of hot pot. She got up and took out a can of cold beer from the refrigerator. How can you eat hot pot without beer? 1 mouthful of hot pot and 1 sip of beer, it's so refreshing. The pot was very spicy, and she enjoyed it very much. She rarely ate spicy food before, but after eating it once, she couldn't stop at all, and sweat broke out on the tip of her nose. Another sip of ice beer. Wow, it was such a treat. This was life. What a life she had lived before. The dog shook his head when he saw it. Fong Xian ate the whole pot of rabbit meat with rice very quickly. She exercised and worked every day, so she naturally had a big appetite. She ate up a rabbit this big, and of course the dog ate 1/3 of it. The dog didn't dare to feed it anything too spicy, so it was always rinsed with water before feeding it. But it was still spicy, and the taste was soaked into the meat. The dog was so spicy that he kept sticking out his tongue, but he still ate happily, and ate his own bowl of food clean. She felt that her dog's physique was much better than other dogs. He could eat some things and didn't get sick at all. After eating and drinking, he patted his belly. He felt that he could eat more, such as slurping. She felt that she had 2 stomachs. Others were full after 2 bites, but she could still eat 2 bites after she was full. Fong Xian spent a long time selecting from the storage space, and decided to eat some watermelon to relieve the greasiness. Then a plate of sliced watermelon appeared out of thin air, and some was also given to the dog. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Knock, knock. Tunton, go open the door. Woof. The door opened, and Grandpa Lee skillfully took out his slippers and changed them, and strode in. Grandpa Lee's personality is now completely casual, and the amiable old man in the past is gone. As soon as he entered the house, he shouted, quite heroically, Shin Shin. Grandpa Lee strode into the house, directly pulled the small stool next to him and sat down, picked up the teapot and poured himself a cup, and drank it in small sips. Fong Xian came from the kitchen and saw the fresh vegetables on the coffee table, including small Chinese cabbage, chives, Chinese cabbage, and coriander. Our vegetables have grown so tall again. Yes, your grandma takes good care of them. They are fat and juicy. They are freshly picked, fresh and tender. I give you some, you can try them. It's pretty good. Fong Xian sat on the sofa and looked at the little old man. Grandpa Lee's face has also changed a little, his eyebrows have become more hard and sharp, and he is completely different from his previous amiable appearance, and the whole person has become more solemn. The old man took the teacup and sipped, Did you just finish your meal? Yes, I just finished. I was wondering why it smelled so good. The old man took the teacup and sipped again, smacking his lips. Your tea tastes good. What kind of tea? Pu'er. No wonder, pu'er is very expensive. This is the first time for me to drink it. I really owe it to you. Fong Xian took out 2 boxes directly from the drawer of the coffee table. Take it back and drink it if you like it. Grandpa Li didn't hesitate to put it in his pocket. Okay, then I won't be polite. You came to see me. What's the matter? Fong Xian asked. Grandpa Li rarely came to Fong Xian's place. He still had a sense of boundaries. Yukiki said he wanted to cooperate with us. He paused, and added, to be precise, he wanted to cooperate with you. Fong Xian was not interested in others' cooperation. It was nothing more than going out to find supplies. She didn't like them, and she didn't want to move. Grandpa, you are so old, you don't lack food or drink. Just take a break, don't work too hard. Grandpa Li slowly picked up the teacup and took another sip. I'm only in my 60s. I'm at the age of adventure. Why should I take a break? Seeing that he couldn't persuade her, Fong Xian stopped talking and poured herself a cup. She didn't know how to make tea either, so she put the tea leaves directly into the teapot and poured them directly into the cup to drink. Grandpa Li put down the teacup and said seriously, Are you going? What kind of cooperation? Fong Xian asked casually. She knows a place with a lot of guns and ammunition. Fong Xian was immediately interested when he heard about guns and ammunition. Where is it? On Fuxing Street. It's quite far from here. Well, it's a 6-hour journey. Who's going? Including the 3 of us and the 5 people in her team, there are 8 people in total. Fong Xian gently stroked her index finger with her thumb. This mission must be dangerous, otherwise she wouldn't be called. Besides, if she asked someone else, Yukiki might be afraid of being robbed by her. Fong Xian said seriously, how to divide it? She didn't say, but asked me to ask you. If you go, talk to her in person. Okay, let's go there tomorrow. Grandpa Li put down the teacup in his hand. Okay, that's it, I'm going back. Grandpa Li stood up and strode away after saying that, walking away in an unusually chic manner. Chapter 91. The next day. The temperature was still very cold, and the wind was biting. Fong Xian arrived at the second elder's house on time at 6 o'clock. This time she was walking, and the snowmobile became the means of transportation for the 2 of them, and even she couldn't drive it. She didn't go out, just stayed at home, and didn't feel bored when she was alone at home. Fong Xian walked into the house, and greeted directly, Let's go. Let's go. Grandpa Li responded and immediately put on his battle robe, which was still a little bloody, but he didn't care. Seeing Fong Xian, Xiao Kai still smiled brightly, showing 2 rows of white teeth, and greeted Fong Xian happily. He quickly put on his coat. He was somewhat happy to be able to go out with his sister again this time. The 3 of them got into the car. This time, Fong Xian sat in the back seat, Xiao Kai drove, and Grandpa Li sat in the passenger seat as usual. The 2 got into the car, and did not start the car immediately. Instead, they took out their pistols to check the D-clip and check if there was any problem with the gun. The 2 of them quickly removed the D-clip and loaded the bullet. He loaded 2 spare D-clips and put them in his pocket. He tied daggers to his cuffs and pulled them out of the scabbards when he needed them. After all the checks were done, Xiao Kai started the car. Fong Xian secretly gave him a thumbs up, professional. Fong Xian hadn't been out for more than 4 months, almost 5 months, and the outside world had changed a little. One of the roads had been trampled by countless people, making it extremely hard, as if it had been polished and waxed, and it was shiny black. If you step on it without paying attention, you will slip. The snow on both sides of the road was getting thicker and harder. There were many more survivors outside, struggling to survive in the extreme cold that lasted for almost a year. It seemed that everyone's physique had changed, becoming extremely resistant to cold, and not feeling cold even in not-so-thick cotton clothes. They staggered, carrying or slinging a rag bag, walking aimlessly on the road like zombies, like puppets without souls. There were very few elderly people, and children among them. When they saw the car, most of them looked numb and indifferent. Robbing others also requires physical strength, and they would not act rashly if they had no chance of winning. But as long as one person takes action, they will swarm in like hungry wolves. Some people came closer and braked suddenly when they saw the blood-stained car, turned around and ran away. One of them failed to brake and stumbled onto the snowmobile. He quickly stood up and ran away. The scene can be said to be extremely funny. Xiao Kai has also changed a lot. His originally tender face has lost some of its immaturity. Xiao Kai has also grown taller. He used to be only about 1.5 meters tall, but now he is much taller and stronger. He is no longer skinny and small. But there are still stubborn people staring at him on the way. The further we drive towards S City, the more stubborn people there are. Xiaokai got off the car and solved the problem. He kicked a kid 1 meter away with one kick. Fong Xian even wondered if his right leg was thicker than his left leg. Grandpa Li did not get out of the car the whole time, but sat in the car and watched calmly. Xiaokai is no longer the weakling who was kicked out at any time. He has completely transformed and grown up. After driving for more than 6 hours, the car finally arrived at the Hope Base smoothly. The Hope Base is also built in the community. Grandpa Li opened the car door, got out of the car, and strode to the entrance of the community. He took out 2 cigarettes from his pocket and handed them over. The guard saw that it was Old Manly and took the cigarette with his teeth bared. "Brother, you are here again. Hey, this time I'm looking for a friend." "Okay, I opened the door for you. Come in quickly." "Okay, thank you for your hard work." Xiaokai drove the snowmobile into the community skillfully and parked it directly at the door of the security room. The guard asked with a smile, "Brother, who are you looking for?" "Captain Yukiki." "Kiki, I have someone find her for you right away." "Okay. Well, Xiao Xia, go and call Yukiki over. Brother is looking for her." "Okay." Xiao Xia greeted Grandpa Li again before running to find someone. Grandpa Li and Xiaokai seemed to be doing well in the Hope Base. The two chatted with the guard, and Grandpa Li's hearty laughter could be heard from time to time. She didn't want to chat with others, so she stood quietly aside and observed the situation in the Hope Base. Fortunately, there was Grandpa Li, a social expert, who could chat with anyone. The residents in the base were law-abiding, and there were no fights. Occasionally, patrol officers would pass by to maintain the security of the base. Although the people here were a little thin, they were in good spirits. After a while, Yukiki came running over, waving and shouting at Fong Xian from a distance, greeting him enthusiastically. Yukiki ran closer, panting heavily, and her breath kept rising from the mask. "Shinshin, you are here. Great, I finally see you again." Fong Xian nodded politely at her. "Lu Su often thinks of you." The Lu Su that Yukiki was talking about was the doctor who treated Grandpa Li and Xiaokai. "Let's go to my house and sit down. It's warm, it's too cold outside." Yukiki stamped her feet and greeted them warmly. The three followed Yukiki to her home. Lu Su was bandaging someone's wound in the house. Lu Su greeted them warmly, and then buried her head in treating the wounded. A stove was burning brightly in the living room. The house was clean and tidy, and the two girls took good care of their little home. Some patients would come to Lu Su for treatment, and Lu Su didn't have to run around, but there would be some very few patients who couldn't come, so she would also go out to see them. Yukiki would try to bring back the medicines needed for treatment, or exchange them in the base. But medicines are more expensive than other supplies, and Lu Su's medical expenses are also a bit expensive. The internal management of the base is not so strict, and individuals are allowed to do small businesses on their own. So she has quite a few patients here. Because there were patients in the living room, Yukiki invited a few people into the bedroom. Fong Xian sat calmly on the stool, and the two stood behind Fong Xian. Fong Xian looked at Yukiki and asked, "Tell me, what's the situation?" Yukiki's mental state is much better than last time. She is full of energy, and seems to have endless energy. Fong Xian also understood what Yukiki said. To put it bluntly, it was robbery. Unexpectedly, this gentle girl turned into a gangster. However, she likes it. Yukiki saw Fong Xian's eyes, and explained hurriedly, "I don't rob everyone. I only rob those who are extremely vicious and take human lives lightly. The S City base is also strangling these unstable villains. We have to hurry up and get ahead of them, otherwise we won't even have a bite of soup." Chapter 92. Yes, the S City base has not given up on ordinary survivors, and is still vigorously rescuing them. Some elderly people and children can take refuge in the S City base, and can be provided with free food every day. It's just that the amount will be very small. But at least they won't starve to death, and there is a place to shelter from the wind and rain. There are many people in the base, and many rich and powerful people will go to the base to seek shelter. There will also be many talented people. It is possible that those who live a good life will be targeted by those with ulterior motives. Once the secret is no longer a secret, the consequences can be imagined. So she had no plans to enter the base for the time being, and she didn't pay attention to the situation in the base. Fong Xian blinked and returned to the topic. These small forces have not attracted the attention of the S City base, so don't panic. Then he continued to ask, Have you figured out the specific situation? There are about a dozen people in their group, living in a community, and they occupy a unit building. Yukiki poured hot water for several people while speaking and handed it to them. It is said that they robbed several military systems and have a large number of guns and ammunition. Finally, Yukiki added with a smirk, there are also a lot of supplies. Fong Xian crossed his legs and took the water cup in his hand. How to divide it? By the number of people, Yukiki said without hesitation. Fong Xian shook his head slightly. No, half and half. I have more people. The number of people does not mean the strength. Then Fong Xian continued to speak slowly. Or you don't have to send anyone. I give you 1 point as a reward for the information. Yukiki thought about it and didn't agree immediately. I can't make the decision. I need to discuss it with my teammates. Fong Xian lowered his head and took a sip of hot water. Okay, then you go and discuss it. So Yukiki immediately put on his coat and walked out of the house. Grandpa Lee lowered his head and asked in a low voice, will she agree? Yes, because they can't do it themselves. Okay, that's good. I'm afraid it's a wasted trip. Of course we can't go back empty-handed. I roughly know where she is, Fong Xian said calmly, rubbing his thumb over his index finger. Grandpa Lee gave Fong Xian a thumbs up. About an hour later, Yukiki led one of his team members back. At first Fong Xian thought it was a boy, but after a closer look, it turned out to be a girl. Why do you say that? The girl is tall and strong. She is 1.8 meters tall, which is more than enough to fit Fong Xian in. In this end times where supplies are scarce, someone who can feed himself so well is also a capable person. Yukiki introduced, this is Fong Xian, who once helped me, and has done me a great favor. This is my teammate, Li Xiaomei. The two shook hands politely. At the moment of shaking hands, Fong Xian could feel that this girl was in good physical condition and very strong. Her big hands were very rough, and her skin texture was very clear. She must have exercised a lot. Although Fong Xian's hands were often exercised, they were nourished by the space output, so her skin was not rough and was a little tender. Li Xiaomei was a little surprised. Was this girl with delicate skin really as good as Yukiki said? She had doubts in her heart. After Yukiki finished the introduction, she sat down with her legs crossed and said, we agree to split it in half. Fong Xian nodded without surprise. When will we act? Tonight, the sooner the better. To be on the safe side, the few people decided to act at night. In the dead of night, when everyone was asleep, they would take advantage of the situation and attack them by surprise. The three of them would stay at Yukiki's house until the evening, and they would definitely have lunch and dinner at her house. So the three of them took out some supplies to pay for the meal. After all, it was not good to eat other people's food when supplies were scarce. Fong Xian took out 2 hard cabbages, and Grandpa Lee and Xiaokai took out 2 pieces of frozen meat. 1 piece weighed more than 1 pound, and 2 pieces weighed more than 2 pounds. It was a lot, and it gave Yukiki enough face. Meat and vegetables were in short supply. Yukiki wanted to refuse, but she swallowed her saliva and accepted it shamelessly. After lunch, Yukiki and Li Xiaomei took the three of them to visit the mission hall of the Hope Base. The mission hall and the window for exchanging materials were both in the sales office of the original community. When she walked to the exchange window, the hall manager took the initiative to greet Grandpa Lee. It can be said that Grandpa Lee has completely penetrated every corner of the Hope Base. This small base actually has anti-cold medicine, which is said to be developed by the S-City base. In her previous life, she was a survivor at the bottom, and had no access to such things. In this life, she has space black soil, but she didn't pay attention to it. Most importantly, she didn't go to the base, and didn't know about it. Grandpa Lee and Xiaokai often come here, and are very familiar with it. They knew about the cold-resistant medicine, but it was too expensive. Besides, the vegetables they planted were growing well, so they were reluctant to exchange them. Although Fong Xian didn't use them, she still exchanged some. She kept them. If she didn't use them, she would just put them aside. It wouldn't take up space. Fong Xian took out a bottle of Erwitu from her backpack. But the bottle was a glass bottle, and it was cracked by the low temperature, so she asked the staff, can the cracked Erwitu be exchanged? When the staff heard that it was white wine, their eyes lit up, and they quickly said, yes, it's okay if the bottle is broken. I can replace it with a sturdy bottle. Liquor is a luxury in extreme cold. Drinking it when your body is frozen can definitely save your life. Then seal it up and store it for some time. Fong Xian saw that the cracked ones could be replaced, so she took out 2 bottles of Erwitu from her backpack. The staff took it happily and carefully placed it in a clean basin. handed Fong Xian 3 bottles of cold-resistant medicine, and reminded, go back and add water at 110, you can grow a lot of vegetables. One bottle is only about 200 L. Fong Xian took it and thanked him. After exchanging the cold-resistant medicine, Fong Xian went forward and looked at the exchange list carefully. It was the existing exchangeable materials in the base, posted on the wall next to it. Fong Xian only glanced at the other materials. But when she saw some materials such as protective clothing, gas masks, oxygen cylinders, medical masks, sewage filters, etc., she looked at them twice more. These things are temporarily unused, so everyone took out the unused ones in their hands and exchanged them with the base for the needed materials. The base then displayed these supplies and exchanged them for those in need. Not to mention the sewage filter, which can be used not only now, but also in the future. Although the other supplies are not used at present, what about in the future? She has all these things, but the other 2 families do not. Fong Xian turned her head and reminded Grandpa Li, Grandpa, I think we should exchange some of these things and keep them. Grandpa Li followed Fong Xian's finger and looked at the several supplies he pointed out. After thinking about it, she felt that these were indeed not useful now, but people should think ahead and not just focus on the present. She felt that what Fong Xian said was right. She should exchange some and keep them as a backup in case of emergency, just in case they can be used. Okay, let's exchange some after we finish our business. Time soon came to 9 o'clock in the evening. Chapter 93. Time soon came to 9 o'clock in the evening. The 2 parties met up and each drove a snowmobile. Yukiki had 2 men and 2 women under his command. They all looked strong and capable. Yukiki was very helpful. He gave the guard a whole pack of cigarettes in advance and kept the door open for the night. Cigarettes were a luxury in the end times. The old smoker, who hadn't smoked for a long time, had his eyes light up when he saw cigarettes. He just opened the door without hesitation. The 2 snowmobiles drove slowly in the cold night. It took about an hour to reach the neighborhood that Yukiki mentioned. The 3 saw the snowmobile leading the way in front of them stopped, and guessed that they had reached their destination. Xiaokai stopped the car, and the 3 got out. Yukiki walked to Fong Xian and whispered, it's the neighborhood in front. Okay, let's go in. They found a relatively secluded place to hide the 2 snowmobiles. After all, they were very important means of transportation and must not be lost. The door lock of the community was broken, and the 8 people moved nimbly to get in. Soon they found the door of a residential unit. It's the one in front. Yukiki pointed to the front and whispered to the 3 people. Don't rush in. Fong Xian reminded, first observe which floor they live on, and how many people there are. The houses in this residential area are all 6-story buildings. It is impossible for more than a dozen people to live in them all. There will be floors for living and floors for storing supplies. Before taking action, you must first find out which floor people live on, and strike accurately. You can't just do it blindly. It is only past 10 o'clock in the evening. Most people are night owls and sleep late, so they will turn on the lights. In addition, the houses where people live will have heating equipment on, so people from outside can clearly observe which house is occupied. It is still early now, and the people in the house have not rested, and it is not easy to move. When everyone is asleep and relaxed, the chance of success will be greater, and casualties can be avoided. The weather is cold at night, and few people go out. If you see people, stay away from them. Everyone circled around the apartment building and observed. There were 5 rooms in total. There were 4 rooms on the 2nd floor, facing south, and 1 room on the 3rd floor. The 8 people were divided into 5 groups. Fong Xian and Yukiki were in a group, each taking care of a room. The rest were divided into 3 groups of 2. Xiaokai was naturally in a group with Grandpa Li. There were 2 rooms in 202. Fong Xian assigned them to 202 so that he could take care of them. Yukiki was also in the 2 rooms in 200, and 1 on the left with his teammates. The remaining 2 people went to the 3rd floor, arranged the tasks, and checked all the guns and ammunition. They froze downstairs for another 3 hours, and were ready to enter at 1 a.m. That's how things work. It's common to freeze outside for a few hours, and they've gotten used to it. The door lock of the unit door was newly installed, and couldn't be opened at all. Fong Xian was about to take out the dagger, but was stopped by Yukiki. Then he saw one of the shorter girls come out, take out 2 wires, and insert them into the door lock. After fiddling with it for a while, the door actually opened. Fong Xian couldn't help but sigh, there are masters in the world. Everyone gently opened the unit door and filed in, crouching with their hands holding guns, taking small steps, and went to their designated locations. The little girl took out 2 wires, and started to unlock the second floor. After unlocking the second floor, she went to her own task on the third floor. Fong Xian estimated that the unlocking process on the second floor must be consistent, otherwise the gunshot will inevitably alert others. The time difference between the previous and the next action should not be too long, otherwise it will give the other party a chance to react, and will be very passive. Fong Xian felt that it was about the same, and nodded to Yukiki. The two parties quickly entered the room. Under the dim moonlight, they could see some things clearly. Fong Xian was wearing night vision goggles, which did not affect his vision at all. The living room was right after the door was opened, and two bedrooms next to each other on the south were on the right side of the living room. Fong Xian gestured with her fingers, indicating the room on the left of the two people and her right. Under Fong Xian's command, the three of them opened the bedroom door at the same time and quickly found the bed. Two large beds were put together to form a large bunk bed. For people were sleeping on it, on the right side of the door, with their heads facing east and their feet facing west. Fong Xian decisively held the gun with both hands and pulled the trigger. Bang bang. Two shots were fired. The two people on the bed died in their sleep. One of them stopped snoring, and before Fong Xian fired, he sat up with a flutter, reached under the pillow quickly, and took out the gun. Everything happened too fast. Fong Xian's reaction speed was not slow either. After the gunshot, he quickly turned the muzzle of the gun, but it was still a second late. Gunshots rang out from front and back. Bang, bang, bang. A burst of white smoke came out of Fong Xian's chest. After the latter was stunned, blood splattered on his head, and he fell to the ground with a thud. At the same time, gunshots rang out from all around. The chaotic and rapid gunshots echoed through the darkness. At this moment, rustling and light footsteps came from behind. Fong Xian's heart was alarmed, and without thinking, he quickly turned around and threw down Grandpa Li and Xiao Kai on the left. The three of them rolled into the bedroom on the left. The two felt that it was Fong Xian behind them, and without saying anything, their bodies rolled behind the wall extremely flexibly to block their figures. At the same time, the sound of a bolt being pulled was heard in the living room behind. Bang bang. The bullet splashed out. It hit the floor where it had just stopped. It was a troll. Whether it was an online troll or a real troll, trolls were very powerful. The troll had a strong killing power. The bullet exploded, and the floor was smashed into pieces, and white smoke rose. The two people's throats rolled unconsciously, looking at the broken floor in fear. If they were a step slower, they would become a sieve like this floor. Fong Xian first glanced at the room. The three people in the room were already dead, and there was no threat of resurrection. She never expected that there was someone in the north room, and that they reacted very quickly. This was a serious mistake in their investigation. They were all ruthless people who burned, killed, robbed and looted every day, and they had been in the business for so long that they still had the most basic combat qualities. So when he heard the gunshot, he immediately stood up, picked up his weapon and rushed out. Fuck, you dared to come to my territory to cause trouble. You will all die here today, and no one will get out alive. The man in the living room glared and shouted. Fong Xian breathed steadily and ignored the other party's ridicule. She lowered her body and quickly extended the gun tip, pointing in the direction of the gunshot, and pulled the trigger. Bang bang. Gunshots. The man's thigh was bleeding, and it didn't hit the vital part. The man hurriedly fired back, and the bullet hit the wall, and the wall was broken into pieces. The three people hid behind the wall, and did not suffer any harm. The man quickly retreated to the north wall, gritted his teeth, and cursed with a ferocious face. The latter was temporarily beaten back, but this stalemate was not a solution. Chapter 94. The latter was beaten back temporarily, but this stalemate is not a solution. Both sides kept firing. Thick smoke filled the air. The whole building was echoing with deafening gunshots. Fong Xian wondered, were there fierce battles in other rooms? No quick victory? There must have been an unforeseen accident. At this moment, the sound of empty gunshots came from the opposite side. She didn't have time to think about it, and quickly stood up, and immediately smuggled out 2 pistols to exchange for the 2 empty guns in her hand. She strode out with the gun in both hands, waiting for the man on the other side to change the magazine with an empty gun. At this time, the 2 men also stood up and followed without hesitation. The man was hiding about 5 or 6 meters away. Fong Xian was very fast and pressed forward like lightning. The other party had already changed the D-clip. Fong Xian did not wait for the other party to react, raised the pistol and shot almost at his face, pulling the trigger at his face. Bang bang. The gun fell. A cloud of blood mist exploded from the man's head, and he stared with his eyes wide open in disbelief, and fell on his back unwillingly. The two men rushed to the man after he fell to the ground. Grandpa Lee couldn't help but secretly complain. He really couldn't catch up even if he tried his best. The speed was really too fast. Xiao Kai secretly made up his mind. He had to go back to carry more weight. His skills were still not good enough, too slow. Fong Xian grabbed the spray gun on the ground and threw it to the two men. She didn't rush to touch the body, but opened the door and went to the next door quickly. She opened the door of 201 next door and saw a male teammate of Yukiki lying on the floor behind the sofa, bleeding wildly, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. In the opposite room, there was also a powerful spray gun, which kept firing sub-D. What happened? How could they be beaten so badly after a sneak attack in the middle of the night? The remaining two people all hid behind the sofa and fought back with difficulty. The sub-D flew around, and the scene was extremely chaotic. There was no order at all, and they were shooting randomly. Although there was only one person on the opposite side, the firepower was strong. The three small pistols did not dare to shoot as aggressively as Fong Xian. They could only fight back passively, consuming expensive sub-D, and were suppressed and did not dare to show their heads. At this time, the two people upstairs had come down. It seemed that the situation upstairs was relatively smooth. Several people looked at each other in the corridor, but did not talk. Instead, they were worried about the situation in the house. When the two saw their teammates on the ground, their eyes were red, and they were about to rush in. Fong Xian grabbed him and shook his head at her. Now is not the time. If you go in, you will be a living target. Finally, the sound of an empty gun was heard from the opposite side. Grandpa Lee and Xiao Kai already had experience, and the three of them rushed in quickly. Fong Xian was still the fastest. The two men gritted their teeth and fought hard but still couldn't catch up. Fong Xian took a big step forward, moved sideways, looked for the right time, found the target, and quickly pulled the trigger. Bang! The gun went off. The man had just changed the clip, and he quickly raised the muzzle and fired a shot without thinking. Bang! It must be said that this man's reaction speed was much faster. He only had the chance to fire one shot, and blood spurted out of his forehead instantly. With a thud, he fell on his back. At this time, the bullet of the spray gun hit Fong Xian's shoulder, and the bullet exploded, and a faint trace of blood oozed out of his arm. Fong Xian stumbled back 2 steps due to the strong impact of the rain. Xin. Sister. Grandpa Lee Xiao Kai screamed and ran to him quickly. Grandpa Lee's hands were shaking. Are you okay? No problem. I'm wearing a rainproof suit, and I just got a little hurt on my arm. It's okay. Fong Xian moved his arm, and there was a layer of constant temperature clothing blocking it, so the rain didn't hurt his bones, just flesh wounds, nothing serious. At this time, Li Xiaomei slowly stood up from the sofa, looking at Fong Xian in disbelief, her face full of shock. It felt like something flashed before my eyes, and then the other side was stunned. It was too fast, too fast. No wonder they had to split it in half. This is strength. If it weren't for him, they wouldn't be able to take it down in a short time. Besides, the other side had enough firepower, but they didn't have many sub-D, so they would definitely suffer in the end. She was not the only one who was shocked. Everyone in Yukiki's team opened their mouths wide, and their jaws were about to drop to the ground. Hurry up and save Dongzi. Yukiki shouted, calling back the sanity of several people. Yes, his Dongzi. The 4 people quickly ran over to check Dongzi's injuries. The whole bullet hit his abdomen, blood gushed out, and he had fainted from the pain. Fong Xian walked up to him, tore open his cotton coat, pressed 2 pieces of hemostatic cotton on the wound, temporarily stopped the bleeding, and took out gauze to wrap it around to prevent the hemostatic cotton from falling off. Fong Xian pointed to a boy. You send the injured back. Then see if you can rent 2 snowmobiles in the base? Yes. Then you can come here tomorrow and rent the car in advance. Each snowmobile can be made into a large sled to transport supplies. Okay, I got it. Team Yukiki subconsciously obeyed and carried the injured person horizontally and drove the snowmobile away quickly. The rest of the people check the floors in groups of 3 and first check if there are other people or survivors. Then each person will go to one floor and quickly count the supplies on each floor. Yes. Everyone responded and quickly dispersed. Yukiki came over and said cheerfully, I knew it would work if you took action. Fong Xian just smiled faintly and didn't reply. Turning around, he bent down and picked up the gun on the ground. You know what? Their equipment is really hard. Right, let's surrender them, and all these hard equipment will be ours. Although she still had a lot of these things in her hand, a container, plus the ones looted from the villa. She didn't consume much, but who would complain about having too much of these things? The more they found, the more confident they were. Fong Xian and Yukiki began to search the entire second floor. Fong Xian went to 202. There were 4 shotguns and 4 pistols, and almost everyone had a firearm in their hands. If they hadn't launched a sneak attack in the middle of the night, it would have been difficult to crack this hard bone. There were a total of 16 D clips and 5 boxes of D, with 30 to 50 pills in each box. Yukiki also found a lot of guns and D drugs in 201, and was so happy that he couldn't see his teeth. About half an hour later, the searchers came down from upstairs. Each of them reported the amount of supplies stored on each floor. Except for the rooms where people live, there are a lot of supplies on the other floors. These people are like hamsters moving, collecting a lot of good things from everywhere and hoarding them. Unexpectedly, they all got a bargain. There are 2 rooms for medicine. This time, there is no shortage of medicine. 1 room for clothes. Thick and thin, long and short, men's and women's styles, all available. 2 rooms for the remaining rice, flour, grain and oil, and 1 room for daily necessities. 2 rooms for all kinds of food, finished products, semi-finished products, ready-to-eat food, etc. There is even a room full of diesel and gasoline. They are all packed in large plastic barrels, and they are also thoughtfully labeled to distinguish the various models. I have to say that they are really thoughtful. Chapter 95. There are actually 4 rooms for guns and ammunition. Each room is 40 square meters, all filled. Spray guns, submachine guns, snipers, pistols. There are also some grenades, tear gas, explosives, and smoke guns. Bulletproof vests, steel plate suits, bulletproof helmets, and explosion-proof shields. There are even RPGs. There are also long knives, short knives, and electric batons. It's really too cruel. When everyone saw these hot weapons, they were all stunned and shocked. They had never seen such a scene in their lives. Even if they were divided in half, they could still get a lot. With these things, wouldn't it be great? It was really a stroke of luck. They came forward excitedly, touching this and that. Xiaokai picked up a sniper rifle, and couldn't let it go, his eyes glowing green. He looked up at Fong Xian. Fong Xian knew what he was thinking and said, "It's yours." After hearing this, Xiaokai was so happy that he bared his teeth, his face full of excitement. Grandpa Li didn't like sniper rifles. He picked up a double-barreled shotgun. He liked shotguns. He had seen the firepower of shotguns in the battle just now. It was powerful enough, he liked it. Everyone went up to choose their favorite weapons, grinning and laughing. Fong Xian said, "Let's divide the spoils." Yukiki was excited. Her little face flushed and she grinned and laughed. Weapons really fell from the sky. Weapons fell from the sky. Hearing Fong Xian's words, she immediately nodded, "Divide, divide. You and Grandpa Li go and divide, move your share to the 3rd and 4th floors, separate the 2. Yukiki nodded quickly, okay, I do as you say. These things are transported by 2 snowmobiles, and it will probably take several days. Snowmobiles can only carry so much stuff. It's not a big deal to make a few more trips. It's just that it might be a bit ostentatious." Yukiki clapped his hands, "Okay, my friends, get moving now. When we get back, you can touch me however you want, and even hug me to sleep. Get moving." "Oh! Okay." Everyone cheered. He was extremely excited, like someone who had taken a shot of chicken blood, and he didn't feel sleepy at all, so he started working in a hurry. Fong Xian found 2 chairs, and sat on them leisurely, with her feet on another chair. She closed her eyes, and fell into a daze. With Grandpa Li present, she was not worried that Yukiki would cheat her of her supplies. In less than 2 hours, Yukiki's supplies were moved to the 3rd and 4th floors. The rest were all for the 3 of them. Everyone sat or laid down to rest. They were so excited that they didn't feel sleepy at all. Time quickly came to morning. At 8 o'clock, Yukiki's male team members rushed back. The cars have been rented. 2 cars. I drive one here, and the other one will come when we go back. Fong Xian lazily opened his eyes. "Okay, we drive this one first, and you can drive the other one when you go back." Yukiki said, "Let's rent another one when we get back, so it will be faster." Fong Xian reminded him, "I suggest you put someone behind the wheel to avoid any unexpected situations on the road without support." Yukiki suddenly realized, "Oh, I forgot." Fong Xian stood up. "Okay, let's drive. Grandpa, you just stay here and don't let others steal our house." After all, the fierce battle last night made a lot of noise, and the whole community could hear it clearly. Grandpa Li shouldered a double-barreled gun, spread his legs and shouted loudly, "Okay, leave it to me." Everyone carried their own supplies and started loading them into the car. Fong Xian suddenly thought that it would be better to leave 2 people alive, because there would be no free labor. It was a mistake. A lot of supplies were also stuffed into the snowmobile, and the more they could carry, the better. Everyone drove their cars happily, returning with a full load of supplies. Yukiki and Grandpa Li stayed here temporarily, and one person could drive over with an empty car. Yuki's route was short, and the supplies were lucky, so he finished transporting them in 2 days. But their route was long, and they couldn't finish the transport in 2 days. "Let us help you transport it, for cars will be faster." Fong Xian didn't want others to know where they lived. So Fong Xian refused without thinking, "No, we transport it slowly." "Okay, then how about I lend you my car?" "That's fine." Fong Xian thought for a moment, "Then you can help us guard here for a few more days, until we finish transporting the supplies." Yukiki readily agreed, "Okay, no problem." So the 3 of them drove a snowmobile each, transporting supplies back and forth. Yukiki and her team helped guard the apartment building, and when the car returned, they would also help load the car. It was definitely not peaceful on the way, and someone would be concerned if the car was empty, especially when there was a lot of supplies hanging behind the car, which would attract people's attention and make them rush forward desperately. And there were 3 cars. This made the survivors even more jealous. Just grab them. Brothers, grab them. If you don't eat, you die anyway. It's not a loss to have a bite before you die. Fight them. I'd rather die than starve to death. We only have one life. Who's afraid of whom? Go for food. A skinny man held a kitchen knife in his hand. His eyes were ferocious, and he incited the survivors around him with red eyes. The survivors around him were not afraid of death at all and rushed forward. Some held sticks, some held shovels, and some only had rags in their hands and rushed forward without thinking. They were completely crazy and rushed forward with red eyes when others urged them. The 3 people stopped the car one after another, and several people got out with guns. The 3 stood in a row and raised their guns. Fong Xian pulled out a submachine gun from the car, slid his thumb, and instantly adjusted it to single-point mode, and his finger was on the trigger without hesitation. "Since you want to die so much, I will send you off." Everyone was shocked, and their rationality returned instantly. The 3 people actually had real weapons. They stopped their feet in panic and retreated. Fong Xian sneered and raised his hand to shoot. Bang! The bullet was fired, hitting the forehead of the instigator accurately. The man hid behind the crowd, his eyes widened in disbelief, and fell on his back in the snow. Everyone saw that they killed a person without blinking, and their eyes widened. They didn't want to die, they just wanted to eat a bite of food. Quiet, deadly quiet. Only the sound of gunfire echoed in their hearts. In the face of absolute strength, the more they shouted just now, the quieter they were now. Walala. Everyone scattered like birds and beasts, madly fleeing for their lives. The 3 put away their guns and started the car again. The journey was still long. They had not yet driven out of S City, and had to go through many robberies. Fong Xian's car led the way, Grandpa Li followed, and Xiaokai was in the middle. The snowmobile drove slowly on the icy road. When they saw a few survivors running over, Fong Xian didn't even stop the car, but opened the window and ran away. Just as the 3 cars were driving halfway. In the distance, a pile of wooden fences blocked the middle of the road, blocking the way ahead. Chapter 96. In the trenches on both sides of the snowy field in the distance, there were a large number of people lying in ambush. Fong Xian raised his eyebrows. It seemed that this was a long-planned move. They had been transporting supplies for 2 days, and this was targeted by someone with ulterior motives. As long as they got off the car and cleared the roadblocks, the people lying in ambush in the trenches on both sides would swarm in. They should be a group of robbers who were more skilled in their business, not ordinary survivors who rushed up without thinking. The 3 cars stopped steadily in front of the fence. No one got off the car, and quietly observed the movements on both sides of the snowy field. After a while, people on both sides of the road came out of the trenches one after another. Wow, there were more than 30 people who came to rob the 3 of them of their supplies. There were men and women, some holding sticks, some holding machetes, some holding kitchen knives, and the 2 leaders holding a pistol. They were all ruthless, each with a ruthless intention and murderous eyes. They were veterans at first glance, and they had succeeded many times. They should have some understanding of them. So they gathered so many people, probably because they thought that more people would win. Even if there are risks, they are willing to take a chance. The risk is big, but the reward is also big. 3 trucks of supplies, As long as they succeed once, they can eat for a long time, and there are 3 snowmobiles. As long as they succeed this time, they will make a fortune. What's the harm in a little danger? Fong Xian carefully observed the group of people. Only the 2 leading people had hot weapons in their hands. The rest of them only needed a volley of bullets, which was not a big problem. Fong Xian certainly couldn't wait for the robbers to arrive, because there were too many uncertain factors. She lowered the window, pulled out the sniper rifle from the passenger seat, and aimed at the leader in the left trench through the scope. Bang! The sniper rifle flew out with a bang. The sniper rifle flew out at high speed, hitting the leader in the middle of his brow, and his brain flew out, splashing red and white all over the people around him. Before Fong Xian could turn the gun, there was another bang. Bang! The 2 leaders on the left and right sides fell to the ground one after another. Judging from the direction of the sound, it should be Xiao Kai behind the car. I didn't expect this little guy's shooting skills to be so good. The robbers were all shocked. They only had a small pistol in their hands. This didn't seem like the power a pistol could produce. The robbers watched the boss fall to the ground. Before they could recover, another boss also fell to the ground. They thought that they had guns and were outnumbered, so they would definitely be able to capture him without any effort. The boss was already dead before the fight even started. What the hell? They couldn't beat him. They couldn't beat him at all. After a moment of shock, everyone turned around and rolled back into the trench in complete tacit agreement. The crowd came and went quickly. The 3 of them got out of the car and pushed the roadblocks in front to the sides of the road. Fong Xian walked to the position where the robbers were before and bent down to pick up the pistol that fell on the ground. No matter how small a fly is, it is still meat. Even a bullet will not be spared. So he squatted down and began to search the body, and Xiao Kai went to the other side. The 2 of them found more than 20 bullets on the robbers. Fong Xian weighed them in her hand and left with satisfaction. She didn't know why she felt that there were more and more robbers on the road. Just after sending off one wave, another wave came. Perhaps they were also dreaming of getting fat. A dozen people rushed up in front of him. This group of people had no hot weapons, only various cold weapons in their hands. Fong Xian stopped the car again. She opened the car window, with cold eyes, and took out the submachine gun. She had many guns, and she used different guns according to different situations. Before she could open fire, the robbers in front of her stopped in a panic, and then fled in panic. After stumbling along the way, they finally arrived safely at the villa area where they lived. It took almost 7 hours on the road. Even if they stayed up late, they could only transport the goods twice a day, because it was too far. For the first time, she regretted living in such a remote place. After arriving home, she simply said hello and unloaded the truck quickly and skillfully, because she was already very familiar with this business. Finally, it took 5 days to transport all the supplies back. Fong Xian transported her supplies back to her small villa and placed them in the attic. You can't say that this attic is quite useful. All the looted supplies were piled up there. Fong Xian stayed at home again. Life returned to peace. Grandpa Li and his wife also rested at home for a while this time. If they needed supplies, they would go to the Hope base to exchange them. They no longer had to go out to look for supplies every day like before. Sometimes Grandpa Li and his wife would drag her to the Hope base to stroll and relax. Being locked up at home every day would also cause problems. After the last supply boom, Yuki's team could be said to be doing well in the base. The armed forces have risen several levels, and basically no one dares to provoke them. She even became the second in command of the base. But the second in command of the base was a sinecure. She didn't care about anything and didn't like to meddle in other people's business. Yukiki led Fong Xian to stroll around the base. Yukiki talked endlessly about the heroic deeds of her team, her cherry mouth chattering non-stop. Suddenly a hoarse voice called Fong Xian. Fong Xian initially thought she had heard it wrong and ignored it. She didn't know many people in this base. After Yukiki reminded her, she looked back. A thin girl came over. Her face was sallow, and her hair was greasy and stuck together. It's really you. Great. I didn't expect to meet you here. The woman was very excited, as if she was an old friend who hadn't seen each other for a long time. Fong Xian watched her performance quietly. What's wrong? Don't you recognize me? The girl asked. Fong Xian shook his head. The woman looked embarrassed for a moment, then regained her enthusiasm. I'm Xiao Ran. Have you forgotten that we were high school classmates? Xiao Ran? Fong Xian searched her memory for a long time, before vaguely remembering who it was. What impressed her most was that she didn't like to study. She skipped classes all day and dated a bald gangster from the society. She used to be a celebrity in the whole school. Teachers and students in the school avoided her. Later, she seemed to have stopped going to school because of her pregnancy. Fong Xian said lightly, I don't know her. Then she turned and left. The woman stomped her feet lightly and chased after her. Hey Fong Xian, how could you not know me? I used to be very famous in school. We are really classmates. Do you live in the base as well? Get lost. Fong Xian said a single syllable with a warning in his eyes. She knew what she was thinking. He just wanted to get close to her and get some benefits from her. The woman was frightened by Fong Xian's fierce eyes. She took 2 steps back and didn't dare to move forward. Why are you pretending to be noble? She is raised by your cousin. Who knows if she is hooked up with someone? The woman cursed and left angrily, swinging her arms. Yukiki asked in a low voice, do you want me to help you solve it? She made a gesture of wiping her neck. Fong Xian didn't care. Don't pay attention to her. People like her can't live well. Chapter 97. The wind stopped and started again, the snow stopped and started again, the extreme cold was hard. In a blink of an eye, 3 years of extreme cold had passed. In her previous life, she was in extreme cold and died at the beginning of the 3rd year. And now she is still alive and well. Is this considered to have passed a disaster, a hurdle, and she will live a long life in the rest of her life? Early in the morning of this day, Old Man Wang passed away. On a snowy and sunny morning. In the end, he still couldn't stand the torture of heart disease. Old Man Wang's heart disease recurred many times, and each time it was dangerous. Without systematic treatment in the hospital, he could only rely on drugs to maintain his life. Every time Xiao Kai went out to look for supplies, he paid the most attention to drugs related to heart disease. But after 3 years of extreme cold, all the drugs had expired and had lost their medicinal value, and they had no effect at all. Moreover, even before the end of the world, heart disease was difficult to cure, let alone the end of the world now. When Fong Xian went over, Xiao Kai was wiping Old Man Wang's body and changing his shroud. The sunlight shone through the glass, hitting the 2 people, making them look golden. Old Man Wang did not suffer when he passed away, and he passed away quietly in his sleep. In fact, passing away in sleep is not a bad thing, as people no longer need to suffer from illness. The 2 old people looked solemn, standing quietly beside them, with red eyes, and remained silent for a long time. Grandmolly wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, and sighed heavily. Maybe it is also a kind of relief, no longer suffering. Grandpolly held her hand in his palm, and squeezed it tightly. Xiao Kai's eyes were red and swollen, tears silently fell, his eyes were dull, his breathing was slow and heavy, his only relative left him, and he didn't live to see the extreme cold pass. There was no news from his parents, and they lost contact during the extreme cold. Now he was left alone in this cold world. There was only the whistling of the wind around him. He would never see the figure of that little old man again for the rest of his life. Fong Xian looked at Xiao Kai's sad expression, and he felt bad too. After all, they had been together for so long, that old man who always smiled at her. But she had seen too many deaths and lives, so there were not too many waves in her heart. Xiao Kai forced himself to take care of the funeral. To send his grandfather off for the last time. He placed Old Man Wang in a thin coffin. This coffin was made by Old Man Wang himself. He seemed to know his physical condition and prepared it in advance. He also told Xiao Kai about his funeral. He didn't want to sleep in the cold ground, because it was cold enough when he was alive. The 2 elders helped to deal with Old Man Wang's belongings during his lifetime. The things he often used and wore during his lifetime, and even the things he was reluctant to use before, were all placed together. Several people moved all the firewood in the house outside and piled it into a high pile of firewood, ready to go. The sun was bright, shining on the cold earth. Several people lifted the thin coffin of Old Man Wang and placed it on the high firewood. Xiao Kai lit it himself. Along with the burning were the relics of Old Man Wang. Looking at the thin coffin in the fire, he knelt on the cold ground and cried again. Tears kept falling down his face. His grandfather's figure kept appearing in his mind, and the days when the 2 depended on each other. No one will be waiting for him to come back home. A few people stood quietly in front of the fire, watching the fire slowly burn out, and everything turned into ashes. Xiao Kai moved his legs, slowly stepped forward, and began to collect the ashes bit by bit. Xiao Kai carefully swept the ashes into the urn. This urn was also made by Old Man Wang himself. When Xiao Kai first saw Old Man Wang making these things, he was still very angry, because it made him very scared of the day to come. If he didn't prepare, would that day not come? He carefully wrapped the urn with a piece of red cloth and held it gently in his arms. Fong Xian waited for Xiao Kai to collect the ashes, then returned to her small villa. Xiao Kai did not go out for a long time, just sitting quietly in the house, staring at something in a daze. The two elders were very worried, and would go over to check on him from time to time, bring him some food, and watch him eat it. Gradually, Fong Xian felt that the temperature outside had risen. He was sensitive to changes in the outside world. She would notice the slightest change at the first time. She walked outside. She took out the thermometer, and found that the temperature had risen by 10 degrees. The temperature was now minus 55 degrees. This made Fong Xian nervous. She was not happy about the rising temperature at all, but worried. The rising temperature is not necessarily a good thing. She went to the second elder's house, and talked about the rising temperature. Grandmolly clapped her thigh happily. Great, the temperature has risen, so can we return to normal life? Can we go home? Grandmolly looked at the faces of the two people. What's wrong? Isn't this a good thing? Grandpolly said in a deep voice, Xin, tell me what you think. What will happen if the temperature rises? Grandpolly pondered for a while. The snow melts and forms a flood. Yes. Grandmolly's face suddenly changed. She looked at the two people, and did not interrupt. Our terrain is low, and seawater can easily flow back and flood the city. And the dam will burst, Grandmolly said immediately. Grandmolly was shocked and her face turned pale. Then the government will not take measures? If the city is really flooded, all we can do is leave here. Grandmolly looked at Grandpolly. Grandpolly patted Grandmolly's hand and asked, Where are we going? To City A. Although the journey to City A is long and there will definitely be a lot of trouble, we can't stay here any longer. Even if she goes into space to hide, the outside world will become a vast ocean when she comes out, so there is no point in hiding in space. She wants to place the three of them in the base of City A, which she has been thinking about for a long time. The A City base will be relatively safe, and the security management system in the base should be relatively good, not too chaotic. After all, it is the capital. Safety can be guaranteed, and the three people living in the base don't have to hide from place to place. Life can be stable. And for various natural disasters, a city should have corresponding measures. She can also feel more at ease. But there has been no news about the A City base. Is the base not built yet? Impossible. It should not have been announced to various cities. Perhaps they are still waiting to see the natural disaster situation. Never mind. Let's go and take a look first. Grandpolly nodded. Okay, I listen to you. When are we leaving? Wait a little longer. The snow layer should be thinner, and it should be able to bear the weight of the car. Do you need another car? Yes, I'm going to go out and find a car. Okay, you go get a car. I go to the Hope base. Fong Xian understood Grandpolly's thoughts. Then you go. Grandpolly has a good relationship with Yukiki, so he went to tell her. As for whether he would listen or not, it was not his business. Humans are emotional animals, and emotions are the spiritual sustenance of human beings. In this dark end times, we should always remind ourselves that we are human beings, not something else. Grandpolly immediately stood up, and was about to go out. Old man, ask Xiao Kai to go with you. I am worried about you being alone. Okay, call him on the intercom, and ask him to come over. Don't stay in the house all day. Chapter 98. After a while, Xiao Kai arrived. Xiao Kai was much taller than her. He had grown a lot in the past 2 years. He was 1.78 meters tall and strong. From a distance, he looked like a black bear. Old lady, you stay at home and pack your belongings. We are leaving. Okay. So Fong Xian also went out, pretending to look for a car. Hey, why are you two here, old man? Yukiki was surprised. Grandpolly got straight to the point. The temperature has risen. Do you feel it? Yukiki pulled her slender hands out of her gloves and felt the temperature. Has it warmed up? I don't feel it. It's still so cold. Grandpolly frowned. He didn't expect this little girl to be so careless. She was not as careful as his family. It has warmed up. That's a good thing. I won't have to suffer from the cold in the future. Can I come here specially for a good thing? Yukiki looked at the serious faces of the two people and finally became serious. What's wrong? Grandpolly patiently explained. When the temperature rises, the snow will melt and cause floods. There will also be seawater backflow. The dam will burst and flood the city. Yukiki's face changed drastically. No way. This is too scary. Grandpolly nodded. Get ready. We are leaving here. Where are you going? We plan to go to City A. Yukiki was puzzled. Why do we have to go so far? Grandpolly did not get impatient and continued to explain patiently. City A is the capital of the country, and the seat of the central government. Compared with bases in other cities, it is relatively safe. Both military and technological strengths are much stronger than other cities. Yukiki still had a glimmer of hope. The temperature will rise, and the natural disaster will be over. Go to another city to hide first, and come back after the flood subsides. There's no need to run so far. Grandpa Lee sighed, stopped talking, and didn't say anything more. Everyone has their own choices, and he has no right to interfere. I hope so. Okay, let's stop talking. We have to go back and pack up. Grandpa Lee turned around and walked away, waving his hand. Let's go. Yukiki was stunned for a long time before turning around in panic. Fong Xian thought for a while before taking out a military truck from the storage space. No other car was suitable. The high chassis could not carry too many things. The chassis of the larger capacity ones was too low. They could not reach City A in a few days. They needed a place to rest, and a place to load a lot of supplies. After thinking about it, no car was more suitable than a truck. The military truck had high wheels, so it could drive through difficult roads. Or it could handle puddles without any problem. The car was also sturdy and durable. But this military green is too eye-catching, so it must be changed to a different color so that it is not too eye-catching. When the temperature rises, the snow will definitely melt, and it will be as slippery and difficult to drive on as a mirror, so the tires must be replaced with anti-skid tires and anti-skid chains to be safer. Fong Xian looked at the green car cape. This car cape must also be removed. Put a container on it, and it is best to put insulation cotton inside, so that people inside will not be too cold. There is a lot of work, and she can't do it alone. It will be much faster to just drive the car out and let everyone work together. After thinking it over, Fong Xian took out the car in the dynamic space and dismantled the awning by himself. He took out the tools, put on gloves, and started working. Fong Xian worked swiftly and frantically, not caring whether the dismantling was damaged or not, as long as he could dismantle it as quickly as possible. After dismantling everything, he chose a container of suitable size and put it on the rear truck bed. He also had to take tools. Some common tools were already available in the two old families, so he only needed to take some that were not available in the two old families. For example, thermal insulation cotton, spray paint, anti-skid tires, anti-skid chains, electric welders, and jacks were all put into the container. After everything was done, Fong Xian and the car left the space. The car was pressed on the thick snow, and it felt like the whole car sank down, and half of the tires of the car were stuck in the snow. But fortunately, the empty car didn't weigh much, and the snow layer was very hard, so it could fully withstand the weight. Fong Xian drove the car slowly to the door of the second elder's house. Grandma Lee walked out of the house, her face full of surprise. Xin, this car is really great. It can hold a lot of things. The more Grandma Lee looked at the big container at the back, the more she liked it. She was still worried about what to do with the supplies at home, and she couldn't bear to throw it away. Although a lot of meat was consumed in 3 years, there is still a lot left. This container certainly can't hold it all, but at least not too much will be thrown away. Fortunately, I listened to Fong Xian and made most of the meat into jerky, bacon, and smoked meat, otherwise it would really go bad when the temperature rises. When the two of them got home in the evening, they were really stunned when they saw the truck at the door. A tall and long container. It can carry a lot of things. It's really practical. Grandpa Lee blinked his eyes, with only shock in his eyes, and didn't ask where the car came from. Once people have an idea, they can't sit still. They must do something to relieve the tension and anxiety in their hearts. So at night, the three of them began to pack up their belongings and were busy until very late. Fong Xian didn't have to do anything. He just had to take out some things to pretend and stuff them directly into the space. The temperature rose by 5 degrees the next day. If it continues like this, the temperature will rise above zero in a few days. There is not much time left for the few people. The car must be modified. Fong Xian told the two how to modify the car. Grandpa Lee nodded in agreement. Do you want to install a guardrail? It will be safer. Fong Xian thought it was okay. It could protect the car well and prevent others from coveting it. After discussing, the three of them started to act. First, weld the container to the truck bed to prevent it from loosening and falling. Xiaokai picked up the welding machine, plugged in the power supply, and after getting familiar with how to operate it, he put on the mask and started welding. Just weld it directly. It's good to be strong, and there's no need to consider whether it looks good or not. It took a whole day to modify the car. The work was done very quickly. The only thing missing was the guardrail, and they had to go out to find some steel pipes tomorrow. Most of the work of modifying the car was done by 2 people, installing insulation cotton, changing tires, and installing anti-skid chains were all done by 2 big men. She only did some light work, just spraying paint. The next day, Grandpa Lee and Xiao Kai went out early to look for steel pipes and the like. They came back very late at night, and Grandpa Lee was anxious. They worked in the dark with the headlights on. What Fong Xian saw the next day was that the whole car was installed with a crash barrier, and even the container was wrapped. You have to open the crash barrier first before you can open the door. It was quite spectacular. Chapter 99. Fong Xian was holding a diesel heater, several pieces of anti-D glass, and several anti-peeping films. Fong Xian suddenly thought yesterday that there was no heating system in this truck, and one must be installed, otherwise people would freeze to death. Not only that, anti-D glass must also be installed. If there is a shooting incident by evil bandits, it is no joke, and anti-D glass can also block it. After all, in this chaotic end of the world, the outside world is full of dangers. Nowadays, it is never too careful, and nothing is more important than your own safety. It's best if you don't touch it, but if you do, you won't be beaten to a passive position. Xiao Kai reached out and took the things in Fong Xian's hand. Sister, what is this? Heater, anti-D glass. Okay, I know how to do it, you go and rest, I do it. Grandpa Lee also strode over when he heard the voice, and the 2 of them worked together with swift hands and feet. It took less than 2 hours to get the car all fixed. Okay, it's installed. Grandpa Lee straightened his back and patted the car window. Xiao Kai collected all the tools and put them aside neatly. Fong Xian checked the inside and outside of the car, and only felt relieved when he was sure that everything was installed properly. The few people looked at the modified truck, and their sense of security increased a little. Fong Xian said lightly, "Can we load the supplies first?" Grandpa Lee nodded in agreement, yes. After that, several people immediately took action. Old man, do you want those 2 big black pots? Take the important ones first, and load them later if there is room. Okay. Grandma Lee was reluctant to throw away anything, and these 2 big black pots were quite useful. There are many things that cannot be taken away, including the luxurious bed that was brought back with great effort. And all the furniture in the house cannot be taken away. Grandma Lee pulled out the folding table from the corner. It seems that you are the only furniture that can be taken away. The most important thing is food. Food is the material for survival. Pack food first. Grandpa Lee urged. Okay, got it. Put the heavy things in the front first, and press the car. Grandpa Lee directed in an orderly manner. Oh, then load the food first, because it is heavier. So the group first loaded the most important food into the car. Fong Xian stood in the container, and placed the supplies that the group had put in. Half of the car was actually filled with food. This shows how rich the supplies of the 2 families were. Fong Xian only loaded a small part of his things. Just for show, most of them were food. The 3 finally took out some clothes, bedding, and other daily necessities and stuffed them into the car. Xiao Kai replaced Fong Xian and stood in the container, placing the supplies one by one. Small items were stuffed in as much as possible to ensure that no space was wasted. They worked until it was dark before they packed everything. They were relieved. It was better to finish it early than to rush around. After they finished, they went back to their houses to rest. They could set off as long as the snow on the road was thinner. Fong Xian also returned to her small villa. After a busy day, she planned to reward her stomach. She wanted to eat a chicken raised in the ranch, and taste the chicken in the ranch. Since she was reborn, she has never treated her stomach badly. She can eat whatever she wants. She has everything and nothing is missing. This feeling is very good. I haven't eaten any chickens in the ranch yet. Now there are more than 40 of them, all of which were hatched later and have grown up. There are also more than a dozen pheasants with bright colors. I will slaughter a batch when I have time. There is no need to raise too many, which takes up too much space. Fong Xian first took out some dried mushrooms and soaked them in warm water, planning to make a chicken stew with mushrooms. After processing the chicken, the mushrooms should be ready. Fong Xian flashed into the ranch and grabbed a fat one directly. He took out a basin to collect the chicken blood, which is also delicious and cannot be wasted. Fong Xian pulled a bald spot on the chicken's neck, then cut it open with a knife to drain the blood. Killing a chicken is easy, it can be done with one knife, but collecting the chicken's blood is a boring job. After the chicken blood was finally drained, the basin with the blood was put aside. Throw the whole chicken into the basin, pour hot water, and start plucking the feathers. Fong Xian cleaned the chicken in a short while, leaving no hair on the body. The chicken was not small, bigger than ordinary domestic chickens, and it felt fat even after taking off its clothes. Cut open the chicken and remove the internal organs. Clean the chicken heart, liver, and gizzards and stew them in one pot. They are all edible. Keep the chicken intestines as well. Stir-fried chicken intestines are delicious. Put them aside and process them later. Cut the chicken into small pieces and put them into boiling water. Cook over high heat until the blood foam is boiled out, then turn off the heat. Take out the chicken pieces and put them into the casserole. Then put the soaked mushrooms, wash them, and put them in together with the clean chicken internal organs. Then pour the chicken blood directly into the side of the pot. When it is cooked, it will be a whole piece, very delicious. Add red dates, wolfberries, ginger slices, and chives. Except for mushrooms, which are not produced in the space, everything is produced in the space, and the taste must be first class. Bring to a boil over high heat, and then simmer over low heat. After about half an hour, the fragrance continues to waft out. The dog has been waiting on the side with a pot in his mouth for a long time. Fong Xian lifted the lid and picked up a piece of chicken from the pot. Don't worry, let me taste it first to see if it's cooked. Fong Xian blew on the steaming meat. It was a little hot, but she couldn't wait to take a bite. Shashasha, hot, hot. Fong Xian chewed it. It was really delicious. The meat was tender and delicious, not dry at all, and tasted great. She raised chickens that were all free-range, and they were fed with grass. The taste was amazing. She felt it was ready, so she turned off the gas stove, took the anti-scalding gloves off the wall and put them on, and carried the casserole to the dining table. Fong Xian suddenly remembered that she seemed to have forgotten to buy some gas cylinders for free. Forget it, I keep an eye out for it next time, and stock up if I come across it. If there's none, it's okay, it's not a big deal. Fong Xian first served some chicken pieces to the dog, and some mushrooms as well. Then he served a bowl of red bean rice, and put it in there. The dog was finally satisfied, and started eating heartily. Fong Xian also served a bowl of red bean rice. They sat at the dining table, and started eating heartily. One person, and one dog actually ate up the whole pot of chicken. It was so delicious, that they couldn't control their mouths at all. She touched her bulging belly, and felt that her stomach was full, but her mouth was not. After the meal, it would be fine to have some fruit or drinks and some snacks. She smacked her lips, and took out a cup of pearl milk tea from the storage space. She had both cold and hot milk teas. She took out a cup of hot milk tea, and sipped it with a straw with great satisfaction. There was a faint sweet fragrance in the air, which was very pleasant. The milk tea was sweet but not greasy, and the pearls were chewy and elastic, which she liked. Fong Xian leaned lazily against the back of the dining chair, and slowly sipped the milk tea in her hand. She couldn't drink any more after drinking half of it, otherwise her belly would explode. She put the remaining milk tea into the space, and saved it for next time, and she burped with satisfaction. It was very comfortable. Chapter 100. 3 days passed quietly in the anticipation of several people. The snow layer was much thinner, and the temperature was only about -22 or 23 degrees Celsius. At this time, the outside world seemed to be trapped in the ice and snow, whether it was the ground or the houses, the cars on both sides of the road, and the billboards. The mountains or the frozen dead trees, everything was exposed. All were wrapped in a thick layer of white ice, reflecting the cold light. Sheen 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 sheen. Grandpa Li's voice came from the intercom. Fong Xian picked up the intercom and pressed the talk button. Yes. Can you see if the road outside is passable? I go and see. Fong Xian put down the intercom, put on a thin cotton coat, and walked out. Now that the temperature has risen, you don't need to wear too thick clothes, but it's still very cold, and you can't wear too little. It's very painful to catch a cold. Fong Xian stood outside, and the cold wind hit his face, still like a knife, scratching his face painfully. The snow on the ground has become much thinner, about calf deep, and has become extremely hard. Fong Xian stepped hard, but it didn't move at all. This thickness is fine. If it's thinner, it will be difficult to walk when the flood breaks out, and they will be trapped. Fong Xian quickly returned to the house, and pressed the intercom. Get ready to go. Fong Xian changed into light clothes, carried a mountaineering bag, held a sniper in one hand, and a submachine gun in the other, and went out. She raised her hand, and put the house into the space, and also put away the snowmobile that had been driven back a long time ago. There was nothing outside, she had put it away early. Fong Xian led the dog to the old man's house, and walked into the house. Have you packed up? Almost. Shao Kai hasn't come yet in 10 minutes. Okay, let's wait for him to come. After a while, Shao Kai came running over with a big bag on his back. At this time, the old man had also packed up his things. Seeing Shao Kai coming, Grandpa Li said, "You can go now." Fong Xian nodded. "Have you put on your anti-draft clothing?" "I am wearing it." The three nodded. Safety is the most important thing when you go out. You should wear anti-draft clothing all day long. When working with Yukiki last time, we got several anti-D vests from the large amount of supplies seized, and everyone got one. Fong Xian even made one for the dog and put it on. The little head was wearing a small hat made from anti-D vests. It was absolutely well protected. "Don't worry, I definitely wear it all day." "Then let's go." The two elders looked inside the house again, reluctant to leave. To be honest, they had developed feelings for this place. They had to move to another place, and they felt inexplicably heavy. They don't know when they can settle down and live a stable life. Fong Xian stepped into the high driving seat. He put the big backpack and two guns in the back. Guzi jumped into the car nimbly, and got into the rest area in the back. Fong Xian modified the back of the two seats, and added a very narrow berth for people to rest. This way, if you are tired of driving, you can have a place to rest. Shao Kai sat in the passenger seat, and fastened his seat belt. He can drive a snowmobile, but not this kind of large truck, so he wants to learn from it. The two elders entered the container. A small area was cleared at the rear of the container for people to rest. The supplies in the car were separated by several quilts. The quilts also have a certain effect of heat insulation and cooling. There was a thick Simmons mattress underneath, and a mattress on top. Under the mattress was an electric blanket, and next to it was a battery box to supply electricity to the electric blanket. The two people were wrapped in thick quilts, with an electric blanket under their bodies and a small electric heater next to them for warmth, so they were not cold at all. There was no frozen food in the car. Grandma Li had processed all the frozen vegetables and meat into dishes, and dried meat in the past few days. Fong Xian pressed the intercom and asked the two elders in the car, "Are you ready?" "Yes, we can set off," Grandpa Li replied. The three intercoms were charged early, and there were also several power storage boxes, so even if one was at the front and the other at the back of the car, they could communicate well. Fong Xian started the car, lifted the handbrake, and stepped on the accelerator. Set off. While driving, Fong Xian opened the offline map. This map was downloaded by her before the end of the world. Fong Xian directly clicked on the location of City A, and a winding high-speed route appeared on the map. Fong Xian started driving along the route indicated on the map. The car was very heavy, and it made a crackling sound when it rolled over the icy road. The hard road surface crushed by the car's large tires. The tires were tied with dense anti-skid chains, and the grip was very strong, so there was no fear of the car slipping. The car slowly drove out of the quiet and remote villa area. Slowly we got on the main road, passing through S City on the way, and heading northeast to S City. The survivors on the road ran outside, knelt on the cold ground, and cried loudly. But their faces were filled with joy, and they excitedly celebrated the rise in temperature. The survivors took off their heavy clothes, revealing their big heads and thin necks. They were really afraid that their thin necks could not bear the weight of their heads, and would fall off. Many survivors saw such a big truck with a tall and long container behind it, and they stepped forward and waved their arms to try to stop the car. The body has formed muscle memory, and it has to rush forward to grab everything. "Be careful, there are people in front," Shao Kai reminded from the side. Fong Xian knew that such a big truck would definitely attract others' covetousness, but there was nothing he could do. Not to mention driving a truck, even if you ride a broken tricycle, someone will be interested. No matter what car you drive, trouble will never stop. Fong Xian didn't indulge, and stepped on the accelerator directly, and the car accelerated instantly, pretending to hit it. The survivors saw that the car had no intention of stopping at all, and it even accelerated, so they hurriedly dodged to the sides. Being crushed by such a big truck is no joke. If you are not crushed into a meat pie, you will be half disabled. The survivor stamped his feet, and cursed angrily. "Fuck, you all will die a miserable death. You will be killed by a car sooner or later." The two elders also saw this situation from behind. There was an observation port on the back door of the container. After opening it, they could observe the outside very well, so that they would not be blinded by darkness. Grandpa Li saw the man cursing, picked up the sniper rifle, and pulled the trigger expressionlessly. Bang! The gun hit the bottom of the man's feet, splashing pieces of broken ice. The survivors heard the gunshot, and were stunned in place for a moment. Walala. The survivors scattered like birds and beasts, not daring to get close. One punch is enough to prevent 100 punches. This is the truth he understood after living in the end times for 3 years. When necessary, his edge must be displayed to scare a group of monsters. Chapter 101. Their car was like a piece of delicious and juicy fat meat. The survivors were salivating. The car was finally approaching the border of S City. The buildings and streets of the city were all frozen, and the scene was particularly spectacular, like a frozen world. There was no intact glass, all of it was shattered and in ruins. The former prosperity no longer existed, only the devastation left by the natural disaster. Xiao Kai used a telescope to observe the road conditions ahead. He saw from the telescope that there were roadblocks in the distance, and several people were collecting tolls. "Sister, there are toll collectors ahead." Fong Xian wondered whether to go over. If they really collected tolls, she could just give some, but she was afraid that they would be greedy. If she wanted to change the route, she would have to go a long way. "How many people are there?" "About a dozen, and the 2 leading them have pistols." Xiao Kai held up a telescope and reported the situation in the distance. Fong Xian thought for a while, but decided to go over. "Notify Grandpa and be on guard." "Okay." Xiao Kai immediately picked up the walkie-talkie. Soon the car drove in, and there were only 2 cars with higher chassis passing in front. Fong Xian kept an eye on the situation in front. The car in front stopped in front of the roadblock, and the toll collector came forward. They smashed the car and knocked on the car window. Fong Xian was sure that they were a group of robbers. Xiao Kai held a sniper and a pistol in his hand, and kept a close eye on the development of the situation. Grandpa Li did the same in the back car. The 2 cars in front drove everyone out directly, and snatched the cars together. "You can't do this, let me go. Let me go, you bunch of bandits. Get out of here if you know what's good for you, you bunch of low-level maggots. I respect you by asking for your car." The robber pointed his gun at the struggling survivor and kicked him to the ground. The robbers beat him mercilessly with sticks, laughing from time to time, not taking human life seriously at all. The 3 people on the ground were beaten to death. The robbers suddenly turned around and noticed the big truck behind. Their eyes were filled with greed, and a huge crowd of people surrounded them. "I don't know where all these people came from." They were excited, holding their cold weapons and shouting, "Get off, get off. Get off, get off." They were extremely arrogant and fearless, which showed that they often succeeded. They were abnormally inflated. They felt that they were bound to succeed. The leading man approached with a pistol in his hand, knocking on the car door, and said coldly, "People in the car, get off quickly." Fong Xian opened the car window. His eyes were even colder than the man's. "What's the matter?" "Oh, this is the first time I've met someone who dares to talk to me like this." The man raised his pistol fiercely and pointed it at Fong Xian. "I told you to get off the car. Don't you understand what I'm saying?" Fong Xian lazily picked up the submachine gun and poked the long barrel out, hitting the man's forehead. "You're talking to me." Instantly. Silence. The group of robbers seemed to be strangled by someone and lost their ability to speak. Xiao Kai also raised his sniper rifle and aimed it at the man. The man was stunned and couldn't believe that there was such a strong firepower. After this round of bullets, these 30 people were not enough to fight against the opponent. His throat rolled, and he swallowed unconsciously. His brain was just dizzy by the big truck and lost his reason. His mind was full of thoughts of taking it for himself. But he forgot that the person who could own such a car must be very powerful. He was really stupid. He subconsciously raised his hands and laughed awkwardly. "Haha, misunderstanding, misunderstanding, you can go ahead. I will move the roadblock for you now." Fong Xian felt that this man was very sensible and decided not to embarrass him. "Hurry up then." The leading man turned stiffly and shouted, "Go and move the roadblocks, go." The robbers rushed over and moved the roadblocks to both sides. Soon the road was clear. Fong Xian restarted the car and left smoothly. Even after leaving, Xiao Kai and Grandpa Li still held their guns and did not dare to relax at all. They did not put down their guns until the car was completely away from the robbers' attack range. A man in red was very unwilling to accept this. He felt that his boss was too timid and was frightened by a long weapon. He despised him in his heart. Just let them pass like this? The leading man was very annoyed by his subordinates' doubts. Anyone dared to run in front of him and talk nonsense. He kicked the man in red to the ground and cursed, "You are a stupid pig with only a butt but no brain." He looked at the fat meat away with red eyes and became more annoyed. He turned around and kicked the man in red who had just climbed up. "Use your brain when you talk next time, get lost." Hey, okay boss. The man in red quickly got up, not daring to say another word, and ran away with his butt sticking up. When his back was facing the boss, the man in red gritted his teeth, his eyes became sinister. Bah, any coward can be the boss. Sooner or later I will kill you. The car slowly drove into the edge of S City, and got on the highway. At this time, there was no car on the highway, the road was wide, they could drive as they wanted, there was no traffic jam at all. The tall wheel hubs and thick tires crushed the ice mercilessly, driving unimpeded. It was almost evening when they drove into the edge of K City. Fong Xian decided to stop to rest and have a meal. Fong Xian found a stable, an open area to park the car. He opened the door, and got out of the car with long legs. He raised his arms, and stretched his waist. Even if he was physically fit, he couldn't stand sitting in the same position all the time, which was very tiring. The three of them got out of the car, and stretched their bodies. The dog couldn't wait to get out of the car, and ran to the side to urinate. Grandpa, let's take a rest, have a meal, and then go to the city in the second half of the night. Grandpa Li understood Fong Xian's idea. Going to the city in the middle of the night would naturally cause less trouble. None of them disagreed. When you are out, someone will give you advice, and you just need to listen to the instructions. Grandma Li took down a small pot, and found a sheltered place. Grandpa Li brought down a bundle of firewood, lit a fire, and started cooking. All the food was ready-made. Grandma Li had made a lot of food in the past few days. You just need to heat it up and eat it directly, without the trouble of making it now. There are pork ribs and potatoes under the pot, and a layer of rice on top. They are cooked directly from the pot, with both rice and vegetables. When the rice is hot, it is served in a large bowl. Grandma Li skillfully collects some clean snow from nearby and pours it into the pot. She cleans the small iron pot with the fire that is not extinguished, and then collects some more snow to burn. She saves it for washing dishes later. The two elders take the heated food into the container to prevent the food from cooling too quickly due to the low temperature outside. The two elders got into the container, and served a big bowl of food to each person. She and Xiaokai served the food and got into the front of the car. Before eating, she poured some dog food for the dog. With others around, the dog's food was much lower. She also put a few pieces of dried meat in it, and patted its head, eat it. Woof. No one is a hypocritical dog when they go out. Chew chew chew. It's just a little dry, eat it. Chapter 102. But the dog still ate all the food, without wasting it. Fong Xian usually eats 2 large bowls of rice, but today she only ate 1 bowl, and didn't want to eat any more. Maybe being out and about affects her appetite, or maybe she is just too picky now. Xiaokai quickly wolfed down a bowl, he was in a good mood now. As the saying goes, a young boy can make his father poor. He looked at Fong Xian's sister, I get another bowl, do you want more? No, you eat it. Okay. Xiaokai took his empty bowl away, and soon he brought back a big bowl. After Fong Xian finished her meal, she felt that her mouth was tasteless, so she took out a piece of hard candy from her pocket, and put it in her mouth. The sweet taste filled her mouth, and she felt better immediately. After Xiaokai finished his meal, Fong Xian drove him to the back container. Go to the back, and take a nap. Can you do it alone, or you sleep and I keep watch? No need, there is a dog to keep watch. Xiaokai knew Fong Xian's temper, and he no longer insisted after hearing this, and opened the car door and walked down. Call me on the intercom if you need anything. Got it. After that, Xiaokai closed the car door. The car can't be kept on all the time, it consumes a lot of fuel, so he turned off the fire and took out a small heater from the space. Although the power is low and the heating effect is not very good, the space inside the car is small, and the temperature is not very cold now, it is enough. Fong Xian cleaned up the things on the rest area and put them on the front seat. Take off your shoes and prepare to go to bed. Your feet have been bound in your shoes all day. It feels that the shoes are smaller and your feet are bigger, which is very uncomfortable. Now take off the shoes, the feet are finally free, finally comfortable. Pull the quilt over and prepare to sleep. The dog is anxiously pulling Fong Xian's arm with its claws. Fong Xian doesn't understand. What does this mean? After the dog finished pulling Fong Xian, it poked its food bowl with its mouth. Fong Xian understood immediately, it saw that there was no one else around, so it wanted to eat special food. Well, this dog is going to be smart, it knows that it can't be greedy when there are people around. So I quickly gave it 2 carrots produced by the space, a big tomato, and a few pieces of rabbit meat. Then pour in the prepared goat milk powder. He patted its head lovingly, eat it, you keep watch after eating. Woof. Chew chew chew. This is still delicious. After eating, it jumped onto the passenger seat, with its ears erected to be alert to the movement outside, its eyes wide open, observing the surrounding environment. Not long after Fong Xian laid down, he fell asleep. He had to go to sleep quickly, because he had to get up early tomorrow to travel. In the container behind, Xiao Kai and Grandma Li also fell asleep. He turned up the electric blanket and tucked in the quilt, fearing that the two would be cold while sleeping. He sat aside, wearing a big cotton coat, observing the outside from the observation port. Grandpa Li was still very vigilant. He was afraid that someone would find this place in the second half of the night, so that he would have time to react and deal with emergencies as soon as possible. Time passed quickly while sleeping, and the alarm rang at 2 o'clock in the second half of the night. Fong Xian reached out to turn off the noisy alarm. She didn't expect that she would still be disturbed by the alarm even in the end of the world. She stretched her body in the quilt, and slowly turned on her brain. This sleep was quite comfortable, and she slept for more than 7 hours. She sat up, and the dog stared at her with big dark circles under his eyes, full of sleepiness. Fong Xian reached out and touched its head to comfort it. You've worked hard, go to sleep. The dog yawned loudly, jumped into the rest area, curled up, and prepared to sleep. He was really sleepy as a dog. Fong Xian took out a cup of hot soy milk and sipped it slowly, waiting for his brain to fully start. After drinking a cup of soy milk, his stomach was warm, and he felt much more comfortable. He put the battery box attached to the heater into the space, and moved the things on the seat to the rest area. Lifting his legs, he stepped into the driver's seat. The car started. After warming up the car for a while, Xiao Kai heard the sound of the car, and soon opened the door and got in. How did you sleep? Fong Xian asked. I slept well, and got enough sleep. Xiao Kai couldn't help but yawn. The car was almost warmed up, and the heating in the car was turned up. Fong Xian lifted the handbrake, shifted gears, stepped on the accelerator, turned the steering wheel with both hands, and drove onto the cement road. The heavy truck was moving out, like a tiger coming out of the mountain, driving into K-City in a mighty manner. Fong Xian drove along the outskirts of K-City, and slowly drove into a village. The car's high beam was on the front, and the vision at night was not very good. You have to look carefully at the road conditions to avoid falling into a pothole. Small potholes are fine, and trucks can pass through them. The only problem is that it is a big pothole, which is covered by a layer of ice. It will be very troublesome if the car falls into it. The current temperature is already minus 17 or 18 degrees Celsius, and it is rising every day. Finally, we drove out of the village and onto the highway. The sky gradually brightened, and we finally drove out of K-City. The journey was smooth, and no emergencies occurred. Fong Xian parked the car near an abandoned factory. It was time to prepare breakfast. People are made of iron and food is made of steel. If you don't eat, you will be hungry. In the morning, there are still ready-made foods, which can be heated directly in the pot. Today we eat black fungus and cabbage. Grandma Li throws some dried meat directly into the dish. This way, there are both vegetables and meat. Grandma Li takes care of the daily cooking and cleaning of the dishes, and Grandpa Li will also help. Don't let Fong Xian interfere at all. After everyone had eaten and drunk enough and had a simple rest for a while, Fong Xian started the car and set off again. They had just left one city, and there were still 5 cities to reach City A. It seemed that it would take a few more days. I hoped that the temperature would not rise too quickly. Fong Xian saw that the ice on the ground was already thinning. The speed of the car could also be increased. The car got on the highway again, and unexpectedly met several cars on the road, and they all overtook her car, and soon arrived at the junction of City H. There were people collecting tolls at the highway toll booth. 3 cars that passed her car stopped at the toll booth and paid the toll. Xiao Kai saw through the telescope that they were really just collecting tolls, not robbing, and felt relieved. Each car took out about 10 kilograms of food, which was not bad, not too expensive, nor too cheap. Those who can collect tolls on this road section are definitely not ordinary people. Not just anyone can come in and collect tolls. Fong Xian didn't want to make trouble. As long as the tolls were not too much, it was okay. When the truck slowly drove into the toll gate, 4 people in front of it immediately reached out to stop the truck and signaled it to stop. Fong Xian stopped the car and lowered the window. She carefully observed the 4 people in front of her. They were wearing green military coats and were clean. When the 4 people saw the big container, greed appeared in their eyes. Fong Xian sighed secretly. She knew it wouldn't be so smooth. There were really many big and small ghosts. One of them shouted in a stern voice, "Get out of the car and accept inspection." Chapter 103. One of them shouted in a stern voice, "Get out of the car and be inspected." "What's in the car?" Fong Xian did not answer the person who asked the question, but looked at him leisurely. "I'm asking you a question? Open the door, we need to check." Swish. Fong Xian did not hesitate, and directly pushed the submachine gun over. The long barrel of the gun stuck on the man's forehead. "You are crazy. This is our duty. We have to check every vehicle. If there are any contraband items, they will not be allowed to pass. Please cooperate with me." The man's voice was unquestionable. "It's the end of the world, and you are still here with your duties and inspections. What a joke. It's nothing but evil thoughts at work, and you are trying to find excuses to cover it up. What if I don't agree?" Fong Xian finally spoke, his voice cold. "Who do you think you are? You can't disagree." Fong Xian turned the gun and pointed it at the man who was talking behind him. "Do you want to hear what you are saying?" The man who was previously poked in the head, when he saw the muzzle of the gun move away from his head, he actually breathed a sigh of relief and stepped back awkwardly. He really didn't dare to speak. What if he really shot him? The people behind him swallowed their saliva and suddenly felt scared, but they had been brought here, and today they were short of manpower, which made it very awkward now. "Open the gate." Fong Xian raised his gun and spoke in a deep voice. Although the four people were unwilling, they still reluctantly opened the gate. The car slowly drove out of the toll booth and gradually moved away. The four men looked at the truck in the distance, gritting their teeth in anger. The duck in their mouths actually flew away. "Just let them go like this? Of course we can't let them go so easily. No one dares to point a gun at my head. Go and inform the boss about this." "Okay, I go. Don't forget to remind the boss that they have weapons." "Okay." After saying that, one of them ran away quickly. "Shinshin, something is wrong." Grandpa Li's voice came from the intercom. Grandpa Li had been observing the others from behind, and immediately informed Fong Xian when he noticed something was wrong. "Got it, be on guard." The car continued to drive on the highway. There were few cars passing by, and the road was passable, but the tires had to be equipped with anti-skid chains or anti-skid tires, otherwise ordinary cars would have difficulty moving on the slippery road. After driving for half an hour, 3 off-road vehicles came speeding from behind. Buzz. Buzz. The rapid sound of the motor came from far away. Soon, it passed the heavy truck and blocked the truck's way. 15 people got out of the off-road vehicle, each holding a gun, some long and some short, all aimed at the truck. Fong Xian slowly slowed down the car and stopped it. "Listen up, everyone in the car. Get out of the car quickly, accept inspection, and surrender your guns without killing." "Listen up, everyone in the car. Get out of the car quickly, accept inspection, and surrender your guns without killing." One of the people in the off-road vehicle took out a loudspeaker and shouted loudly. Fong Xian and his men did not panic, and calmly loaded their guns. The dog growled and bared its teeth. Fong Xian opened the car door and got out. The strong wind blew Fong Xian's clothes, making a rustling sound. Fong Xian stood tall in the strong wind. He was not afraid at all. Shwa. The people on the opposite side raised their guns and pointed them at Fong Xian again. Fong Xian suddenly made a throwing motion with his right hand. Swoosh. Something was thrown over. Dang-clang. A black sphere hit the feet of everyone, bounced twice, and smashed a hole in the hard ice surface. Everyone's pupil shrank suddenly, and suddenly someone shouted, "Get down, it's the hand. The thunder." Before he finished speaking, he was blown up into the sky. Boom! The violent explosion resounded over the highway, and the 7 or 8 robbers in the center of the hand. The thunder had no time to dodge, and were swept to the ground by countless fragments, and lost their lives instantly in the explosion. An off-road vehicle behind him was hit by the hand. The thunder ignited the fuel tank. Boom! Another explosion sounded. The car disintegrated instantly, and the pieces flew everywhere, sending several robbers, who were not dead, to the west. The fire burned fiercely. In just a moment, half of the 15 robbers were killed, and the remaining half were injured or disabled, completely unable to resist. Lying on the ground, wailing non-stop. It was like dealing with a piece of tofu, which broke at the touch. Fong Xian did not pity them. She was not a good-tempered person, and anyone who provoked her must be returned 100-fold. She raised her right arm and waved her palm gently. Bang! Bang! Gunshots rang out one after another. The remaining wounded robbers were shot in the head one after another. The barrel of the sniper rifle stretched out of the car window, and Xiaokai pulled the trigger mercilessly through the scope. Grandpa Li had already walked out of the container, also holding a sniper rifle, ruthlessly harvesting. The gunshots fell. Fong Xian stepped forward. Grandpa Li and Xiao Kai followed closely behind. Click, click. The black leather shoes made a crisp sound on the ice and snow. The fire of the off-road vehicle was burning fiercely, but it did not make people feel a trace of warmth. There was only a chill all over the body and endless fear. 2 people hid behind the SUV and escaped by luck. One lost an arm, and the other lost both legs. They kept wriggling, and deep bloodstains flowed from their bodies. Fong Xian stopped. Grandpa Li and Xiao Kai stepped forward and killed the 2 people neatly with knives. Bullets are consumables. One less is one less. Use them when necessary and save when necessary. Xiao Kai and Grandpa Li squatted down, checked the bodies one by one, and collected the spoils. Collecting the spoils was their high respect for the battle. They didn't miss a single D, even the underpants. In total, they got 3 short ones, 1 long one, and 3 D clips. They collected 5 boxes of D from the 2 off-road vehicles, and the rest were destroyed by the explosion. The 2 carefully drained the diesel in the tank, really plucking the feathers of the geese, and not letting go of any. After collecting the spoils, the 3 returned to the car. The car continued to start. After driving for about 4 hours, passing through towns and mountain villages, they finally left H City and drove straight to G City. Fong Xian never thought that he would drive so far in his lifetime. This can be regarded as an alternative self-driving tour. Before the end of the world, the distance of more than 2,000 kilometers could be reached by train in more than 10 hours, and the plane would be faster and only take more than 3 or 4 hours. But now the road conditions are not very good, and the car is heavy. It is also impossible to drive smoothly, and some troubles must be solved on the road, wasting some time. Naturally, it will be much slower, but it is estimated that it will be almost there in 2 days. In the evening, the car was about to leave G City and drove into a town, which was built around the highway. The car stopped in front of a rundown hotel. There are many highway hotels along the road. They provide accommodation for tired drivers passing by, but the price is slightly higher. It is a one-time deal. Anyway, you won't come next time. In the past, there were vendors on both sides of the road. In summer, they would sell some fruits and vegetables to help tired drivers cool down and relieve their fatigue, but they were usually short of weight. The drivers are also well aware of this situation. They buy what they want and don't buy what they don't want. Chapter 104. Fong Xian stopped the car, and several people got out of the car one after another to stretch their hands and feet. Gozi still jumped out of the car swiftly to solve the urgent problem. The temperature seemed to be constantly pulled up by an invisible hand, rising faster and faster. At this moment, it was only a few degrees below zero. Several people's thick cotton coats could no longer be worn, so they changed into slightly thinner coats. At this moment, they felt a little warmth, and their bodies no longer felt the biting cold. The ice and snow on the road were much thinner. Even after taking off his thick clothes, Xiao Kai's figure did not look thin at all, and he still looked very strong. Just then a voice came. "Who are you?" The few people looked in the direction of the voice, and a middle-aged man stood in the distance of 3 hotels, observing them. The man was wearing a black cotton coat and a cotton hat. His face was black and purple from the cold, but his figure was not thin. He looked at the few people with sharp eyes. Grandpa Li walked up and said politely, "We are just passing by. We will stop to rest and leave tomorrow morning." The man's eyes showed vigilance towards strangers and shock at seeing the big truck, but he didn't have the greed to take other people's things for himself. Grandpa Li looked at this man and found that he didn't live in embarrassment like ordinary survivors. The man couldn't help but flash a flash of shock when he saw that there were 2 elderly people among the 4 people. When the food reserves of ordinary families run out, some will starve their elderly to death, because the elderly are the most worthless, only consuming but not producing, so they will be ruthlessly abandoned. He felt a little better about the few people, but he didn't relax his vigilance. "Where are you going?" the man asked. Grandpa Li did not tell others his destination, but smiled and said, "We will only stay for 1 night, so we won't cause you any trouble." A girl in her teens ran out of the house. She hid behind the man and looked at the people in front of her timidly. Although the girl's clothes were a little worn, they were very clean, her cheeks were rosy, and she didn't look thin at all. It was obvious that she was well taken care of. The man protected the girl and scolded, "What are you doing here? Go back to the house. Dad, Mom asked you to go home for dinner." The little girl was a little aggrieved by her father's scolding, and said in a low voice. Soon, another woman ran out of the house and dragged the girl back. "It looks like a family of 3. To survive in the extreme cold, With the whole family intact, they must be very capable, and it is difficult to protect the family by one's own strength, and there will be constant troubles. The woman must be a tough character. Fong Xian observed calmly, taking in everything. When the man saw his child being dragged away by his wife, he subconsciously stared at the few people, and found that there was no evil in their eyes, so he couldn't help but feel relieved. The man waved his hand and said in a steady voice, "It's okay, that's not my home, you can stay." After saying that, he turned around and walked straight to his home. The man thought for a while and stopped, turned back and reminded, "Don't sleep too deeply at night." Grandpa Li understood and said solemnly, "Thank you for reminding me." The man shook his head. Driving such a big car, it was obvious that the supplies were rich. Just like a piece of fat meat, it was hard not to attract the covetousness of jackals. In the 3 years of extreme cold, he had seen too many people's hearts. No one was a fool. He could tell whether they had the ability or not at a glance. These people were not the kind of people who could be easily manipulated. Otherwise, they would not have come here safely. Fong Xian also heard the conversation between the two. Since someone would come here to cause trouble, there was no need for them to wait for trouble to come here. She hated trouble the most. Killing people was also very tiring. She said in a deep voice, "Get in the car and leave here and rest somewhere else." No one disagreed. Fong Xian started the car again, turned the steering wheel, and adjusted the car body. At this moment, more than 30 people surrounded him, each holding a weapon and with fierce eyes. When they saw the car was leaving, they all ran forward anxiously, fearing that the fat meat would run away. They smashed the car's guardrail recklessly, trying to stop the car from moving. Fong Xian didn't expect that she couldn't hide, and they actually rushed over by themselves. She was not a good-tempered person. "Since you don't want to live, then let you do it." She stepped on the accelerator. Buzz! The car engine sounded, and the car instantly accelerated, heading straight for the survivor. Everyone panicked immediately. These people did not play by the rules at all. Shouldn't they get out of the car and argue with them? Then, they were outnumbered and quickly subdued them. The whole car was theirs. They were naive, so they did what they thought. They had just observed for a long time, and there were only 4 people in the car, who were no match for them at all. Why did they attack without saying a word this time? They dropped their weapons, and dodged to the sides in panic, but 3 of them were not able to dodge, and were crushed alive by the truck wheels. Some had their legs crushed alive, some had their waists crushed mercilessly, and one was crushed from the neck and died on the spot. The screams were like those of a pig being slaughtered. They immediately jumped up and wailed and cursed, "You are not human. Why are you so cruel? You crushed people to death. Are you blind? You all will die a miserable death. Stop the car quickly, you must give us an explanation. Killing someone means paying for their life. You must compensate us." "Yes, compensate us. We can't let them go like this." Some people still didn't give up. They were like hungry wolves, trying to tear off a piece of meat. Their eyes were red, like barnacles that couldn't be shaken off, making people sick. Fong Xian turned the steering wheel with a cold look in his eyes. The car body turned around, and the big truck once again hit the crowded place. The crowd screamed and ran away, but 2 people were still unable to dodge, and were ruthlessly crushed under the wheels. This time, everyone was completely panicked. They were stunned and had no idea what to do. They are in trouble, and have killed people. This matter cannot be left like this. We are many people, and must seek an explanation. We cannot let our relatives die in vain. A person hiding behind the crowd continued to incite. That person was very smart. He just shouted at the top of his voice, and didn't get closer. He had a sinister look in his eyes, and stared at the truck, blaming these people for being stupid and useless. Grandpa Li stuck out the muzzle of his gun from the observation port. His eyes were cold. He had no intention of killing anyone, but these people were like a thorn in his flesh, clinging to him tightly. Bang! The sound of the sniper rifle exploded like thunder, deafening and echoing in the air. The head of the person hiding behind and inciting the crowd burst like a smashed watermelon. Red and white splashed all over the ground. Seeing the corpse on the ground, the people who were still hesitating quickly regained some reason. They had to face reality. This time, they met the real ruthless people. They were as ridiculous as clowns, who didn't know their own strength, and they wanted to shake the big tree with ants. Their eyes were red, and they gave up unwillingly. Their hearts were pounding, and they were afraid. Fortunately, the dead were not themselves. Chapter 105. The man in the cotton hat, who had been observing the situation on the second floor, confirmed his point of view. Although they were few in number, they were definitely not ordinary, and would not show any mercy to those who came to cause trouble. Having more people does not necessarily mean victory. They are completely vulnerable in the face of absolute force. Fong Xian turned the steering wheel and ignored the ignorant survivors, slowly moving away from the town. At the end of the town, he found a dilapidated house. The plaque was swaying in the wind, hanging halfway on it, and the handwriting was completely unclear. It was unknown what kind of store it was in the past. Thick icicles hung from the eaves of the house. The roof had long been crushed by the heavy snow and was in ruins. The walls were also mottled and painted and frozen in thick ice. Fong Xian looked around and found that there were no other houses nearby. Only this building stood alone here, which was relatively safe. Yes, a place without people is safe. Fong Xian turned the steering wheel and parked the car close to the house. The house could also shelter him from the wind. After dinner, several people rested separately. Before Fong Xian went to bed, he got out of the car and walked around the body of the car to observe it carefully. For example, check if the tires are underinflated or if there are any large stones stuck in the tires. Then check if there is any oil leak in the fuel tank. Check if the crash barrier is damaged. After all the checks were completed, she went into the car to rest with peace of mind. It was still the dog who kept watch. No words were spoken all night. She slept until 5 in the morning. It was dawn outside at this time. Yes, as the temperature rises, the daybreak comes earlier. Fong Xian stretched comfortably. The temperature is suitable, and the quality of sleep will also improve. This time, she slept well and felt refreshed. You can't rush on the road every day. People will not be able to bear it, and proper rest is still necessary. It's just that the bed is too narrow, so she doesn't sleep very comfortably. You can't ask for too much when you are away from home. This is already good enough. Fong Xian clearly felt that the temperature has risen again today. She took off her sweater, found a small shirt to change into, and changed into a thick gray sports coat. Fong Xian packed up her things, got up, opened the car door and walked out. She took out the thermometer and measured it. Wow, the temperature has risen to a few degrees above zero. Most of the snow and ice on the road had melted into water. The dirty road was particularly dirty, and there were all kinds of garbage surging in the water. She looked up and saw the tall buildings on both sides of the road were gray, and the damaged walls were washed by the melted snow, revealing the gray cement and red bricks inside. The collapsed roof was in tatters, and a sense of desolation and ruin came over, making people suffocate. Fong Xian felt the accumulated water on the ground pouring in continuously. She looked at both sides of the road. The floods on the high ground were carrying ice chips, rushing down like a beast, and the sound of water was deafening. She couldn't help but tremble in her heart. The flood is coming. There were 2 survivors on both sides of the road in the distance, who were swept away by the strong flood and had no time to escape. The snow melted too quickly. Humans are so small and fragile in front of nature. Grandpa Lee saw the raging flood in the distance and immediately jumped out of the car, shouting nervously, "Xin, hurry up, the flood is coming." Fong Xian originally wanted to remove the anti-skid chain so that the car could drive faster, but now it was obviously too late in the face of the flood. "Hurry up, Xin." Grandpa Lee shouted and quickly ran back to the container. "Xiaokai, hurry back to the passenger seat, in case Xin needs help and there's no one around." Xiaokai jumped out of the car and got into the passenger seat. Fong Xian opened the door and got into the tall passenger seat deftly, started the car quickly, turned the steering wheel and turned onto the road, stepped on the accelerator and drove fast. The scenery on both sides of the road flowed backwards quickly. The flood instantly submerged the fields on both sides of the road, and washed away the low buildings on both sides of the road. The flood behind was chasing closely. Fong Xian's hands were sweating, and he was racing nervously with the flood. The 2 old people were in the container at the back, watching the turbulent flood outside, their hearts beating fast. If they were swept into the flood, they would die. The low houses on both sides of the road were washed away by the flood, and the sleeping survivors were washed away by the flood. There were a large number of survivors struggling desperately in the water. They saw a large truck speeding on the road in the distance, waving for help. At this time, the flood on the road was almost over the tires, and the car became extremely heavy, but the truck could not stop, desperately speeding in the flood. Fong Xian drove along the highway, observing the surrounding environment, but couldn't find a suitable position for a while. They had now arrived at the junction of City C. She glanced at the navigation, and the map showed that there was a mountaintop villa area not far away. She decided to go up the mountain. If she was on the mountain, she could avoid the flood. Only this mountain was the closest to here. According to the map, She quickly turned the steering wheel and drove to the left lane, knocking down the guardrail in the middle of the road, rolling over the guardrail, and knocking away the abandoned vehicles blocking the road. He turned hard and rode on the left fork road. The flood on the road was getting more and more urgent, and Fong Xian was very anxious. If they continued like this, they would be finished sooner or later. The car's speed was increased to the maximum. After about 10 minutes, Fong Xian finally arrived at the foot of the mountain villa according to the map. Looking up, the mountain here was indeed very high. Fong Xian didn't even think about it, and turned into the cement road leading to the top of the mountain. The rocks on the top of the mountain rolled down to the bottom of the mountain. Suddenly, the car body shook, and the rear of the car drifted to one side uncontrollably. In an instant, the entire car body turned sideways. The flood was getting bigger and bigger, continuously washing the car and slapping the car body, pushing the car out of the predetermined route. Fong Xian gritted his teeth and turned the steering wheel again, shifted gears, stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and tried his best to straighten the car body. However, the tires kept slipping, and the car could not move. "Quick, get out of the car and see if it is stuck by something." Xiao Kai opened the car door and jumped into the flood. The flood had reached his knees at this time. Grandpa Li also jumped down quickly and tried to push the car, but he couldn't push it at all. The flood on the road was getting higher and higher. Xiao Kai shouted in a hurry, "Grandpa, check the bottom of the car to see if there is anything stuck on the tire." The two quickly checked in the flood. They found that the rear tire was stuck by a big rock. Xiao Kai immediately knelt down. His whole body was soaked in the water, only half of his head was exposed, and he kept pushing the big rock with both hands. This big rock should have been washed down from the top of the mountain by the flood, and it stuck the tire again. His forehead was bulging with veins, and he was very anxious. If the car broke down in the flood, then all their belongings would be in vain. He gritted his teeth, his muscles bulged, and he used all his strength again. Finally, the stone showed signs of loosening. He held his breath, and finally pulled the stone out from under the car. "Okay, sister, try again." Xiao Kai panted and shouted loudly. Fong Xian heard the sound and started the car again. The tires kept turning in the flood, stirring the flood. Finally, the car body was straightened and rode on the cement road. Fong Xian finally felt relieved and breathed a sigh of relief. The two saw that the car could finally drive normally, and quickly returned to the car. A large amount of snow water, carrying pieces of broken ice, continued to flow down from the mountain. The sound of water was shocking. Chapter 106. The car kept climbing up against the flood. Fortunately, the truck was heavy, and the rushing flood did not shake it at all. The higher we went, the more ragged survivors appeared. They carried simple luggage and walked hard in the flood. There were also a few cars that were trying to climb up. A car suddenly broke down in the flood. His car had a low chassis and was constantly washed by the flood, so it was inevitable that it would break down. The people in the car had no choice but to abandon the car, pick up the supplies, and climb the mountain on foot. There were 2 weak survivors who were tripped by something and fell into the flood, and were quickly washed away by the rushing flood. Only screams remained in the air. Fong Xian's car kept honking to remind the survivors to avoid the car, but most of the survivors were numb. Their calves were numb and difficult to walk in the rushing flood. After finally getting through the extreme cold, they thought life would get better, but who knew that their homes were destroyed by the flood again. Everyone was like a puppet, completely blocking out the sounds of the outside world, and living in their own world. Fong Xian was not going to tolerate it at all. She had already honked to remind you. If you didn't know how to avoid it, she couldn't do anything. She couldn't just follow you slowly. How could she reach the top of the mountain? She kept driving fast. The survivors who didn't avoid it were directly run over and rolled under the wheels. The flood instantly turned bright red, and screams came from the bottom of the flood. "Ah! Gulyalu! Ah! Gulyalu!" The numb survivors were finally awakened by the screams and avoided it. The higher the car went, the shallower the flood became. Finally, after driving for half an hour, they successfully reached the top of the mountain. Fong Xian parked the car on the left side, not too far from the cement road down the mountain. There are 3 villas in the center of the top of the mountain. The top of the mountain is very large, and the place is very empty. Some survivors have arrived at the top of the mountain early and occupied the villas. The villas here should be inhabited by rich people. The environment is very beautiful with mountains and rivers. But now it is barren everywhere, without a single green. Even the trees have been cut down, leaving only the roots. There is also a lot of flood water on the ground at the top of the mountain, rolling under the feet and flowing down the mountain. Now the whole world is filled with the sound of the rolling flood, which makes people tremble. The water level at the foot of the mountain is getting higher and higher, and it seems to have formed an ocean, which makes people terrified. What would happen if they were a step later? This city is located at a higher altitude and cannot stop the invasion of the flood. It can be seen what the scene of S City, which is located in a coastal city, would be like. What would happen if they did not leave the coastal city? The ordinary survivors did not take the rising temperature seriously at all. They were only immersed in joy and did not realize that the snow would melt into water, causing a secondary disaster. Humans are really powerless in the face of nature and can only passively take the beating. The flood swept everything with a devastating force, making people feel terrified and not giving anyone a chance to breathe. After a while, a large number of wet survivors slowly poured into the platform on the top of the mountain. Grandpa frowned and looked at the survivors who kept coming up. Shin, should we drive the car inside? It's too conspicuous here. No, if we drive too far in, we will be suffocated to death inside. When the flood recedes, it will be difficult for us to get out. That's right, that's right. Cars kept driving into the top of the mountain. There were pickup trucks, off-road vehicles, and RVs. The people who came up looked at the few people and the big truck, and everyone had an unclear look in their eyes. They were all people who survived the 3 years of extreme cold, and they all had their own little tricks in their hearts. Some people were relatively wealthy and survived with rich backgrounds, and most of them survived with ruthlessness. No one should underestimate anyone, because no one was given for nothing. Suddenly, a speeding RV rushed out from the cement road, splashing water. Several people dodged quickly, and were almost splashed by the high water. The RV stopped directly to the right of their car. It just separated them from the many survivors. 2 middle-aged men, a woman, and 2 children aged 13 or 14 got off the car. When getting off the car, a man nodded towards them, and Grandpa Lee also nodded politely in response. Several people got off the car and moved their bodies. The 2 children did not run around, but stayed beside the adults. Grandpa Lee was so busy that he could not stay still. He stepped forward, and Shao Kai followed closely behind him, like a bodyguard. Grandpa Lee immediately changed his appearance to that of a friendly old man, and started talking to the middle-aged man. They seemed to be having a good time. There were more and more people on the top of the mountain, and there was still a flood flowing under their feet. The survivors could only find something to sit and rest. There were 3 or 5 people in a pile, one here and another, and everyone kept a safe distance. The noise was getting louder and louder. It was the first time she had seen so many people in the 3 years since the end of the world. She felt like her head was going to explode. Most of these survivors were local residents of City C. The city's drainage system had already stopped working, and the low-rise buildings were soaked by the flood, making it impossible to live there. The flood came too quickly, and many survivors had no chance to take away too many supplies, and could only flee in a hurry. About half an hour later, Grandpa Lee and Shao Kai came back. Grandpa Lee quietly found out the situation of several people. The people in the RV in front were a family, and the other slightly younger man was the middle-aged man's brother-in-law, that is, his wife's younger brother. Their family also planned to go to City A. Near noon, several people had a simple meal. After all, there were too many people, and it was difficult to cook. After eating, Fong Xian got into the front of the car and locked the door, finally blocking some noise. She pulled the blackout curtain, took out some strawberries from the space, and secretly cooked for herself. She always felt dry and tasteless in the past 2 days. After eating a few juicy strawberries, she felt a little better. Fong Xian took a nap in the car and slept until dinner time in the evening. She got up only when Grandma Lee came to call her. She had slept for more than 2 hours, and her head was dizzy when she got up. She got up in a daze and got off the car. "I won't eat tonight, you guys eat." Fong Xian rubbed his forehead. "What's wrong? Are you sick?" Grandma Lee asked with concern. "No, I slept too much." "Oh, that's good, then we eat first, and eat when you want to eat. Should we keep watch at night?" Grandpa Lee glanced at the many survivors on the platform. "Yes, we must." Fong Xian slept a little too much, so she watched the first half of the night, and Grandpa Lee watched the second half after 1 o'clock. After Fong Xian finished speaking, she strolled around the neighborhood, stretched her body, and got back into the car. She felt that she had to eat at night, so she took out a box of Swiss rolls and started eating. It was dark at 5 o'clock, and the arrival of night was a good time for someone with ulterior motives to take action. Chapter 107. While Fong Xian was on guard, she felt bored, so she walked slowly around the truck. There was also someone on guard at the luxurious RV on the side. The middle-aged man's brother-in-law took a stool and sat next to the RV, wiping it slowly with a machete in his hand. He looked like he would chop down anyone who came. The man just glanced at Fong Xian lightly, and then looked away. Fong Xian was tired of walking, always turning around in circles, a little confused. She simply stopped and started boxing. She learned military boxing from the video by herself. Military boxing is easy to learn and suitable for a novice like her. She punched vigorously, and the people beside her were stunned. The man next to the RV didn't expect that a girl was actually quite skilled. He thought that she was able to survive until now because of two men. You can't judge a person by appearance. These people are all capable. He turned around to remind his brother-in-law that he should only make friends and not enemies. If there is a conflict, the two of them may not be able to beat the three of them. At 11 o'clock in the middle of the night, he saw a few dark shadows sneaking in the distance. Then they ran away sneakily. It should be successful. I have to say that living in a place with so many people, I can sleep while sitting. It's really rare. It's not that the more people there are, the safer the place is. On the contrary, the more people there are, the less safe it is. Two people actually came towards her, and when they saw that there were people in both cars, they turned around and left in anger. Before leaving, they cursed in their mouths, bad luck. Fong Xian was so angry that she laughed. If you didn't steal it, it's my fault. Time passed quickly during Fong Xian's exercise, and Grandpa Li replaced Fong Xian at 1 o'clock. Fong Xian yawned, got into the front of the car, took off his wet shoes, wiped his feet clean, and fell asleep under the quilt. The person guarding the RV in front was replaced by a middle-aged man. So Grandpa Li saw that it was a middle-aged man, and the two chatted speculatively all night. The middle-aged man was called Gui Yuan, from G City, and was once a supervisor of a high-tech company. He didn't work overtime that night because of illness and survived by chance. Fong Xian was sleeping soundly when he was awakened by a loud cry. He opened his eyes dazedly and looked at the time. It was only a little after 5 o'clock. Fong Xian knew with his eyes closed why these people were so excited. It was nothing more than that they found their supplies missing when they woke up in the morning. Fong Xian sighed helplessly, covered his head, and continued to sleep. After sleeping for another 2 hours, he had to get up because the noise was getting louder and louder. Fong Xian got up and found that it was still the people who lost their things who were arguing. The people who lost their supplies were unwilling to accept it. Without the food to survive, how could they survive? They cursed and angrily wanted to rummage through everyone's things. How could other survivors tolerate others rummaging through their things? So they inevitably started fighting during the shoving, and the scene was extremely chaotic. In the end, the woman who was clamoring to rummage through other people's things was beaten to death by the crowd. Her clothes were stripped off and thrown into the flood, and she was instantly washed away by the rushing flood. The remaining few people whose things were stolen no longer dared to say anything and secretly retreated to a distance. Fong Xian watched the whole process, and some of the most fierce ones were those who stole things in the middle of the night. Grandpa Li and Xiao Kai carried 2 iron buckets to the foot of the mountain to fetch water. There was a small water tank in the car, and every time you ate some, you had to fill it up immediately to feel safe. After watching the excitement and eating the melon, Fong Xian got out of the car. I found that the tent had been set up, and the tent was connected to the carriage, so that if I took anything out of the carriage, no one would see it. Although the ground was still very wet, there was no turbulent floodwater. It was just right to set up a tent. There was a private space, and I could rest in it at night without squeezing in the small carriage. Fong Xian stepped into the tent. What are you having for breakfast today? Fungus and cabbage, bacon, and steamed buns stuffed with red bean paste. Grandma Li responded, you have to eat it quickly, otherwise the temperature will be too high to keep it. Grandma Li turned off the induction cooker. She couldn't heat the food in the tent, so she had to take it out. As soon as the food was almost hot, she would turn off the fire to save electricity. Okay, we eat when they come back. Now it was time for everyone to eat. The various smells outside were mixed together, and the slight smell of their food was covered up, and it didn't affect them at all. After a while, the two came back, washed their hands simply, sat down and started eating. Because the two elders had provided the food for the meals these days, Fong Xian gave them a few bags of vacuum-packed rice and some dried vegetables as rations. Xiao Kai's rations are dried meat and bacon. Xin, the people in the RV in front want to exchange some diesel with us. Can you give it to us? Fong Xian didn't care about it, and it was okay for Grandpa Li to make friends with the people in the RV in front. He now has the ability to protect himself, and he is also very wary of people. He will not trust others as easily as before. It's not that he just pulls someone over and calls him a brother. He has his considerations. So she is not worried. If you find that the other person is not worth making friends with after getting along with him, then just cut off contact. Of course, if the other party has bad intentions towards him, then he will be killed. It's not a big problem. She doesn't interfere with who Grandpa Lee wants to contact. People have different ideas and personalities. She can't control who to do this or that. That's not realistic. Fong Xian nodded. Grandpa, just make the decision yourself. Fong Xian yawned after dinner. I'm going to catch up on some sleep. Okay, go ahead. I'm going to catch up on some sleep too. Grandpa Lee was infected by Fong Xian's yawn and yawned too. So they all yawned. Xiao Kai raised his hand to wipe away the tears hanging from the corners of his eyes. You can sleep well, I'll be there during the day. Fong Xian raised her legs and was about to walk out, but the dog bit her trouser leg and whimpered. Well, this guy wants to cook a little. She knows what the dog is going to do when he sticks his butt out. His little thoughts are all written on his face. Fong Xian brought a big bag and put the little guy in the bag, to prevent it from being seen by the survivors, who are interested and caught and eaten. The dog cooperated very well, and got into the backpack. The pastoral dog is a medium-sized dog, so it can be put in a large backpack, and it is not very heavy. Go back to the front of the car, pull up all the blackout curtains, and then let the dog out. Give some food to the dog, and let it eat by itself. Fong Xian covers his head with a small blanket, and goes back to sleep. Always woken up by the noise outside, Fong Xian found an earplug and plugged his ears, which was better to isolate all the noise outside, so he went back to sleep. Nothing to do in the afternoon, Fong Xian and Xiao Kai practiced. Xiao Kai relied on his strong body, and fought back and forth with Fong Xian. Xiao Kai has been exercising constantly in the past 3 years, and his physical fitness is not bad. He has been carrying 60 kilograms, which is only 10 kilograms less than Fong Xian. It has to be said that boys have much better physical fitness than girls. If she didn't have the space output blessing, she might not be able to beat him. Fong Xian was really a bit unbearable when the big arm hit him, and he retreated and dodged. The people in the RV next to him were excited and applauded. There were also some survivors watching nearby, because now everyone has no entertainment, and they just look up at the sky and gossip every day. Seeing that someone was fighting, they were very excited, and they also evaluated the martial arts of several people in their hearts, and also dispelled some people who had small thoughts. Looking at the big body of the man, it feels like he can kill several people with a slap. And the woman actually pressed the big body man to beat him, which anyone would have to think twice. Chapter 108. Grandpa Lee frowned and watched the surroundings carefully, not letting anyone take advantage of him. Fong Xian relied on his agility to jump into the air, and kicked Xiao Kai in the face. Xiao Kai immediately stretched out his left hand to block, and then turned his palm to grab Fong Xian's ankle, pretending to pull Fong Xian down from the air. Fong Xian took advantage of his strength, and quickly swung his left foot to slap him on the left side of his face. Pa! A loud slap hit him in the face. Xiao Kai's head was buzzed by the kick, and his head tilted to one side. His body was unstable, so he subconsciously let go of his hand, and staggered back several steps. Fong Xian turned over and landed steadily. After Xiao Kai stabilized his body, he covered his bruised face with one hand, and waved his hand to stop. Stop, 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 stop bullying me like this, keep hitting me, and use your feet to hit me. He was about to cry. He was still a little dissatisfied in his heart. Why couldn't he beat him? He even doubted his own skills. This is the first time in the past 2 years that he has been beaten so badly. Ha ha ha. Grandpa Lee laughed out loud, stepped forward and patted Xiao Kai on the shoulder. Young man, it seems that you still need to practice. Fong Xian was not feeling well either. Her arms were hurt by Xiao Kai's blows, but she did not show it at all, pretending to be calm. You are already very good, keep it up. After the competition, there was nothing exciting to watch, so everyone dispersed. Fong Xian sat in the front of the car, drank half a bottle of electrolyte water in big gulps, and then relieved her thirst, and picked up a towel to wipe off the sweat on her face and neck. She should actually hide in the space and take a shower. She thought so and did it. She locked the car door and went into the space. She washed off the sweat as quickly as possible, dried her hair, and tidied herself up before she slipped out. This time she felt comfortable. She felt refreshed. At night, Xiao Kai took over the first half of the night, and Fong Xian took over the second half. When Fong Xian was on guard at 1 a.m. in the second half of the night, she saw a few dark shadows moving in the distance. She put on the night vision goggles and found that it was one of the families who had lost something last night, and they started stealing other people's things. He was unwilling to accept it. If someone stole from me, then I would steal from others. I must steal it back. But after this incident, everyone was alert. If there were many people, they would leave one person to watch the night. That person was caught on the spot. Suddenly, the scene became lively. Okay, you said you lost something. I think you were just the thief crying thief. No, I didn't. My things were really stolen by someone else. Everyone, get up and have a look. I caught the thief. Come and see if anyone's things are lost. Instantly, the surrounding area exploded. Those who had flashlights took up their lights and went to catch the thief on the spot. I lost it, I lost it, I lost a sausage. I lost a pack of biscuits. I lost a piece of bread. Damn thief, give us back our things. The crowd was indignant and shouted for the things to be returned. Fong Xian was having a great time eating melons, and there was even a show to watch in the evening. Not bad. The thief who was caught just now was the thief from the first night. This thief was very cunning. He muddied the waters and made everyone think that the person he caught was the thief, and he cleared himself of all charges. Fong Xian saw all of this. Grandpa Li was awakened by the noise and asked worriedly, "What's going on?" "What's going on?" "Nothing, go back to sleep. Everyone is playing the game of thief crying catch thief." The middle-aged man in the RV next to him couldn't help but burst out laughing. Later, the thief who was recognized by everyone was robbed of all his supplies, and was ruthlessly driven down the mountain by everyone, along with his family. No matter how turbulent the flood was at the foot of the mountain, there was no pity or sympathy. Although they had no evidence at all, as long as there was a benefit, they didn't care if he was a thief or not. Anyway, they had a share of all his supplies, so it was theirs. Every night someone would lose something, and Fong Xian knew who the thief was, but she wouldn't care. What did it have to do with her? When Fong Xian was on night watch, she would exercise hard and practice with Xiaokai during the day. After more than 20 days, the flood at the foot of the mountain gradually subsided. Fong Xian observed carefully, and found that the depth of the flood had receded to the thigh depth. In a few days, it should be possible to drive. The temperature at this time is more than 20 degrees above zero. The rising trend is not very fast. Fong Xian finally put his mind at ease. The next natural disaster is not extremely hot. What will it be? We should leave quickly after the flood recedes in a few days. Besides, the people here have reached a critical point, and the food they brought is getting less and less. It is not impossible to explode at any time. If you meet a smart person, you can join forces with others to rob them. After all, there are hundreds of people taking refuge here. Fong Xian walked back to the top of the mountain, and saw two girls talking to Xiaokai. Hearing their voices from a distance, they sounded a little shy. Xiaokai frowned and looked at the two dirty girls. Their faces were dark and red, their hair was greasy and stuck to their scalps, and a few strands of hair stuck to their cheeks. He instinctively disliked them, and took 2 steps back. He didn't understand. There was plenty of snow outside, and it didn't seem difficult to just wash a little to clean up personal hygiene. Why were they so dirty? Xiaokai had never been approached by a girl since he was a child, so he was confused and didn't show any sympathy for them. A look of disdain was written on his face. The two girls saw that Xiaokai was a little embarrassed, and quickly adjusted their expressions. A hint of calculation flashed in their eyes. "Brother, do you need any help? We can help you." "No, thank you." Xiaokai refused without any understanding of the situation. "It's okay, isn't it normal to help each other?" One of the girls in gray clothes stroked her greasy squid tentacles, and responded coquettishly. Xiaokai had a fierce face, and was a little annoyed. "No, please leave." "Oh, little brother, why are you so fierce?" "I'm a girl." "Little brother, we are very capable. We just need some food, okay? We are capable, and can make you scream. We will definitely satisfy you," said the dirty girl in gray, who was about to approach. Xiaokai immediately moved sideways to avoid the woman's body. The girl in gray didn't expect him to avoid her, and she fell to the ground. She immediately cried, "Why are you like this? How can you hit a woman?" Her companion also immediately joined in. "That's right, you are not a man. You are really a piece of shit to hit a woman." At this time, the two elders heard the sound and rushed over. They didn't ask the reason. They knew Xiaokai's character, and would not hit people for no reason. Chapter 109. After the girl in gray fell down. Then, a middle-aged man in the crowd rushed out and shouted anxiously, "Old girl, are you okay?" Shao Kai frowned and stared at the people in front of him. Sure enough, he heard the man say, "You hurt my girl, you must compensate." At this time, people around were talking, "That's right, this guy looks like a decent person, but he actually hit a woman, it's too outrageous." Fong Xian crossed his arms, and watched the situation develop without saying a word. She wanted to see how Shao Kai would handle the matter. At the same time, she pulled back the two elders, who were ready to make a move. Although the two elders were puzzled, they were obedient, and did not act rashly. The man saw that someone was helping him, and his courage suddenly grew. "Yes, we must be compensated for medical expenses, treatment expenses, lost wages, and mental damages." A full-bearded man among the onlookers said righteously, "That's right, young man, hurry up and compensate them. You started it first, so you are not right anyway." "That's right. That's right, how can you hit a girl? A grown man hits a woman, bah, shameless." The crowd of onlookers watched the excitement without caring about the truth. They said nonsense with a twisted mouth. Anyway, this man has a lot of supplies, a big truck, and he was targeted. He deserved it. You should take everything away. Shao Kai narrowed his eyes, moved like lightning, and threw the bearded man to the ground with a neat shoulder throw, landing at the feet of the middle-aged man and the girl in gray. This man kept stirring up trouble in the crowd, thinking he was a righteous man, stirring up the emotions of the survivors around him, but in fact they were a gang. He quickly stepped forward and kicked the four people to the ground with a few bangs. Shao Kai's kicking power was not something that ordinary people could bear, especially the skinny survivors. His thick thighs kicked the few people with bruises. Fong Xian subconsciously touched his arm. Hiss, it must be painful. One of the girls had her nose kicked crooked. The crowd of onlookers exploded with a bang and quickly ran away, forming a vacuum zone headed by a few people. Shao Kai retracted his momentum and stabilized his body, pulling out the dagger from his calf. "You want compensation, right? Today I will kill all of you and burn you." "No, no." The girl whose nose was kicked crooked changed her face, and she shouted in fear. "They forced us to do this. If we don't agree, they will beat us to death." "Speak up, Xiao Gui," she shouted at the girl in gray with a broken heart. She said that this man was not to be messed with, but they refused to listen. Now she easily knocked down two men by herself. She was very scared. The gray-clothed woman heard the voice and stopped pretending to be faint. She made a vague defense with a fat pig-headed face. "Yes, yes, they forced us to do this. We didn't want to do it. We were really forced." "Shut up, bitch. I expose you two idiots when I get back. I strip you naked and throw you out. You useless trash can't even do this." The bearded man stood up angrily and kicked the girl twice. Head to a. Turning his head and rudely spitting bloody phlegm on the ground. "The one who dares to hit me hasn't been born yet. Today I'm going to teach you how to be a man." Another middle-aged man also stood up upon hearing the sound and showed his knife. The bearded man stepped forward with a fierce look in his eyes and raised his arm to swing at Shao Kai. Shao Kai stepped out with his left leg and moved sideways, moving his body to dodge lightly. A hand clamped the latter's wrist tightly like a pliers, making him unable to move. Shao Kai held the knife in his left hand and raised his arm high. Puff! He stabbed down with a knife, directly hitting the aorta. He learned this move from his sister. He practiced for a long time and finally learned it today. The crowd burst open again and the huge crowd surged, as if seeing a flood of beasts. The screams were like a pot of rotten porridge. "Ah! Murder! Murder!" The other man was stunned, his eyes widened, looking at his cousin who was lying on the ground and twitching in disbelief. His eyes were red, and he said fiercely, "I will fight you." He suddenly rushed up, raised his arm high with a dagger, and his eyes were ferocious. Shao Kai bent his body, moved his right leg to the right side, avoiding the opponent's knife, and then clenched his right fist, and the muscles of his right arm bulged visibly. He punched the opponent's chin at an angle. Bang! The latter's head tilted to one side, spurting out a mouthful of old blood. The latter lost his balance and staggered back several steps, his eyes full of little stars. Shao Kai took 2 steps forward with his long legs and kicked the latter's heart hard with his right leg. The latter was kicked 2 meters away and fell at the feet of the crowd. Bang! The man fell heavily to the ground, splashing dust. The crowd was in turmoil again, like a calm lake surface being thrown into a huge rock, and a vacuum zone was instantly vacated, fearing that they would be splashed with blood. As the crowd kept running, many people were trampled to the ground by the crowd, causing a serious stampede. The wailing and screaming in the crowd continued. "It's the end of the world. What's the point of talking about compensation? There's no need to defend yourself. The truth is always in the hands of the strong. If you don't obey, I kill you. Puff. Shao Kai ignored the turbulent crowd, but stepped forward again and solved it with a knife. Of course, he didn't let go of the two innocent girls. Are they really innocent? He didn't know either. Then go to hell, and ask the king of hell. Shao Kai ignored the girl's struggle, grabbed her greasy hair, and cut her throat with a knife. At this time, Fong Xian and the other two finally came out. They didn't say anything, but each of them grabbed the ankle of a corpse. Shao Kai reached out and grabbed the corpse in Grandma Li's hand. Grandma, you take a rest, I do it. Grandma Li had experienced 3 years of trials in the end of the world, and her state of mind became calmer. She didn't get scared when she saw the corpses before, but followed to clean up. Gui Yuan's brother-in-law stood aside and whispered to his brother-in-law, "You see, I told you he could handle it by himself." Gui Yuan nodded. That guy is not a useless guy. His skills are not as good as that girl's, but he is much better than ordinary people. Compared with you? Gui Yuan put his hands in his pockets and said pertinently, "Better than me." The three dragged the body down the mountain and threw it into the flood. This water is not drinkable. There are all kinds of things in it, Grandpa Li sighed. Well then don't eat. Fong Xian withdrew her eyes from the flood. We will leave in a few days. We can't stay here any longer. Grandpa Li nodded. When the few people returned to the top of the mountain again, all the survivors saw that their eyes had changed. They immediately dispersed. Most of them were afraid and terrified, and only a small number of them had obviously different eyes. They had wolf-like eyes. She was very familiar with this kind of eyes. Fong Xian carefully identified those people and memorized their appearances. Fong Xian sat in the front of the car, lazily eating the dried fruits she baked, and her sharp eyes calmly observed the movements of several people in the crowd. People outside could not see the inside of the car, but people inside could clearly see the outside. Fong Xian knew their residents very well. The 6 of them were not in the same group, but in 3 groups. Several people stayed in this place for a few days. Fong Xian was thinking about whether to kill them directly to avoid bothering her. She didn't expect that Shao Kai's killing just now did not scare these people away at all. It seems that these people are somewhat confident. Chapter 110. But would it be too arbitrary to do so? Forget it. I'd better tell a few people in advance to give them a shot of prevention, and have a defense in mind. It's best if nothing happens, but if something happens, they won't be unprepared. Fong Xian got out of the car and told a few people about this. The 3 people looked solemn and nodded heavily. They knew in their hearts that going far away would definitely be more dangerous, but no one expected that they would be chopped with every step. I don't know what Shao Kai has been thinking about these days. He has been distracted and absent-minded these days. Although the body is nodding, where is the soul floating to? Since the first day he came here, he has always been paying attention to the crowd, not knowing what he is looking for. Fong Xian ignored him, and went back to rest after dinner. She was not a comforter. If there was anything, he would say it when he needed to. Grandpa Li held up the radio and said to Fong Xian, "Xin, City A is recruiting technical talents and a large number of construction workers." Grandpa Li has been listening to the radio all this time, paying attention to the news of City A. It seems that City A is rushing to build a base to deal with the next natural disaster. Fong Xian was also very happy. That's a good thing. I hope the next natural disaster will come slower, so that the base of City A can be built as soon as possible. Fong Xian often observes the water level at the foot of the mountain. The amount of water in the low-lying areas has been slowly decreasing. It has receded to the calf, and cars with high ground can pass through. She turned back to greet the 2 people, preparing to change the tires, and replace the anti-skid tires and anti-skid chains. Anti-skid tires will have a slight hysteresis, great resistance, and the speed cannot be increased. It is also very fuel-consuming, so they must be replaced. The 3 put on gloves, and first removed the tires from the bottom of the car, and piled them aside for use. The car was propped up with a jack, and the tires were completely off the ground. Shao Kai used tools to remove the entire wheel, and put it aside. He was not very delicate, but he could still remove the entire wheel, and install another wheel. Fong Xian did not understand much, so he just squatted aside and watched, helped, and handed things over. The 2 had done it once, so they were familiar with it, and they changed the tires one by one in 2 hours. Grandpa Li carefully checked the finishing touches to make sure the tires were firmly installed, and all the screws were tightened. Checked whether the tires were deflated, etc. Shao Kai installed the replaced tires one by one under the car. Watching the people changing tires, some people couldn't help themselves. After all, on the big platform at the top of the mountain, All secrets are not secrets. You can see clearly what you are doing as long as you pay a little attention. The people decided to leave after tonight and tomorrow morning. Xiaokai hesitated to speak. His expression was awkward. Grandpa couldn't stand it anymore. Just say it if you have anything to say. Xiaokai looked up at the others and finally said, I want to stay here for a while. Grandma was puzzled. Why? I want to look for my parents here. The two elders fell silent after hearing that. They remembered that Xiaokai's parents did work in City C before the end of the world. And his parents were probably already. If he didn't look for them, he would definitely miss them and still have a glimmer of hope. It would be best if we could find it. Even if we can't find it, we can give ourselves an explanation and we won't regret it. Grandpa looked solemn and said in a deep voice, Okay, but no matter what, you have to be more careful. Grandma also looked solemn. It's your duty to look for it. We wait for you in City A. Xiaokai nodded heavily, his voice muffled, Yes, I know. After that, Fong Xian stayed up for half the night. She had to be more alert tonight. Xiaokai didn't arrange for him to stay up at night. He was leaving tomorrow, so he had to rest well. Grandpa stayed for the second half of the night. Fong Xian still ran around the truck at night. She was safe and sound in the first half of the night, and there was nothing unusual. Grandpa came out to replace Fong Xian, and Fong Xian went back to the car to rest. But she didn't sleep, but slowly drank coffee to refresh herself. At this moment, she saw nearly 30 black shadows among the survivors, crouching and moving quickly towards the side. Wow, the guy really thinks highly of her, and there are quite a few people. Fong Xian steadily put the coffee into the space, and calmly took out a bottle of electrolyte water and quickly drank a few sips. There will be no time to drink when the work starts. Fong Xian opened the car door, stepped on the door to gain leverage, and climbed onto the roof. The view here is good and clear. She held a sniper rifle in her left hand and charged with her right hand, waiting for the crowd to gather around. Grandpa saw the crowd and ran back to wake up Xiaokai. The two of them quickly climbed onto the roof of the container, stood on their legs, held a large spray gun in their hands, and were ready to go. The RV next to them saw that something was wrong and immediately sounded the alarm. The three people stood in front of the RV, holding pistols and on guard. Even the women were holding guns, and they were calm in the face of danger, without any fear, and they seemed to be experienced in many battles. When everyone approached, they were stunned. Didn't they agree that only one old man would keep watch? Why did they all come out? And they all had big guns in their hands. Although they also had guns, the leader had a few small broken guns. They began to feel scared. Can they really win? Would they be used as cannon fodder? Fong Xian set up the sniper rifle and aimed at the leader hiding in the crowd, and pulled the trigger without saying a word. We already know the other party's purpose. Why bother to keep complaining? If we had the time, we would have killed several people long ago. Bang! The sound of the sniper's gun exploded. Cut through the darkness. One of the leaders hiding in the crowd was instantly killed. Shoot the horse first, and capture the leader first. As long as the leaders are killed one by one, the remaining small fish and shrimps are nothing to be afraid of. Bang! 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 3 more shots in a row, the leaders hiding in the crowd were killed one after another. Since you are here, don't leave. Gunshots rang out one after another, and the people who were sleeping stopped snoring, stood up and ran. The scene was boiling instantly, and the huge crowd screamed and fled in panic. Some people didn't even wear clothes, and stood up and ran with a mess of hair, pushing away the people in front of him who were blocking his way, regardless of the risk of others falling and being trampled, just to save his own life. Some people's shoes were stepped on by others, but they didn't stop, not daring to stop for a moment. Adults, who abandoned their children, and relatives who had difficulty walking. Inevitably, the stampede happened again. She had no choice, and she didn't want to do it. She just wanted to protect herself. Xiaokai and Grandpa held spray guns to intimidate many scoundrels, and took precautions, but did not kill them wantonly. They first assisted Fong Xian in picking out a few leaders. The remaining soldiers were not afraid. The crowd that came to besiege was stunned by the continuous gunshots, and their poor brains completely stopped thinking. What's going on? Has it started? Has it ended? They never thought that the other party could accurately find the leader. What does this mean? It means that they have figured you out. The crowd that surrounded them. What's the point of fighting? If you force yourself, you will die. Didn't you see that the 2 sprayers haven't moved? So they threw away their hot weapons, turned around and mixed into the messy crowd without hesitation, and began to flee. 4 were dealt with in total, and there were still 2 left. Fong Xian kept looking for them in the crowd through the scope. Suddenly, a sound of breaking air sounded, and Fong Xian instinctively dodged, but no matter how fast he was, he couldn't be faster than ZD. Fong Xian was shot in the chest. Chapter 111. A burst of white smoke suddenly appeared in the chest. Fong Xian was knocked back by the powerful impact of the bullet. She used this force to flip her body and jump off the roof of the car. She shouted loudly, "There is a sniper, hide quickly." The two saw Fong Xian was hit by the bullet and were shocked. Seeing Fong Xian jump off the car, the two also jumped off the roof quickly. 3 steps and 2 steps ran to Fong Xian. "How are you? Are you injured?" "Nothing, nothing." Fong Xian pulled out a bullet from the chest, and it was stained with a trace of blood. The bullet was stuck in the anti-D vest. Her heart was hurt by the shock, and she gritted her teeth and said, "The person is on the opposite side, probably in the direction of the villa." At this time, Gui Yuan next to him gestured in this direction. Grandpa Li looked over and immediately understood the other party's gesture. The person on the opposite side is on the attic of the villa, at the 2 o'clock direction. Fong Xian determined the specific location and loaded the sniper rifle. "You two take the sniper rifle and snipe to the left side of the car." "Okay, you pay attention to safety," Fong Xian said, got up, picked up the sniper rifle, and came to the front of the car. They should be the 2 leaders who ran away when they saw that things were not going well. Unexpectedly, the other party's shooting skills were not bad. If she hadn't worn a deep-roof vest, she would have died here today. Fong Xian looked at the RV and nodded to Gui Yuan to express her gratitude. Gui Yuan also nodded in response. Fong Xian pointed the sniper rifle out and quickly found the person in the attic of the villa through the scope. Just as she was about to pull the trigger, the man in the attic opposite let out a shrill scream. "Ah!" Fong Xian saw clearly through the scope that her dog had bitten the latter's neck and was desperately shaking its head and biting. "Aw fuck, Zhang Dongqiang, kill this bitch for me, hurry up." The man's neck was bitten by the dog, and there was no intention of letting go. Finally, the dog shook its head and tore off a whole piece of flesh and skin. Blood gushed out of the man's neck, and he fell to the ground and rolled and screamed desperately. The dog's attack was too fast, and the man next to him had no time to rescue him. When he got close, the man had already fallen to the ground, covered in blood. He picked up the dagger and was about to stab the dog, but the dog dodged it. Then the dog quickly turned its head and bit the man's wrist holding the knife. The latter felt pain and the dagger fell to the ground with a bang. His eyes were bloodshot, and he kicked with red eyes. The dog endured the pain and refused to let go. Bang! The gunshot rang again, and the man's head was immediately shot through by the bullet. He fell into a pool of blood with his eyes wide open. Fong Xian saw the right moment and pulled the trigger decisively, shooting the man in the head. The dog's eyes were red, and when he saw the man fall to the ground, he snorted. "I told you not to bully my master. I can't bite you to death." So it turned around immediately. This one was solved, and there was another one that was half dead. It bared its fangs, growled, bent down, and walked slowly to the man. The man fell to the ground, covering his bleeding neck, staring at the dog in front of him in fear. This was the first time he was so directly afraid of an animal. He didn't expect that the dog would be so strong in fighting. He suddenly thought of the husky he once raised. When the extreme cold came, he was very greedy for meat. Even though there was still food left at home, he still killed it without hesitation. Before he stabbed it to death, it was still wagging its tail at him. He always took out his anger on it. When his work was not going well or his life was not going well, he would beat it up. After each beating, it would still wag its tail at him. His self-esteem was greatly satisfied by the dog. Animals are animals. You are good to them or not to them. It was just an animal. It was its fate that it could be eaten by him after it died. Finally, his frightened eyes slowly dimmed. The dog tore off his throat directly. He never thought that he would die under the mouth of a beast one day. Fong Xian put away the gun and stood up to greet her god of war. She walked slowly across the messy platform and came to the front of the villa. Xiao Kai and Grandpa Li were also shocked by the dog's attack power. This dog is really too human, and can't bear to see his master get hurt at all. After the dog dealt with the two, they ran out of the villa quickly. Seeing Fong Xian coming towards him, it swung its tail wildly and rushed towards Fong Xian. Fong Xian did not give it a loving hug, but grabbed the dog that rushed towards him and took out a disinfectant wipe to wipe its mouth that was still dripping with blood. Finally, after using 5 wipes, it was wiped clean. Grandpa Li and Xiao Kai were responsible for the cleanup work, and they walked directly into the villa. The villa was in a mess, with dirty footprints everywhere on the ground, as well as various garbage, and even a lot of excrement. The two went directly to the second floor, and were shocked to see the miserable state of the two bodies on the second floor. They once again directly felt the powerful attack power of the dog. The neck was torn into a bloody mess, and the throat was pulled out and hung outside. It was simply as bad as it could be. Xiao Kai stepped over the dead bodies, with an expressionless face, and picked up the sniper rifle on the ground. This gun was not maintained at all, and the user was not careful. There were scratches everywhere, but it did not affect the use, and it only needed to be properly maintained. He searched the man and found 5 more D. After searching around, Grandpa Li didn't find any supplies, 2 packs of instant noodles, 3 small packs of compressed biscuits, 2 unopened bottles of mineral water, and half a pack of noodles. He didn't take the open noodles, but took the others. Gui Yuan, who witnessed all this, opened his mouth wide, his face full of astonishment. Even the dog's fighting ability was so strong, he became more determined to make friends with it. The 3 of them went back, and went to sleep directly. After this night of fierce fighting, it was estimated that no one would come to bother them anymore. But they still let Guzi keep watch. The next morning, they finished breakfast early and prepared to set off. Fong Xian's car drove out first. None of the survivors around dared to continue to set up tents near the truck, so the car went down the mountain easily. The survivors felt inexplicably relieved when they saw these killers leave. And Gui Yuan's RV followed closely behind her truck. Fong Xian drove to the foot of the mountain in 20 minutes along the cement road down the mountain. There was still a lot of water on the road at the foot of the mountain, but Fong Xian's car had a high chassis, and the water covered the tires, so she drove over easily. The RV behind her followed closely behind. The road was finally free from the noise on the top of the mountain, and her mood was much better. Xiao Kai, who was sitting next to her, suddenly became quiet and stared blankly ahead. After driving for more than an hour, Xiao Kai finally spoke up, "Sister, just drop it off at the intersection ahead." Fong Xian suddenly remembered, yes, this child is going to find his parents. Chapter 112. Fong Xian drove the car to the intersection and stopped, looking through the window at this dilapidated city, hoping that he could find his family as he wished. "Please pay attention to your own safety," Fong Xian politely reminded. "Yes, I will." Xiao Kai's eyes were red. "Sister, you should also pay attention to safety on the road." Fong Xian nodded. After Xiao Kai finished speaking, he went to the container behind to say goodbye to the 2 elders, and then waved to the car. Fong Xian started the car and continued to drive. Xiao Kai stood there, watching the car drive away, and finally tears flowed uncontrollably. When the car disappeared in the hazy vision, he wiped the tears from his face with his hands. He carried a heavy backpack, held a sniper, stepped on the water on the road, and turned to leave. He was not sure if he could see them again in his lifetime, and he was not sure if he could find his parents. He handed all his supplies to Fong Xian. If he still had the life to go to City A, he would not be left with nothing. If she couldn't go, these supplies would be used as a way to repay Fong Xian for saving her life many times. The streets were still flooded, and only on some higher sections of the road could you clearly see the road surface full of mud and garbage. There were few survivors walking outside, so no one wanted to rob her car. There were no survivors who blocked the road and robbed people. Fong Xian's car passed through City C smoothly, rode on the highway, and drove to City B. City B was the city where she was admitted to university. She only stayed in City B for more than 3 months. The city where she worked so hard to get in was now completely different. Many survivors can be seen in the buildings on both sides of the road. They stood at the window and waved at the truck to stop. Even before the end of the world, it was impossible to carry strangers, let alone in this chaotic end of the world. Fong Xian ignored it directly. The car sped along the way. After replacing the anti-skid chains, the speed of the car was obviously increased, and it would soon enter City B. There was a checkpoint leading to City B. Many people were armed with guns and meticulously checked the passing vehicles, and some survivors walking on foot. They stood in a messy manner, their steps were not in sync, and they were not soldiers at all. The cars in front paid the toll, and almost all of them passed, except for a few who were reluctant to leave the supplies. Fong Xian's philosophy was that as long as it could pass smoothly, she would give it. She did not feel sorry for the supplies. As long as the problem could be solved with supplies, it was not a problem. Fong Xian drove the car to the row of vehicles and lined up behind. When Fong Xian's car appeared, It immediately attracted the attention of some people. Fong Xian took out a bag of 10 kilograms of rice from the space. Why give so much? It's because their car is too big and too eye-catching. If they really want to fight, they can also beat them, and there is no problem in fighting with firepower. Of course, this is the worst plan, and it is better not to fight if it is possible. But she still pressed the intercom to remind Grandpa Li to be alert. Soon the inspection came to her. She put on a magic headscarf, revealing only a pair of eyes, took the prepared supplies, pushed the door, and got out of the car. At this time, Grandpa Li also got out of the back car and walked over quickly. The inspector immediately stepped forward. "Where are you going with such a big car?" Grandpa Li smiled and stepped forward. "We are fleeing from S City and want to go to seek refuge with our relatives." He took the things from Fong Xian and stuffed them into the hands of several people. "Everyone has worked hard. Take these back to improve your food. This is my gift." The inspector did not change his expression. He looked at the food in his hand. He weighed it. The heavy bag weighed 10 kilograms. He frowned and looked at the large container. He licked his cracked lips. It seemed that there were abundant supplies. "What are the things in the car?" Grandpa Li took out 2 boxes of cigarettes from his pocket and stuffed them directly into the hands of the person who was speaking. He whispered, "It's not easy to do something convenient. We are just passing by." The inspector looked at the 2 boxes of cigarettes in his hand and immediately put them in his pocket. He picked his nose rudely and asked again, "What are the things in the car?" Old Man Li's face had already darkened when he heard the voice. "I don't want to cause trouble. Can you do something convenient?" The inspector felt like he was hallucinating. What did he hear just now? He reached out and scratched his ear. He raised his eyebrows slightly. "What's the matter? Do you want to cause trouble?" Grandpa Li's eyebrows were sharp, and he looked at him without avoiding his gaze. He looked straight at him and didn't say anything. Those who can be checkpoint inspectors have connections above them, so they can take over here. Why do they have to fight to take over here? Because there is a lot of money. All survivors passing by have to pay tolls. Those who are unwilling to pay tolls naturally have the right to stop them from passing, and directly confiscate their belongings and cars. In short, no matter how they do things, it depends on their mood. He was extremely arrogant, and didn't take anyone seriously. The people above him knew the working style of the people below him, but they all turned a blind eye. Facing the provocative and threatening person in front of him, he had no ways in his heart, just thought he was a clown and ridiculous. Didn't he know his own strength? How could their number and firepower be compared with ours? They were simply overestimating themselves. Just 2 people, I'm afraid they didn't even know how they died. He was full of confidence and full of contempt in his heart. The man raised his nose, raised the pistol in his hand, and poked it against Grandpa Li's heart, and said word by word, "Open the car." Fong Xian saw everything and sighed in her heart. She couldn't help but see blood. She turned around silently, opened the door and got in. Grandpa Li saw Fong Xian had already got in the car, and he understood instantly. Grandpa Li walked to the rear of the car. 3 armed men followed him. Grandpa Li wanted to open the guardrail, but the 3 people who followed him stood closely behind Grandpa Li, blocking the direction of the guardrail opening. Grandpa Li smiled and said, "Well, this door should be open towards this side. You are standing too close, so it is difficult for me to open it." The 3 people retreated to the other side of the car after hearing the sound. At this moment, a cold light flashed. Grandpa Li held 2 sharp daggers in his hands, and knocked down the 3 people directly. With a plop, all 3 people fell to the ground, blood gushing out, and a knife wound deep into the bone on their necks was visible. Because the car body blocked the bodies of the 3 people, the checkpoints in the distance did not find anything unusual. Grandpa Li bent down to pick up the guns of the 3 people, and then slowly searched the bodies. All the guns and ammunition on them were searched, and even the things that were sent out were taken back. Grandpa Li put all the looted things into the trunk. In the car, Grandma Li took the things without saying a word, and put them neatly. Grandpa Li picked up the walkie-talkie with a calm face. Action. Chapter 113. Fong Xian jumped out of the car, with a submachine gun in hand, and an explosion-proof helmet on his head. He walked in with thick soled leather shoes, holding the submachine gun in both hands, and skillfully turned on the automatic mode. He stood upright, his eyes were emotionless, and he pulled the trigger decisively, aiming the gun at the checkpoint personnel and firing wildly. Bang bang bang. The gunshots caught everyone off guard. About a dozen people in the checkpoint were shot in the head and fled in panic. At this time, Grandpa Li flashed out from the rear of the car, holding a large spray gun, and shot at the people who were hiding. Bang, bang, bang. Those who failed to dodge had blood mist bursting out of their chests, and the gunshots directly blew open their chests and pierced their lungs. Grandpa Lee moved sideways while pulling the trigger. Collecting tolls? I'm going to take down your business today, old man. Although these people usually shout and cheer, they are more afraid of death than anyone else when they really fight. At this time, the survivors nearby were instantly furious and fled in a hurry. The powerful firepower of the two people completely crippled the other party. The only three people who were still breathing did not dare to show their heads. Fong Xian and Grandpa Lee held their guns and strode towards the inside of the checkpoint. Fong Xian stepped on the various broken garbage, making a creaking sound. To the ears of the three people, it was like the arrival of the god of death, and their hearts were instantly squeezed. One of the thin men squatted behind the trash can, gasping for breath, his chest heaving violently. He covered his stomach that was bleeding, and the blood soaked his coat. He was very scared. He didn't want to die. Hearing the footsteps getting closer, his breathing became heavier. His throat rolled unconsciously, and he bravely shouted, "I surrender." He stood up from behind the trash can, threw away the pistol in his hand, and raised his hands. "I surrender, spare my life." He trembled all over, and his eyes were nervous as he looked at the two people approaching in front of him. The other two people hiding in the checkpoint also stood up after hearing the sound, and raised their hands trembling all over. Fong Xian heard the sound and said lightly, "Can we go through now?" The thin man immediately replied, "Yes, yes, yes." Fong Xian looked at the man in front of her and felt as if she had seen him somewhere before. She stared at him. His face was dark, his cheeks were sunken, and he was completely thin. She couldn't see his original appearance, but the scar on his forehead made her feel familiar. Her desk mate in junior high school also had a scar on his head. He was beaten by his drunk father, and had 3 stitches in the hospital. Her desk mate had a bad temper, and often threw some of his used things to her like trash. "Here you go. This pencil is really hard to use. I give you this notebook too. It's so annoying. This broken notebook is of poor quality." After saying that, he threw it to her in annoyance. So she used it carefully, fearing that he would see that she didn't use the things he gave her and beat her up. This nervous mood lasted until she graduated from junior high school. I never saw him again after that. I heard that his father didn't let him continue to study, and asked him to go out to work to earn money to support the family. For this, she was somewhat relieved. Finally, she didn't have to endure his temper. Later, when she grew up and entered the society, she realized that all the disdain, poor quality, and bad temper were just to take care of her because she was poor. I didn't expect to meet him here. Fong Xian retracted her thoughts. "What's your name?" The thin man looked up in confusion, his voice trembling. "My name is Sun Ziyu." Fong Xian understood. It was really him. She pointed the gun down and said softly, "I won't kill you." "Really?" Fong Xian turned around and walked towards the car. Grandpa Lee still stood there with his gun pointed at the 3 people, and waited until Fong Xian started the car and passed the checkpoint before he jumped onto the container, but he still held his gun and was alert to avoid being shot. The luxury RV behind wanted to help, but they had no chance to show their skills. When Fong Xian started the car, they also followed the truck and passed the checkpoint smoothly. The survivors who wanted to get through the checkpoint were stopped by the thin man, who lowered the checkpoint railings and stopped many survivors. Some survivors were still a little dissatisfied, shouting, "Why can they pass, but I can't?" The checkpoint officer raised his pistol to the other's forehead. "What do you think?" The thin man stared at the direction where the truck was getting farther and farther away, his eyes full of confusion. Why did she ask his name? Why did he suddenly change his attitude? Although this change was very subtle, he was still keenly aware of it, after years of hard work and seeing other people's faces. Fong Xian's car entered City B smoothly. There were many sanitation workers on the streets of City B, cleaning up the thick silt on the road and the abandoned vehicles, and improving the sanitary environment. They all avoided the approaching cars. From a distance, a large number of machines and workers were working in an orderly manner. They should be building a huge base. There were also a large number of construction vehicles passing by on the road, seemingly in a hurry. Everyone was busy. This was the only different city that Fong Xian had visited along the way. The car soon drove out of this busy and vibrant City B. Fong Xian turned the steering wheel to find a place to stay for the night. He would take a rest tonight and get enough energy, and then go to City A tomorrow morning. I don't know what City A will look like. The roads here are much wider, and there is no need to detour even if there are many abandoned vehicles on the road. Fong Xian turned the steering wheel to bypass the abandoned cars blocking the road, even if he scratched some of them. At this time, the crash barrier played a good protective role. If you really can't get around, it doesn't matter if it is completely blocked. Just knock it open and drive through. The car body is very heavy and has a crash barrier, so it easily knocks the blocked car out of the way. Finally, after driving for a while, I saw a service area in front of me. The terrain there is higher, and there is not much water on the road. Fong Xian turned the car into the service area, and the RV behind him also turned in and parked behind Fong Xian's car. There are many scrapped cars in the service area. After 3 years of extreme cold, they have been frozen and scrapped, but Fong Xian still saw 2 cars that are different from them. There should be survivors who came here to rest. Those who can drive a car at this time can be said to be quite powerful. People in the 2 cars got out of the car to stretch their bodies. Gui Yuan went forward to talk to Grandpa Li and saw Fong Xian nodded politely. Although Gui Yuan had never met Fong Xian, he could feel that Fong Xian was very cold and unwilling to talk to others, but he didn't care. People with ability usually have tempers. Brother, your daughter's driving skills are really amazing. Gui Yuan gave a thumbs up. That's right, you don't even look at whose family it is, it's mine. Grandpa Li responded with a smile. Chapter 114. The 2 chatted casually, and felt that there were strong eyes looking at them. They found that there were several people observing them at the entrance of the service area. The 2 looked at each other and walked over. Fong Xian just glanced at them, and then looked away. Today, I can finally cook a proper meal, and I don't have to worry about the smell being too strong and being coveted by too many people. She has been eating a little bit of food these days. Grandma, let's have chicken stewed with mushrooms today. I'm craving it. Okay. Grandma Li was not dissatisfied and immediately took out 2 packages of vacuum-packed chicken stewed with mushrooms. They were all semi-finished products, which could be eaten after being stewed in a pot. It was also very convenient. The fragrance soon spread. Grandpa Li smelled the fragrance of the food and ran back immediately. I won't tell you anymore, my family is ready to eat. He took 3 stools from the back of the container. He also unfolded and set up the small table. In the past, Xiaokai did these odd jobs. Now without Xiaokai around, I always feel that something is missing and my heart is empty. I don't know where this child will spend the night tonight. Grandpa Li couldn't help but feel a little worried. Soon the food came out of the pot. Each person took a big bowl and sat around the table to eat. Guzi also got a big bowl. After the 3 of them finished eating, there was still a lot left in the pot. Grandma Li looked at the food in the pot and sighed. I forgot that Xiaokai was not here. This is just the amount of food Xiaokai eats. I don't know if he ate. It's okay, old woman. Xiaokai is good at fighting and has the ability to protect himself. He will be fine. Don't worry. After finishing his meal, Grandpa Li and Gui Yuan wandered around the service area. He went into the rest area and looked around. He found that several people were resting in the lounge. After talking, they also planned to go to City A. The 2 walked around the service area and found out the situation inside. There were 5 men and 3 women. There were 2 groups of people in total, driving 2 cars. Fong Xian did not plan to enter the rest area. They still lived in the car. After all, there were too many supplies in the car, and it was impossible for people to leave the car. No need to keep watch at night, everyone slept well. If there was any movement, the dog would also remind them. Nothing happened that night. The next day, the 3 of them had breakfast, and the 2 cars left early. The water in the low-lying areas of the road dropped a lot. After driving for another 3 hours, they finally arrived at City A. The closer they got to City A, the more cars on the road were heading to City A. If my guess was right, these were all survivors who had fled to City A. The modified truck drove on the road, attracting many curious looks. When they saw that the driver was actually a woman, many cars honked their horns and whistled to flirt with her. Such people were common even before the end of the world. Fong Xian really wanted to shoot them all with a gun. She looked out the car window and saw that construction was underway in City A. There were a large number of tower cranes, excavators, forklifts, bulldozers, trucks, etc. under construction. The bulldozer in front cleared away some bricks and tiles, and the one behind immediately followed and started the follow-up work, with clear division of labor and rapid coordination. The man wearing a safety helmet next to him directed in an orderly manner. During the extreme cold, it was impossible to start construction. Now that the temperature has risen, City A immediately took action. The extreme cold has passed, and now the temperature is suitable. It is a chance for humans to save themselves. When they were about to reach City A, they encountered another checkpoint in front. The soldiers stood upright, armed with guns and live ammunition in 2 rows. All the cars lined up obediently waiting to enter the city, and no one dared to make trouble. Fong Xian frowned and stopped the car far to the side. Fong Xian pressed the intercom. There are soldiers checking ahead. The inspection in City A must be very strict, and guns and ammunition may not be allowed to be brought in. She couldn't just rush in. The RV behind saw the truck stop, so they stopped too. Grandpa Lee immediately walked out of the back car and observed the situation in front. They also checked the car and looted the guns and drugs in the car. Although they didn't check them one by one, their car was too big, and they would definitely not let it go easily. Grandpa Lee and Gui Yuan frowned. Without guns, their safety was reduced. And their guns were not easy to come by. Fong Xian opened the car door and got out. Do we need to hand it in? The two shook their heads. It was impossible to hand it in. She thought for a while, then let's see if there are other checkpoints to enter the city. We won't enter the city today. Several people raised their hands in agreement. And their large truck of supplies will definitely be coveted by others, like other cities. If a conflict occurs, the other side is a soldier with strong combat effectiveness and quality, and the two of them may not be able to defeat them. Besides, if you kill someone on their territory, do you still want to survive? So the two cars turned around and drove out against the flow of people. Soon the two cars arrived at a remote area and discussed what to do. Fong Xian decided to go around City A first to see which checkpoint was looser, and he could get in. There couldn't be just one checkpoint, there must be others. So Grandpa Lee and Gui Yuan drove his luxury RV around City A. They didn't choose to drive a big truck, because it was too conspicuous. And Fong Xian stayed behind to be wary of his brother-in-law and make sure they didn't have any bad intentions. Also ensure the safety of supplies to avoid unexpected emergencies. City A is very big, and it takes a lot of time to go around it. Fong Xian led the dog directly into the front of the car, began to relax himself, and ate some delicious food with the dog. While eating spicy noodles, Fong Xian did not forget to look outside, and did not relax his vigilance. Finally it was evening. The RV came back. Grandpa Lee and Gui Yuan were dusty, and it seemed that they had been asking around a lot in this short day. Grandpa Lee got off the car and shook his head. We went to the west checkpoint, which is also very strict, and there are soldiers with guns standing guard. To be honest, their big trucks are really difficult to deal with. They have been trying to eat up their cars all the way. If it weren't for the sufficient firepower of several people, they would have been eaten up long ago. But there must be a way to solve the problem. Fong Xian nodded. It's okay, old man, go to other checkpoints tomorrow, the problem can always be solved. If it doesn't work, she can hide their supplies in the space, and then transport them in little by little. Although it's troublesome. But this is the best solution. Sure enough, in the next 2 days, Grandpa Lee made no progress and came back dejected. Fong Xian didn't expect that City A would be so strict. It's also possible that they are confiscating the guns and weapons from the survivors to expand their own power. This is not impossible. It's very possible. They can definitely do such a thing now. And it's not easy to control the guns in the hands of the survivors. Well, Fong Xian finally decided to follow his own ideas, otherwise he would not be able to enter the city for a while. Chapter 115. Fong Xian finally decided to follow his own ideas, otherwise he would not be able to enter the city for a while. Grandpa, I will drive the car away first and find a safe place to hide the supplies. When things are stable in the future, I will find a way to drive the supply truck in. Grandpa Lee nodded in agreement immediately after hearing this. Okay. Then he thought for a while and added, if there is a place to properly hide the supplies, there is no need to rush to drive the supply truck in. You can just come out and get some when you need it in the future. This is also safe. Seeing that Grandpa Lee agreed, Fong Xian said, that's it. I drive the car away, and you wait for me here. Okay, go ahead. After the two discussed, they took down a tent and some food and other daily necessities, and piled them into the tent. Fong Xian drove the truck and left. In the evening, Fong Xian drove back in a broken van. The body of the van was covered with mud and was extremely dirty. In order to avoid arousing suspicion, she made the body of the van look old and covered it with mud, making it as dirty as it could be. Fong Xian put some food and other daily necessities in the car, which could last for about a month. The supplies were not much, just right. When the few people saw a dilapidated van driving over, they suddenly became nervous. The guns had been taken away by Fong Xian, and Grandpa Lee was holding a dagger and was alert. When the car drove closer, Grandpa Lee relaxed when he saw that it was Fong Xian in the car. Grandpa Lee walked forward quickly. Are you back? How was the journey? Did you encounter anything? No, don't worry. We can leave tomorrow. Sure. Grandpa Lee looked at the broken car, wondering where the car had been put in the mud ditch. It was too dirty. But it was good to have a car to get around. This broken car would not attract others' covetousness. It was pretty good. Time soon came to the second day. The luxury RV hid all the guns under the car, and covered them with mud outside, so that even if the checkpoints were too strict, there would be a layer of security. But after a few days of observation by several people, if they checked, they would check inside the car, not under the car. 2 cars came to the south gate again. This time, there were many more people here than the previous 2 days. Fong Xian drove the broken van to the row of cars and waited. The costumes of several people were also disguised when they came. They were all ragged and had sallow faces. Fong Xian put ugly makeup on them all. They used waterproof makeup that would never come off. The people in front passed through the gate one after another. They would pass smoothly if they gave benefits. Those survivors did not have much supplies, and could not give too many benefits. They did not make things too difficult and passed through. About half an hour later, they finally arrived at their broken van. A soldier with a rifle on his back gestured at their van. Grandpa Lee got off the car immediately, and stuffed a whole box of cigarettes into the soldier's pocket. They were all sold for dozens of yuan a pack before the end of the world, which can be said to be very expensive. Thank you for your hard work. This is a little gift from me. The soldier looked at the wrinkled cigarettes in his hand, his eyebrows relaxed, and he looked at the dirty old man with a lot more favor. He waved his hand. Let's go. Hey, thank you. Grandpa Lee trotted back to the van, and Fong Xian immediately started the car and drove into the checkpoint. Finally got in. It was really not easy. Soon the RV behind followed in, and they said 2 bars of chocolate. When you are exhausted, you can quickly recover your strength by eating a bite. It is definitely a high-energy food. The 2 cars slowly drove into this once luxurious city. There are few people in the outer city, and you can occasionally see a few survivors. The streets are also relatively dirty. But construction vehicles keep going back and forth. Fong Xian turned the steering wheel. Grandpa, do you want to inquire about the base's situation? Yes, we don't know the specific situation yet. We also need to inquire about the location. No, the radio tells us the location. It's just not built yet. We need to find a place to stay first. Where is it? I try to get there. In the North District. Okay. After entering the East District, the environment is obviously getting better and better, and there are more and more survivors. A large number of survivors were walking around, some even setting up stalls to sell or exchange needed supplies. Although the faces of the residents of City A were pale, they were in good spirits, which showed that the management system of City A was quite good. From time to time, there would be security personnel patrolling to maintain the peace and order in the city. If you don't look at the gray buildings and broken roofs on both sides of the street, it feels like the end of the world. From a distance, I saw the patrol officers catch a looter who was robbing others' things and was taken away by the patrol officers. Fong Xian guessed that they were probably captured and used as free labor for reform. Grandpa Lee looked around. It looks pretty good here. It's worth the trouble we've gone through to get here. Life here is more stable, and we don't have to be vigilant on the road. Grandma Lee was also very happy. Yes, it's great. The car drove into the East District. More and more construction workers were working hard. The workers were constantly busy. The manager wearing a red hat opened his mouth wide and gestured with his hands to direct the work. Many construction vehicles came and went. Dust was flying and everywhere. There were many simple iron houses and tents on the roadside, which were probably the resting places for the construction workers. Fong Xian parked the car by the side. Let's not go in. There are too many construction units. Okay, let's go back. Fong Xian turned around and drove the car back the way she came. She found an underground parking lot in the community and parked the car in. The parking lot here was soaked by floods in the past, and the wall paint was mottled and peeled off severely. A large number of cars here were frozen by the extreme cold for 3 years, and then soaked by floods. They were all scrapped. Fong Xian drove to the innermost part and found a place to park the car. They could set up a tent outside at night. It was much better here than in the open air, and they didn't have to be wary of others. The 2 old men began to get busy, preparing to set up the tent. They estimated that they would stay here for some days. After cleaning up, the old man and Gui Yuan couldn't stay any longer and went out to wander around. There were quite a lot of people in the community, sitting together in groups of 3 or 4, chatting and enjoying the hard-earned comfort. Grandpa Lee saw that there were not many men in the community. He walked up to a woman in her 40s naturally. The woman saw 2 strangers and looked alert. You two are from other places, right? I haven't seen you before? Grandpa Lee smiled kindly. Yes, we just arrived today. I want to ask when the A City base will be completed? The woman actually raised her buttocks, turned around and left. Grandpa Lee scratched his nose awkwardly. Zhou Guiyuan said with a smile, is it because you, an old man, are too fierce and scared her? Grandpa Lee glanced at him. Guiyuan patted his shoulder. Haha, let's go and take a look on the street outside. Chapter 116. The two of them came to the street. There were several stalls on both sides of the street, all of which were selling daily necessities, such as notebooks, pencils, candles, iron pots, rice bowls, small stools, etc. This place is close to the North District base, and ordinary people don't dare to cause trouble here. It is very easy to be caught as unpaid labor, and the work they do is the hardest and most tiring, so some lawless people are eliminated. Grandpa Lee took out 2 hard candies from his pocket. Can I exchange this candy for that pencil? The skinny old man raised his head and said happily, sure. The skinny old man carefully put the hard candy into his pocket and pushed it away with his hand. Are you two not from here? The skinny old man was in a good mood and asked casually. Yes. Where are you from? S City. Oh, S City is quite far from here. Yes, it's not easy to get here. Brother, when will the A City base be completed? It's almost done. It will be finished in 10 days or so. It's pretty fast. It's fast because we work every day. There are a lot of machines. Don't forget that our country H is a big country in infrastructure. During the epidemic, it took only 12 days to build the Leishanshan hospital. Grandpa Lee agreed with him. It was true. The two went to the base construction site again. A large number of construction machinery were running, and a large number of construction workers were working. The huge amount of work and the grand scale of the layout were unimaginable, and I was also extremely shocked. The high outer wall was rising from the ground. Guiyuan and his brother-in-law also went to the base to find a job suitable for them. Instead of waiting and consuming supplies, it was better to work while waiting and earn some food. His brother-in-law found a job as a driver, transporting some waste and other construction waste. Guiyuan found a job as an excavator driver, which was easier than his brother-in-law's job. Finally, the base was completed 10 days later. When Fong Xian came to the outskirts of the base, many survivors had already surrounded him. Many survivors were filled with anticipation and joy, and looking at the magnificent base gave them a full sense of security. Fong Xian and his companions waited at the door for more than an hour before several staff members came out. One of them held a loudspeaker in his hand and put it to his mouth. Everyone who wants to enter the base should line up, don't crowd. Everyone is eligible to enter the base. Line up in 2 lines, don't crowd, don't crowd. Everyone should line up in an orderly manner, don't crowd. The staff worked hard to maintain order on the scene. After he finished speaking, he threw the loudspeaker to his colleagues, pointed at Fong Xian and the others, and said, you guys come in first. Then he turned around and told his colleagues, you can let 2 or 3 people in to register at once. Don't let too many people in at once, okay? Okay, I got it, you go. It wasn't that the staff liked Fong Xian and the others, but that the man was Guiyuan. He was actually spotted by the manager, and Guiyuan, who smelled an opportunity, quickly gave the manager a gift and got a job as a registration officer. Anyone entering the base needs to register, so they won't be unemployed easily. Although the salary is not very high, at least there is a stable income. How many people are trying their best to get this job? But it is light and not tiring, and you can earn money just by sitting in the office. Fong Xian couldn't help but sigh. As expected, people with ability can get by everywhere. She turned the steering wheel and drove the car into the base. After parking the car, several people followed Guiyuan into the registration room. This is how it is easier to get things done with someone. Even the registration is the first, no need to wait. The registration room is about 20 square meters, with a few chairs on the side and a desk in front. There are actually 2 computers on the desk. His brother-in-law entered the room and looked around. Brother-in-law, your working environment is good, spacious and comfortable. His eyes lit up when he saw the desktop computer. There are office computers. Is the base powered? Of course it is powered. The base uses wind power to generate electricity, and the computer is also connected to the internet. Hurry up, take out your ID cards, you are the only one who talks too much. After registration, you can go and see the house and so on. The 4 of them, 2 adults and 2 children, immediately took out their ID cards. It took only a few minutes to register. They handed over the ID cards of several people from the A City base. This card is the pass to the A City base, which contains personal information and points information. The base's currency is now all in the form of points, and the previous money is completely useless. Gui Yuan looked up at Grandpa Li and the others. Brother, yours. Fong Xian and the other two took out their ID cards, and Gui Yuan took the ID cards and entered them into the computer one by one. There are many elites in the A-City base, so it is not too easy to restore the network. Just check your ID card in the database, and you can find out your identity clearly. To enter the base, you must register and enter the system information. Gui Yuan's fingers flew on the keyboard, and soon he entered it and handed 3 identity cards to several people. Several people reached out to take it. It was a white card, a bit like the meal card in the school cafeteria, and a bit like the network card used in the internet cafe at the beginning. It was a thick white card. This card is cheap to make, and it only has a chip inside, so you only need to swipe it. Several people put their ID cards in their pockets. Wait a minute, I asked my colleagues to take you to the housing area to look at houses, and try to move in as soon as possible. You could exchange materials for points, and then pay the rent. You'd better not rent a house in the outer area. Although the rent is cheap, it is rented to the bottom survivors. After all, there are all kinds of people, and the public security is definitely not as good as the inner area. It is not safe, and the living environment is not good. After a while, a dark and thin man came in. Brother Gua, I'm here. Hey. Gui Yuan also greeted the man. These are all my family members. Please help introduce a better house. Gui Yuan patted the dark and thin man's shoulder. Thank you for your hard work. It's okay, leave it to me. Let's go, I show you the house. Gui Yuan nodded to everyone. Go follow him. The 7 people followed the dark and thin man out of the registration room. You have to go through the outer residential area first. In one part of the outer residential area, the original residential building has 18 floors, which has not been demolished. After some internal renovation, it can be lived in. And many simple houses with 3 floors have been built on the open space of the residential building. There is only one person-wide aisle between the houses, which is quite crowded. The dark and thin man pointed to these houses and introduced, the houses here are all dormitories. Some are single dormitories and multi-person dormitories. The prices are very cheap. These are rented to the bottom survivors, who are short of supplies. Chapter 117. The residential areas for survivors in our base are divided into 3 levels, high, medium, and low. The outermost areas are all low-end residential areas. I will take you to the higher-end residential areas inside. The dark and thin man led everyone to a spacious sidewalk. The cement road in the middle was a lane for 3 rows of cars, and there were sidewalks on both sides. They passed the low-end residential areas on the periphery, then the medium-end residential areas, and finally came to the high-end residential areas. The closer to the center, the better the houses should be, and the more wealthy and powerful people should be. Fong Xian saw many luxury cars coming out. Many people dressed brightly and beautifully came out. All of them were full of glory and bright smiles. It turned out that the end of the world did not hit the rich too hard, and they still enjoyed life. It took them nearly half an hour to drive, which shows how big this base is. Which building or which floor do you want to live in? The dark and thin man asked. Gui Yuan's wife said, we are all fine, not too low or too high. It doesn't matter whether you live high or low. The occupancy rate is not that high now. Most of the survivors have not come in yet. And don't worry about the problem of living too high. There are elevators. The dark and thin man patiently explained to everyone. Oh, there are elevators. Grandpa Li said with a smile, we don't like to live too high. 3 or 4 floors are fine. Even if there is an elevator, it is not very safe. If there is a power outage, it will be difficult for them to climb the stairs if they live too high. It is better to live lower. Okay, I have time all day today. I will take you to see slowly. You can live in whichever one you like. Although he said so, they couldn't bother others too much, nor could they be too picky, and others were just polite to them. They finished looking at the houses as quickly as possible. Both houses were in the last row. Grandpa Li was very polite, and stuffed a pack of cigarettes into the other party. Brother, you have accompanied us to look at houses for so long. You have this pack of cigarettes. The thin man looked at the cigarettes in his hand, his eyes shining, but he still pretended to refuse. How can I take your things without Brother Gua's instructions? This is also my duty. Grandpa Li held his hand and said, don't tear it apart. It's not good for others to see it. Just keep it. Fong Xian also gave a pack of cigarettes. The price was about the same as Grandpa Li's. Before the end of the world, cigarettes sold for 16. The dark and thin man smiled from ear to ear. He actually earned 2 packs of good cigarettes in one day. His smile became more sincere, and he put all the cigarettes in his pocket. Okay, then I take it. If you have any problems in the future, just come to me. I promise to do it beautifully. After looking at several houses, the quality of the houses in this area is the same, with little difference, and the house types are also similar. But the living environment must be slightly better. Residents from the outer areas cannot come to the middle area, and so on. Residents from the middle area cannot come to the upper area, but residents from the upper area can go to the middle and lower areas. In other words, residents from higher level areas can go to more places. There are checkpoints between the areas, and they are guarded by people, and they have to swipe their cards. The ID card in your hand has relevant information about where you rent a house. And residents from the lower area can only move around in the lower area, and cannot wander around. This is also to protect the rights and interests of the rich and powerful. This shows that the class is very obvious. There are about 4 houses in the inner area. They should all be the leaders of the base, or people with money, power and status. The high-end residential area where they live is the inner area. The houses near the inner area have already been reserved, and other survivors cannot enter even if they have money. In the end, Gui Yuan's family chose a 3-bedroom and 1 living room house, which is just enough for their family to live in, but the rent is a bit more expensive. It costs 150 points a month. Fong Xian thought it seemed a bit expensive, but seeing Gui Yuan's wife decided without blinking an eye. He is also a capable person. The 2 elders chose a 3-story house with 2 bedrooms and 1 living room. The orientation is also good. They thought that when Xiaofai comes in the future, there will be a place to live. Fong Xian thinks that the 3-story house is completely fine. It is not too low or too high. If a natural disaster occurs unexpectedly, they can run away quickly. The walls of their house are not too thin. Compared with other buildings, they are relatively thicker. This is why they chose this one. She looked at the house inside. The building of the house seemed much stronger than this one. The wall color was also different. It was a special material at first glance. This means that if there is another natural disaster, these ordinary survivors can be sacrificed. Thinking of this, Fong Xian was somewhat disappointed with the base's move. Seeing that the 2 elders liked this house, Fong Xian also rented the house opposite the 2 elders, which also had 2 bedrooms and a living room. There is also a chance to avoid a weird neighbor. Their building has 3 households per floor, and the living environment is pretty good. The price is the same as the 2 elders, 100 points per month. They don't know how to exchange points, and what the ratio is. They will know when they go to the mission hall to exchange for supplies. Points can be used to buy things in the base store, eat out, etc. There are also restaurants here, but the prices will definitely be higher. It can also be used to pay water and electricity bills. In other words, the point system is now in circulation in the base, and the previous paper money is completely useless. Of course, it is also possible to trade directly with supplies. Those who are capable and have supplies in their hands will live in better houses and have more choices. The ordinary survivors at the bottom can only live in the outer residential areas, but most of the outer residential areas are dormitories, and some are even large bunk beds with dozens of people squeezed together. They have to work non-stop every day to make a living, which also gives ordinary survivors hope to survive. As long as they have some strength, they will not starve to death. Let's go, I take you to the hall. The dark and thin man called. Everyone nodded and drove to a very spacious hall with many people inside. The left side is the exchange hall, and the right side is the mission hall. The exchange hall is a material exchange point, where you can exchange materials for points. The mission hall is where the base announces the missions. You can form a team, or go alone to complete the missions to earn points. There are difficult and easy missions. The difficult ones will get more points, and the easy ones will get fewer points. For example, when you go out to pick up technical talents, there are many robbers and kidnappers outside, and you need a good escort to the base. This is relatively medium, not difficult or easy. After all, the journey is long and there are many difficulties. There are also some simple ones, such as rescuing survivors, and earning points for each survivor. The more you rescue, the more points you earn. Go out to look for materials, which are common and rare, and exchange corresponding points according to their rarity. There are many types of tasks, and you can accept different tasks according to your own conditions. Fong Xian took a general look and then looked away. She didn't want to go out to do the tasks. Others have to work hard to survive, but she doesn't have to. She doesn't have to worry about life at all. Chapter 118. Fong Xian thought that she would go out and look for a good place with good feng shui when she had time. She didn't want to stay in the base all day. This was just a place for her to stay. There was a place to live in the base, and she could enter the base legitimately. If she wanted to live here, she could live here. If she didn't want to live here, she could live here by herself. At this time, many people were gathered in front of the mission hall, all wanting to earn some points to support their families. Grandpa Lee looked at the tasks in the mission hall for a few more times, and he was eager to move, but he didn't have any capable partners to cooperate with, and he was just a veteran. Xiaokai didn't know when he would be back, and he didn't know where Yukiki and her team were. He was worried about being with someone he didn't know, and he might be harmed or plotted against. It was not a good match, and no one would be willing to do a mission with an old man. He could only suppress his thoughts and take his time. There was no rush. Fong Xian and the others walked towards the exchange hall on the left. This is the exchange hall. You can exchange food for points, materials, or anything else. The dark-skinned man patiently introduced. The price of each exchange is different. For example, 1 kilogram of ordinary grain is 1 point, and 1 kilogram of ordinary meat is also 1 point. If the quality of the grain and meat is better, and there are no mold or insects, it can be exchanged for 1.5 points. Although it is only 0.5 more, it is not a small amount. If it is fresh meat, it can be exchanged for 2 points. The exchange ratio is quite reasonable. Grandpa Lee decided to exchange some meat for some points. Their meat has been stored for too long. They exchanged some for meat, and some for grain. The meat and grain of the two elders could be exchanged for 1.5 points per pound. Although they had been stored for a long time, their things were well preserved, and there was no sign of spoilage or insects. Moreover, the meat was vacuum-packed, so the price was a little higher. The two elders were very happy to see that it was 1.5 points per pound, because they still had a lot, so they didn't have to worry about points. The two elders calculated in their minds that they had to spend 100 kilograms of grain to live for a month, which made them feel a little distressed. But the high-end residential area must be more expensive. Still gritted his teeth and paid the rent. Fong Xian changed some ready-to-eat food from the package. These things have a lot of preservatives. She doesn't eat them normally, so she doesn't feel bad about changing them. After the few people finally paid the rent, they smiled and felt relieved. This meant that they finally had a stable residence in City A. Living in the powerful base of City A, life safety can also be guaranteed. After getting the keys, they went to their own residences. Fong Xian helped the two elders move their things into the building. He also helped them clean up the house before preparing to leave. The two elders wanted to follow Fong Xian and help clean up her house or do some work, but Fong Xian refused. Because she could use the space to help. Fong Xian took the dog back to the house she rented. Fong Xian carried the dog on his back all the way to avoid drooling if others saw him. The room only had simple furniture. There was a simple wooden bed in the two bedrooms. There was also a small table, and that was it. If you want to use household appliances, you have to buy them yourself. These simple pieces of furniture will definitely not be used, so they were all moved to the second bedroom using the space, and a luxurious bed was taken out again. The floor was cement, and there was no flooring or floor tiles. Fong Xian even doubted whether she was renting a high-end house. You can see what low and medium-sized houses should look like. Fong Xian took out a vacuum cleaner from the space and cleaned up the dust in the house. A simple floor was laid on the cement floor, so that it would be easier to take care of and look better. She disinfected again out of concern and took out a formaldehyde machine and put it in the bedroom. After all, the furniture was new, so it was necessary to remove the formaldehyde. She didn't want to get leukemia or something. Then she took out a luxurious wardrobe, a bedside table that matched the bed, a desk, and a high-end cashmere carpet on the floor. After decorating the master bedroom, there was no need to decorate the living room first. You can add it slowly later, because the two elders will come over sometimes. But the hygiene still needs to be cleaned. Finally, all the work was done. Fong Xian was also tired. After a day of hard work, how could she not be tired? So she slipped into the space and took a hot bath, and her body finally relaxed a little. There was electricity and water in the house, but there was no water heater in the bathroom, and it needed to be installed. She thought it was troublesome and didn't do it. To take a bath, just go into the space with hot water. The man and the dog wolfed down dinner and went to bed early. Finally, there was no need to rush around, and no need to fight and kill. I can have a good rest. My body and mind relaxed immediately, and I fell asleep soon. On the second day, Fong Xian was awakened by Grandpa Lee's knock on the door. This old man is so energetic that he doesn't even need to sleep in the morning. Fong Xian yawned in his pajamas and opened the door for the old man. Old man, why are you up so early? Why don't you take a good rest? I'm not tired. Well, this old man's physical fitness is also unparalleled. Let's go buy a watch. Fong Xian was a little confused. I have a watch. It's not an ordinary watch, it's a base communicator. You can make calls, send voice messages, etc. Fong Xian understood that it was inevitable for the base to restore the network. With talents from all walks of life gathering together, it was inevitable to restore the network. Okay. She and Grandma Li followed Grandpa Li. Both of them carried large bags with supplies. If the points in the card were not enough, they could be redeemed directly without having to make another trip. The mission hall and various shops were all on the inner side of the outer area of the base, close to the mid-range housing. This way, all residents in the base could come here. The three of them walked into the store and went directly to the counter. We want to buy a communicator. The salesperson smiled and said, the regular watch is 166 points, and the other is 566 points. There are 2 types in total. Which one do you need? Grandpa Li took a breath. It was so expensive. What's the difference? The regular watch can only be used within the base. There is no signal outside the base. The other watch can be used anywhere regardless of location or distance. Fong Xian seemed to understand that this was because the previous network had not been restored. After all, it had not been maintained for a long time, so he abandoned the old program and redeveloped a new program to use. The other watch may use a satellite system with a wide signal range, but it can only make and receive calls, without too many functions, but it is good to be able to contact others in the end times. Fong Xian bought several satellite phones before, but he didn't figure out how to pay for them, so he never used them. Chapter 119. Fong Xian thought about it for a long time. Although the other one is more expensive, it is more useful. Grandpa, buy the expensive one. Grandpa Li saw Fong Xian say this and gritted his teeth. Okay. But the supplies for several people are obviously not enough, and they have to go back to get more supplies. Grandpa Li doesn't want to exchange food for points. Grandpa Li whispered, let's not exchange too much food for points. There are too many people in the base, and it will attract attention. Let's exchange it with something else. Fong Xian agreed, that's the truth. Grandpa, what should we exchange for? Fong Xian had a lot of things to consider exchanging, but the supplies of the 2 elders were not very comprehensive. Grandpa Li thought for a while and said, I still have some cigarettes that I can take out to exchange, but they are all in the car, so I have to go out to get them. Grandpa Li looked at Fong Xian. We still have to go out. Fong Xian waved his hand. I can go out by myself. I also need to get some things. What else do you want? Seeing Fong Xian's insistence, Grandpa Li said nothing, then take some more pots and pans and daily necessities, and some more food. Okay, wait for me at home. After the 3 of them discussed, they returned to the high-end residential area, and Fong Xian got into the broken van downstairs. There are parking spaces downstairs, and you only need to pay 10 points a month for a parking space. The price is also reasonable, that is, 10 kilograms of food. Well, if converted into food, it is still a little expensive. After all, food is life-saving food. This is also the reason why most people cannot afford to rent a better house, because everything costs money. Fong Xian drove the car directly without any obstruction, passing through the gates of the enclosures. It was easy to get out, and there was no inspection, but you had to swipe your card to get in. Fong Xian turned the steering wheel and drove out of the base gate. She decided to walk around the neighborhood to see where it would be suitable to settle down. There were still many survivors queuing in an orderly manner at the gate of the base, waiting to enter the base. There were cars lined up in 2 rows, and survivors lined up in 2 rows. There was no end in sight. Fong Xian drove away from the base, and found that there were still many survivors outside the base, who had not moved out of their current houses, and had not chosen to enter the base. Perhaps they felt that living near the base would provide some protection. Or perhaps they felt that the extremely cold and difficult days were over, and that they would have a stable life next, so there was no need to enter the base. Fong Xian also saw that there were security teams patrolling the streets to maintain order, in order to make the survivors feel a sense of belonging to the base. Now, the base has been completed, and the patrols on the streets have long since withdrawn to the base. As for the other survivors, who did not enter the base, they have completely ignored them. If there are still people who want to enter the base, they can also enter. It should be said that this is still very humane. Whether to enter or not is entirely up to your own choice, and no one is forced. There should be a difference between those who enter first and those who enter later. It will be very relaxed to enter the base in the early stage, and it will probably be more strict later. Fong Xian turned the steering wheel. She wanted to stay away from the base and the area where no one was active. She wandered around the edge of City A for a small day, but she didn't find a suitable place. But we also have to consider the situation of natural disasters. We can't continue to choose to live in the mountains, because if there is an earthquake or something, how can you escape in the mountains? City A is too big, and we can't walk all the way there at once. I had no choice but to go back first and look for it next time. Anyway, there was no rush. Fong Xian drove the car into a hidden place, took the truck out of the space, rummaged out some things, took some more, and filled a van. Then he drove back to the base. When it was getting dark, he finally got back to the gate of the base. There were still a large number of survivors waiting at the entrance of the base. All of them were pale, thin, and ragged, eager to enter the base as soon as possible. They rested directly on the ground, and some took a mat and lay on the ground. Some survivors hugged each other and rested together. The survivors who had cars lived in the car and queued up. Fortunately, they had people and entered early, otherwise they would have waited in line like this from dawn to dusk. The survivors looked at the van entering the base with envy. They wished that they would be the ones entering the base at this time. A thin little boy nestled in his mother's arms, his eyes eagerly watching the people coming in and out of the base. They came here from far away with great difficulty. After hearing the news of the base on the radio, the family rushed here without stopping. But his father died under the knife of the robbers to protect him and his mother. With tears in his eyes, he would grow up one day and avenge his father. But in this difficult end of the world, how many children can grow up? Fong Xian swiped her card to enter the base, and then swiped her card again to pass the low and middle enclosures, and come to the downstairs where they lived. She glanced at the third floor, and saw Grandpa Lee looking down, so she waved her hand. Soon the two elders came down from the building. There were many survivors in the corridor at this time, and they saw 3 people carrying supplies after work. Curiously, they went forward to check. They saw some pots and pans on top, and even a small coffee table, and some simple flooring on top. Everyone curled their lips. They thought that such a large truck was full of food supplies, but it turned out to be all junk. Every day, someone would move in and move supplies into the building, so there would be many kind people coming to watch. Here comes another pickup truck, with a small cargo box at the back filled with supplies, stacked high, with large bags of food sticking out. Unlike Fong Xian and his friends, who hid the food supplies downstairs, they secretly moved them upstairs when no one was around. Grandma Lee was left watching by the car. Fong Xian and Grandpa Lee quickly moved the supplies into the elevator. A group of survivors immediately surrounded them. "Hey, new here, which floor do you live on? Your family is really rich. You are capable people. Where are you from? How about we help you move? Neighbors should help each other." Being praised and praised by many survivors, the people in the pickup truck enjoyed the moment of being admired and flattered by everyone. While a group of survivors were attracted away, they looked at each other and hurried to move the supplies in the car. Don't show your wealth to others. How did they survive the 3 years of extreme cold without knowing this principle? The 3 men quickly moved all the supplies in the car, locked the door, and went upstairs. Looking down from the window, the man was still moving supplies slowly, not in a hurry at all, and more survivors were watching. Listening to the noisy noises upstairs, the man should live upstairs. It seems that we have to lock the door at night. Don't steal them as well. Don't think that everything will be fine if you live in the base. You can't let your guard down no matter where you are. Chapter 120. Fong Xian left the 2 elders and returned to her own house. She started to sort out the messy supplies. Today she brought back some floorboards and laid a simple floorboard in the living room and the second bedroom. She also brought over the coffee table, wiped it, and moved it over. She would bring back a sofa next time. Finally, all the supplies were neatly sorted. The floorboards in the house were also laid and cleaned. There was endless work to do every day. After Fong Xian finished her work, she sat down and prepared dinner with the dog. Then I heard a man's roar. "What are you doing? Didn't I tell you to watch the car? How did so many supplies get lost?" The woman was stunned by her husband's roar. I was watching. How should I know? You useless guy, you can't even do such a small thing. What else can you do? So much food was lost, what should I do? Just starve, save the food from your mouth. Woo, I didn't mean it, how should I know? Before the end of the world, you were just a freeloader, eating without thinking. I work hard outside to make money, but you don't make money at home, and you don't even know how to save money. You spend as much as you are given. You are a waste. Fong Xian didn't want to listen to other people's nonsense. She just felt annoyed. She took out earplugs to plug her ears, and the sound became quieter. The man scolded the woman for several hours, and finally the other neighbors were dissatisfied and knocked on his door frantically, and he stopped. The man was also a bully at home. He didn't dare to say a word when others banged on the door, and he only dared to speak loudly to his wife. Early the next morning, Grandpa Li woke Fong Xian up again. She really didn't expect that she would have to get up early even after the end of the world. The three of them carried the supplies and headed to the hall. The two elders exchanged cigarettes for 650 points. The two elders decided to buy one first, so they couldn't take out too many supplies at once, and the remaining one would be bought later, and there was no rush at this time. He basically took cheap cigarettes, with only a few expensive ones. The cigarettes that sold for 16 before the end of the world were exchanged for 10 points, which felt the price was not bad. The points exchanged for the expensive ones are relatively considerable. After all, cigarettes are a scarce resource. Selling cigarettes for 68 yuan exchanged for 50 points, Fong Xian thought that it would take 50 points to buy them back, and it would probably take more than double to sell them again. After all, good cigarettes are one less box after one pack. I'm afraid the price will only get higher and higher in the future. Fong Xian only let Grandpa Li exchange 4 boxes, and kept the rest for the price increase. Unexpectedly, Grandpa Li still had a lot of inventory, and he secretly told her that he still had a lot of cigarettes. Fong Xian was carrying a large luggage bag of ready-to-eat supplies, which would be much more expensive if they were resold. She actually wanted to exchange more, but this was already very conspicuous, so she thought about it and exchanged for something else. She took out some of the small electronic products she had collected, and there was a large luggage bag in total. There were Bluetooth headphones, charging cables, chargers, and several small speakers, 2 fans, and 2 notebooks. These things were not eye-catching when taken out. After inspection by the staff, these things were all good. It was just that Fong Xian made them look a little old and dirty. If they were used, it would not affect their use. They could be wiped clean and sold in the store. It is also possible to dismantle the parts, which is also very useful. After all materials are in short supply now. There are also many people who go out to look for these materials, that is, scavengers. In the end, the 2 large bags of things were exchanged for 490 points, but it was unexpectedly not enough. Fong Xian had no choice but to take out 3 boxes of cigarettes from his pocket, and counted the remaining points from yesterday, barely enough points. After the 3 people bought the watches, they added each other's contact information. So the 2 old people wanted to find a job first. They couldn't stay at home, and they lived in the house exchanged for food every day, and they felt very anxious, worried that their supplies were not enough to pay the rent. Finally, he went to Gui Yuan, who found a job for the 2 elders. They could rent a vegetable field, about 1 acre, and only need to pay the rent for 1 month, and the output of the field could be sold to the base. It costs 2,000 points to rent 1 acre of land. They have to pay for seeds and fertilizers themselves. The 2 elders calculated in their minds. The maturity period of vegetables varies from 30 to 40 days. They can plant some vegetables with a short maturity period, so that they can have a harvest in less than 2 months. Fresh vegetables sold to the base cost 3 points per pound, which is more expensive than meat. It takes about 40 days to harvest a batch of vegetables. If the harvest is good, 1 mu of land can yield 4,000 jin. Even if the harvest is not good, it can still yield more than 2,000 jin, but it will make less money. The 2 think it is better to do it than to stay idle. The 2 elders also have experience in farming. They think this is feasible, and 2 people can manage 1 mu of land. They decided to give it a try. So they went to redeem some points in a hurry, and happily booked a mu of land for 2 months. Fong Xian was really curious about where the planting area was. If it was outdoors, and there was a natural disaster, wouldn't it be a waste of effort? When she followed the staff to the planting area, she realized that her worries were unnecessary, and the base could not set up the planting area outside. It turned out that the planting area was underground, and there were 80,000 square meters of planting area, all of which were black soil with good soil. Fong Xian thought that even if there were 82,000 square meters of planting area, could it feed more than 300,000 survivors in the base? It was very likely just to ensure the vegetable supply for the inner circle. They only need to provide land to ensure a steady supply of vegetables. Fong Xian sighed in his heart. He couldn't think about it. He couldn't think about it. Ordinary survivors would always have the hardest time. They were cattle and horses before the end of the world, and they couldn't escape the fate of cattle and horses after the end of the world. Grandpa, you can plant vegetables that can be harvested several times, such as coriander, celery, leeks, and water spinach. Grandmolly patted her thigh. Yes, yes, this way you can harvest more crops. You don't have to plant only one kind of land. You can plant more kinds, and diversify the varieties. Grandpolly nodded in agreement. Okay. So the two old men held hands, and went to the store to buy some seeds. The two old men had farm tools, and other things, and they were reluctant to throw them away, so they brought them from the distant city to a city. All the tools, buckets, water pipes, etc. that were needed were loaded into the van. The three of them drove the car, and followed the staff directly into the planting area. The planting area was in the inner area, which meant that other ordinary survivors could not enter at all. And there were many guards inside. There is a well every few acres of land, which is very convenient for farming. You don't have to worry about the water source, and go out to fetch water. But you can't take a lot of water away privately, such as using a water tower or a bucket. You can drink some water in a water bottle. A small amount is fine, and the administrator of the planting area will not say anything. Chapter 121. When the three of them arrived at the planting area, the lights were on. Many people were already planting, and some vegetables were already showing signs of sprouting. Many people were working and tending to the land. The staff led the few people to the vegetable plot they were responsible for. This is the vegetable plot you are responsible for. Then they took out 2 flags with Lewinda's name on them. The staff planted flags on both sides of the land. Yes, Grandpa Lee's name is Lewinda. The vegetable garden of the 2 elders is on the edge. There is still a lot of vacant land. No one takes care of it. But it is estimated that it will be rented out in a short time. Most of the people who farm here are elderly people, and the children at home will come out to help. It also gives some hope for the elderly and children to survive. If you don't have too many supplies, you can also rent half an acre at a time. It is also possible to form a partnership with others. Everyone can pool their points and rent a piece of land together, which can also provide some security for life, increase some income, and improve life. It can be said that everyone is trying to live. The 2 elders rolled up their sleeves, picked up tools, and began to tidy up the land, breaking up some large pieces of soil. Fong Xian carried 2 iron buckets to the well to fetch water. In fact, the larger iron bucket should be filled with water, so that it would not be too laborious. Unlike her farming in the space, she just watered the land with her hands. 3 people planted 1 acre of land for 2 days, and Fong Xian fetched water for 2 days. I feel that my arm strength has improved. Celery, coriander, leeks, and water spinach are all planted. Put a small flag near each vegetable to mark which vegetable is which. The next step is to wait for the seedlings to sprout, and Fong Xian is completely useless. The 2 elders come to the planting area every day to take a look before they feel relieved. They come and go every day, just as a walking exercise. Fong Xian is not idle either, and found a training class for herself. Her eyes lit up when she saw the training class. Improving her own strength is what she needs now. Although her skills are not bad, they are all wild, which is definitely different from systematic training. It is difficult for her to improve her skills by herself. Perhaps training with professionals will help her break through the bottleneck. The coaches are all retired veterans with strong combat skills and combat experience. Before the end of the world, time was too tight. She had to collect supplies every day, and had no time to find someone for systematic training. This time, she had this opportunity at the base, so she must seize it. The tuition fee is very expensive, 2,000 points per month. In terms of food, it is 2,000 kilograms of food. This food is enough for one person to eat for a whole year. Many survivors walked out with their lips curled, obviously scared away by the price. But for some capable people, this price is nothing. Being able to learn a lot of skills and ensuring their own safety is more important than anything else. After all, if you lose your life, you lose everything. Fong Xian thought she should exchange more points, because everything in the base requires points. So she simply carried some copper to exchange. The price of 1 gram of copper is 10 points. These things are useless to ordinary survivors, and there will be many people who come to exchange for various things. Just now, a survivor exchanged a large amount of gold and silver jewelry. All of them were brought out from outside. She had a lot of gold and silver jewelry in her hands, so it was not out of place to take out copper. She exchanged a total of 3,200 points, which should be enough for a while. She went to the training class immediately. The training class will start in a few days, and because there are too few students, it will take about 10 days. Fong Xian had no objection, and said that she could wait. so she paid the money happily. The instructor added her contact information and would contact her when the date was confirmed. Since she had nothing to do anyway, she simply closed the door and stayed at home, not going out at all, not going anywhere, waiting for the training class to start. She trained herself in the morning and watched TV series in the afternoon. Fong Xian took out some melon seeds and watched the variety show. She was watching it with great interest when she saw her dog scratching the floor. He scratched the floor she had laid with his claws and kept biting it. The floor was in a mess because of the debris it had bitten. The dog seemed a little anxious, barking loudly and whimpering softly. Fong Xian put down the melon seeds in her hand and was a little confused. She didn't beat or scold him. Because he was usually very well behaved and never bit or barked, something must have gone wrong. Maybe he was sick. She went forward and held the dog's head, controlling it to prevent it from moving, and looked around. She opened its mouth again, and it was fine. So what was going on? The dog broke free from Fong Xian's hand and bit his trouser leg to pull him out. Fong Xian followed his force all the way to the door. Was he asking her to leave the room? So she followed the dog downstairs, and the dog dragged her forward. When she went downstairs, she saw a lot of rats on the ground, running around and squeaking. Fong Xian stopped. Something was wrong. It was very wrong. Suddenly realized something. The dog's abnormality and the extra rats on the ground. Both indicated that it was not simple. Could this be a warning before the earthquake? Generally, animals are very sensitive and can sense danger in advance. Thinking of this, she reacted quickly and was not in a hurry. No matter if it was an earthquake or not, she had to flee to an open area to be safe, and not stay in a base with densely packed high-rise buildings. She led the dog to the van quickly and headed straight to the planting area. At this time, the two elders were chatting with some people in the field. While Grandpa Lee was talking, the communicator on his wrist rang. He pressed the answer button, but before he could speak, Fong Xian's voice came from the receiver. "Grandpa, get out of the planting area quickly, the earthquake seems to be coming." Grandpa Lee was stunned to hear the urgency of Fong Xian's tone. He didn't ask any more questions, but grabbed Grandma Lee and ran. "Hurry, hurry!" Fong Xian shouted hurriedly. Fong Xian's voice was very urgent, and Grandpa Lee's heartbeat quickened. She knew that Fong Xian couldn't be joking about this. He kept running, shouting loudly, "Everyone run, there's going to be an earthquake. Run out, hurry, the earthquake is coming." Grandpa Lee didn't care about other people's reactions. He dragged Grandma Lee out of the planting area. When he ran outside, he saw mice running around on the ground and couldn't help but frown. Fong Xian opened the back door and shouted to the two elders, "Come here, this way, quickly." Seeing Fong Xian, Grandpa Lee pulled Grandma Lee and ran to the van, startling the mice on the ground to squeak. The two elders accidentally stepped on several of them, but they didn't care at all and quickly got into the car. Fong Xian immediately started the car and stepped on the accelerator. They drove all the way and finally ran out of the base in just 20 minutes. The guard at the gate of the base said impatiently, "Whose car is this? Are you rushing to reincarnate?" Chapter 122. The other people in the planting area were panicked, throwing down their tools, and they followed the crowd to run outside with doubt. When Fong Xian just ran out of the base, the geological experts at the base's meteorological station had already observed abnormal crustal movement. His pupils suddenly shrank. It was an earthquake, and a strong earthquake. How could there be a strong earthquake? He stood up in panic and quickly informed the base. The second in command of the base answered the phone and asked in disbelief, "What? Are you telling the truth, Global?" The second in command of the base felt his scalp tighten. He put down his phone and quickly dialed the radio station, saying in a hurried tone, "Quick, notify all radio stations. A strong earthquake will hit in an hour. Remind the people to prepare for escape. Quickly, quickly." Then, the alarm in the base sounded piercingly. "Beep, beep, beep. Alarm, alarm. A strong earthquake will hit in about an hour. All survivors, please evacuate the base in an orderly manner and quickly go to an open area. Beep, beep, beep. Alarm, alarm. A strong earthquake will hit in about an hour. All survivors please evacuate the base in an orderly manner and quickly go to an open area. Why is there an earthquake? It really means we can't survive. We've only had a few days of good life. Why is this happening? Run, the earthquake is coming. My supplies, hurry up, put them away." The base has become a mess, and all the survivors are quickly packing up their simple luggage and running out frantically. A huge crowd of people kept surging in the base. One car after another drove out of the base. Fong Xian drove all the way. The last time she went out of the base to look for a good place, she saw a relatively open area. The car was very fast. It took less than half an hour to get out of the base, and finally arrived at the destination. Fong Xian got off the car with an earthquake first aid kit, and led the two elders to this open area. The weeds here were lush. After the baptism of the flood, life finally had a chance to breathe and desperately emerged. The dog followed Fong Xian's feet, baring its teeth and looking a little irritable. It looked around, as if some danger was approaching. Just as the few people sat down, two cars arrived here one after another. They got out of the car in panic. They did not approach Fong Xian, but found a place to sit. Everyone sat on the grass, waiting for the earthquake to come. The two old people looked nervous. Grandpa Li held Grandma Li's hand tightly, soothing Grandma Li's nervous mood. He took out a quick-acting heart-saving pill from his pocket, poured out a few pills, and handed them to Grandma Li. He was afraid that the earthquake would come and scare Grandma Li. Grandma Li took the pills obediently and forced a smile. "I'm fine." Fong Xian carried the dog in the backpack on her back to prevent the little guy from getting into any accidents. However, with the speed and agility of the dog, it was not difficult to avoid an earthquake, but there was always a chance of something happening, so she didn't dare to gamble. After waiting for more than an hour, the ground was clearly shaking. The three of them hugged each other tightly. She could feel Grandma Li's body shaking, and she comforted her softly. "It's okay, Grandma, it will be okay." The earthquake was not strong at all, probably around level 4. The building in the distance was shaking left and right. The car next to them was shaking in front of them, and their bodies were shaking left and right. The whole world was like a cradle, shaking non-stop. The earthquake gradually became stronger. Level 5. Level 6. The amplitude of the earthquake shaking became larger and larger, and the ground began to surge in waves. I only felt that the things in front of me were overlapping, and I couldn't see clearly. But Fong Xian didn't dare to relax at all, and kept observing the changes in the surrounding environment. The high-rise buildings in the distance began to split and collapse in pieces, like sand, and turned into ruins in an instant. The earthquake was still escalating. At this time, the earthquake seemed to have reached magnitude 8 all of a sudden. It was even higher than the Tangshan earthquake. Even the sky was shaking constantly. At this time, all the high-end and low-end residential areas in the base had become ruins. Many survivors did not escape and were buried in the ruins. Half of the buildings in the entire city of A collapsed like tofu. It was like a city of ruins. Fong Xian watched helplessly as a crack appeared on the ground in the distance, and then it spread and expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye. The scene in front of them made the three people suffocate. The crack in the ground was like a hideous mouth, and the van was swallowed up mercilessly in front of them. Then a car parked near the van was also swallowed up. After swallowing two cars, the crack showed no sign of stopping and rushed towards the three people mercilessly. Fong Xian's pupils shrank suddenly. She stood up quickly, her movements faster than her brain, and she reached out to grab the two old men who were still in a daze, and ran madly to the other side of the crack. The ground kept rolling, and her body was shaking violently. She couldn't keep her balance at all. She gritted her teeth, and tried not to fall according to the frequency of the earthquake. She also had to keep running. There was no support at all on the soles of her feet, and it was as soft as stepping on sand. Plop! Grandma Li lost her balance and fell to the ground. Grandpa Li's heart tightened, and he rushed forward to help Grandma Li up, but without Fong Xian's strength to pull him up, he also fell to the ground. Fong Xian quickly helped Grandpa Li up and bent down to pick up Grandma Li without saying a word. He hugged Grandma Li like a princess. Fong Xian shouted, "Grandpa, run, take care of yourself." Grandpa Li watched Fong Xian pick up the old woman, and only saw Fong Xian's mouth opening and closing, and he couldn't hear what she was saying at all. But he understood what Fong Xian meant. With tears in his eyes, he did not say anything to thank her at the critical moment, but stabilized his body, gritted his teeth, and ran desperately. He followed closely beside Fong Xian, not far behind. Fong Xian kept an eye on the big crack behind him, which was still expanding to both sides. She watched with her own eyes that two people about 10 meters away were swallowed up mercilessly on the left side behind her. Her heart was beating wildly, and the big crack behind her kept chasing her, and it was bound to swallow her up. After finally being reborn, she didn't want to die like this. After running for about 10 minutes, the crack behind her stopped expanding and stopped suddenly. The ground vibration also tended to decrease, but the two did not dare to stop at all. Who knew what would happen next? The two stabilized their bodies and continued to run. It was not possible to run a safe distance. Suddenly, the The ground under their feet shook violently again. The three people completely lost their balance and fell to the ground. Everyone was like on a trampoline, with a big hand controlling it, not giving you a chance to stand firm. When she fell, Fong Xian exerted force on her arms, adjusted her whole body in an arc, and fell heavily on the right side of her body, but Grandma Li in her hand was half lifted up, so she didn't fall too hard. Not only was Grandma Li in her arms, but she also had to take care of the dog on her back, so she couldn't fall on her back, and could only fall sideways. They all lay on the ground, without any chance to adjust their bodies. Watching with their own eyes, their bodies retreated at a speed visible to the naked eye. Like ants, they had no power to resist. Chapter 123. The entire ground shook violently, making several people vomit. Then, the ground was moving backwards quickly. The scenery in front of me suddenly became blurred. Bang! A dull bang. The 150-meter wide crack in the ground was closing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Dust rose into the air. A small hill in the distance was swallowed up directly, leaving only a lonely corner, proving that this was once a hill. The buildings in the distance also disappeared, half of the community, and the ruins of several buildings were completely swallowed by the cracks in the ground. The ground shaking finally subsided. The few people finally had the opportunity to sit up, staring blankly at the scene in front of them, and their throats rolled. The scene was really shocking. They had never seen such a tragic hell on Earth. Yes, it was hell on Earth. The earthquake finally stopped at this time. They gasped and looked at the hellish scene in front of them in astonishment, unable to speak for a long time. The earthquake lasted for more than 20 minutes. Although it was not long, it felt unusually long when you were there. This earthquake felt like it was going to wipe out all of humanity. Strong earthquakes destroy everything like a dead tree or a rotten wood. The ground was cracked, and in ruins everywhere. The whole city became a ruin, devastated. Fong Xian quickly pulled the two elders away from this terrible crack. It was estimated that there would be aftershocks, so the three of them first found a wide place to settle down, and could not go back for the time being. It is taboo to run around at this time. I don't know what the base looks like now. The three of them walked to an open space again. There was no sign of cracks in the ground, and there were no mountain buildings nearby. The three of them were covered in dust, their faces and bodies were covered in sand, and they sat on the ground directly. The two elders looked pale, still a little scared. Who wouldn't be scared? After the three of them took a breath, they also calmed down a little. Only then did they have time to deal with their injuries. There was a large patch of skin on Grandma Li's knee, and blood had seeped out. There was also a bruise on her arm, probably caused by the fall just now, but the injury was not serious. Fong Xian opened the first aid kit, and treated Grandma Li's wound first. Grandpa Li also rolled up his arm, and disinfected himself with iodine. Fong Xian treated Grandma Li's injury before treating his own. Her right shoulder was aching slightly, and when she took off her clothes, she saw a large patch of bruises, and even half of her back was bruised. It was probably because she fell hard, but fortunately, there was no skin breakage. In this case, ice compress should be applied, which can be very effective and faster, but it is definitely not possible at the moment, so she took out a bottle of Panax Noto ginseng from the first aid kit. First, she drank a mouthful of water to rinse the sand in her mouth, and then took 2 pieces of Panax Noto ginseng. Fong Xian also put 3 small bottles of mineral water in the first aid kit in case of emergency. Fong Xian was also very thirsty, and the small bottle was empty directly. Fong Xian handed the medicine to the 2 elders. You two also take 2 tablets. Then handed the water over. The 2 were reluctant to waste water, so they drank a bottle of water, and only drank 2 sips to moisten their throats before stopping. While the others were treating their injuries, the dog crawled out of the backpack and went to a far place to solve the urgent problem. Then he lay down next to Fong Xian, wagging his tail. The day passed peacefully, and there were no aftershocks. But the others did not relax. At night, the 3 of them sat on the ground and ate simple dry food, because no one had an appetite. The 3 of them were still restless, and even Fong Xian was still in fear, and the feeling of fear was still beating in his heart. He just chewed the dry biscuits stiffly. Even if you can't eat anymore, you have to eat something. You can't go on an empty stomach. There was only a slight chewing sound around. The whole world was terribly quiet. Even the wind seemed to have stopped. Grandma Li wanted to pick up some dry wood to start a fire, but was rejected by Fong Xian. In the dark night, light would attract the attention of other survivors. It was better to stay in darkness. So the 3 of them slept on the ground. There was no light in the night sky. It was pitch black everywhere. You couldn't see your hand in front of you. Fong Xian hugged the dog and slept uneasily. In her dream, she was running, but she could not escape the pursuit of the ravine behind her. Suddenly, Fong Xian felt a vibration in her body again. She opened her eyes suddenly. The ground under her body was shaking again. Aftershocks came. She immediately got up and woke them up. Although the vibration was not strong, she could not let down her guard. The dog crawled into Fong Xian's arms, seeking a sense of security. 3 pairs of eyes watched in the dark night until the sky gradually brightened. Their expressions were tense, and they kept paying attention to the aftershocks. There were 3 aftershocks that night, and they finally stopped. Finally, the sky turned pale, and it was dawn. The 3 people finally made it to dawn, and they all stood up and stretched their stiff hands and feet. It felt like this day and night had been particularly long. "Do you want to go back?" Grandpa Lee asked. "Go back, it should be fine now." Fong Xian put the dog in his backpack, but still didn't let it see anyone. Without the van, the 3 people could only walk back. Fong Xian looked at the crack in the ground with reluctance, and it was really tightly closed, and there was no sign that there had been a crack here before. Alas, her van is gone. It seems that she needs to build another one. Grandpa Lee saw that Fong Xian still had to carry the dog, so he carried the first aid kit and walked back with Grandma Lee. The further they walked back, the more distressed they felt. The ground was devastated. The concrete road was full of cracks and was severely destroyed. There was dust everywhere, and the ground was full of dust and sand. The 3 of them continued to walk towards the base without stopping. Occasionally, they saw other survivors crying on the road. The closer we walked to the base, the more survivors we saw. Seriously injured, slightly injured, missing arms, broken legs, these people were basically the survivors who did not enter the base. Now their homes were destroyed, and they were all homeless. But they were also thankful that at least they were still alive, and not buried under the ruins. Some people saw that 2 of the 3 of them were still carrying bags and blocked their way. "Good man, please have mercy on us and give us something to eat. Please be kind, benefactor, we are all injured. Please give us something to eat." Several people came up and tried to grab Fong Xian's backpack. Fong Xian kicked him into the ruins. "You are so pitiful, then go and die." Bang! When the man was kicked into the ruins, a steel bar pierced his chest directly, and blood stained the dust on the ground, and blood flowed down along the steel bar. Then Grandpa Lee also raised his leg and kicked another man away. Bang! This man was lucky, just hitting the ruins full of bricks, and was not stabbed by anything. It is human instinct to seek benefits and avoid harm. When they saw that there was no profit at all, they would lose their lives if they were not careful. Then, they ran away quickly again, not daring to get close to the few people. Chapter 124. The 3 continued to walk, and the ruins on both sides moved behind them. Among the collapsed buildings, only a few lonely buildings were still standing firmly. It can be seen that it was really a conscientious project. Fong Xian saw many people were pressed under the ruins and motionless. Some were half buried, some only had a head exposed, and some had a hand or a foot. The air was filled with a faint smell of blood. Some people were still unwilling to give up, desperately digging in the ruins, trying to dig out their buried relatives. They stepped on the cracked concrete floor and heard endless cries. There were even cries for help from underground. Everywhere was the sound of human despair and grief. After passing through ruins, they finally returned to the base. The walls of the base had only slight cracks and did not collapse. However, after entering the base, the low-end residential areas outside the base were all turned into ruins. Dust still lingered in the air. "My house? The house I just handed in a few days is gone." Some people sat on the ground and cried. Some people dug in the rubble, trying to dig out some supplies. The 3 continued to walk towards their residential area. As expected, the mid-range residential area also collapsed. There were some small cracks on the ground, but it did not affect walking. Looking around, it seemed that there were several houses in their area that were still there. I wonder if they were their houses. Looking back, all the high-rise buildings in the inner area were standing, but 1 or 2 had slight cracks. Sure enough, it was just as she thought. "Brother." A voice sounded familiar, and the 3 looked back. Gui Yuan stepped on the ruins and ran towards them. "Are you all right?" Gui Yuan asked. "No. I'm glad you're all right. I was worried that something might happen to you." Gui Yuan patted Grandpa Lee on the shoulder. "All the houses in our row are fine." "Really?" Grandpa Lee was surprised. "Yes." Gui Yuan leaned over and whispered in Grandpa Lee's ear, "Our row is close to the inner side of the inner area, and the foundation is well built. We were originally planning to move them into the inner area. Although Gu Yuan's voice was low, Fong Xian heard it clearly. I didn't expect that they had picked up a big bargain and would not be homeless. Fong Xian suddenly had an idea in his mind, whether he could move into the inner area, so that he would have a guarantee when natural disasters come in the future. Okay, let's stop talking. We talk later. You guys go back quickly. I have to deal with the resettlement of residents in the outer area. Grandpa Li nodded, then you can get busy. Sure enough, when they walked downstairs, the houses in their row were fine. And all the houses near them collapsed. They stepped on the rubble and tiles, and came to the door of the unit. The door was blocked by some large pieces of debris, and they had to clear them away. Several people started to clean up. Many people looked at them strangely. Some envied them, envied their good luck. Their houses did not collapse. Some were jealous. Why their houses were fine, but ours collapsed. It was unfair. Several people staggered over. Auntie, our house collapsed. Can we stay at your house for a few nights? The children are too young and will catch a cold outside. Annie, we are all from the same base. Please help us. You look like a good person. If you don't help us, we will have to sleep on the street. Please have mercy on us. Yes, we can just sleep on the floor. We won't cause any trouble for you. They didn't dare to ask Grandpa Li or Fong Xian, but begged Grandma Li, who seemed easy to talk to. They are really pitiful and miserable. But I don't know what they are thinking. Grandma Li ignored it, and continued to move the garbage in her hands. Andy, please say something. Can't we just stay for a few nights? The man came forward and tried to pull Grandma Li. Grandpa Li had been observing the man's behavior. Seeing this, he ruthlessly knocked his hand away. Take your dirty hands away, don't touch me. You, how can you say that? Who touched me? The man stiffened his neck and argued. Grandpa Li raised his hand and pointed at the man's nose. I'm talking to you, don't you understand? Get lost. The man saw Grandpa Li's fierce eyes, and shut his mouth awkwardly. A woman next to him saw that the men were not easy to mess with, so she grabbed the man and said, Forget it, husband, if they don't let you stay, then don't let them stay. We think of a way. Humph, if you don't want to stay, then don't stay. We see. The man shook his arm, and left angrily. Fong Xian glanced at the man indifferently, hoping that he would not commit suicide in the future, otherwise the old man nowadays would not be a pushover. It took them half an hour to finally clean up the bricks and rubble at the door. The three of them opened the door and walked in. The elevator was definitely unavailable because of the earthquake, but fortunately the floor was not high, and the three of them quickly climbed to the third floor. The earthquake was a close call, so what was next? Grandpa and Grandma, go back and have a good rest. Grandma Li was supported by Grandpa Li and nodded. Okay, you two. Fong Xian said, opened his door, and returned to his home. Many things in the house were tilted, and the floor was in a mess. The earthquake even moved the bed. This shows how strong the house is. The house has 18 floors, not very high. If it was too high, it might not be able to survive. Fong Xian let the dog out of the backpack, and let it play by itself. She started cleaning. She threw away the broken things, put them in a bag, and put it at the door. After putting the bed and furniture back in place and cleaning, Fong Xian sat on a chair to rest. Drinking water, I watched a large number of construction vehicles downstairs dealing with the collapsed ruins. There were many people rescuing. Although the base had given early warning, many people were buried underneath. The survivors who survived by chance actively participated in the rescue work, because there were also points for rescue, 2 points per person per day. 2 points could buy some rice, which was considered an income, and would not go hungry. People were rescued from the ruins one after another. Some died and some lived. The base built some sheds outside the wall and temporarily settled the survivors inside, which was better than sleeping outside in the open air. They also provide some simple food every day, such as compressed biscuits and water. The survivors have food and drink, and they are also given shelter. They gradually calm down and are not so desperate. At least the base is taking care of them. When they learned that the base was rushing to build houses, and they could go back to live there after the houses were built, the survivors felt relieved. There is construction work downstairs almost every day. One side is cleared, and the other side is rushing to build houses. It can be said that the action is quite fast. In the next few days, there were several more aftershocks, but the shaking was not strong. It was just a slight shake, and then stopped. The construction of the base was not affected at all, and continued to be constructed. Fong Xian watched the process from the ruins to the building rising from the ground. It only took more than 10 days. The exterior wall paint this time seemed different from before, and even the houses in their row were painted with a thick layer. According to Guiyuan, this is a high-temperature and corrosion-resistant coating. Even the roof was replaced with a special material. Fong Xian understood that this was to prevent natural disasters, such as high temperature or acid rain. During these few days, Fong Xian also heard a big news on the radio. Chapter 125. This earthquake was global. It was the strongest earthquake ever in history, and it triggered a tsunami. The power of the tsunami is self-evident. It destroyed homes, flooded land, and destroyed everything that could be destroyed, including life. While the mountains and rivers collapsed, the long-active volcano erupted at the same time. The scene was really inspiring. At this time, Country C was also facing a series of natural disasters. When the earthquake came, the Yellowstone volcano erupted a few days later. Volcanic eruption is really a devastating blow and a disaster for mankind. A large amount of magma and smoke erupted, a large number of buildings were destroyed, and people nearby were instantly covered by magma and suffocated to death. Most of the Country C was covered by volcanic ash. A large number of ordinary people died tragically. Volcanic eruptions before and after will cause various disasters. Human survival will be more difficult. The creatures on the earth really need a big cleansing this time, and the last extreme cold may just be an appetizer. A first-level volcanic eruption is not a disaster in one or two places, but a global disaster. And the volcanic ash will also be blown to Country H with the influence of the monsoon, and the sky of Country H will also become gray due to the influence of the volcanic ash. For example, the temperature will be seriously abnormal, extremely cold or hot, heavy rain, acid rain, plague and other devastating disasters will occur, and no one will be immune. And the most serious problem is that there are many nuclear power plants in Country C, earthquakes, nuclear explosions, nuclear leaks, and nuclear pollution. Country H also has many nuclear power plants, second only to Country C, and the nuclear pollution problem will be quite serious. Once people inhale too much nuclear pollution or eat too much nuclear polluted food, it will also cause irreversible damage to the human body. Fong Xian felt that the sky was gray, as if volcanic ash was floating over. So what disaster will come next? Heavy rain? Acid rain? No matter what it is, you must wear a mask when going out. I don't know if it's a psychological effect. She now feels that the air is a bit unpleasant. She also reminded the two elders to wear masks when going out. Fong Xian continued to lock herself up at home, ignoring the unrest outside. The environment has always been so bad, it's just a little worse, she had expected it. She no longer cared about the outside voices, entered the space, and began to slaughter poultry. The poultry was reduced to a dozen again. She saw that other livestock on the ranch also multiplied a lot. It seemed that there would be work to do again in a while. While Fong Xian was busy at home, the training class called. "Hello, Miss Fong. The training class will start tomorrow. Please report before 8 o'clock and don't be late." "Okay, I got it." Fong Xian reported on time the next day. There were two instructors, with straight postures, sharp eyes, and neat clothes. If you look closely, you will find that one of the instructors has a problem with his legs. Whenever he walks, he will limp a little. He must have been seriously injured in the battle. There are about 30 students inside. Fong Xian went in and stood beside the many students. At this time, one of the instructors took out a notebook and said to another instructor, "Everyone is here." Okay, be quiet. I say a few words first. "Hello everyone, my last name is Yin. You can call me Instructor Yin. First of all, welcome everyone to this special training class. Now in this difficult environment, we must have the ability to protect ourselves in order to survive better. Okay, to make a long story short, today's first lesson is the physical limit challenge." Some people couldn't help but look embarrassed when they heard it and said, "Aw." Most people were calm. Instructor Yin shouted, pointing to the other side, "See that track? Stand on it." Hearing this, everyone came to the track, and with a whistle, everyone started running. At the beginning of the training, many people were out of breath after running a few laps, but Fong Xian, relying on the physical advantage accumulated in his daily life, was always in the forefront. Fong Xian maintained his breathing frequency and steady steps, gradually leaving most people behind. But there were also two people with good physical strength, who kept chasing Fong Xian. But in the last few laps, Fong Xian still left him behind. Fong Xian ran the required 10 laps steadily, sat on the ground, rested for a while, and when he was no longer out of breath, he took out a bottle of electrolyte water from his backpack and started drinking it. Two of the girls came over, wiped their sweaty faces with towels, and sat next to Fong Xian's sister, Can you lend us 2 bottles of water? We came in a hurry and forgot to bring water. Fong Xian moved his body after hearing this, turned his back to them, and ignored them completely. Knowing that training is extremely physically demanding, why don't you prepare your own things and ask others to borrow them? What are you thinking? The 2 girls never thought that Fong Xian would ignore them. As a fellow student in the training hall, she was embarrassed. That classmate, I'm talking to you, why are you ignoring me? Fong Xian was almost amused by their shameless remarks. It's been 3 years since the end of the world. What's going on? This is also within the base. The base has a clear rule that fighting is prohibited within the base. If they were outside, Fong Xian would never give her another chance to speak. Hey, why are you like this? Why are you ignoring me? Fong Xian was annoyed by what the 2 said, and retorted bluntly, Who are you? I have to pay attention to you just because you talk. Do you think you are the emperor? Get lost. The girl was so angry that her face turned red and her neck became thick. She turned her head and saw that all the students were looking at her. She tapped her toes on the ground in embarrassment, hating Fong Xian for making her lose face. The other girl saw that the woman in front of her was not easy to deal with, so she pulled her companion's clothes. Ignore her, let's go ask someone else. The girl found a way out after hearing the voice, and stood up, but she still kept on complaining. What kind of person is that? So selfish. Okay, stop talking. The 2 girls asked several more people, but as expected, no one responded. At this time, a man said, I have water here. Chapter 126. Finally someone was willing to lend the 2 water, but they hesitated. The man saw the 2 hesitate and handed the water forward. Take it, sister, I treat you. The man smiled and thought he was very gentlemanly. No, thanks. The 2 girls were not really stupid. They felt that the man was not as friendly as he looked, so they waved their hands to refuse. If you drink this bottle of water, then this man will have a legitimate reason to keep approaching you. What is the purpose of approaching you? I won't explain it one by one here. Instructor Yin had been paying attention to the students' movements. Seeing this, he shook his head and shouted, I give you 10 minutes now. Go out and buy what you need. The 2 girls heard, Okay, thank you, instructor. Don't do it again. Go, and come back quickly. After the physical training in the morning, Instructor Yin's fighting class was in the afternoon. When she faced Instructor Yin, she had no power to fight back, and was completely in a passive situation. Instructor Yin was merciless, and knocked Fong Xian to the ground again and again. Fong Xian was beaten all over. Fong Xian spent a fulfilling and painful day in the training hall, and finally returned home at around 6 o'clock in the evening. The training ground is not closed management. After completing training every day, the trainees can return to their homes to rest. They can also choose to live in the dormitory provided by the training hall. Fong Xian returned home and collapsed on the sofa. She really didn't have the strength to move a finger. Although her physical fitness is far superior to that of ordinary people, she can't help but feel a little overwhelmed by such high-intensity training. It can be said to be very strict. Fong Xian couldn't help but sigh that the money was not wasted. Fong Xian took out a cup of squeezed fruit juice from the space, gulped down most of the cup, and then felt that the pain in his body was relieved a little. He took out the fascia gun and gritted his teeth to massage his limbs, and then went into the space to take a nice hot bath. Finally, I felt a little better. Fong Xian ate 2 large plates of meat and 2 bowls of rice in the evening. The training consumed a lot of energy, so he ate a lot. When he got up the next morning, Fong Xian felt that there was no part of his body that didn't hurt, and even walking was not smooth. His legs were straight and couldn't bend at all. In the morning, she ate a full meal to avoid being unable to practice due to hunger. She had to ensure that her body had enough energy. The training intensity in the first few days was very high. It was possible that the instructor was testing everyone's physical fitness and skills. In these few days, a few people couldn't stand such high-intensity training and backed out. But to Fong Xian's surprise, the 2 girls actually stayed. Physical training in the morning, to exercise everyone's physical endurance and constantly challenge their own physical limits, is the same as Fong Xian's philosophy. In the afternoon, it was Instructor Yin's fighting class. Fong Xian figured out all her moves by herself, and mixed in some military boxing moves, but these moves were disorganized, unsystematic, and without any rules, just a mess. Every move of hers could be easily resolved by the instructor, and she was always beaten. She was holding her breath, and the more she held her breath, the less she could win, and the more she couldn't win, the more impatient she became. She gritted her teeth, and got up from the ground without saying a word. After 2 fights, the instructor also knew a little about her skills. You have good physical fitness and good endurance, but you are too bad at close combat. Instructor Yen limped 2 steps and said, you can't even beat a disabled person like me. You are lucky to be alive now, not because you are strong. And you are a little impatient. These are your fatal weaknesses. Fong Xian clenched her fists. Indeed, she seemed to really think she was invincible, and a little carried away. Little did she know that there are always people better than you. If a few martial artists came to besiege her, she would really die miserably. After that, Fong Xian practiced very hard every day. She stood up immediately after being beaten down, just like an indestructible cockroach, constantly thinking about the instructor's moves. As time went by, Fong Xian made significant progress. She used her agility to dodge the instructor's attacks again and again. At the same time, she changed from passively taking the beatings to counterattacking again and again. She pretended to punch his chest, but in fact, she quickly kicked his lower body, hitting his weakness. One leg kicked the instructor's lame foot hard, and finally the instructor staggered and fell to the ground. Fong Xian panted heavily. Finally, she won the fight. She stepped forward, bent down, and stretched out her right hand to the instructor, who fell to the ground. The instructor was very angry. He hit her palm hard with one hand and held it tightly. Fong Xian pulled him up from the ground with force. Another instructor applauded. I didn't expect that the famous Instructor Yen would be beaten down by his own students today. Instructor Yen stood up and said unhappily, go away, don't gloat here. Instructor Yen looked at the time and shouted to the students, let's stop practicing here today. Get out of class is over. Huh, get out of class is finally over. I'm so tired. Let's go to my place and have a drink. The trainees walked out of the training hall. Fong Xian wiped the sweat off his face with a towel, picked up his backpack, and turned to leave the training hall. Another instructor watched Fong Xian walk away and whispered, do you think highly of her? I see you spend the most time training her every day. Instructor Yen shook his legs and ignored him. He took 2 steps, not daring to touch the ground. He felt that his foot seemed to be more lame. He bent down and rolled up his trouser legs, only to find that it was bruised. He didn't expect Fong Xian to be so strong. Oh my god, this little girl is really a killer. Did you kick her? Why is there such a big bruise? Another instructor explained in surprise. Okay, stop making noises. I'm startled. Okay, I won't say anything. Can I help you to the infirmary? Why don't you hurry up? You're so long-winded. After that, Fong Xian went to the training hall on time every day. He would bring his lunch with him and eat directly at the training ground at noon. After lunch, he would take out a small blanket from his backpack, spread it on the ground and sleep. There are also many people who, like Fong Xian, do not want to go to the dormitory arranged by the training hall and choose to sleep in the training ground. After waking up from a nap, they continue to practice until 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Every night when they go home, they pretend to take some supplies upstairs to pretend. The following days are spent like this every day, and they are exhausted and return home limply every day. Massage the limbs to relax the muscles, use the space output to prolong life, and then get up the next day. It can be said that the training hall is boring, but Fong Xian enjoys it because she can clearly perceive the gradual improvement of her physical fitness, and her skills are also steadily improving. Chapter 127. Boom! Suddenly, a dazzling flash of lightning streaked across the night sky, followed by a deafening thunderclap, waking up the sleeping people. Immediately afterwards, the sky seemed to be pierced with a big hole, and heavy rain poured down like a waterfall, hitting the glass quickly and violently, and it was falling very fast. Hua la la. The rapid sound of rain hitting the glass made a series of crisp sounds. Fong Xian sat up and listened to the rapid and powerful sound of rain outside, thinking to himself, as expected, the rainstorm is coming. I don't know how the drainage system of the base is. I hope it will be fine. The dog jumped up with a flutter of the thunder. Woof woof woof. Fong Xian stroked its head and calmed it down. Finally, she fell asleep again, listening to the sound of heavy rain. The next morning, the rain did not stop and continued to fall, but fortunately, the drainage system in the base was still good. The base was also on a higher ground, and there was no sign of flooding. Fong Xian filled her stomach. She found a raincoat. The material of the raincoat was very thick, and it was made of acid rainproof material. She was afraid that natural disasters would change frequently, and there might be acid rain or something. Although it was raining heavily outside, she still had to go to the training hall. She would never stop training. Even if it was raining knives outside, it would not stop her from getting stronger. Fong Xian wore thicker clothes. It was a bit cold after a night of heavy snow. She had to wear thicker clothes to avoid catching a cold. She put on a raincoat outside. She covered herself tightly, not even showing her eyes. She was completely covered by the mask. As soon as she walked out of the unit door, the rapid raindrops hit her body painfully, and the wind was strong, blowing her raincoat. It was gloomy outside, giving people the illusion that it was still dark. Fong Xian saw that the drainage system on the ground was very good, there was no water accumulation, and the rain flowed into the wide drainage ditch without any hindrance. Fong Xian got into her van, and went to the training hall again. She took out another van. The van had a large space, and could hold a lot of things. Moreover, the van was cheap, and would not attract too much attention. When they arrived at the training hall, they found that there were only a dozen people in the hall. The two instructors did not wait for others, and they started training when they saw that the time was almost up. It seemed that because there were fewer people, the two instructors were more strict in the training. Especially for her, other students were fighting in pairs. Only she could get personal instruction from Instructor Yin every time. He was even more ruthless. Fong Xian thought that Instructor Yin must have a grudge. He seemed to be determined to train her to death. It was raining heavily outside, and many scavengers could not go out, and had to stay in the base. Everyone was inevitably a little irritated. Staying for one day meant no income for one day, and they could only live off their savings. Some people don't have any money at all, so what should they do? So there are thefts in the dormitories from time to time. Many people's belongings are missing. This situation used to happen from time to time, but it has become more rampant since the heavy rain. Some dormitories even have small groups, and the survivors must hand in some supplies to the leader of this small group every day. In short, it's very messy. Many survivors outside who didn't choose to enter the base at the beginning regretted it. Their houses were destroyed by the earthquake, and now there is a heavy rain, and there is no place to hide from the rain. They could only go outside the base again, braving the heavy rain, and line up to enter the base. Many people fell in the heavy rain, and never got up again. The base manager was also trying to arrange for the survivors to enter the base, but there were too many survivors, and they could not arrange for all of them to enter in a short time. They could only build some simple sheds outside for the survivors to shelter from the rain. But many survivors still died in the heavy rain. Fong Xian finished a day of training and finally returned home exhausted. When she got home, she saw that the walls and floors of the house were damp and covered with water droplets. Even the quilt was damp. She ignored the pain in her body and wiped the water droplets in the house with a dry cloth. However, it became damp again after a while. If this continued, mold would grow in the corners of the wall sooner or later. Living in a house with mold for a long time would not only smell bad, but also be bad for people's health. It would cause rheumatism, arthritis, and so on. Worried that the dampness would cause electrical appliances to short-circuit, she moved all the electronic equipment to a relatively dry and high place. Fong Xian quickly searched for the dehumidifier in the storage space. One in each bedroom, and one in the living room. That should be fine. Fong Xian took out the dry mop again to clean the moisture on the floor, and wiped the walls and ceiling dry. With the dehumidifier, the house was finally no longer damp. Fong Xian took out another dehumidifier, and knocked on the door of the two elders. It was Grandma Li who opened the door. The two of them had been staying at home for a few days because of the heavy rain. Grandma Li smiled and said, "Shinshin is here, come in quickly." "No, you guys use this dehumidifier, otherwise it's too humid and bad for your health," Fong Xian said, as she handed the dehumidifier to Grandma Li. "Okay, then why don't you come in and sit for a while?" Grandma Li took the things over. "Wait a minute, I get you something." Grandma Li went into the house, and took out a bag of things. "Take this back and eat it. I guess you like it, so I exchanged some for it." The things felt heavy in her hands. In fact, she didn't want Grandma Li to return the gift or anything, but when people get along with each other, a relationship can only last long if there is give and take. Fong Xian took it. "Okay, I go back then." Fong Xian went back to her room and opened it. It turned out to be chocolate beans, a whole box. This box should be quite expensive. She picked one up and put it in her mouth. Ouch, a little bitter. I didn't expect it to be dark chocolate. It tasted a little bitter at first, but after chewing it, the sweetness slowly came out. It was bitter and sweet, and the taste was very good. She liked this taste. I didn't expect the little old lady to be good at shopping. She had stockpiled a lot of dark chocolate in Country C before the end of the world, and she also bought a lot when she bought it for free. She thought she should have a chance to exchange it. The value of chocolate exchange should be quite high. After all, the lower-class people would not buy it now. They would buy some food with a higher cost-effectiveness to fill their stomachs. They would never buy such expensive things. Only the inner areas that are not short of food would buy it to enrich the taste. The dog saw Fong Xian eating sweetly, and it also came over to wag its tail and ask for food. Fong Xian ruthlessly rejected it. Little dogs can't eat chocolate. The dog snorted and didn't believe it at all. Are you lying to dogs? I'm not lying to you. Puppies really can't be eaten. Suddenly, there was a thunder, and the lights flickered a few times before going out completely, and darkness enveloped them. Power outage? It should be a circuit breaker. Fong Xian turned on the flashlight, and the flashlight flashed. She seemed to see something crawling across the ground at a very fast speed. Chapter 128. Fong Xian quickly adjusted the flashlight and shone it over. He saw the dog run 2 steps quickly and suddenly pressed the thing. When Fong Xian took the dog's paw away, a big cockroach burst out with juice and was flattened on the floor, deader than dead. Fong Xian took out a tissue and cleaned up the cockroach. Fortunately, the dog didn't have the habit of eating cockroaches. Who knows if this thing is poisonous? Fong Xian's scalp was numb. This cockroach was a bit big, more than 3 times bigger than an ordinary cockroach, and it was black and red, with a very hard shell. Cockroaches like dark and humid places the most. This is in the north, so how can there be such a big cockroach? Such big cockroaches are usually only found in the south. Could it be mutation? It is very likely that, whether it is the size or the hardness of the shell, it is very likely to be a mutation. If it is a nuclear radiation mutation, there must be a lot of viruses and bacteria in the body. Then the question is, when a cockroach appears, it is very likely that there is already a nest in a place you can't see. Fong Xian checked with a flashlight, and indeed saw cockroaches crawling out of the bathroom floor drain. He stepped on it and kicked it. This thing crawled very fast when it saw the light, and it was not stomped on once, but it was stomped to death by the second step. Fong Xian took out a tissue and got rid of the cockroach. We must quickly seal all the sewer openings. Fong Xian took out cement, mixed some cement, and sealed all the sewer pipe openings in the house with cement. While applying cement, a big cockroach would crawl out of the pipe opening, and Fong Xian would take off his slippers and smack it to death. Slap one to death when it crawls out. Slippers are still the best. The dog will also help, and will kill the cockroach with one claw. In just a short while, the man and the dog killed more than a dozen. After finally sealing all the sewers, Fong Xian breathed a sigh of relief. She didn't want to sleep in the same room with a bunch of cockroaches every day. Fong Xian took out 84 disinfectant again, and had to do a thorough cleaning. Wear a mask and rubber gloves. Take out a basin, pour some 84, then pour some water to dilute it, and start mopping the floor. She was very worried about cockroaches, so she felt more at ease with disinfection. If there was a virus or something, it was no joke. The smell of 84 disinfectant was so pungent that it made her dog sneeze, so Fong Xian sent the dog into the space. All the corners of the house had to be mopped, and all the furniture had to be put into the space first, and the bottom of the furniture had to be wiped and disinfected. As soon as the wardrobe was put into the storage space, 2 cockroaches were ejected. The cockroach didn't know what was going on. It was hiding well, but how did it suddenly reveal itself? It fell on its back, and its claws kept flapping, trying to turn its body and escape. Wow, there were still some that slipped through the net. Fong Xian quickly stepped forward and stomped them one by one, killing them with 2 slaps. She raised her foot and looked at it with disdain, then took out a new pair of slippers from the space and put them on. I didn't expect the space to have this function, so Fong Xian put all the things in the house into the space one by one. Several more really popped out. If one pops out, she will kill him with her old slippers. Finally, she threw all the furniture into the storage space and felt relieved. Finally, after disinfecting the whole house, she sat down to rest. At this time, she was slumped on the sofa. After a day of training, she was busy cleaning the house when she came back. She was really exhausted. After dragging her tired body into the space and taking a hot bath, she felt that her fatigue was relieved. After taking a bath, she felt a lot more relaxed and could finally sit down and eat dinner with peace of mind. At this time, every household in the base was in a mess. Many cockroaches crawled out of every sewer. They were miserable. Cockroaches even bite people. After biting, they will swell into a big lump. It will cause coughing and high fever, and the symptoms are similar to viral influenza. The base immediately issued an emergency notice. According to expert analysis, cockroaches carry viruses in their bodies, calling on survivors to protect themselves, avoid being bitten, and try to get rid of cockroaches in their homes. Fortunately, Fong Xian got rid of all the cockroaches, so he didn't have to be bothered by cockroaches at all, and could lie in bed with peace of mind. Fong Xian took out earplugs to plug his ears, blocking out the outside sounds, and then he gradually fell asleep. It's seen that the mutant cockroaches could not be killed. If you killed one, other cockroaches would pop up. The ordinary survivors were miserable. Many survivors were bitten every day, and some weak survivors even lost their lives. The base hospital was overcrowded. Most of them were bitten by cockroaches, and some of them caught colds and fevers due to being caught in the rain. The base medical team is also stepping up the development of treatment plans for this disease. Fong Xian firmly believed that as long as the medical team worked hard, they could successfully develop it. The anthelmintics in the base store were sold out, but ordinary insecticides had no effect on the mutant cockroaches. It was useless to buy them back, so he could only use the primitive and crude method to kill them one by one. The heavy rain outside was hitting the glass every day. It had been raining for more than a month, and there was still no sign of stopping. Fong Xian was either staying or training every morning, so he renewed the training hall for another month. After being vacant for more than a month, someone finally moved in next door. 2 men. When Fong Xian came back from the training hall, he saw 2 people moving things, all wet. They were about 1.756 meters tall, with faces that looked like strangers would stay away from them. When they saw people, they just looked at them with a faint worry, and seemed to care nothing about anyone. Grandpa Lee stood at the door, and saw Fong Xian. "You're back." "Well, are they new?" "New, our neighbors. By the way, the vegetables in the planting area are ready. I give you some." "Wait a minute." Grandpa Lee went back to the house without waiting for Fong Xian to respond, and took out a big bag of vegetables. "Take it home and eat it. These are enough for you to eat for a while." Fong Xian looked at the green vegetables in the bag. "They are growing really well. How is the harvest?" Grandpa Lee didn't directly say whether the harvest was good or not, but just gave Fong Xian a thumbs up. Fong Xian smiled. "That's good." The old man stuffed another bag of things into Fong Xian, and whispered to Fong Xian, "Take this home and use it. Your grandma made it herself. It's especially useful for dealing with cockroaches." Fong Xian silently put the powder into his pocket, and gave the old man a thumbs up. Fong Xian knew that his grandmother had developed a method to conquer mutant cockroaches, but he didn't want to attract other people's attention. Fong Xian didn't want to attract other people's attention either. Standing out might not be a good thing. At this time, the 2 men came out of the house, and swallowed unconsciously, when they saw the vegetables in Fong Xian's hand. They hadn't eaten such fresh vegetables for a long time. One of the men said, "Can we exchange some vegetables with you?" Chapter 129. Before Fong Xian could speak, Grandpa Lee immediately took over the conversation. He knew Fong Xian, and she hated trouble the most. "I still have some here. How much do you want to exchange? 10 kilograms? Sure." Seeing this, Fong Xian said, "You guys are busy. I go into the house." "Okay, you go back." Grandpa Lee contracted a planting area, which was a stable income. The remaining vegetables could be exchanged for some supplies or sold, which was also good. At least, he could live a better life. Since it was inconvenient to talk in the corridor, Grandpa Lee followed the 2 men into the other party's living room to negotiate. The market's vegetables were 10 points per pound. Grandpa Lee had the most basic food, and he was not short of food, so the 2 men decided to trade by points. 8 points per pound, 2 points cheaper than the Bay's store. The 2 men agreed, so they could save 2 points per pound, and Grandpa Lee could earn 5 more points. It was a win-win situation for both parties, and the deal was reached. But Grandpa Lee didn't keep too many vegetables. If the vegetables were not sold in time, they would dehydrate and lose weight. Most importantly, the base did not allow individuals to keep too many vegetables and eat too much. Survivors cannot transfer points privately, so they have to go to the lobby to swipe their cards for transactions. And one person cannot swipe 2 cards, they must hold the card in person. This also ensures that the points in the survivor's cards are not robbed. Once it is discovered that the card holder is not willing to trade, the management staff in the base will intervene, and the final result is only one, to be captured as a soldier. After more than 10 days, the base finally developed a medicine to treat mutant cockroach bites, but the price of this medicine is a bit expensive, and ordinary survivors can't afford it at all. At the same time, Grandma Lee was also developing a prescription for mutant cockroach bites. When Fong Xian learned that Grandma Lee was short of 2 medicines, he quickly sent them to her. Almost a few days later, Grand Molly also developed it, but the Chinese medicine took a little longer to take effect, but it could get rid of the root cause, and would not have any side effects. But the two elders did not make this public. The base was not short of medical experts at all. Would she steal someone else's cake if she stepped forward? As long as she had the medicine in hand, she would have the medicine to treat herself in time when she was sick, and she would not have to spend a lot of money to buy it at the pharmacy. The two elders just want to live in the base, and live a stable life. They don't want to intrigue or anything. This kind of life is good. Grand Molly also made some medicine powder, which can also treat insect bites. As long as the powder is applied within 10 minutes after the insect bite, the toxins in the body will be forced out, and the effect is excellent. But if the bite lasts too long, you have to drink a dose of Chinese medicine to slowly regulate and treat it. Grand Molly gave Fong Xian 2 full jars. Since then, Grand Molly seemed to have opened Pandora's box, and she couldn't stop. She was tinkering with herbs every day, and Fong Xian would send her any Chinese medicinal materials she needed. For example, there are some medicines that are not available in the base pharmacy. Fong Xian guessed that the base pharmacy is not complete, but it is not really incomplete. It is possible that there are some shops and pharmacies in the inner area of the base, but they are not accessible. Because she rarely sees people from the inner area come here to buy things. One of the bedrooms has become Grandma Li's laboratory. She stays in it whenever she has time. It is full of Chinese herbal medicines, and different kinds of powders are placed in large and small glass jars. Fong Xian even brought a lot of glass bottles for Grandma Li, both large and small. As soon as you enter this room, you can smell the strong aroma of Chinese herbal medicine, which even disperses the dampness in the air. As an old Chinese medicine practitioner, Grandma Li can do what she likes every day, and her spirits have improved a lot. The problem of cockroach bites in the base has finally been alleviated. Solving one troublesome thing, another headache follows. The humidity brought by the long-term heavy rain gave snakes, insects, rats, and ants an opportunity. They crawled out from the ground and constantly caused trouble to humans. Fong Xian's family has insect repellent powder made by Grandma Li, so they are not afraid at all. Grandma Li even sprinkles some powder in the corridor. But other families are not so lucky. They are miserable every day because of all kinds of insects. The insects crawl up along the wall, densely packed, which is extremely uncomfortable to watch and gives goosebumps all over the body. For example, caterpillars, mice, centipedes with many legs, and a kind of white insect whose name I can't tell, with thick skin as thick as a thumb. The destructive power of insects is beyond imagination. Clothes, shoes, furniture, and food for survival, there is nothing they won't eat except what you can't think of, thus causing irreversible losses. Ordinary survivors were troubled by these bugs, but some people's eyes glowed green when they saw these things. These were food, and they were high in protein. So the situation was reversed. Even if there were bugs, they were not afraid at all. Whether it was cockroaches or caterpillars, they were all caught and eaten. Everyone held a small net bag in their hands, and caught the bugs crawling out from around. Some people even made cakes out of the bugs, and sold them in the base. The mid-range residential areas were relatively better. They had surplus food, and they all worked in the base, so they would not be too hungry. But they will catch these insects, and sell them to people in need. 1 point equals 2 big bags, and the business is quite hot. The number of insects decreased instantly, and the trouble of insects was no longer a trouble, but a delicious delicacy. Of course, the survivors would not eat some mutated snakes, insects, rats and ants, which contain a large number of viruses and bacteria. Of course, there must be stubborn people who don't believe in evil and have to try it, and the result is self-evident. The whole person vomited and had diarrhea, and convulsions all over his body. Few people could be saved. It can be said that almost every day there are survivors who die of illness. There are children who accidentally eat it, and adults who don't believe in it. The heavy rain outside is still gloomy and suffocating. Fong Xian went downstairs. As soon as she left the house, she felt wet and damp everywhere, and she felt like she was going to mold. She didn't like it. The continuous heavy rain caused the temperature to drop sharply, and Fong Xian had to wear thicker clothes every time she went out. Yes, she renewed her training hall for another month. The heavy rain lasted for almost 3 months, and Fong Xian had been training for almost 3 months. She felt that her skills had improved by several levels, and she was completely dominating the instructor in sparring. She didn't plan to renew her subscription after this month's training, because the instructor had nothing to teach her. With her current skills, she could easily fight against 20 survivors with her bare hands. Fong Xian came back from the training hall, feeling relaxed, completely different from when he was sore and weak all over. He saw two neighbors coming back from get off work, and they nodded politely to Fong Xian, without much greeting, and had a strong sense of boundaries. Grandpa Li had more contact with the two. They often bought some vegetables from him, and he knew them better. Both of them had skills, and found patrol jobs in the base. But they did not patrol in high-end and low-end residential areas, but in the inner area. The salary was relatively higher. Instructor Yin also mentioned to Fong Xian about her past work in the inner area. With her current skills, he could recommend her to the inner area of the base and be a patrol leader. But Fong Xian refused. She didn't want to be deceitful every day. It would be nice to be a nobody. Chapter 130. After more than 3 months of heavy rain, the rain finally stopped. All the survivors cheered and were excited. They all hoped that life could return to normal, and there would be no more bad weather. Who doesn't hope so? Everyone has it in their hearts, because everyone has lived an extremely difficult life for more than 3 years. Having a thought in their hearts is actually the motivation to support themselves to survive. Many scavengers saw that the rain finally stopped and ran out of the base impatiently. But after running out, they were dumbfounded. They finally realized how lucky they were to live in the base. Because the cities outside, any low-lying areas had been flooded. The supplies they were looking for were either under the ruins or in the water. They were silent and confused. But many people still went out to look for supplies in the ruins. Digging out some steel bars and other things was also an income, which could be exchanged for some points to improve their lives. There were also many smart survivors who dug some soil and went back to plant it themselves, so that they would not starve to death. If there was any surplus, they could sell it to the base store to earn some points. Seeing this, the two old men also went out to dig more than a dozen bags of soil, intending to plant in the living room. They still kept their planting boxes, and were reluctant to throw them away. It can be said that the two old men were obsessed with planting. When people in the low-end residential area saw others digging soil and came back, they also ran out to dig soil. Some took pots, some took small baskets, and some took iron boxes. In short, there were all kinds of things to hold soil. This also gave many people hope to survive. Human vitality is the most tenacious. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, they can survive. For this reason, the base managers also strongly support the survivors to plant their own crops. They said that as long as the vegetables grown are fresh and free of insects, the base store is willing to recycle them, and the seeds in the store are also sold at half price. Little did they know that digging the soil today would save themselves in the future, because after a period of time, acid rain will come and there will be no land to grow crops. Most of the land has become wasteland. And those survivors who did not dig the soil back regretted it. Everyone was busy planting outside, and Fong Xian was also busy. The crops in her planting area were ripe. She had to go to harvest. This time, she didn't plant the wheat here and there, but planted it uniformly. Fong Xian directly drove the harvester to harvest it. Then she used a thresher to thresh everything. After threshing, she used a machine to grind everything into flour and packed it into bags. But the flour she ground was light yellow, which Fong Xian found strange. Shouldn't it be white? She had always eaten white. Strange. She didn't understand it, so forget it. She should put aside the things she couldn't figure out. With the help of machines, work is fast. It took less than 2 days to finish. Fong Xian did not plan to plant immediately, because she did not need to rush to plant things. The storage space was enough for one person to eat for a long time. She did not need to be as nervous as before. She could plant whenever she wanted. Use farming tools to turn over all the land, turn out all the wheat roots, and then shake off the soil on top and pile it aside. Fong Xian lit the fire directly. The moment the fire started, the chestnut horse was watching curiously beside her. Suddenly, he was startled by the fire. His mouth kept buzzing, and he ran away. When all the flames were burned to ashes, Fong Xian scattered the ashes on the ground, which could also improve the soil. After finishing the work in the planting area, Fong Xian did not stop and slaughtered a batch of livestock in the pasture area. They could not be allowed to reproduce anymore, and they really couldn't be put away if they reproduced again. Of course, the bay horse could not see these. It only knew that the animals were getting fewer and fewer, and had no idea where they went. In the past, they were taken out and processed in the kitchen of the small villa, and no one outside could smell it. Now the living environment does not allow it, and the smell of blood is too strong, so she can only process it in front of the space villa. The dog looked at it, and refused to let it go to the villa. The chestnut horse kept snorting in protest, but it couldn't beat the dog, so it lay on the grass and sulked. It snorted and chewed grass in its mouth. Of course, she couldn't kill her chestnut horse. It was her mount now. Fong Xian often rode it around the dynamic space. The chestnut horse was also willing to carry her around, circling around without getting tired. It was taller now, and could open the fence door with its mouth. It would come to the villa every day to see if Fong Xian had come in. Very human. Not all animals are human, only this one. If they were all human, that would be terrible. Wouldn't it be impossible to kill them? And they couldn't keep them. If the natural disaster was over, she would also release a batch of livestock from the ranch. After all the livestock were slaughtered, Fong Xian asked the dog to let the horse come over. The bay horse came over and kept using its big head to complain to Fong Xian. Although she didn't understand, she could hear the grievance from its tone. So Fong Xian took out a few big apples to coax it. This guy is also a foodie. He eats everything except meat. He also eats fruits from the fruit trees in the pasture, but he never eats them. He eats them as soon as he bites them off. He is a sensible horse, but he won't eat the ripe ones that fall on the ground. He is very picky. I really don't know if he can survive after the disaster is over and he is released. I suddenly feel a little worried. I don't know how long a horse can live. He should be able to live until the disaster is over. I have a chance to take it out to see the outside world. I thought of her riding a horse on the road. How cool it would be. Fong Xian washed all the dirty clothes in the space again, and took off the clothes she was wearing to wash them together. After washing, she hung them on the clothesline in front of the villa. The space dries quickly, and there is a faint fragrance. It rained heavily outside before, and the clothes didn't dry even after being washed. Fortunately, she has a space. After washing the clothes, Fong Xian finally rested. She took another hot shower in the space, cleaned herself up, and then left the space. She looked in the mirror. Her hair had grown a lot longer. She had cut it several times before, but her technique was really not good. Her bangs were cut straight, like a watermelon peel on her head. The back was completely invisible, and it looked like a dog had bitten it when she looked in the mirror. It was really too ugly. Forget it, she stopped teasing herself, and went to find Grandma Li to ask her to help cut it. Fong Xian took the scissors and other tools, and went to the second elder's house. As expected, Grandma Li was fiddling with her herbs. Is Grandma busy? Wait a minute, I go call her. No hurry, wait until Grandma is done. If you don't call her, she never come out. Let her come out to change her mind, and stop locking herself up all day. Grandma Li looked up and saw her old man, and smiled. I'd be there soon. Shinshin is here. Upon hearing this, Grandma Li immediately stood up, put down the things in her hands, and walked out without studying. Chapter 131. Shinshin is here, hurry up. Grandma Li greeted warmly. Grandma, if you are busy, I will come over later. Not busy, I can do it anytime, no rush. Hearing this, Fong Xian said bluntly, then can you help me cut my hair? You have found the right person. Your grandfather's hair was cut by me. I am very skilled. Fong Xian looked at Grandpa Li's hair. The hair was cut in layers. Although Grandpa Li was old, but his hair was very lush. There was no sign of hair loss, and the hair was also very shiny. She was a little envious. She didn't know why she had been losing so much hair recently. Eating a lot of space output didn't help. Grandma Li's hair was surprisingly good. Fong Xian nodded and praised generously. It's really good. That's right. Grandma, how did you keep your hair so good? You're not losing hair. I made a shampoo soap with Chinese herbal medicine. I give you 2 pieces later. Try it. Okay. Come and sit down. I cut your hair for you. Fong Xian sat on the stool after hearing this. Grandma Li opened the hairdressing tools Fong Xian brought. There were a lot of things inside, including a few scissors, a clipper, a few combs, etc. Pick up the cloth from it, open it, and wrap it. Pick up a comb, a pair of scissors, and a clip. Use the clip to clip the hair on the back of the head. Do you have any requirements for the length? How much do you want to cut? A little boy's hair neater. Okay. Grandma Li started cutting without hesitation. After about 10 minutes, the haircut was finished. A neat short haircut was done. Grandma Li looked at it carefully. It's really good. The hair is good looking regardless of length. Fong Xian stood up and looked in the mirror. That's because Grandma has good skills. If Grandma opened a barber shop, the business would definitely be booming. Really? Grandma Li was praised and smiled with narrowed eyes. Yes, because you can understand the customer's requirements. Grandma Li scolded, you are just teasing me, an old lady. Fong Xian took off some of the apron, and shook off the broken hair on his body. What I said is true. Okay, then I believe you. As he spoke, Fong Xian had already swept up the broken hair on the ground. Grandma Li packed up the hairdressing tools, folded the apron, and put everything away again. Just then, the communicator on Grandpa Li's wrist rang, and he looked down. It's brother-in-law Gui Yuan. Grandpa Li thought that they didn't have much interaction, and the call must be about something, so he picked up the phone. Hello. Brother, someone is looking for you in the registration office. Grandpa Li was puzzled, as if he didn't know many people in the base, who is looking for me. She said her name is Yukiki. Grandpa Li was surprised. He didn't expect that this girl really had a brain and finally came over. Okay, I go right over. Grandpa Li stood up. Yukiki is here at the base. Do you want to go over and take a look? Then let's go. I go take a look too. The two drove towards the registration office. Why is Gui Yuan's brother-in-law in the registration office? Fong Xian asked. Gui Yuan quit and recommended the job to his brother-in-law. Why did he quit? He took over the management of the outer area. I see. The person who once took a fancy to him must have been promoted, and then recommended his job to Gui Yuan. Grandpa Li explained carefully. As he spoke, Fong Xian drove the van to the registration room at the door. Before the two of them approached, a tall and beautiful woman rushed over. Xin, I miss you so much, woo-woo. Fong Xian smelled the sweat on her body, tightened his nose, and ruthlessly pulled her away from him. Why did you come here just now? Don't mention it. Yukiki's little mouth began to chatter non-stop. When the temperature rose, she notified the base, and the base notified the S-City base. Most people in the two bases chose to evacuate, and there were also many old antiques who refused to listen to others' advice and refused to leave. After the temperature rose, the S-City where they were was completely submerged in the flood. They ran to the next city to avoid the flood, and after the flood receded, they returned to S-City, but an earthquake occurred a few days later, and the whole city became a ruin. Most of the people in the city died tragically. Their homes were destroyed, and the people from the two bases decided to go to City A. Hearing about the current situation in City S, Grandpa Li felt even more depressed. After all, that was his hometown, where he was born and raised. He blinked slightly and adjusted his mood. And one of her team members unfortunately died tragically in the earthquake, and it was the little girl who could open the lock. At this point, Yukiki couldn't help crying with her face covered. It's all my fault. It was my decision-making mistake. I should have listened to the old man and left here. Her three team members heard the captain crying. Their eyes slightly reddened, and they quietly wiped away their tears. In the end, the four people hugged and cried. Fong Xian didn't know how to comfort them, so he could only stand aside and wait. Maybe it would be better to vent all the emotions. Grandpa Li was also upset. After all, he spent the most time with Yukiki and others. He knew everyone, and they were all trying to live. Grandpa Li's eyes were red. Kiki, don't cry. Natural disasters are ruthless. You don't want it either. Wipe your tears. So many people are watching. Grandpa Li handed over a pack of tissues. Several people took the tissues with red eyes, and pulled out one each. Yukiki sobbed, I'm really sorry. I didn't control my emotions well. Fong Xian patted her gently to comfort her. It's okay. Have you registered? I've registered. Then let's go see the house. Okay, I listen to you. Grandpa Li called the dark and thin man. After a while, the dark and thin man ran over. Brother, I came here immediately after I knew it was your matter. Grandpa Li stepped forward and shook his hand. It's hard for you again this time. What's the hardship? It's not hard. The dark and thin man smiled. Who is looking at the house? The five of them. Grandpa Li raised his chin. There were 5 people, including the doctor. The 5 people nodded and greeted the dark and thin man. Okay, where do you want to live? After discussion, the 5 people all wanted to live in the high-end residential area with Fong Xian and the others. Grandpa Li secretly told the few people the difference between the last row of houses in the high-end residential area and the other houses. Yukiki heard this and decided to stay in the last row without hesitation. So the group went to the lobby to redeem points. Then they drove to look at houses. They drove 2 7-seater commercial vehicles. The commercial vehicle has a large space and can hold more things. There are even some things tied on the roof. The 3 girls planned to live together, so they rented a 3-bedroom apartment. The 2 boys rented a 2-bedroom apartment. They were both in the next building, one on the 3rd floor, 301, and the other on the 4th floor, 402. The 2 boys helped the girls carry their luggage first, and then they helped the boys carry all the luggage up. Although there were a lot of things, there were also a lot of people, and the group of people quickly finished moving. Yukiki chattered non-stop throughout the whole process. She felt that her life was finally stable. She liked this base very much, and the environment looked pretty good. Chapter 132. Fong Xian and Grandpa Li helped move the things and prepared to leave. Grandpa Li said, "Take your time to handle the rest, we're going back. Oh, by the way, take a good rest today, and buy a communicator tomorrow." Grandpa Li raised his wrist. Yukiki looked at Grandpa Li's wrist and smiled and replied, "Okay, I got it. Stay and have dinner together." Fong Xian waved his hand. "No, you've traveled a long way, take a good rest today." "Okay then. Supplies are scarce now, so we can't just stay and eat for free just because someone is being polite. Everyone's food is hard-earned." Fong Xian and Grandpa Li returned to their own homes. When the dog heard the noise, he would always come out to greet them. He wagged his tail and walked around Fong Xian's feet. Fong Xian touched the dog's head. "Let's eat. What shall we eat tonight, Tun Tun?" "Woof." The dog jumped excitedly, and anything would do. Fong Xian thought about it and decided to have a barbecue since he had slaughtered cattle and sheep 2 days ago. After eating grass for so long, the meat must be fresh and delicious. He had to have a meal. The barbecue smell was strong and could easily make the children cry. He decided to go into the space to barbecue. Fong Xian led the dog into the space as soon as he said he would. The chestnut horse came running over with a whimper, each of its 4 legs running on its own. It ran close and gently nudged Fong Xian with its head. Fong Xian touched its big head. "Did you miss me?" "Whim. Be good, I'm going to cook dinner, you go play with the dog for a while." After saying that, he ignored the sad look in the horse's eyes and turned to go into the small villa. Fong Xian took out 2 pieces of beef tenderloin and lamb tenderloin and cut them into pieces. Looking at the remaining meat in his hand, he thought that it was only for the first time, so he cut more and saved it for later. He picked up the kitchen knife again and cut it very quickly. His knife skills were not to be underestimated. He also added some beef tendon. He cut a whole pot of meat. He took the onion and cut it into strips, and minced the ginger and garlic and put them into the pot. Mix cumin powder, chili powder, salt, soy sauce, cooking wine, and cooking oil by hand, and marinate for half an hour. While waiting, prepare other things. Cut some potato slices. Cut them thicker for better taste. Cut corn into sections. Wash some mushrooms. Wash some more lettuce. Also prepare some prawns. These prawns are raised in the pond and have grown big now. Also prepare a big fish and cut it into large pieces. Cut the chicken wings. Cut some watermelon to relieve the greasiness. After everything is done, go to the front yard of the villa. Take out a table from the storage space and lay out all the ingredients. After everything is ready, the marinating time in the pot is almost up. Take out some iron skewers, sit down and start skewering the meat. The meat pieces are skewered one by one. There is a breeze blowing across my face. There is the smell of green grass brushing across my nose. In the distance, horses and dogs are playing and chasing each other. The years are peaceful and flowing quietly. Finally, all the skewers are ready and placed in a pot. The most important tool, the grill, is placed and some smokeless carbon is added. Arrange the charcoal in a tic-tac-toe pattern so that the gaps are large and it is easier to ignite. Put the solid alcohol in the tic-tac-toe charcoal, take out the flamethrower, and ignite it easily. When the charcoal in the grill is red, it can be grilled. Fong Xian sat quietly on a small stool and waited, watching the slowly reddening charcoal make crackling sounds. Fong Xian saw that the charcoal fire was almost burned, and took out some skewers of meat and placed them on it. She actually didn't know how to grill. She used to use a grill pan and put all the meat on it, which didn't require much skill. But I still know the general process. Put the meat skewers on the grill and grill them. Put a grill net on the other side and grill some prawns. The oil in the meat drips into the coal, making a sizzling sound. I think it's about the same. I learned the way of the roadside stall master to turn it over. Then should I brush oil on both sides? It seems so. It should be. The prawns should also be taken care of. Brush a little oil on them, turn them over and continue grilling. When both sides are browned, sprinkle some seasonings on them. It should be a little salt and a little chili powder. Do you want some more cumin powder? Yes, I should. Then continue grilling. The smell has spread. The dog smelled it from a distance, left the horse and ran back quickly. The horse saw the dog running, and it chased after it. When the dog ran closer, its crystal pendant was already hanging long. Wait a minute, I haven't grilled yours yet, Fong Xian said, picking up a dozen skewers and putting them on the grill. The dog didn't add any seasoning to his food, just a little bit of salt. The horse next to it was not interested in the food being grilled on the fire. It was salivating at the lettuce on the table. It stepped forward and stretched its head over. Fong Xian slapped it on the forehead and said, "Horse heads cannot be on the table." Then he picked up 2 pieces of lettuce and fed them to it. The horse chewed. It was delicious. At this time, the barbecue on the grill was ready. The grilled skewers were placed on the other side, without charcoal fire. Pick up a skewer and start eating. Not bad. It was just a little burnt. The heat was not well controlled, but it did not affect the taste much. Take out a bottle of fruit wine, pour it into the cup, eat 2 bites of meat, and then take a sip of wine. It's really a human enjoyment. He ate several more skewers in a row. It was really delicious. Guzi stamped his feet anxiously. Woof. Fong Xian glanced at Guzi's skewers, picked them up and turned them over. Don't worry, it will be ready soon. After roasting for a while, both sides were browned and the fragrance spread. Fong Xian took off the skewers of meat and put them in his bowl, and put in a few big shrimps. Handed it to the dog, eat it. The dog took a big bite of the meat and chewed it. It was the first time for the dog to eat barbecue. His eyes were shining and his tail was swinging like a propeller, as if he was about to take off. Fong Xian gave all the lettuce on the table to the horse. The horse chewed the lettuce and looked at the table with his big eyes. Seeing that the plate was empty. Phew, wow. No more, no more. The horse kicked and whinnied non-stop. Fong Xian was annoyed by it, so he took out another bowl of vegetables and put it in front of it, eat it. The horse was finally satisfied and started eating happily again. The dog and the horse were both very satisfied. Fong Xian continued to pick up the lamb skewers on the shelf and started eating. Each piece of meat was large, affordable and family-sized, and it was very satisfying to eat. Finally, they were full of food and wine. Fong Xian slowly ate a few pieces of watermelon. Although she was also a big eater, there was still a lot left. There were too many things, and she couldn't finish them. She wrapped the unfinished food in tin foil and put it in the storage space, and then cleaned up the table, throwing away what should be thrown away and collecting what should be collected. After everything was cleaned up, she went to the bathroom to take a hot bath to wash off the barbecue smell on her body. She changed into clean pajamas and blew her hair dry. Short hair is easy to take care of, and it dries in a few seconds. She led the dog out of the space again. There was no conversation all night. Chapter 133. Fong Xian continued to train as usual in the morning. First, 2 hours of physical training, followed by 2 hours of combat training. In the afternoon, she wanted to watch a drama, but the monotonous life day after day made her feel bored. Fong Xian simply stood up, changed into a neat outfit, went downstairs, started the car, and drove away. The car drove out of the base, and got farther and farther away from the base. Most of the buildings in the entire city had collapsed. This time she came out to find a favorite and secluded place, to rebuild a settlement and take out her small villa. Fong Xian turned the steering wheel and searched aimlessly. In the ruins ahead, there were 2 short men beating a survivor. The 2 men looted all the supplies on the man. This situation was very rare in the end times, and Fong Xian didn't care. What caught her attention was that the 2 men actually said, "Baga." 2 words. I go. Her long-dormant blood suddenly awakened. There are still remnants. This is intolerable. She must kill them all. She got out of the car immediately, put the van into the space, and followed the 2 people not far behind. The 2 people kept talking about something along the way, but she couldn't hear it clearly or understand it. She followed them to a ruin, and saw the 2 people push open the stone door and walk in. Where are they going? Fong Xian hid behind the ruins, waited for a while, and then walked to the stone door. She pushed it in, and the stone door opened. It was very humid and dark inside. There was a staircase leading down, which should be a basement. Fong Xian put on the night vision goggles and walked down lightly. The passage was a little narrow and low, so he could only walk with his back bent. It took about 3 minutes to walk down the stairs. There was a long tunnel in front of him. It was pitch black without any light. Fong Xian walked along the tunnel and walked. Why is it so long? Where does it lead to? He couldn't help but think of the tunnel warfare, the tunnels that connected in all directions. I actually learned it from the little notebook. I don't know how long I walked, it seemed like more than an hour, and finally I saw a little light. There was a staircase leading up in front of me, but the passage didn't end. It seemed that digging this tunnel took a lot of effort. Fong Xian climbed up the stairs, and the top was covered by something, with a little light coming through. Fong Xian listened carefully to the movement above, and didn't go out rashly. It was quiet, and there was no movement. After making sure that there was no one, Fong Xian pushed away the covering and looked outside carefully. This should be under the bed? I'm not sure if there is surveillance, but I still turned on the jammer for safety. Fong Xian crawled out from inside, and crawled out from under the bed again. In front of him was a spacious and bright bedroom. Where is this? This is obviously not an abandoned building. It is clean and tidy. It is obvious that someone lives in it. Fong Xian looked out through the glass. The street was clean and tidy, without any dust. There were tall buildings nearby, and there were patrol officers. Patrol personnel? Is this the base? The inner area of the base? Oh my god. What is the notebook for? Does the base management not know about it? Or, Fong Xian put on gloves and began to search. He searched the bedside table, wardrobe, table, and every nook and cranny, but didn't find anything useful. Just when Fong Xian was about to go out to take a look, there were footsteps outside the door. Fong Xian listened carefully, and it seemed to be two people. The two people were outside, talking nonsense, and he couldn't understand anything. Fong Xian took out the translator and looked at the translated content. Jingtian Jinxia, you should be more cautious in doing things. Don't show your hand, and let others find out. Don't worry, Jingtian Army, for our hometown, we will definitely succeed. Plans should be taken slowly, don't be too anxious, do you understand? Fong Xian was suspicious, what plan? But the two did not continue to talk about it, and then they left. Fong Xian walked lightly to the door of the room, listened carefully for a while, and after making sure that the person had left, he pushed open the bedroom door. She scanned the huge living room. She walked around the living room. This was actually a 4-bedroom, 2-living-room layout. The house was luxuriously decorated, with all the furniture. I was surprised that Xiao Binzi actually lived in such a good house. It was really unforgivable. Fong Xian really cursed Xiao Binzi 1,000 times in her heart. And she was confused. Who were those two people in the base? How could they live in such a house? Fong Xian searched the house from top to bottom, left to right, but found nothing. There were a lot of food supplies. But she didn't move, not wanting to alert the enemy. Instead, she installed eavesdropping devices in each room. Fong Xian crawled under the bed again and returned to the original tunnel. Fong Xian walked to the left along the tunnel again. Now that he was here, how could he go back without seeing what was going on? Soon he found another tunnel entrance. And this time the tunnel had reached the end. Fong Xian walked along the stairs to the tunnel entrance. There was still a large iron plate covering it, and this time it should be under the bed. He pricked up his ears and listened to the noise above. There were sounds that were not suitable for children. Fong Xian's face turned black, and he listened to the noise calmly, still hesitating whether to hide in the space for a while. Unexpectedly, the sound stopped before 2 minutes. This is not okay. It's a pity that the two of them didn't say anything useful on the bed. Fong Xian squatted down there for a full hour, and his legs were a little numb. Forget it, I won't squat anymore. I go home. Fong Xian ran out of the tunnel at the fastest speed. Let the van out and get in. Although he was turning the steering wheel. But his mind was full of this matter, and his doubts were getting heavier. This matter was definitely not simple. Why dig such a tunnel? What on earth was the little notebook going to do? It must not be a good thing to have the little notebook. Fong Xian didn't have the heart to find a feng shui treasure land, and went back to the base directly. Everyone could punish the little notebook, and it was impossible for him to make trouble in the territory of H country. So she knocked on the door of the second elder's house, and told Grandpa Li about this. Grandpa Li frowned. Are you sure it's the notebook? Yes. Then, there must be something wrong with this. Grandpa, we can't interfere in the base's affairs, and we don't know the upper-level personnel structure of the base. We'd better find someone who can talk to the base management staff. Gui Yuan. Grandpa Li blurted out. He is the only one we can find now. If this thing succeeds, that's the best. If there is a mistake, we must also prepare for the worst. Grandpa Li nodded solemnly. I understand. Chapter 134. Grandpa Li stood up. He didn't want anything to happen to the base. Besides, Xiao Binzi was filled with hatred. He couldn't just sit back and watch. I called Gui Yuan and asked him. About 10 minutes later, Gui Yuan hurried over. Grandpa Li spoke solemnly, and told Gui Yuan the whole story. Gui Yuan frowned. Where is the entrance to the tunnel? It's in the northeast of the base, about an hour's drive away. What is Xiao Binzi doing? Gui Yuan muttered to himself. We can't handle this matter privately. We must report it to the base. Grandpa Li spoke solemnly. The problem now is that we have no connections, and can't communicate with the upper level. Can you talk to the inner area? Grandpa Lee asked. My superior is just a small manager in the outer area, and he can't talk to the inner area. Fong Xian spoke cautiously. Even if we can talk to the leader of the inner area base, we can't be sure whether that person has any relationship with the small notebook. Gui Yuan and Grandpa Lee nodded repeatedly yes. Then we can't talk about this with others for the time being. Yes, that's right. What should we do now? I take you to see the tunnel tomorrow, and then make a decision. Okay. The next day, Fong Xian took Gui Yuan to that place. The two hid the car in an abandoned building far away. After walking for about 10 minutes, they arrived at the entrance of the tunnel. It was a pile of building ruins. Even if you walked closer, you couldn't see anything at all. The location was very hidden. Fong Xian stepped forward and pushed open the dilapidated stone door. The two walked in one after the other. More than an hour later, they arrived at the first exit. Fong Xian pointed upward, meaning that they had arrived, and Gui Yuan nodded. There were people up there at this time, and there were many of them. So Fong Xian led Gui Yuan to the second exit. Seeing this, Gui Yuan's face darkened slightly, and he also realized that this matter was not simple. Could it be an internal and external collaboration? The more Gui Yuan thought about it, the more frightened he became. The two listened carefully for a long time, and there was no sound at all, so they bravely climbed out of the cave entrance, which was also under the bed. The two crawled out from under the bed again. This was a suite. It had a large area. The decoration was more luxurious and classy. The two searched and Gui Yuan found a file bag. But it was all in cave Mandarin, and he couldn't understand it at all. Fong Xian took out his cell phone from his pocket and took a few photos of the papers. Gui Yuan was shocked. He actually still had his cell phone. He didn't know where his phone had gone. After taking the photos, the two put the file bag back in place. Gui Yuan wanted to push open the bedroom door and go out to check, but was stopped by Fong Xian. Although Gui Yuan was puzzled, he did not act rashly. Fong Xian did not know what was going on outside, but it was best not to act rashly. If something was discovered, it would alert the enemy. Fong Xian installed a bugging pen in the house. The two erased all traces of their entry and returned the same way. They did not breathe a sigh of relief until they got outside. The two quickly returned to Fong Xian's van. Fong Xian asked, "What are your plans next?" Gui Yuan shook his head. "What do you think? First keep an eye on this tunnel and see who comes out of it, and then see where the person who comes out goes, find out their movements." Fong Xian reminded, "It's best to find someone you trust, and who keeps a tight lid on this matter, and don't let anyone know." "Okay, I got it." After Fong Xian finished giving instructions, she drove Gui Yuan back to the base, and Fong Xian didn't care about the rest. She left the base again, looking for her own feng shui treasure land. This time she drove northwest. We passed through the ruins of the town and came to the border of City A. This should be a village. It was a tourist attraction before the end of the world. This place should have been surrounded by mountains and rivers, with beautiful environment, but now it is in a mess. There is a vast ocean in front of us, connected to a stream in the distance. The roofs of buildings can be clearly seen on the water surface, and there are a lot of construction waste floating on the water surface. There should be a village under the water, which was ruthlessly submerged by the heavy rain in the past few days. There is also a half mountain in front. Yes, it was half a mountain, as if someone had used a kitchen knife to split it in the middle, revealing the jagged rock walls inside. The scene was particularly spectacular. It made people tremble with fear, fearing the terrifying destructive power of nature. Fong Xian drove around the big ditch and planned to go to the foot of the mountain in front to take a look. After driving for a while, the car had to stop. The road ahead was completely unpassable. All of it was large pieces of gravel. Fong Xian pushed open the door and got out of the car, raised his hand to put the car away, and walked into the gravel. Some of the large stones inside were more than a person tall. After walking around many large rocks and stepping on sharp stones, it took more than 20 minutes to finally reach the foot of the mountain. When I got closer, I found a cave. The cave entrance was 5 or 6 meters wide and 3 or 4 meters high. Fong Xian walked in, turned on the flashlight, and many insects crawled out. Fong Xian suddenly had an idea. "Can we settle down in the cave? This place is hidden enough and there is no one here. As long as the external environment is arranged, no one can come in. If we block the cave entrance with large stones, it will be a natural secret base." Fong Xian walked into the cave with a flashlight. Wherever she looked, she saw insects running around. the insects on the cave wall and the ground were constantly moving around with their long legs. There were big caterpillars, big centipedes, millipedes, and a kind of big white insect, all of which had many legs. They kept moving around with many legs. When Fong Xian came in, it was like a pot of boiling water. There were a lot of them crawling around on the ground. Some of them were running towards Fong Xian. It was like an army of insects, attacking and determined to swallow her up. One by one, they came over with their long legs sticking out. Fong Xian's scalp was numb, and she quickly took out the flamethrower. She wanted to kill the insects when she saw them. The strong fire sprayed out, and the burning insects made a sizzling sound. A burnt smell lingered at the tip of the nose, and there was even a barbecue smell. Under the burning of the strong fire, the insects all curled up and twitched, and their legs were hooked. Although they were burned, they were not dead, which showed how tenacious their vitality was. Fong Xian didn't care so much. Seeing that the insects around were all burned, and no other insects came for a while, she ran out quickly. Why are all the bugs here so big? There are so many of them, and they are so big that it makes people's scalps numb. The centipede is even 1 finger long, and there are caterpillars that are half a finger long. Are they all mutated? Something is wrong. She ran out of the rubble, put away the flamethrower, and quickly took out the car and got in. She carefully checked her clothes inside and out to make sure there were no bugs before starting the car. Why are the bugs here so big? She wondered in her heart. Even if it was nuclear radiation, it couldn't be so fast, right? Chapter 135. Fong Xian turned the steering wheel to the right and drove. There seemed to be a river in front of him, and there were some white buildings beside it, half hidden in the water. Fong Xian stopped the car and took out a telescope to check. From the telescope, the building did not look like a village or a town. There were several tall and thick chimneys standing, which were particularly conspicuous. And most of the other buildings had collapsed, becoming a white ruin piled in the water. Fong Xian seemed to understand where this was. This is a nuclear power plant. Yes, this scale, this building model, and those big chimneys, it is undoubtedly a nuclear power plant. Generally, nuclear power plants are built near water. That means nuclear pollution has quietly begun. So this place is not suitable for living at all. It is too dangerous. She doesn't want to be polluted by nuclear radiation every day and become a little nuclear person. Suddenly, she felt something moving under her feet. She lifted her feet and found several ants crawling on the soles of her feet, with such great strength that there was a clear sense of movement under her feet. Fong Xian carefully examined the ants and found that they were as wide as a thumb and half a thumb long. The shell was also very hard. Just as Fong Xian was observing, the ant actually stood up and bit the edge of the sole. She quickly pulled the ant off the shoe. It actually bit off a small piece of the sole of the leather shoe. Oh my god, the attack power of the mutant bugs is so strong. If it accidentally bites on the flesh, Gaudi will definitely tear off a piece of flesh. She must leave here quickly. This place is too scary. Whether it is nuclear radiation or mutant bugs, she can't handle it alone. She quickly turned around and got into the car. The car ran very fast and left here at the fastest speed. Although Fong Xian turned the steering wheel with her hands, the dense insects in her mind echoed in her mind. Something was wrong. Could there be an insect plague? Then the insects a few days ago were just appetizers? No way. Fong Xian's scalp tingled. She hated insects the most. The dense insects gave her goosebumps all over her body. She was in no mood to find any secret base. She drove back to the base. On the other side, Gui Yuan brought enough dry food and water, and waited in a van that he had found from nowhere, 2 miles away from the entrance of the ruins. He held a telescope in his hand, and carefully observed the situation at the entrance of the cave in the distance. He was worried about others coming, so he went into battle himself. He had been waiting here for 4 days, eating and sleeping in the car every day, but there was no movement from the other side. If there was no harvest, he would probably be dismissed. His intuition told him that he would definitely make a great contribution this time. He had to climb up. The higher he climbed, the better his life would be. Just then, there was movement at the cave entrance. 2 people came out, carrying heavy things on their backs. The 2 shorter people walked out of the cave entrance to the right with backpacks on their backs. Gui Yuan immediately started the car and followed them. But he couldn't follow too closely, as it would easily alert the enemy. He kept looking with the telescope, fearing that he would lose them. After walking for half an hour, the 2 entered a ruined area and drove out a dilapidated van. So Gui Yuan followed them for nearly 3 hours and came to a mountain. This place is in the suburbs, far away from the town. There are some villages nearby. Guiyuan watched the two people get off the car, looked around and entered an air raid shelter blocked by waste. Guiyuan did not dare to go forward. He was a little nervous. Could this be the base of the little book? They must be carrying supplies. Supplies are in short supply. He was more and more angry when he thought about using the supplies of the H countrymen to support the little book. He squatted there for another night. The people inside only came out to use the toilet and went back. The next morning, the two men came out of the air raid shelter and returned to the ruins cave entrance. They did not go anywhere else. This means that their base may be only this one place, but it is not absolute. Seeing this, Guiyuan drove back to the base. He was at a loss and kept walking around in the house. This matter was of great importance. He did not dare to mention it to anyone. In the end, he went to find Old Manly. Old Manly frowned and could not make up his mind. The two knocked on Fong Xian's door again. The three people sat in the living room of Grandpa Li's house. "What should we do?" Grandpa Li asked. Fong Xian gently stroked his index finger with his thumb. "If there is any mistake, or if the important management of the base is in collusion with Xiao Binzi, it is definitely not possible to fight hard. No matter from the strength or the number of people, 3 people are completely unable to do it. So this matter must be reported to the important leaders who have nothing to do with Xiao Binzi." Grandpa Li asked, "Who is your immediate superior in the base?" "If you have to rank them, there are 4 managers in the base, and he is the 5th, managing these residential areas outside. So he, as the manager, has no control over the inner circle? You can say that he is the boss of the outer circle, but he has no say in the inner circle. First of all, we are not sure which manager of the base has a problem. One of the managers of the inner circle must have a direct relationship with the notebook, and they must be planning something. Now the problem lies here. We can't communicate with the managers of the inner circle, and we can't pass on information even if we want to. What if we pass it to the wrong person?" Fong Xian paused while rubbing her thumb against her index finger, and suddenly raised her head. "I remembered someone who might be able to do it." The two said in unison, "Who?" Fong Xian stood up. "I go out for a while." Speaking of this, Fong Xian went straight to the training hall. Yes, she came to find Instructor Yin. Last time, Instructor Yin recommended her to the inner circle area. Maybe he could have a say in the inner circle area. Just ask if it's okay, and if it's not okay, then we can say no. Instructor Yin saw that it was Fong Xian. "Put down the student in his hand. Practice on your own for a while first." Instructor Yin strode up to Fong Xian, wiped the sweat off his forehead with his hand and asked, "Why are you here? Do you want to renew your subscription?" "No, I have something to talk to you about." "Can we find a place where it's convenient to talk?" "Sure." Instructor Yin led him into a lounge, on the inside of the training room. This should be where several instructors take a lunch break. Do whatever you want. The room was small, and the small living room only had a small coffee table and a double sofa. Fong Xian sat on the sofa, and Instructor Yin poured Fong Xian a glass of warm water. "My place is rather simple, and I don't have anything to offer you. Drink some water to moisten your throat." "Okay, don't bother." Instructor Yin brought out a chair from the bedroom and sat opposite Fong Xian. "Tell me, is there anything I can help you with?" Fong Xian looked straight at Instructor Yin, who also looked straight at Fong Xian without dodging or avoiding her gaze. His eyes were as sharp as a sword, firm and powerful. Fong Xian felt that Instructor Yin should be fine. She got straight to the point without beating around the bush. "There's a little notebook that sneaked into our base." "What did you say?" Instructor Yin stood up with a bang. "Where is the notebook?" "I'm going to say that he has a close relationship with the base management, or the base management may be the notebook. Do you believe it?" "Impossible. The base managers have all made significant contributions to the country, or to the base, and they are all H countrymen. How could they have a notebook?" Chapter 136. Fong Xian did not say anything, but took out her cell phone from her pocket, turned it on, opened the photo album, and handed it to Instructor Yin. Instructor Yin took the phone and looked at the file inside, his eyes red. Although he did not understand it very well, he also understood the importance of this file. "Where did you get it?" Fong Xian looked him straight in the eye and asked, "Is your leader trustworthy?" Instructor Yin did not answer Fong Xian's question, but said, "I take you to see him." Fong Xian was stunned. "I don't know the details, but a friend of mine knows more." "Okay, call your friend." Fong Xian called Guiyuan after hearing that. Guiyuan came running over panting. After Fong Xian introduced the two, Instructor Yin was anxious to drag them away. Wait. Fong Xian thought it was better to ask clearly. Otherwise she would ruin the food if she entered the book's nest all of a sudden. Instructor Yin seemed to understand her concerns. Don't worry. So Gui Yuan followed Fong Xian in a daze, and got on Instructor Yan's broken jeep. Although the jeep was broken, it was very fast. It drove straight to the inner area. It was smooth all the way, and there was no need to swipe the card. Fong Xian watched the car drive into the inner area. This was her first time here. She was stunned by the environment in front of her. In one word, it was shocking. The building stood. Each building looked quite solid, and the walls were very thick. I don't know what material the outer wall is made of, but it looks very durable. The floors are not very high, only 18 floors. The streets are clean and tidy, without even a trace of dust. Instructor Yin then introduced, this is the Seaway district, where some wealthy families live. When the end of the world came, some wealthy people donated most of their supplies to the base, so there are quotas for living in the inner area. Gui Yuan's mouth was open, so wide that his chin almost dropped to the ground. He nodded subconsciously after listening to Instructor Yin's words. Fong Xian also nodded in understanding. The car drove through another checkpoint unimpeded. This is the Lisanwei district, where some scientists and other technical talents live. Then the car entered the second enclosure area unimpeded. Then it stopped at the first enclosure area. Fong Xian was shocked. It had directly entered the core area. The top 2 leaders of the base, and some important core personnel live here. The residential area inside the first enclosure area was even more shocking. The building had only 6 floors, and the walls reflected silver light. It was obviously made of special materials. The 2 were led into a building. The house was simple and elegant, without any luxurious decoration. Grandpa, I'm back. As soon as Instructor Yin entered the room, he shouted at the top of his lungs. Grandfather? Fong Xian and Gui Yuan looked at each other, their faces full of shock. You little brat, you're yelling as soon as you come back. Can you be more steady? An extremely majestic and doting voice came. Then an old man with half-white hair walked out. His face was vigorous, his posture was upright, and he exuded a fierce aura. The old man's eyes swept across the 2 of them, like a scanner, and Fong Xian couldn't help but feel shocked. Grandpa, these 2 are my friends, they have something important to say. Oh! Sit down. Fong Xian sat down on the single sofa. Gui Yuan was tense, sitting in a corner, not daring to sit all his butt on the sofa. He stood straight, legs together, and put his clenched fists on his thighs. Instructor Yin came forward to pour tea for the 2, and put it in front of them. The old man saw Gui Yuan's nervousness, so he said, Don't be nervous, Xiaoyan rarely brings friends home. Just say whatever you want to say. Gui Yuan was so nervous that he couldn't even speak a complete sentence. Fong Xian took the teacup from the coffee table, skimmed off the foam on the top with the cup lid, and took a sip. It tasted quite good. I don't know what kind of tea it is, but it looks like a good tea. Gui Yuan was really nervous. He had never seen such a high-ranking official. His palms were sweating with nervousness. He pushed Fong Xian for help. Fong Xian put down the teacup in his hand and said, Can I trust you? Fong Xian looked straight at the old man, with a lazy look on her face, but she did not miss any emotion in the old man's eyes. Gui Yuan's heart skipped a beat when he heard Fong Xian's words. How dare she do that? Wasn't she nervous? Wasn't she afraid that the base management would slap her to death? The old man looked straight at Fong Xian without dodging, and said seriously, You can trust me. Well, the management of our base may have sneaked into the notebook. The old man's eyes clearly showed a look of as expected, but it was gone in a flash. The old man sat at the first seat. What do you mean? Fong Xian could not detect anything strange in the old man's eyes. Perhaps he was a hidden fox, who would not easily let people see the clues. She was alert in her heart, and at the same time, she was prepared for the worst. At worst, she would run away. Fong Xian did not want to make a splash, but somehow, she entered the inner area in a daze. She was also a little curious about the inner area. To be honest, she did not have a very good impression of the base, from the unprotected housing in the outer area to the fact that the base management had mixed in the notebook. All of them are very irresponsible. She had no idea what the core concept of the base was. Fong Xian looked at Gui Yuan, who was not doing well, and sighed in her heart. She originally wanted to push him out. So she told him everything she knew, and gave the second half to Gui Yuan. Because she didn't know much about the situation later. Gui Yuan gritted his teeth, and began to tell the story haltingly. He had been squatting for a few days in the middle, and he told him clearly what car he drove, where he was, and even what position he sat in the car, what he ate, what he drank, and how many times he went to the toilet. Fong Xian looked at Gui Yuan's mouth twitching. There was no need to be so meticulous. After the old man listened to the two people's stories, his brows frowned slightly. Fong Xian never missed any expression on the old man's face from beginning to end, but as expected, he could not see any information at all. Forget it. At worst, I can run away. I will investigate what you said. Fong Xian stood up and said politely, Okay, then you go ahead, we're leaving. The old man nodded. Xiaoyan, send your two children off. Okay, Grandpa. The car drove directly to the downstairs of Fong Xian's building. Fong Xian stepped out of the car and greeted Instructor Yin. Thank you for your hard work, Instructor Yin. Then he waved to Gui Yuan and went upstairs directly. Gui Yuan looked at Fong Xian going upstairs with a complicated expression, feeling uneasy. Not long after Fong Xian sat down in the house, the communicator on his wrist rang. Chapter 137. Fong Xian raised her wrist and looked at the communicator. It was Gui Yuan calling. What's wrong? Fong Xian, nothing will happen, right? Gui Yuan's anxious voice sounded. Nothing, just wait for your promotion. Oh, I'm glad you're fine. What, promotion? How did you know? Fong Xian rubbed her brows. Okay, go ahead. She cut off the communicator before the other party could speak. Fong Xian had been reviewing the conversation with Old Man Yin. Judging from his behavior, Old Man Yin should be fine. She guessed that he should be an important leader of the base, and could not be easily corrupted by the little notebook. To ensure the safety of the base, he should immediately deal with this matter. He would never let the efforts of the base go to waste. Old Man Yin's expression became more murderous after the three people left. If the aura around him could kill people, no one within 100 miles would survive. He stood up and immediately made a few phone calls. Yes, send a few people to check the tunnel. Send another team to wait at the other cave entrance and wait for orders. Don't let any news of this leak out. Then, act quickly, immediately. He then made another call. I give you two names, make sure to check their backgrounds. However, at this time, Fong Xian didn't know that Old Man Yin had already checked her thoroughly. How old is she this year, family members, which city she lives in, what her resume was before the end of the world. When did she enter the base, how many people were there, who they were often with, and even their trucks didn't enter City A, they were all checked clearly. Old Man Yin sat on the sofa, his expression heavy, and his mind kept recalling Fong Xian sitting opposite him, looking at him with neither servility nor arrogance, and even a bit of indifference. It seems that he doesn't care about anything, and doesn't trust anyone. His temperament is different from that of ordinary people. He can't see through it. Gui Yuan has been nervous these days, fidgeting and running to Grandpa Li from time to time. Fong Xian stayed at home, and didn't go out. He continued to mess around. On the other side, a team of people holding sophisticated guns were squatting outside the air raid shelter. According to observation, there were about 20 people inside, all of them were small notebooks. There was also a team of people guarding the tunnel, each holding a gun and ready to go. At this time, two people finally came out of the tunnel with heavy backpacks on their backs. They looked around, and then walked to the right road. The captain and some other team members were lying in the ruins. When they saw the rat coming out of the hole, his sharp eyebrows moved slightly, and his right hand swung slightly. Immediately, 6 team members stood up and rushed out quickly. They subdued him very quickly. Who is it? Who are you? Let me go, who are you? How dare you, you bunch of ants? Believe it or not, I can crush you to death with just a flick of my finger. The two men kept struggling while being held down, even speaking fluent Mandarin. The soldier didn't say a word, and knocked the two men unconscious with a knife. His movements were swift and without any emotion, and he tied them up tightly and threw them into the car. The captain pressed the headset, successfully captured 2 rats, requesting the next step of instructions. A steady voice came from the headset, enter the hole. Yes. A team of people entered the cave in an orderly manner. 30 people moved very quickly, and arrived at the designated location. 15 members were left at each of the 2 cave entrances. They listened carefully to the movement above, and each pressed the headset to report the situation. When an order was given, the soldiers at the cave entrances on both sides gently moved the lids covering the cave entrances, like a light cheetah, without making a sound, and crawled out of the cave entrances one after another. After the 15 people crawled out from under the bed, they quickly stood up and pointed their guns at the bed. The man and 2 women who were making love on the bed were stunned, and then the 2 naked women burst into shocking screams. 2 nearby soldiers immediately took action, raised their guns, and knocked the 2 women unconscious. At this time, the man on the bed also realized that they were exposed. But he was still fierce on the outside, stiff-necked, and shouted, "Who are you? Do you know who I am?" The man with a beer belly kept shouting with a big belly. The soldier did not listen to his impotent rage and shot him unconscious. This man was a patrol captain in the inner area. He used his power to place several small notebooks in the patrol team, thinking that one day he would cooperate with the outside to catch all the base managers. Now he couldn't figure out how such a careful plan was exposed. At the other side of the cave, two men were caught at the same time. They were caught plotting in the living room. One was the fourth in command of the base, and the other was the fourth in command secretary. He handled important affairs in the base, which was a very important position. Without this person's nod, the base could not function normally. Their plan was in its infancy, and had achieved remarkable results. If it weren't for Fong Xian's disruption, and the second in command's swift and decisive measures, the base would have been very likely to change hands in the later stage. 5 people were tied up and taken away from the tunnel under control. Before leaving, the soldiers took out all of Fong Xian's recording equipment. They did not choose to go out from the main door of the building because there were still some small fish and shrimps that had not been pulled out. The 2 big fish here had been caught. Outside the air raid shelter on the other side, after receiving the order, the soldiers quickly rushed into the air raid shelter. The air raid shelter was damp and cold, and passed through the long air raid passage. The steps were light and firm, crouching and charging, and the movements were quick and agile. There were several rooms separated in the air raid shelter. The soldiers had clear division of labor and tacit actions. They automatically divided into groups of 3, one group in one room, and subdued the people in the room one by one. The person in the room was tied up, when he was sleeping soundly with a beautiful woman in his arms. The beautiful woman sleeping next to him was also tied up naked, without any mercy. The action was as swift and powerful as a storm, with extremely strong combat qualities. At this moment, the leader who was drinking heavily in the innermost part noticed something was wrong. He gave a look to the other people at the same table, and the 5 of them picked up their weapons and hid behind the shelter. A team of people quickly processed all the rooms and came to the innermost part of the air raid shelter. There was no need for a head-on confrontation, and one of the soldiers raised his arm, throwing something in, clang clang. Instantly, a puff of smoke rose in this small air raid shelter. The people inside were choked and coughed repeatedly, and soon they lost their resistance and collapsed to the ground. It was a poison gas bomb, which could cause people to become paralyzed and unconscious if inhaled in large quantities. The soldiers had already put on gas masks, and when there was no sound of struggle inside, they entered the smoke and dragged the 5 people out directly. The 5 people were dragged roughly on the ground, like dragging dead dogs. Chapter 138. After tying up all the people, they piled them together and quickly dispersed to search for other useful things, such as evidence. Of course, supplies were not spared, and all the things were moved out of the air raid shelter. A dozen ragged women were also brought out. All of them were pale and thin, and all of them were tied up and brought out together. The last link was to search for everything inside the air raid shelter. Everything with a little value was searched out, as well as some evidence, some weapons, and some uneaten supplies. At this time, based on the confessions of the captured people and the content of the recordings, the other small notebooks and traders in the base were quickly pulled out one by one, including the 2 men who lived on the same floor as Fong Xian. When there was movement in the corridor, Fong Xian went out to check and saw well-behaved soldiers escorting 2 men. Only then did he know that these 2 men were also small notebooks. Fong Xian didn't notice it at all because they spoke Mandarin very fluently, and didn't hear it at all. Because the 2 had had several contacts with Grandpa Li, they were also taken for investigation. Grandma Li looked nervous. She held Grandpa Li's hand and refused to let go. Grandpa Li turned back to comfort her. "It's okay, old lady. I will cooperate with the base's investigation. Just wait for me at home." Fong Xian supported Grandma Li and gently stroked her back. "It's okay. Grandpa has never done anything to let the base down. The base will definitely investigate it clearly, and will not wrongly accuse a good person. Don't worry." But Grandma Li was still worried, so Fong Xian took Grandma Li to find Instructor Yin. Instructor Yin heard this, and spoke in a steady voice. "I will keep an eye on this matter, and ask the relevant departments to handle it as soon as possible. After the investigation is clear, let the old man come out as soon as possible." Grandma Li was a little worried about torture or something, and was afraid that he would confess under torture. After hearing what Instructor Yin said, she felt relieved. Then Instructor Yin took out 2 boxes of tea and handed them to Fong Xian. "Take this tea back and drink it. My grandfather saw that you like it, so he specially asked me to send you 2 boxes. Fong Xian still felt a little disappointed. Giving only 2 boxes of tea was a bit stingy. She thought there would be some rewards or something. Fong Xian accepted it generously. Okay, thank your old man for me. After a few days of Rayleigh's methods, all the hidden dangers in the base were finally eliminated. The crimes of all people were broadcasted on the base radio for 3 days. Some people who had close contact with them were trembling with fear, fearing that they would be implicated. The reason why the 3 people in the base were not discovered was that before the end of the world, they all held important positions, and they had lived in H country since childhood, received education in H country and grew up, so they knew H country quite well. Before the end of the world, the 4th in command was a well-known professor in the education field. Those textbooks were written by him. Before the end of the world, Japan never stopped invading H country. They invaded from all sides and eroded continuously. It can be said that they have achieved considerable success. He thought that the end of the world was coming, and he finally had the opportunity to show his strength. He wanted to invade H country, so that he could write the history of Japan and revive Japan. Unexpectedly, the plan was uprooted before it was implemented for a long time. All his plans were killed in the cradle. In the previous life, their plan was indeed successful a year later, causing the base, which was already struggling under the natural disaster, to be completely paralyzed. The A-City base was completely reduced to a paradise for the enjoyment of the Binzi. The endless supply of materials made the already miserable survivors even more miserable. In troubled times, severe punishments were used, and all the small Binzi and traders were executed. It also had a deterrent effect, warning others not to betray H country. Their descendants were all packed up and sent to do the hardest and most tiring work, without wages, and only 2 meals of porridge a day to fill their stomachs. Many people couldn't accept the fact that they were pampered and fell from grace, but no one cared for them. They were beaten up. It took less than a day to deal with all the problems. Grandpa Lee was sent back home safely the next morning without suffering any pain. Grandma Lee was really scared and didn't sleep well all night. When Grandpa Lee came back, he was relaxed and not tired at all. He even joked, "It's over. No one will buy our vegetables this time." Fong Xian smiled, "There will be more in the future." "Old man, if the base knew that we were selling vegetables privately, would they be unhappy?" "It's okay, it's just a small matter, the base doesn't take it seriously at all." Soon Gui Yuan provided important clues, and was rewarded by the base, and his position was directly promoted to the manager of the outer area. That is, the management rights of all survivors. He was even 1 level higher than the leader, who promoted him, and became his subordinate directly. For this, Gui Yuan specially took a lot of things to thank Fong Xian. There were 2 packs of cigarettes, 2 bottles of red wine, 2 bags of rice, and a box of bacon, all of which were economical and very scarce. Fong Xian looked at so many supplies, and was really surprised. Gui Yuan rubbed his hands. "Just accept it, this is also a little gift from me. Without you, I can't be promoted so quickly, and I also want to thank you for giving me this opportunity." Seeing Gui Yuan's sincerity, Fong Xian did not pretend to refuse and accepted it generously. "Okay, then I take it." Fong Xian saw that Gui Yuan's reward had been received. She waited for several days, at home, but did not receive any reward from the base. Instead, she received a call from Instructor Yin. "Hello, do you have time?" "What's the matter?" "My grandfather wants to see you." Fong Xian was a little confused. If she was to receive a reward, why did she need to meet him? But it was hard to refuse, so she had to agree. "Okay. I'm downstairs from your house, come down." Fong Xian got into Instructor Yan's broken jeep and entered the inner area of the base unimpeded. Sitting opposite Old Man Yin again, Instructor Yin quickly poured a cup of tea for Fong Xian. Fong Xian picked up the teacup and took a sip. Old Man Yin asked as if he was chatting, "How is this tea?" Fong Xian nodded sincerely, "It tastes good. Slightly worse than her pu'er. As long as you like it, I like this tea too." He also took a sip of the teacup. "Have you ever thought about what reward you want?" Fong Xian said bluntly, "I want whatever you give me." Hearing this, Old Man Yin chuckled, "Haha, you are a very straightforward kid." Fong Xian smiled softly, and lowered his head to continue drinking tea. "Do you want to live in the inner area?" Chapter 139. "I am under your watch all day long, and my every move is monitored by you." Fong Xian thought about it, and decided to give up. It was too uncomfortable. "No, I am fine in the outer area." "Then find you a job in the inner area?" Fong Xian didn't want to be someone's slave or work hard for someone. She didn't have to worry about food and drink at all. She could live the way she wanted every day. Isn't it good to be free? Why would she be so carefree and be controlled by someone? She refused without even thinking about it. No, thank you for your kindness. Old Man Yin raised his eyebrows slightly. Okay, give me your ID card. I charge you 10,000 points, and then give you the qualification to enter the inner area. What do you think? Fong Xian thought this was possible. It would be better to give something practical. She agreed very straightforwardly. Okay. Then can I go to the inner area to buy things? Fong Xian saw that there were shops in the inner area both times she came in, and the goods inside must be different from those in the outer area. Of course. So Fong Xian took out her ID card very happily and handed it over. Instructor Yin took it quickly. I do it for you. Fong Xian thanked him sincerely. Thank you. Wait a moment. It will take a while for him to get better. Just stay with me for a while. Fong Xian had no objection and nodded. It was quite awkward for the two of them to sit here. Fong Xian had nothing to talk to the old man, and was afraid that he would trap him, so he simply kept silent. Old Man Yin made small talk. How old are you this year? Fong Xian looked up at Old Man Yin in confusion and said, Didn't you take off my underwear? Old Man Yin covered his lips with his fist and coughed awkwardly. Fong Xian did not let the other party's words fall on the ground. After all, he was the boss of the base, so he replied 21. You are so young. When I was 21, I was still a rookie, struggling in the barracks. But now you have become the leading leader. No one can reach such a high peak as you. Fong Xian flattered him bluntly. Old Man Yin smiled slightly, and did not continue Fong Xian's words, but said solemnly, The fourth in command of the base, I have long noticed that he has problems. Before the end of the world, he was in a high position, and had a certain prestige, and many people supported him. After the end of the world, he controls the distribution of some materials in the base, and has a certain say. Without solid evidence, he cannot be touched in a short period of time. Fong Xian nodded, expressing his agreement. Just like in the court, the ministers use their own methods and strategies. It is not so easy to bring down one person. If Fong Xian had not seen it by accident this time and followed it into the tunnel with solid evidence, I am afraid that this base would never have been discovered to have been coveted for a long time, and even slowly corroded until the day when the building collapsed. By the way, I have to thank you. Fong Xian said politely, You don't have to thank me. Anyone would do the same as me. The two chatted awkwardly for more than 20 minutes, and Instructor Yin finally came back. It's done. Fong Xian stood up and said, Then I won't bother you anymore. I go back first. Okay, when you have nothing to do, come here more often to accompany this old man. Okay. Xiao Yin, send your little friend off. Okay, Grandpa. Let's go. I take you around the inner area. Okay. Instructor Yin drove to the third area. The inner area is divided into 4 areas, and all the shops are in the third area. The whole street is full of shops, selling clothes, furniture, electrical appliances, daily necessities, pharmacies, etc. There is indeed a pharmacy here, and the medicines inside are very complete. Just as Fong Xian thought, everything that is not available in the outer area is available here. Fong Xian went into each store and took a look. There are many styles of goods, and the quality of the goods is also good, but the price is very expensive. Each piece of clothing costs 500 points. Fong Xian was not interested in these clothes. She didn't need them. She just took a general look and walked out. Instructor Yin saw that she didn't like anything, so he said, I take you to another store. Okay, let's go. Instructor Yin led Fong Xian to a clean and bright store. There were very few products in it. Only a few pieces were hung on the top, making the store look very spacious. The clothes on it were obviously made of different materials, slim fit, and all were handsome black. The shop assistants inside were very polite when they saw that it was Instructor Yin, and they all greeted Instructor Yin. Instructor Yin saw that Fong Xian was interested in combat uniforms, so he introduced, These are all combat uniforms, cut from special materials. Fong Xian was indeed very interested. Looking at the material, the cutting, and the stitching, it must be a good thing. Not only is it anti-D, it is also scratch and puncture resistant. It is much thinner than the anti-D clothing, and it won't be too stuffy when worn. Fong Xian nodded repeatedly after hearing this. He must have one. So she asked the clerk, How much is a set? 8,888 points. Fong Xian took a breath and complained that it was too expensive. The points that Old Man Yin gave her were all used up. If you like it, buy one and I give you a 50% discount. When she heard that there was a discount, she thought it was okay. It was a good deal. Okay, thank you. You're welcome. Can it be customized? Such a good thing must be made for her dog. Anyway, Old Man Yin must know that she has a dog, and he is not afraid of being exposed, so she said frankly, I want to make a custom one for my dog. Sure. Okay, then I want 2 sets of my size, and 1 more for the dog. Fong Xian said to the clerk. Okay ma'am, write down the dog size here. The clerk took the paper and pen. Okay ma'am, the total is 13,332 points. Fong Xian handed over the card happily. Fong Xian watched the clerk swipe the card, so he asked, if the combat uniform is damaged, can it be repaired? Yes ma'am, the repair fee is 1,000 points per time. Fong Xian nodded to show that he understood. The points were quickly transferred, and it felt like buying things by swiping a card before the end of the world. The clerk handed the card back to Fong Xian respectfully. It's ready ma'am, take your card. The combat uniform will be ready in 7 days, and you can come directly with this receipt to pick it up. Okay, thank you. Fong Xian took the card and receipt, and put them directly into his pocket. The clerk then quickly handed Fong Xian's combat uniform bag to Fong Xian, your combat uniform. Okay, thank you. Fong Xian thanked him again. Fong Xian was holding something in her hand, in a good mood. Let's go, I bought it. Don't you want to look at anything else? No, I'm going home. Okay, I take you there. The two of them walked out of the store. Not long after they walked, Fong Xian always felt a fiery gaze following her from behind. There was no danger in the base. Chapter 140. There is no danger in the base. But the fiery eyes made her feel uncomfortable. Fong Xian looked back in confusion and saw a gorgeous woman, with a surprised and incredible look on her face, staring at Fong Xian. The woman was a little stunned when she saw Fong Xian looking back, and she was flustered as if she was caught. She wanted to go left and right, and her body moved left and right, looking very busy. Fong Xian just glanced at the woman lightly, confirmed that there was no danger, and walked away. The woman watched Fong Xian leave, and stood there, staring at Fong Xian's back in a trance. If you look closely, you will find that the woman standing still is somewhat similar to Fong Xian. What's wrong? Instructor Yin followed Fong Xian's gaze. Nothing. By the way, go to the nuclear power plant in the northeast when you have time. After thinking it over, Fong Xian decided to inform the base about the nuclear power plant. As for the actual condition of the nuclear power plant, it would be better for the base to go and check it out in person. Hearing is not believing, seeing is believing, this is more convincing. She also didn't want the base to be in a passive state. After all, one person's power to resist natural disasters is limited. If there is a strong base to fight together, it will be relatively better, and she can stay in the base more safely. Instructor Yin didn't ask about the specific situation in detail, because Fong Xian's character would not joke with him. There must be something wrong. He nodded solemnly. Instructor Yin sent Fong Xian back to his residence and immediately informed his grandfather of the news. Old Man Yin was also a vigorous and decisive person, so he immediately sent someone to investigate. Fong Xian returned home and put away her combat uniform. She always felt that the days ahead would not be peaceful. Nuclear radiation is colorless and odorless, and it is usually not noticeable. It will only be discovered when there is a problem with the body, such as dizziness, insomnia, emotional instability, hair loss, and in severe cases, it can cause cancer and leukemia. But if the problem is really discovered, it will be too late. She took out a nuclear radiation detector, which is a watch tile that can be worn on the wrist. It can measure the radiation intensity. If the radiation reaches a level that is harmful to the human body, a red alarm will be issued. Fong Xian charged the instrument first, then turned it on, adjusted it, and measured it. The current nuclear radiation value was safe. She also took out a pile of radiation protection suits from the storage space. These were taken out from the containers. 2 large containers were all radiation protection suits. Fong Xian picked up the most expensive one. This suit was heavier than ordinary ones, and the material was thicker, but the weight was okay. It was not too heavy for her. She also prepared the gas mask and placed it in a place that was easy to see in the space for easy access in the future. Since the nuclear radiation value is safe, where did the mutated cockroaches in the base come from? Did they run from the nuclear radiation zone? If you can't figure it out, forget it, put it aside for now. She told the 2 elders about this matter, and reminded them to be careful, and buy some radiation protection clothes, and other things to store. Fong Xian has been staying at home these days, but she didn't know that 2 people have been following her movements. Many people have probably guessed who it is. That's right, It's Fong Xian's biological mother and her aunt. When the woman saw someone who looked very similar to her sister, she went back to inform them of the situation. The two of them easily found out all of Fong Xian's information. She stood downstairs and stared at Fong Xian's floor, not saying a word for a long time. The woman accompanied him quietly. After a long time, she slowly spoke, "Let's go. Don't you want to see her?" "No, I couldn't protect her when she was young. Now I know she is doing well, that's enough. There's no need to disturb her life." "But sister, you had no choice back then." "Okay, go back." Fong Xian stood in front of the window, holding a decalcium milk in her hand, sucking slowly. With a calm face, she stared at the backs of the two people walking away downstairs. Looking at the face of one of them, who looked very similar to her, her heart was calm. After returning from the investigation of the nuclear power plant, the base is working overtime to rush to make some radiation protection suits, gas masks, and detectors. The medical department is stepping up the development of analgesics. After Fong Xian got Guzi's combat uniform back from the inner area, he stayed at home. Life passed peacefully for another half a month. On this day, large raindrops suddenly fell from the sky. The bean-sized raindrops fell on the ground, on the car, and on the clothes, making a sizzling sound. It was like water was added to the oil pan. Soon someone found something wrong. Some people were hit by raindrops while walking on the road, which corroded the clothes they were wearing. When the raindrops fell on their skin instantly felt hot, and then corroded a wound. There was a scream in the base. Ah, it hurts when the rain falls on me. There's something wrong with the rain, run quickly. Run into the building quickly, don't run around. The crowd panicked and kept running around. Yellow raindrops fell slowly from the sky, and some people couldn't avoid it, and the corrosive wounds on their bodies increased. A man pulled the woman over and protected her in his arms. His whole body was corroded by the acid rain, but the woman in his arms was not affected by the acid rain. The two people kept running into the building. On the other side, the man pushed the woman next to him to the ground, completely ignoring the more acid rain on the ground. "Get out of here, bitch. You run so slowly to kill me, you useless trash. What's the use of you?" The woman fell on the ground full of acid rain, and her palms and thighs were immediately corroded by the acid rain on the ground. Her body felt a heart-wrenching pain, but her heart was even more painful. The two sides formed a sharp contrast. At this time, the alarm in the base sounded again. Beep, beep, alarm, alarm. Acid rain is coming, all survivors. Please quickly retreat to the building. Don't move outside, don't move outside. Beep, beep, alarm, alarm. Acid rain is coming, all survivors. Please retreat to the building quickly. Don't move outside, don't go out. But fortunately, the acid rain was not heavy and not very fast. Some survivors were corroded by the acid rain. The process was very painful, but at least they survived. But they were half dead. Some of the more serious ones have given up treatment or have been abandoned by their families. In this era when people can't even get enough food, the high cost of treatment overwhelms ordinary survivors. The acid rain lasted for 3 days and finally stopped. Watching the acid rain flowing on the ground, corroding the ground, wet and black mist rose. No one dared to go out. The walls and roofs of the houses in the outer area were protected, so the houses were not corroded by the acid rain, and the base did not suffer any losses. The base hospital was busy again, and the wards and corridors were full of wounded. There were indeed many injured members of the base. There was another problem. The nuclear power plant outside had not been maintained for a long time during the extreme cold, and it was severely damaged by the earthquake. It can be said that the nuclear power plant is now in a state of complete leakage. A large amount of radioactive substances leaked out. The human living environment has become severe again. Chapter 141. During this period, Fong Xian has been staying in the house, and has not gone out. After being corroded by acid rain, the land has lost its vitality, and is a gray and rotten scene. According to the experts in the base, the current land can also grow crops, but the crops will not grow very well. There is a high probability that there will be no harvest, or the harvest will be greatly reduced. Less than 1/3 of the green plants on the earth survive. In other words, the green plants outside are on the verge of extinction. Who would have thought that green plants have become a rare species? Fong Xian was idle, so she dug some soil from outside and divided it into 2 pots. Soil eroded by acid rain is not impossible to repair, it just takes a little time. Using slaked lime is the most effective method. It can improve the acid-base balance of the soil. Organic fertilizer is also okay. The soil was a little wet, So Fong Xian put some slaked lime in one pot to see the effect. Put some space straw in the other pot and bury it in the soil. Fong Xian wanted to see if her space plants could also repair the soil. After preparing the 2 pots of soil, they were placed directly in the living room, left to rest for a few days, and then planted. After preparing the soil, they went into the space again and planted corn on the land. Planting is easy. With the help of machines, it can be planted quickly. Now food is even more scarce, and she feels that it is a waste of resources if she does not plant such an empty piece of land in time. When it matures, she plans to harvest some green corn on half of the land, and the other half of the corn cobs, grind them into powder, or corn grits, and other food. The 2 elders harvested another batch of vegetables in the planting area these days. Now 2 branches have been harvested. Although the land outside cannot be planted, there is soil supply from the planting area, and vegetables and food are not in short supply, and ordinary survivors can eat from time to time. For this reason, the base did not fall into a panic. In just a few days, the acid rainwater on the road has dried up, the sky is clear, and there is no sign of rain, so the survivors go out to perform their tasks. Fong Xian watched other survivors start to get busy, and his mood unexpectedly became relaxed. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Guzi heard the noise and opened the door. Guzi could tell if it was a familiar voice. If it was a stranger, Guzi would completely ignore the person knocking on the door. The door was opened, and it was Yukiki. "Hi, Shinshin." Yukiki greeted enthusiastically, and stepped into the door with long legs. "How come you have time to come here? Why don't you go to do the mission? I came here to discuss this with you. I want to ask if you want to go out with us to do the mission." Fong Xian replied subconsciously, "No, you go. Go ahead. You're so bored at home alone." Fong Xian suddenly realized something. Yes, she always stayed at home and never went out. So where did she get the points to support herself? She hadn't earned any points since she came to the base. She was now in the sight of Old Man Yin, completely exposed to him. Everything unreasonable would attract the attention of that shrewd old man. Fong Xian just felt a headache. It seemed that she had to go out and do something to cover up. What mission? We are going out to rescue an important scientific and technological talent this time. If we succeed in the rescue, we will get 5,000 points. As he said this, Yukiki sat down on the sofa, poured himself a glass of water, and took a sip. Only 5,000 points, there would be nothing left if several people divided it, Fong Xian secretly complained in his heart. It's in C City, not too far, it's quite close, Hugo. Okay, when do we leave? Yukiki's eyes lit up when he heard Fong Xian agree. Really, that's great, then let's get ready and leave tomorrow. Okay, call me before you leave tomorrow. Okay, no problem. Yukiki drank another sip of water. Turning around, she saw 2 pots of soil in the corner of the living room. Why are there 2 pots of soil here? Fong Xian raised her eyes. This is the wasteland outside. I see if I can repair it. Oh. Okay, then you go ahead. I call you tomorrow. Yukiki stood up and walked away with her long legs. Fong Xian saw that she still had time to leave the base. She couldn't drive a van to go out on a mission, as the van's mobility was too poor, so she had to change to a car. So she walked for half an hour before leaving the base. 20 minutes after leaving the base, she heard footsteps behind her. She had been in the apocalypse for many years, so she could sense the ill intentions immediately. She kept walking without making a sound. Brother, I have observed this girl for a long time. She is usually alone. The 3 of us can easily deal with her. Then we snatched her card and took her to exchange for points. You can see how she is dressed. She must have a lot of points. The points in her card must be enough for us brothers to eat for a long time. The 3 people listened to the report of the younger brother, and their calculations were crackling in their hearts. They could also feel good. This deal was really worthwhile. They often did this kind of thing, robbing some single women, and they didn't dare to say anything, and they didn't dare to expose it at all. It was really profitable. Fong Xian walked in front, listening to their sure-win conspiracy, and the corners of his lips curled up. Finally, after walking for more than 10 minutes, they came to the deserted ruins, surrounded by dilapidated construction waste. After an acid rain, the land turned gray, and the outside world was even more dilapidated and desolate. The 3 men looked around, and saw that there was no one else. They quickened their pace, and blocked Fong Xian's way. The 3 men were slovenly, and their clothes looked like they had come out of a stinky ditch, emitting an unpleasant sour smell. Fong Xian held her breath in disgust, and took a step back. This action gave the 3 men strong self-confidence. thinking that she was afraid. So the three men stepped forward more recklessly. The three men took out the daggers from their waists, and kept approaching with their big yellow teeth bared. "Little sister, be smart and take out all your valuables. We will make things easier for you. Yes, to avoid physical pain, take off all your clothes and hand them over to us." The man touched his nose and said with a wicked smile, "Take the initiative. We will definitely know how to be gentle with you, otherwise don't." Before he finished speaking, Fong Xian flashed and stepped forward at a very fast speed, kicking the man in the crotch. How could the thin man withstand Fong Xian's fierce kick? Bang! The man was kicked away by Fong Xian like a chicken. Swish! The man's body drew a beautiful arc in the air like a parabola, and fell into the ruins in the distance with a bang. Dust was splashed. Cough, cough, cough. The man in the ruins propped himself up with his arms and kept coughing. He felt as if his internal organs were broken. Chapter 142. The other two looked at the accomplice in the ruins in horror. Their eyes were filled with fear. Wan La, wasn't she supposed to be a weak woman who couldn't even tie a chicken? How could she be a martial artist? The two suddenly felt a chill running down their heads, and big drops of cold sweat had already seeped out of their foreheads. They subconsciously begged for mercy. "Sister, sister, it's all a misunderstanding." Yes, it's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. The two waved their hands in panic, trying their best to please. They had already developed thick skin in the end times, and when they saw that something was wrong, they immediately begged for mercy. "Sister, sister, you are not." One of them hadn't finished speaking when Fong Xian kicked him far away. Bang! The latter's body fell firmly on the previous man, knocking the man who was about to stand up to the ground again. Bang! Another extremely beautiful parabola. The third man also flew out. Falling on the two people, the three people piled up together awkwardly like a stack of monks, but the man at the bottom suffered. He had to endure 2 critical hits, and he was no longer able to resist, and gave up struggling like a dead dog. Fong Xian moved her long legs, and the leather shoes on her feet stepped on the messy ground, making a click-click sound, like the echo of death. The sound echoed in the minds of the three people. "Lady, spare my life. Lady, we were wrong. Please let us go, we will never dare to do it again." Fong Xian showed a sharp dagger at some point. The dagger exuded a cold light. She used to like tungsten alloy daggers very much, and they were very easy to use. But with the improvement of strength, now she feels light when she picks up the dagger, and it has no weight in her hand, which is completely unworthy of her current strength. But it doesn't matter, just use it. Puff, puff, puff. 3 times, ignoring the three people's cries for mercy, Fong Xian stabbed their necks neatly. The dagger was stained with blood, and Fong Xian wiped the blood off the dagger on the man's body. She took out a disinfectant wipe and wiped the blade clean. Her movements were very skillful. She casually threw the wipe on the ground and walked away slowly. She was calm as if she had accomplished something insignificant. Then she put it behind her mind. In a very secluded place, Fong Xian took out the off-road vehicle. This was the one she rented before the end of the world. After getting in the car, she skillfully started the ignition and checked it to make sure it was running normally, then got out of the car and began to camouflage the body of the car to make it look old. The mud covered the body of the car, and Fong Xian drove back to the base with satisfaction. No words were spoken that night. The next day, Yukiki turned on the phone at 7 in the morning. Fong Xian put on her combat uniform, and then put on the dog's combat uniform. She put on a big backpack with some water, self-heating hot pot, bread, chocolate bars, wet wipes, towels, and other things in it. She led the dog out the door. This was the first time she led the dog to meet people. There were many people going out to do tasks in the morning. Seeing someone leading a shiny yellow dog, they couldn't help but feel envious and jealous. Even the dog was raised so well, but they were not as good as a dog. The sour taste immediately came out. TSK, what's so great about it, bringing out a dog to show off? A beast is actually raised so well, and even given clothes. I don't know if the parents at home can eat and wear warm clothes. What a joke. Fong Xian listened to the discussion and looked over coldly. Everyone looked at Fong Xian's cold eyes and didn't buy it at all. Why are you so proud? Maybe you saved your parents' share and fed it all to the dog. You are really filial. Some people are like this. They learn to talk at the age of 2 and never learn to shut up in their lifetime. Such a mouthful person would be easily beaten before the end of the world, let alone in this chaotic end of the world. The dog's ears stood up, bared his teeth, and pounced on him. He bit the man's wrist. "Ah, go away, you damn beast, ah. Help, I've killed someone." The woman waved her arms vigorously, screaming and shrieking, trying to throw the beast off, but the dog had no intention of letting go, and the more it struggled, the harder it bit. The dog didn't listen to her at all. Its fangs were very sharp, and it tore off a large piece of fresh meat with a flick of its head. It said that dogs look like people. The dog rushed up without saying a word, without even barking. The crowd screamed and howled and quickly dispersed, without any of the rudeness just now. Seeing that the person with the most bad mouth had paid a heavy price, they finally shut up. They all looked at the dog with blood all over his mouth in horror. Blood was still dripping down. The woman's companions looked at the woman, who fell to the ground and screamed, and glared at her with disdain. This woman must be mentally ill. She often got punished for her bad mouth, causing them to be implicated. She never learned her lesson and thought that it was okay to talk nonsense in the base? What era is it now? She still doesn't change her outspoken nature. Sooner or later, she will lose her life because of it. But she had no choice. After all, they were her own team members. As the captain, she had to step forward to clean up the mess. She stood up. Girl, even if my team members spoke inappropriately, you can't let the dog go to commit crimes, right? This is the base after all. Isn't it inappropriate for you to do this? Oh, you have any objections? Fong Xian glanced at her coldly. The female captain knew that this person was not easy to deal with as soon as she saw the temperament around him. She swallowed her saliva unconsciously and said with a stiff upper lip, no matter what, you can't let the dog go to commit crimes. If everyone is like you, then the base will be in chaos, right? Do you have any objections? Fong Xian asked lazily again. The woman was stunned by Fong Xian's question. Fong Xian was too lazy to deal with these idiots. If he could not kill people in the base, he would have killed them countless times. He just called Gui Yuan and let him clean up the mess. Why not use the free thigh? Gui Yuan came hurriedly. What's wrong? Surrounded by so many people? Gui Yuan was very unhappy when he saw Fong Xian surrounded by so many people. He shouted, don't you have to work? What are you doing here? Just do whatever you need to do. Don't stand around here. Everyone finally understood why the woman in front of them was so arrogant. It turned out that she had someone in the base, and she was an important manager of the base. Everyone started to have conspiracy theories in their minds. It was just that she hooked up with the manager by selling women. What's so great about that? But this time, they only dared to complain in their hearts, and didn't dare to say it out loud, nor did they dare to show it on their faces. Everyone left in dismay. Fong Xian said lightly, you solve it. Then she led the dog away. When the female captain saw that this woman didn't even give the base manager a good face, she knew that this person was really extraordinary. She had lived in the apocalypse for so long, and she still had the ability to read people's expressions. They might have really offended someone they shouldn't have offended. She cursed her team member in her heart for causing trouble for her, and she would kick this troublemaker out of the team when she returned. She changed her face, that was about to argue unreasonably just now, and immediately greeted him with a smile. Fong Xian led the dog and no longer paid attention to the situation over there, and got into the car directly. Chapter 143. Fong Xian turned the steering wheel, and quickly left the base. There was a 7-seater commercial vehicle waiting at the entrance of the base. Fong Xian lowered the window, and honked the horn. Yukiki looked at the source of the sound, and saw that it was Fong Xian in the car. She immediately jumped out of the car, and ran over. Our car is in front, you just follow behind. Okay, let's go. Okay. The two cars left one after the other, and drove on the abandoned road. Everywhere you look, there is desolation. After the destruction of the earthquake, the erosion of the rainstorm, and the erosion of the acid rain, the road has been in ruins. There are dense cracks everywhere on the road. Some cracks are so big that the car can't move forward and can only detour. There are also many ruins blocking the road, and you have to detour. In short, the speed is not fast at all. From time to time, there are other cars passing by on the road. Most of them are personnel who are out on missions. They gradually drove away from the base, and there were fewer and fewer cars on the road. Occasionally, you can see a few yellow weeds under the rocks. It took them a day to drive to the junction of City A and City B. The car in front slowly stopped, and she slowly stopped too. Yukiki got out of the car and walked towards her. She lowered the window. Let's rest here tonight, and continue on our journey tomorrow. Fong Xian nodded, indicating that he had no objection. The road was difficult to walk on, and it was very dark at night, and the road conditions were completely unclear. Fong Xian heated up some spare ribs and some spicy chicken at night. The aroma drifted far away. Yukiki's team was drooling with greed. They chewed the dry biscuits with Fong Xian's aroma, as if they were eating them. The biscuits were a bit sore in the throat, so they stretched their necks and swallowed hard. It's not that they can't afford it, but they are reluctant to eat it. The base also sells meat, and they only eat it occasionally to improve their meals. They dare not be as arrogant as Fong Xian. Fong Xian doesn't want to wrong herself, so she eats whatever she wants. Besides, there is no one else here. Even if someone else comes to grab it, she is not defeated. The man and the dog quickly finished the 2 large portions of meat and vegetables. Yukiki's team was really envious when they saw that the dog was eating so well. But even though they were envious, they didn't have any other thoughts in their hearts. They pulled their eyes away from the man and the dog with difficulty and looked away. If they couldn't see, they wouldn't be greedy. Yukiki arranged 2 people to keep watch at night. They set up a tent and slept in the same tent with their clothes on, regardless of gender. Fong Xian slept with the dog in the car. He laid down the back seat and hugged the dog and fell asleep. Suddenly, the man and the dog opened their eyes at the same time. After more than 3 years of nourishment from the space, the hearing of the man and the dog has become more acute. She listened carefully to the sparse movement in the distance, which was approaching this side, not like the sound of human footsteps. It sounded like the sound of insects stepping on the ground. And there were many of them. She quickly turned over, put on the night vision goggles, and a flamethrower appeared in her hand. The dog also felt the danger, his hair stood up, and he whimpered softly. She pushed open the car door and jumped down neatly. Get up quickly, there's danger. Fong Xian shouted, waking up the man who was dozing off on night watch. He instantly became alert and looked around vigilantly, but found nothing unusual. He asked in confusion, where is the danger? Don't talk nonsense, wake them up quickly. After Fong Xian spoke, Yukiki got up and walked out of the tent quickly. Shinshin, what's wrong? The remaining 2 team members also walked out of the tent. Be on guard. Fong Xian didn't have time to explain too much, and she didn't know the specific situation because she hadn't seen what it was. Seeing Fong Xian say this, Yukiki also began to get nervous. She quickly called on the team members to pick up their weapons. As the sound got closer, Yukiki and the other 4 also heard the movement. They just felt their scalps tingling. What on earth was this thing? It seemed that there were a lot of them. Fong Xian took out the telescope, jumped onto the roof, and looked towards the source of the sound. She saw dense insects through the telescope, rushing towards this side quickly. It had a hard shell all over its body, which shone with a metallic luster, and 6 serrated long legs moved quickly. They were very big, as long as a finger. It's a mutant beetle, hurry up, light a fire. Generally speaking, insects are afraid of fire, so if we light a fire, the mutant insects may not dare to approach. Hearing this, several people quickly moved, and those who took firewood took firewood. At night, several people picked up some firewood and saved it for cooking tomorrow morning. Unexpectedly, it came in handy at this time. The fire was quickly lit. When the sound got closer and closer, they finally saw what it was. It was really a bunch of beetles. They all turned pale. They had never seen so many and such big bugs. Although Yukiki was also scared, she did not panic. Quick, take out the Molotov cocktails we made. As the team leader, she must not let her emotions control herself. She must stay calm, otherwise the team members will also panic and lose their composure. They also made some preparations for this mission. Each Molotov cocktail was wrapped with thick rags to protect it from shaking and bumping, so as to prevent it from breaking. Hearing this, several people quickly threw away their guns and took out Molotov cocktails from the trunk. The 4 of them took the lead in launching the attack and threw the Molotov cocktails in their hands into the pile of insects. In an instant, flames shot up into the sky, and many beetles were swallowed by the sea of fire. The smell of burning filled the nose. But there were too many insects, and many of them continued to move forward. One of the male team members was bitten on the calf by an insect, and he grimaced in pain. He endured the pain and pulled out the insect, and his skin and flesh were also torn off. Everyone be careful, this bug bites people, don't get bitten, he said, as he stepped on the bug fiercely and exploded it. Since weapons could not be used, the 4 people threw a few Molotov cocktails and took big sticks to hit the bugs continuously. It was also impossible to use Molotov cocktails indefinitely. After all, there were limited things. Fong Xian took the flamethrower and kept walking around to spray and burn a large number of bugs. The dog also jumped around, using its 2 paws to step on the bugs and explode them. It bared its teeth, and its teeth also exerted force. The owner said that this bug was poisonous and could not be bitten with the mouth. It stomped on them one by one, splashing juice everywhere. Finally, after about 10 minutes, all the bugs were killed. Several people collapsed on the ground due to exhaustion. Panting heavily. I was scared to death. How could there be such a big bug? I have never seen such a big bug in my life. My scalp is numb, and I have intensive phobia. Fong Xian noticed that one of the male team members had a bloodstain on his calf. She walked over. You were bitten by a bug? The man glanced at his calf and said nonchalantly, it's okay. It will be fine in a while. Generally, mutant bugs are poisonous, and the poison must be forced out. Chapter 144. The man jumped up after hearing this. No way. What should we do? I have some medicine powder here, 50 points per pack. Do you want it? Fong Xian certainly couldn't give it away for free, but he couldn't just watch their fighting powers suffer. The man hesitated. 50 points per pack seemed a bit expensive, and he was reluctant to part with it. Seeing her, Yukiki said without hesitation, buy it. Nothing is more important than life. She heard that someone in the base ate a mutant cockroach some time ago and died. The man nodded after hearing this. Okay, I buy it. Fong Xian handed him the powder. Apply it to the wound. The man took the powder, and his companion helped him apply it to the wound. As soon as he applied it, the man felt a burst of pain. He gritted his teeth and said nothing. Finally, he wrapped it with gauze to prevent the powder from falling off. While several people were treating the wound, Fong Xian also treated the dog's paw. She took out disinfectant wipes, and wiped it clean over and over again. Let's go to another place to rest. It's not advisable to stay here for a long time. Fong Xian threw away the wet wipes in his hand and said, Okay. Yukiki agreed. With the insect corpses all over the ground, who knows what else will be besiege it? Fong Xian picked up 2 half-dead beetles from the ground and put them in a bottle, then drove away. No words were spoken that night. In the morning, Fong Xian ate something simpler. Took out a few vegetarian buns and a cup of soy milk. Then he ate a year-old corn. This time Fong Xian ate in the car, not going out to spoil the children. After eating and drinking, it was another day full of energy. The 2 cars left one after the other. When they were about to drive into City B, a group of people suddenly appeared in front of them and blocked their way. A quick look showed that there were about 50 or 60 people. They were all dressed similarly. They were all pale and thin, hunched over, with large heads resting on thin necks. They had large scars on their bodies, which were different from ordinary scars. They were black and covered their arms, and were obviously caused by acid rain corrosion. They held different weapons in their hands. The 2 cars stopped, and several people got out with guns in hand. Confronted them. One person took a step forward and said hoarsely, Leave the food behind. The person who spoke at this time must be the leader. Fong Xian looked at the person who spoke. The person was obviously fatter than the others, and his clothes were complete and cleaner. His aura was also different from others. These people were stationed here just to rob the vehicles passing by to obtain survival supplies. They didn't want to go to the base, where they were controlled and had no freedom, so they gathered together and formed their own faction. Yukiki was furious. Why should we give you the supplies? The man played with his fingers carelessly, as if he was not worried at all that the other party would shoot and he would die. He was not afraid of death at all. These people dared to come out to rob, so they must not have done it for nothing. Fong Xian was a little confused, and turned his eyes to look around. Sure enough, on a high ruin in the distance, there was a sniper ambushing, aiming at this side. Fong Xian used his eyes to hint at the men not to act rashly. He pointed his hand downward, patted the dog's head, and looked towards the ruins. The dog understood immediately, sneakily withdrew from the battlefield and ran away. The man was still playing with his fingers, looking very careless. Oh! After receiving Fong Xian's message, Yukiki suppressed the urge to take action and signaled the men to point their guns downward. Brother, we are from the base. If it doesn't work, you can go back to the base with us. Yukiki began to make up a story. We are not going to the base, we just want supplies. As long as you leave the supplies, we will let you go. Otherwise, no one of you can leave. Yes, we are not going to that crappy base. We just want supplies and cars. Leave the cars behind. Yes, leave them all behind, otherwise no one can leave alive. Bah, a bunch of rubbish, dressed like human beings. Why do you have to live a comfortable life while we have to suffer, brother? Don't waste time talking to them. Just rob them. Anyway, if they move, we will kill them. The looters all had gloomy eyes, and shouted arrogantly. Yukiki clenched his fists, his heart burning with anger, wishing to kill them all. The leading man seemed to have finally had enough of playing with his nails, raised his head, and said viciously, You guys should leave quickly, my patience is limited. Fong Xian looked into the distance, and the dog had already climbed up the ruins stealthily. One of them pounced forward and bit the other's neck. The sniper's attention was on the leading man, waiting for orders and guarding against the other shooting. He didn't notice that a dog suddenly jumped out from behind him. He didn't expect that after such a long time, since the end of the world, there are still dogs. When he was bitten on the neck, he saw that it was a vicious dog, but his eyes were not afraid, but even a little crazy. He seemed to see dog meat hot pot. He grabbed the two dog legs with both hands and tore them madly. Suddenly, the sniper's pupils finally showed fear, and he felt pain in his neck, and felt that the flesh and bones were being separated from his neck. He tried to tear the dog apart, but the dog just wouldn't let go. He panicked and twitched the dagger on his calf, stabbing it into the dog's body, but it couldn't penetrate even a little bit. The dagger was completely blocked by the clothes. He realized this, and quickly turned the dagger around and stabbed it at the dog's front legs. But before he could move, he felt a tearing force coming. The dog ripped off his skin, flesh, and throat. He widened his eyes in horror, and quickly withdrew his hands to cover his neck. Blood gushed out from his fingers. He wanted to call for help, but his vocal cords could not make a sound. The sniper rolled down the ruins, his body began to twitch, and in a moment, he was silent. Fong Xian saw this scene, and finally spoke, "Do it." Several people immediately raised their guns. Yukiki said playfully, "I give you a chance too. You still have time to run now. You are shameless." He raised his right hand, and waved it. The looter smiled smugly, "You deserve it. I told you to leave, but you didn't leave. No one can leave today." But they waited for a long time, but nothing happened. Yukiki crossed his arms in front of his chest, staring at the leader's actions calmly. The leader hurriedly stretched out his right hand again, and waved it vigorously, but there was no response. He looked suspicious, turned his head, and looked into the distance, cursing in a low voice, "Damn it, what's going on?" Something went wrong at this critical moment. But his pupil shrank suddenly, and he saw that there was no sniper on the top of the ruins in the distance, but instead a shiny yellow dog sitting there. His brain buzzed. Chapter 145. Without the sniper, their advantage will be weakened. Looking at the fat meat in front of him, how can he be content if he doesn't eat it? They are many people, and there are only a few people on the opposite side. Even if they have guns, it doesn't matter. At most, a few people will die. He thought to himself that as long as he didn't die, it wouldn't be a problem at all. Many predators didn't know that their sniper was dead. His eyes were glowing green. Staring at the people in front of him, his eyes were extremely gloomy, and he was determined to swallow them into his stomach. "Food, give us food. Why do you eat like dogs? You brought two beautiful women with you, and left them behind. Brothers, go ahead, kill them, everything belongs to us. There are so many of us, are we afraid of them?" Bang! Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, and the head of the person who spoke exploded, blood splattered, and he fell to the ground with a plop. Yukiki fired the first shot, directly in the head. When the many predators saw their companions fall to the ground, they did not have much emotion. They just glanced at them numbly, as if they did not care at all, and then, they kept their eyes on a few people, fearing that the prey would run away. Walala. A gunshot sounded, as if it was some kind of signal, and many predators rushed up. Yukiki's team was not panicked at all. They stood still and charged forward and fired mercilessly. Bang bang bang. Batch after batch of predators were shot and fell down, and the people behind continued to rush forward, with no intention of stopping at all. Yukiki's team felt that this battle was much easier to deal with than the bugs yesterday. Bugs were small, so it was a waste to shoot them with bullets, and they might not hit the target. But people were different, and they could hit them with one shot. At this time, the leading man had already left the battlefield. Fong Xian had been paying attention to the leader's actions. As she watched him run away, she took her time to pull out a sniper rifle from the car and jumped onto the roof. How could she let him run away? She had to fight him without returning, which was the greatest respect for him. Through the scope, aim at the back of the leading man's head. Bang! The man's head exploded like a watermelon, and his body fell straight down. Fong Xian put away her gun, jumped off the front of the car neatly, and watched leisurely. She did not participate in it. This small scene could be handled by the Coco team. The suspense-free battle lasted less than 5 minutes and ended. The air was filled with a strong smell of gunpowder. More than 50 looters fell to the ground, and blood gathered under their bodies, and slowly flowed into the dry ground. Even though they were used to seeing death, they still felt a little uncomfortable when they saw so many corpses at once. Li Xiaomei, a tall girl, leaned against the car body, looking puzzled. Why did they rush up without thinking when they knew we had guns? Yukiki wiped the blood off his face. They have lost their humanity, and are not afraid of death at all. All they have in their minds is numb plunder and killing. Another male team member said, for them, life is life, death is death. They are no longer afraid of anything. The dog had already returned to Fong Xian's feet, squatted, raised his head, and raised his mouth. He signaled Fong Xian that he could wipe it. Fong Xian took out the disinfectant wipes, and wiped the dog clean. She threw away the wipes in her hand. Let's go. Everyone listened to her, put their moods in order, got into the car, and set off again. The two cars finally drove into City B successfully. Not surprisingly, City B was also desolate and dilapidated, with collapsed buildings everywhere, and it was in ruins. The car rolled over the broken road and drove around the edge of City B, without intending to pass through City B. This can save a lot of trouble. Occasionally, you can see some scattered survivors wandering on the road. They lean on dead branches and walk aimlessly, without any goal or direction, like puppets without souls. Some people fall to the ground with a plop and never get up again. Then the nearby survivors will swarm over and share the food. Dad, I really can't walk anymore. I'm so tired. The little boy had no strength left in his body and collapsed on the ground, muttering, Dad, I want to sleep for a while. Just as he finished speaking, the man saw his child die of hunger. He had no grief in his heart, his eyes were numb and slowly moved. It would be better to die. He would not have to suffer. Some scattered survivors nearby saw this scene and slowly approached. The temperature was a bit high today, and the air became sticky. The human body could clearly feel the heat, which was not as comfortable as the temperature some time ago. The temperature was about 37 or 38 degrees now. Fong Xian turned the steering wheel with one hand and turned on the air conditioner in the car. He took out another ice cube and stuffed it directly into his mouth. The cool feeling spread in his mouth, and the burning sensation was finally relieved. Fong Xian gave the dog another ice cube and stuffed it into its mouth to cool it down. The dog swallowed it before he could taste the saltiness. Woof woof. Another one. The dog blinked its big watery eyes and looked at Fong Xian eagerly. So Fong Xian stuffed it with another ice cube. The dog didn't swallow it in a hurry this time. Instead, it chewed it up with a crunch. Suddenly, a Hummer came from the ruins in front of it, and it didn't slow down even when it saw the car in front of it. The road surface, where the car ran over, was covered with high dust. Yuki's car couldn't avoid it in time, and was hit directly. The car was pushed far away, and several equipment fell off with crackling sounds. The front cover of the Hummer was dented. When Fong Xian saw the car speeding in front of him, he reacted very quickly, and turned into the ruins to avoid it. Fong Xian got out of the car immediately, and ran over to check. She reached out, and pulled several people out of the car one after another. But fortunately, they were only scratched. No arms or legs were broken. One of them was seriously injured, with a big cut on his head, and blood was flowing. The people in the Hummer got out, a total of 3 people. All of them were dressed exquisitely, with ruddy faces, and they didn't look hungry. There were 2 people dressed in suits, probably bodyguards. One stood on the left and one on the right side of the yellow-haired man, with pistols on their waists. One of the yellow-haired men shook his head. How did you drive? Don't you have eyes? Fong Xian knew at a glance that this must be someone's young master. He was spoiled, and had never suffered before the end of the world. Even after the end of the world, his family background was still deep, and he continued to be spoiled and reckless. Yukiki was furious. You drove without looking at the road, you hit us, and you were right. The 2 bodyguards immediately spoke. How dare you? Do you know who this is? Who gave you the courage to talk to my young master like this? The yellow-haired man stretched his neck. No one dared to talk back to him in City B, because anyone who talked back would die. I didn't expect this woman to be so bold. It must be to attract his attention. Chapter 146. He looked at the woman twice more. You know what she looks like. She is really good. He snorted coldly. So what if she looks good? He has seen all kinds of beauties. He has seen many women like this. They just want to create an encounter with him, and have something happen to him, so as to get close to the rich and get rich overnight. From then on, they have no worries about food and clothing, and live a life of a rich lady. He hates such women very much. They play tricks and schemes, thinking that they are rich people and fools. He can see through such tricks at a glance. He was disdainful in his heart. No need to waste time talking to them. They are nothing but some clowns, just kill them. Fuck. Yukiki cursed directly. What kind of idiot is this, knocking someone away without even an apology, and killing to silence him? This she absolutely cannot tolerate. She is not a vegetarian. So she shouted loudly, "Get your weapons." With Yukiki's order, several people quickly pulled out guns from the car and squatted behind the car, moving very quickly. The yellow-haired man was shocked at first, and then sneered, "Just you?" However, before he finished speaking, Yukiki pulled the trigger first. One of the bodyguards saw that the situation was not good, and immediately rushed to Huang Mao without caring about anything else. If they did not do their job well, they would die when they returned. Not only would they die, but their families would also die. The bodyguard dragged Huang Mao to the back of the Hummer. At this time, Huang Mao had a ferocious face, pointing at the two bodyguards and yelling, "Kill them all. If you dare to shoot at me, no one will get out alive today." The two bodyguards dared not to listen, and they also raised their pistols to fight back. The two sides immediately fell into a fierce battle. Yukiki's attack failed, and she moved flexibly, dodging the attack while looking for opportunities to counterattack. At this time, Fong Xian was squatting behind the ruins. Before the two sides fought, she immediately led the dog away from the battlefield. She tried to find the best shooting point, but the other party was squatting behind the car body, and she couldn't hit him at all from this position, and the other party didn't show his head. "Hey, wait a minute. It doesn't matter if you don't show your head, you can show your feet." She lowered her eyes, and saw several big feet under the car. Fong Xian took out a pistol, aimed at one of the leather shoes, and pulled the trigger. Bang! The gun went off, hitting the man's foot accurately. "Ah!" A man screamed in pain from the other side. Huang Mao covered his feet and screamed in pain, his forehead veins bulged. "What do you do for a living? You can't kill a few people like this. What's the point of having you? Are you all here for nothing? Ah? Master, the other side is tough. The firepower is too strong." The yellow-haired man went up and slapped the person who spoke. "You useless guy, kill them all quickly, quickly. If you can't kill them, I will kill you." The bodyguard lowered his head, his eyes were sinister. This useless guy, what else can he do except being incompetent and furious? If it weren't for their protection every time, he would have died countless times. Fong Xian raised his eyebrows, and it turned out that the one he hit was the yellow-haired guy, so Fong Xian raised his pistol again. Bang! The yellow-haired man's other foot was also hit, one by one, without deviation. Perfect. While the yellow-haired man was still angry, his other foot was also hit by a bullet, and he finally couldn't stand up, and fell to the ground with a plop. The two bodyguards saw this, and no one stepped forward to help him, just watching the yellow-haired man fall to the ground. When the yellow-haired man saw Fong Xian pointing a gun at him through the bottom of the car, his pupils suddenly contracted, and fear covered his entire face. No! Bang! A gunshot was fired, and Huang Mao was hit in the forehead, finally ending his absurd life. Seeing this, the two bodyguards were sure that they were powerless, so they threw away their pistols and raised their hands. "We surrender." After the words were spoken, Yukiki and others came forward with guns and surrounded the two men. There was no such thing as surrendering the guns and not being killed. Today they were slightly better, so they didn't die. If they were not strong enough, they would be the ones to die, so there was no mercy at all. Bang bang, 2 shots to kill them, directly to the King of Hell to boost performance. Go forward and plunder all the supplies on the bodies of several people. 3 pistols and 3 declipped clips. There was an unopened bottle of mineral water, half a barrel of gasoline, and some food in the car, all of which were confiscated. The oil in the Hummer's tank was drained, and everything was plundered. Li Xiaomei kicked the yellow-haired corpse. "I don't know whose young master is so crazy. It's been so long since the end of the world, and he hasn't been taught to behave. Okay, come and lift the car straight, and quickly fix the car, so we can set off. Sister Kiki, let's drive their Hummer. I think their car is still in good condition, just with a dent in the front. You are telling others that you killed a person? Are you afraid that they won't be able to find you?" "Oh!" Li Xiaomei scratched her head, and ran over to help the others lift the overturned car. The others began to check the car and unload any missing parts from the Hummer. Fong Xian and Gozi sat in the car, eating snacks, waiting for them to fix the car. Finally, after an hour, the car was fixed. The 2 cars continued on their way. They found a ruin to rest at night. Fong Xian sprinkled some insect repellent powder around. She didn't want to be besieged by some big insects again. There were a few survivors living in the ruins. They were all a certain distance away. Fong Xian didn't make a fire to heat up the food at night, but took out some ready-made food. They were all prepared and stored before. One was stir-fried vegetables, and the other was braised rabbit. Super delicious. Yukiki couldn't stand it anymore. She was almost fainted by the smell of the meat. She came over shamelessly, intending to buy one. Shinshin, do you have any more meat dishes? Can I buy one? Yukiki was a little nervous, rubbing her hands together. Oh, it's okay if you don't have any, I just came to ask. She swallowed her saliva unconsciously. It was so delicious. Next time I go out to do a mission, I must bring some meat dishes. Fong Xian readily agreed. Yes, I have Kung Pao chicken and fish-flavored shredded pork. Which one do you want? Yukiki was overjoyed. Her eyes lit up. Anyone is fine. I take whichever you give me. I give you both. Can I charge you 25 points for each? Sure. I give you the points when I get back. Fong Xian pretended to pick out 2 cold dishes from her backpack, but actually picked them out from the space, and handed them to Yukiki. They're just a little cold. You have to heat them up yourself. These dishes were all stockpiled by her in the restaurant before the end of the world. They were high in oil and salt, and she didn't eat much. But now that supplies are scarce, everyone's body is short of oil and water, so it's just right for them to eat. It can also be exchanged for points, a win-win for both parties. Yukiki happily took it. Okay, thank you dear. Fong Xian was a little embarrassed. Go back and eat. Soon there was a scream from the other side. Wow boss, you're so awesome. It's agreed that we split the points this time. Okay boss. Chapter 147. Fong Xian took out a bottle of electrolyte water and gulped it down. The weather is a bit hot now. Drinking water alone will not quench the body's thirst. The more you drink, the thirstier you will be. Electrolyte water can replenish the energy needed by the human body and will not cause dehydration. Fong Xian and the dog were full and had nothing to do. It was still early, so he took the dog around to help digest the food. I saw a few survivors in the distance, living under the ruins. They dug a hole in the ruins and lived in it. Many people were chewing dry things, and they didn't know what they were. Fong Xian didn't see it clearly. A few survivors saw Fong Xian leading a yellow dog, and they just took a sneak peek through the gaps in his hair and then looked away. They had the heart but not the courage to come up and rob. One look at their attire showed that they were not easy to mess with. Anyone who had the ability lived well, but survivors like them, who were still wandering outside, could only make do with their lives. So they knew what was going on in their hearts. When they saw Fong Xian running away quickly, they didn't dare to get close. Don't be too irritated to beat them up, or they would be in trouble. Fong Xian took the dog for a stroll and walked around. There were a dozen survivors around here, and there was no threat at all. There were people living nearby, which meant there would be no mutant bug attacks. So it should be relatively safe here. After walking around for more than 20 minutes, Fong Xian took the dog back. The survivors were relieved to see that the man had finally left. Fong Xian returned to the car, and Yukiki came up to him. It will take less than 2 hours tomorrow, and we will probably reach the mission location. Where is the mission location? It's a village. How many people are there in the village? I don't know either. They just said that the man was detained there, and we don't know whether he is dead or alive. I hope he is alive, so that we don't make a wasted trip. Fong Xian nodded to show that he understood. Okay, go to bed early, you have to get up early tomorrow. Don't you need to keep watch? Fong Xian asked. We can keep watch. It's not your turn today. You can wait until we return. That's fine. Yukiki returned to her tent. Fong Xian checked the car again before going inside to sleep. No words were spoken that night. It was a peaceful night without anything happening. She slept very peacefully, and when she woke up, her ears and eyes were clear without any sleepiness. Fong Xian got out of the car to stretch his body, and Guzi went to solve the urgent problem. Several members of Yukiki's team also came out of the tent. Seeing Fong Xian's eyes light up, Shinshin, what do you want to eat in the morning? Fong Xian knew that she was greedy again and wanted to buy some food. Do you want some buns? Yes, I give you some points when we get back. Fong Xian went back to the car and took out 20 buns, all of which were big meat buns with thin skin and large fillings, enough for several people. Since she had space production, she rarely ate the finished products she had stockpiled before the end of the world, so it was just right to sell them to them. Yukiki smiled with teeth showing, took the buns and ran back. Fong Xian laughed, don't eat this guy out of money. Yukiki and the others quickly set up a pot and prepared to cook some rice porridge, put the buns on the pot to heat them up, and cooked them directly out of the pot. The 4 of them stared at the pot, unwilling to move their eyes away, and their mouths kept secreting saliva. Yesterday's 2 dishes were delicious, with a lot of oil and water in them, and they were super satisfying to eat. Fong Xian saw the people in front busy, so she went back to the car, took out a few mushroom meat dishes, and started eating. She didn't need to heat it up and ate it directly, and it was still warm when she took it out. When the pot was finally boiled, several people couldn't wait to take out bowls and chopsticks and wait. 5 buns and a bowl of rice porridge for each person. Yukiki took a big bite of the bun and narrowed her eyes in ecstasy. Wow, it's really delicious. The others couldn't open their mouths at all, and they gave thumbs up and nodded desperately. Fong Xian ate 5 big buns in total, ate a fried dough stick, and finally drank a bowl of soy milk. Fong Xian ate very well. After all, only when he was full could he have strength, and he didn't know whether the task was difficult or not. Yukiki patted his belly. Ah, it's really delicious. The points are really worth it. Li Xiaomei, a tall man, said, yes, the fillings are very filling, and it is very satisfying to eat. Yukiki stood up. Okay, after eating and drinking, hurry up and pack up. We still have to hurry on our way. Later, the 2 cars were on the road again. About 3 hours later, they arrived at the destination. There were sporadic survivors blocking the road on the way, but they were easily dealt with by Yukiki's team. The 2 cars were parked far away from the village. It takes a mile to walk. After all, you can't enter the village in a big way, and you can't park the car too close, which will arouse others' suspicion. It was close to noon, and the group decided to do it in the dark. After all, it was easier to do things in the dark. So the group was bored and stayed there until 6 p.m. Feeling that the time was about right, the group dressed up and put on night vision goggles. The dog didn't need night vision goggles, as the dog had strong eyesight and could see things clearly even in the dark night. But they still had to dress well, with combat uniforms and even hats to protect their little heads. Yukiki and the others often went on missions, so their equipment was complete and they would not let down their guard, and they were very professional. When the 5 people arrived at the village, it was already dark, just as they planned. Since the end of the world, there are usually few stars and moons at night. At this time of night, there is no light at all, the earth is dark and very quiet, and any movement will be infinitely magnified. Several people did not enter the village from the main road, but passed through a section of abandoned houses. After the baptism of earthquakes and acid rain, many houses collapsed into ruins. Now the intact ones are all built later, which can be seen at a glance. There are about 10 intact houses here. Since we don't know which house the scientific and technological talents are in, it's better for several people to search in groups, which will be faster. Fong Xian gestured, indicating that 2 people should be in a group and act separately. Yukiki nodded, and the 4 people immediately divided into 2 groups. Fong Xian was naturally in a group with Guzi. She gestured to several people again, indicating that she should go to the innermost part. After several people nodded, they started to act. Fong Xian led Guzi around to the innermost part. The houses here are all made of bricks and stones. Among the dozen or so intact houses, only a few had lights on. In the quiet night, Fong Xian heard some wailing and painful groans. The sound was very subtle, and others could not hear it at all, but she was very keen to catch it. The dog turned its head to one of the houses, and it was obvious that it also heard it. So she immediately gave up the house in front of her, and she didn't hear anything unusual in this house. She decided to check the one with the sound first. Chapter 148. She followed the direction of the sound, approaching little by little, and her feet would accidentally step on some dry branches, making a crisp sound. But there was no way, it was impossible to make no sound at all. She saw several figures moving in front of her. They should be Yukiki's team. Soon Fong Xian came to the house where the sound came from. The closer she got, the clearer she heard it. There was not just one voice, but about 5 or 6, both men and women. This house was very strange. The doors and windows were closed. There was no glass, but a piece of wood. Fong Xian reached out and pushed it, but found it was not moving. After a careful inspection, she found that it was locked from the outside. She reached out and pulled the bolt open, and opened the wooden board. Immediately, the unpleasant smell rushed out. When Fong Xian wanted to climb in through the window, a cold light flashed in front of her eyes, and a sickle enlarged in front of her. She jumped out of the window very nimbly to avoid it. At this time, 3 thin figures appeared in front of her in the window. One of the thin men asked sternly, "Who are you?" Fong Xian ignored her, supported her left palm on the windowsill, and her body flew into the air, jumped up, and jumped into the window. At the same time, she kicked the 3 people to the ground. At the same time, Guzi also jumped in swiftly following Fong Xian. She did not pull out her gun immediately, as it would have easily alerted the enemy. She jumped into the house, and quickly looked around, and found 3 women and 2 men tied to the ground. Several people hid in the corner, shivering like a group of lambs waiting to be slaughtered. On the roof of the house, a large piece of dried meat was hung. Large chunks of meat were hanging. Now was a time of shortage of supplies. After an acid rain, there would not be a large amount of livestock meat to make bacon or cured meat. These pieces of meat were obviously different from ordinary meat. Some of them were still dripping with bright red blood, soaking the ground. Fong Xian withdrew his gaze from the meat. When the three saw the fat dog, their eyes suddenly glowed with blood. The three looked at each other and attacked immediately. Fong Xian flew forward again and knocked down two people. The dog also jumped up and knocked down one of them. The man and the dog cooperated very well and knocked all three people to the ground. The three people fell to the ground with a groan, and the weapons in their hands were kicked away by Fong Xian. One of them propped up his arm and spoke again. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" The three people's eyes were slightly blood red, obviously because they had eaten human meat. They had already contracted prion. This thing will make you addicted if you eat it once. Fong Xian said nothing more, just beat them first. He kicked them several times, beating them black and blue. Guzi kept his body down, his hair stood up, and he bared his fangs, waiting for an opportunity to move. The five people in the corner saw the three people being beaten, and they felt very happy, but their mouths were blocked and they couldn't speak at all. Otherwise, you have to cheer and support. After Fong Xian had kicked enough, she asked, "Where are all the people you caught locked up?" She just saw that the five people did not match the technical personnel described by Yukiki at all. The man was a male with a bald head, and none of the five people was bald. One of them spat out blood and spit, and cursed in a vulgar language. "Bah, you stinky bitch, I won't say it. You are still tough?" Fong Xian threw out a sharp dagger and stepped forward. The three kept moving backwards. Although they were indeed ruthless in the past few years, they succeeded repeatedly because they had more people. But now the three of them were no match for the man in front of them. Compared with the martial artist, they were far from being able to compete. Puff! Fong Xian stabbed a man's thigh with a knife, and blood gushed out. "Ah! Stinky cousin, go to hell." The man still wanted to struggle and resist, and a fist came over. Fong Xian easily grasped his wrist with his left hand, and twisted it hard to the outside. Crack! The sound of bones breaking rang out, and Fong Xian easily broke the man's thin arm. The man's screams became even more miserable. Fong Xian had no sympathy at all, and his right hand never took off the dagger from beginning to end. Fong Xian used force on his wrist to turn the handle of the knife, and the blade stirred in the flesh. The man's screams became louder and louder, and big drops of sweat rolled down his face. Fong Xian saw that this man still didn't say anything, so she didn't rush, and played slowly. She gently pulled out the dagger with force on her wrist, and stabbed it into the other thigh. Puff! After the blade was completely inserted into the flesh, the handle continued to rotate, and the blade began to stir in the flesh again. Fong Xian clearly felt the resistance, and had already pierced the thigh bone. She exerted force again, and the blade went down, scraping her thigh bone. The pain of scraping bones is not something that ordinary people can bear. After scraping a few times, the man fainted from the pain. Just then, gunshots rang out. There were several gunshots in the distance, and Fong Xian guessed that it was Yuki's team that fired. She ignored it. According to their combat experience, there would be no problem at all. She pulled out the dagger again, changed the position, and continued to stab. The pain woke up the unconscious man, and his facial features became distorted due to the pain. Don't, I tell you. Fong Xian pulled out the dagger and smiled coldly. Too late. Puff. The knife stabbed into the man's aorta. The man widened his eyes, fell to the ground unwillingly and twitched. The two people next to him finally realized the cruelty of the man in front of them. Finally, his body began to tremble uncontrollably. They didn't want to die in such pain. No, that's not right, they didn't want to die. Fong Xian wanted this effect. If he didn't let them see it, how could they really be scared? I tell you. The gunshots over there continued, and it seemed that the battle was quite fierce. There are 3 houses with people locked up, all in the middle. Did you catch a bald guy a few days ago? Yes, there was one. Which room? Yes, it's locked in a room in the middle. Which room in the middle? At the door? There's a big stone at the door, and the door is made of wood. Fong Xian got the answer he wanted. He raised the dagger in his hand, and killed the 2 men. As soon as the man finished speaking, a deep knife wound appeared on his neck. Fong Xian led the dog and climbed out of the window again. The 5 people in the corner of the house were confused. What happened? Why didn't they let them go? They kept moving their bodies, making woo sounds. Fong Xian didn't even think about caring about them. The man and the dog walked very decisively, without any hesitation. At this time, the sound of gunfire in the distance gradually weakened. Fong Xian didn't know what was going on, but she didn't plan to care. Instead, she kept walking and ran straight to the wooden door. Chapter 149. Fong Xian quickly arrived at the center of the dozen houses, looked around, and found the house with a big stone at the door. Soon Fong Xian found the house on the left. This place was very close to Yukiki and the others, and the sound of gunfire became clearer. Since the noise had already started, there was no need for her to hold back, and she immediately kicked open the wooden door. 2 figures flashed in the house, and then gunshots rang out. She quickly hid behind the wall. Listening to the sound, she quickly found the location where the gunshot came from. At the moment the gunshot fell in the house, she quickly fired a shot into the house. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and one of the men in the house fell to the ground. The other man, seeing that he was no match for his opponent, quickly jumped out of the window and fled. Fong Xian heard the man running away, but did not chase him. She walked into the house. This house was still designed as 2 rooms. There were messy woo sounds coming from the side of the house. About a dozen people were tied up with their hands and feet, and stuffed in their mouths. When they saw someone coming in, they kept making noises. Fong Xian took a quick look, and was immediately attracted by a bald man among the crowd. A shiny bald head, even a little reflective in the dark night. Fong Xian stepped forward and pulled the rag out of the bald man's mouth. "What's your name?" The bald man felt the rag in his mouth being rudely pulled away. He frowned. He was a little unhappy in his heart, but he didn't dare to show it, and answered honestly. "Gu Xingyu, are you here to save me?" "That's right, it's him." Fong Xian was too lazy to answer his question. "Okay, you come with me." Wait, my son is still in their hands, can you save him?" Fong Xian didn't want to do anything that would lose money. He was the only one on the mission, and he didn't mention other people. "No. Please save him," the bald man begged. "It's okay to save him. 1 person is 5,000 points, and 2 people need another 5,000 points. Okay, I don't have it now. Can I pay you when I return to the base?" "Okay." Fong Xian took out a piece of paper and a pen from his pocket. Words are not enough. Let's write a document. The bald man was stunned for a second. Good man, why did he bring paper and pen when he went out? But the bald man didn't say much. He raised his hands tied behind his back, and signaled Fong Xian to untie him. Fong Xian raised his knife, and the rope fell to the ground. The bald man's hands were finally released. He moved his wrists, and began to write. He finished writing quickly, and handed it to Fong Xian respectfully. Fong Xian took it, took a quick look, and put it in his pocket with satisfaction. He cut the rope on his feet. "Follow me closely. I won't care if you fall behind. And don't make any noise. Understand?" The bald man hid the irritability in his eyes, and nodded obediently. Then the 2 people and the dog turned around and walked out. When the people behind saw Fong Xian leaving, they struggled to crawl forward, making sounds in their throats, wanting Fong Xian to save them as well. But Fong Xian was unmoved and walked out quickly. After she went out, she did not immediately go to the direction where Yukiki was, but looked around to find the highest position. She found a small second floor built not far to the right, so she ran over quickly, jumped up, tapped the wall with her toes, and climbed over to the roof. The dog also jumped onto the roof. The bald man below was very anxious. He couldn't jump up at all. It was too high. How could he leave himself down there? He was annoyed, but he suppressed his displeasure and whispered, "Hey, what should I do?" Fong Xian stuck her head out and looked down at him. What else could he do? Why did he ask her? Hide. After saying that, she ignored him, retracted her head, picked up the sniper on her back, and set it up. She first used a night vision telescope to observe the situation on both sides. Both sides were in a state of anxiety, and it was difficult to tell which was male and which was female. There were about a dozen people on the opposite side, each holding a pistol, and 2 of them holding 2 assault rifles. Their fighting style was very blunt, and they were totally reckless. But Yukiki was neither impatient nor impatient, and was not frightened by the opponent's aggressive fighting style. Her fighting style was very steady. Yukiki was quick-witted and shot down another person with 1 shot. As long as the opponent dared to show his head, no matter how fierce the attack was, he would be killed immediately if he showed his head. Fong Xian kept looking for the leader through the telescope. After searching for a long time, he finally found him. The man was squatting in a dilapidated house. He hid in a corner and kept shouting and commanding. No wonder it's so hard to find him. He was not found outside. It turns out that he hid himself so well. Fong Xian quickly locked onto him through the broken window and the half-collapsed wall. Bang! The gunshot broke the darkness, and ZD rushed through the air. The leader seemed to have sensed something and wanted to turn his head and look back, but before he could, he was hit in the head by ZD, who came at high speed. The enemy hiding behind the bunker was completely stunned when he heard the explosion of the gun. What happened? Why are there gunshots behind? Just as he was stunned, his head exploded like a watermelon, and his only remaining eyeball widened in fear. The enemies were like frightened birds, and they all looked for cover to hide again. Yukiki heard 2 gunshots, looked towards Fong Xian, and then shouted excitedly, "Charge, brothers, beat them to death." The 4 people fought with the momentum of 40 people, and soon pressed forward. He threw the Molotov cocktail in his hand directly. Boom! The raging fire quickly burned in this dry environment. The people who were besieged inside were quickly burned out by the fire. The enemies fled in panic, running out desperately. Some of them were already burned by the fire, and they ran out screaming like firemen. Yukiki and his men saw this and fired wildly, killing one by one as they ran out. There were 4 people who were not burned by the fire, and Fong Xian found them one by one, and shot them in the head directly. In less than 5 minutes, the battle was finally over. There were also some small fish and shrimps that had already run away when they saw the situation was not good. Now, there was no one in the village except the dried meat that was caught without resistance. Yukiki calmly commanded, "Search every house carefully, don't miss any supplies, and find our mission person." Fong Xian strode over. "I have found a mission person." She looked behind her and didn't see the bald man. She was puzzled and shouted, "Bald man? Hey, here." A bald man walked out of a dilapidated house, his legs trembling and walking very slowly. Hearing someone calling him, he stood up with difficulty. He was scared to death. The sound of the sub-B breaking through the air rang in his ears, and he felt that his soul was flying with the sub-B. Chapter 150. Hey, I found the man, but he has a son. You take him to find his son. Fong Xian immediately added, "His son also gets points, 5,000 points, and I give them to him when we get back to the base." Yukiki immediately smiled. "It doesn't matter whether I get points or not. What matters is that I'm a warm-hearted person." She raised her chin and motioned for the bald man to follow. "Let's go." When the bald man heard this, he bit his back teeth and secretly pouted in his heart, but he didn't show it on his face. Instead, he followed with a smile. Now is not the time to worry about so many things. He still needs to rely on these people to find his son. When he returns, he will kill them. Fong Xian sat on a big rock and waited. She took out a can of energy drink, drank it in 2 or 3 gulps, and threw it on the ground. She was a little bored waiting, so she took out a piece of fruit candy and put it in her mouth. After about 20 minutes, she finally finished the search and looted all the supplies. As long as the food was unopened, she took it all away without wasting any. Fong Xian's car was also packed with a lot of stuff. There were a lot of supplies in their boss's room, which showed that their boss was a good leader who cared for his subordinates. He distributed the more nutritious dried meat to his subordinates, and was reluctant to eat it himself. There was a 14 or 15-year-old boy next to the bald man. It seemed that he had found it. Yukiki called Fong Xian, "Let's go." Fong Xian raised his butt and followed the others towards his car. Several people walked in front with big and small bags, and the bald man and his son followed behind. Not long after walking, his son collapsed on the ground. "I really can't walk anymore, I'm so hungry." He stared at the big packages on the bodies of several people, his eyes drooling. The bald man coaxed patiently, "Good son, hold on a little longer, we be there soon." No, I really don't have the strength, I'm hungry, I want to eat." The bald son sat on the ground and threw a tantrum, unable to get up, and kept shouting that he was hungry. But looking at his full energy, he didn't look like he had no strength at all. The bald man smiled awkwardly, "Well, we haven't eaten for several days, can you give us something to eat to fill our stomachs?" He looked at Yukiki, his eyes full of sincerity and honesty. Yukiki had no choice but to take out 2 pieces of bread for the sake of 5,000 points, and threw them to the 2 of them. "Eat while you go, don't waste time, it's not advisable to stay here for long." Hey, okay, thank you, you are such a kind-hearted girl." The bald man's eyes moved, quickly passing over Yukiki, with an unclear look in his eyes. Finally getting the food, the bald son stopped making trouble, quickly stood up, and snatched the 2 pieces of bread from the bald man's hand. He could not wait to tear off the package and stuffed it into his mouth. Baldhead saw his son eating happily, and his eyes were full of pampering. Eat slowly, don't choke. It would have been better if Baldhead hadn't said anything. After he said that, his son ate even faster. He stuffed the whole bread into his mouth in a few bites, and couldn't wait to open another one and stuffed it into his mouth. His mouth was full, and he ate very quickly, so he coughed for a long time. Baldhead patted his son's back distressfully. Eat slowly. Finally, after walking on a dark road, they came to two cars. Yuki's car had too many people, and the supplies they had collected could not fit in. Shinshin, our car can't fit in. Put some in your car. Okay, let's do it. Fong Xian then loaded the supplies and led Guzi into the car. And the bald son's crying voice came from the other side. I don't want to squeeze in the same car with him. It's too crowded. I want to take that car. Son, don't make a fuss. Just bear with it. We'll be fine when we get to the base. The bald man coaxed him patiently. No, I won't. I want to take that car. The bald son sat on the ground and stared at his legs, pointing at Fong Xian's car and shouting. They are all serving us. They have paid for it, so they should follow my wishes. Be good, son, don't make trouble. He sat on the ground and kicked his legs and cried, completely forgetting that he had been tied up like a dog and would end up as jerky. He also completely forgot who rescued them. Yuki's head hurt from the noise. She was not a good-tempered person. She stepped forward and kicked the man away, saying in a deep voice, I let you make a fuss. I don't mind letting you fail this mission. The meaning is self-evident. If you make a fuss again, I will kill you. The bald man ran forward anxiously. When he turned around, from an angle that no one could see, his eyes were full of resentment. He helped his son up, suppressed the look in his eyes, raised his head, and explained to Yukiki earnestly. I'm sorry, don't be angry. My son is immature. You should not hold grudges against him. The bald son fell heavily to the ground, looking like a dog chewing mud in a miserable state. His teeth, which were already fragile due to long-term malnutrition, became loose after this kick. It is human instinct to seek benefits and avoid harm. He finally stopped crying, but secretly remembered this account in his heart, and his resentment towards these people became deeper and deeper. While the bald man helped his son up, he pinched his son's arm, signaling him not to make trouble again. Fong Xian held his cheek with his hand and watched with interest. With such a vicious mind, is he really a scientific and technological talent? Could it be academic fraud? After a farce, several people finally got into the car. The two cars started slowly and drove in the dark. The two cars drove until dawn, far away from City C, and rushed to City B. The journey was smooth, and there was no trouble. The two cars found a place to rest temporarily. People will get sleepy if they are always on the road without rest. Yukiki didn't dare to eat too well because there were outsiders around, so she had a simple breakfast. Of course, the food for the two of them was not free. They had to keep a record of it and give points when they got back. Baldhead had to agree or not, he had no say. Fong Xian and Guzi were really sleepy, so they laid down the back seats and had a good sleep. They slept until the afternoon, and then the two cars continued on their way. The bald son sitting in the back seat had sweat all over his face, partly because he was too weak, and partly because the weather was too hot. The temperature had already risen to 42 degrees. There were many people in the car, so the temperature was naturally higher. Yukiki was reluctant to turn on the air conditioner, so she kept opening the windows to dissipate heat, and even the wind blowing in was hot. The other people could bear the high temperature, but the two bald men couldn't, and they were as hot as dogs. Yukiki saw that the two were sweating, so forget it. For the sake of points, turn on the air conditioner, anyway, they would benefit. They drove out of City B smoothly along the way, and when passing the border between City A and City B, Fong Xian saw a pile of bones.